Can
Because
I
you guys
know?
know as well as I do, if you send high altitude footage up, there's nothing up there. It's black.
Got him.
Brown, can
Go
I
get
ask?
the evidence. We'll wait.
Brown, can I ask a question?
Yes, please.
What's falling in nature?
Like rocks off mountains, apples from trees, you know, the classic examples.
Apples falling from trees. When?
When they get too heavy for the
Okay.
branch to support it.
How did you get apple in the first place?
It grew off of the tree.
And where the tree go?
Where'd the tree go?
Yeah.
The same spot that the seed was.
When
Just
trees
say
grow,
up, dude. Fuck, man.
It grew. Yeah, the tree grew 100%. Is that you want to say up? Yeah. Yeah,
grew up.
Once birds fly, does that disprove gravity?
Okay.
Like,
why apple doesn't fall? Let's say, do you know when apple is green? You know why it's not falling in that moment when it started to grow?
Say the question again.
Why apple does not fall? You know, if it's still there, if it's it started to grow. Let's say that it's not mature.
Because it's not too heavy for the branch to support. The branch can still support the weight of the apple. Once it gets too heavy, the branch cannot support it, and then it falls.
That means that apple with the time, that branch will lose the energy or whatever. It will be dry, and then apple will fall where?
Towards the earth.
Where? What will apple pass when will touch the ground?
He still didn't answer your question, by the way.
I'm confused.
What air will pass before the touch the ground?
Am I dumb for not understanding the question?
When branch it's released, and now apple it's going down. What apple will pass before touch the ground?
Anything that's between the branch and the ground.
And what
like the head of a fox.
And what is between?
Everything that's between the height of the ground and where the branch was. I don't understand the question.
Yeah, what is between the branch and the ground?
Air.
What is between? Air. Okay. Now, question for the child of 5 years old: what will happen if you drop anything more dense in the air?
It'll fall.
That's the answer.
There you go. Right. So, but now again, so you're saying it's exclusively due to density, right?
I'm saying that apple, when fall down on the ground, is still falling, or it's stationary on the ground now?
If there's no forces being acted upon it, it will stay in one spot. Yeah.
Okay, that means you need to force to move something in the medium of the air, and that something is more dense than air. And what will happen?
Well, there are things that are more dense than air that can be moved by like wind, which is just the movement of air. So like a tumbleweed, right? One second, Sasha.
Question: if they're more dense than air, can they go up?
Yeah, a bird is more dense than air. Absolutely. So again, the forces.
The bird, it's aerodynamic. You know,
creates lift.
It's made to fly.
Yeah, it creates lift. I agree. Right. So when the forces are greater than the force, that the downward force, which I'm calling gravity, right? When the forces are greater than gravity, then you jump off the face of the earth, right? You have to exert force greater than gravity.
That's not right.
Yes, it is right. You do have to exert force greater than gravity.
That's an imaginary thought process that you got told about as a kid. It's a thought process.
You only have air. You don't have gravity.
With any objects. Go ahead.
But you have to exert force to go up, right?
No, you don't need to exert force to go up.
Okay, there you go. We disagree because you do. But go ahead.
Yeah. If you take a ball, for example, if you shoot the ball, ball will go up.
That's force. That's work that's being put in by the bow to shoot the arrow.
Yeah, but if you don't move the apple, if I put let's say 2 tons on the asphalt, that means that's 2,000 kilos on asphalt will, with the years, it's always pushing down. It's pushing. Is that correct?
Yeah, like buildings settle further into their sand.
It's not stationary there.
I mean, again, the there's a constant force of gravity, right? And so things will sit still relative to, you know, the position of the things around them, right? But things will, when force is exerted upon them, they will move. Yes.
Which force will, let's say in 2000 years, will affect that, let's say, stone? Gravity or wind?
Gravity or what?
Or wind?
Both. Erosion, and it will settle probably further into its foundation, and it will erode. It will do both of those things.
And why all these modern, let's say, astrophysicists disagree with you?
They disagree that gravity is a thing, because I highly doubt that.
Yeah, they said that is not a force even.
Okay.
Gravity's not real. Michio Kaku tells you that. He said,
Sure.
"We're sorry we lied to you."
Sure,
But
right.
here's the thing. Here's the thing, though. If I've got a 200-pound helium balloon, where does it go?
Well, depending on if you fill it with helium, right, which would increase its
It weighs
buoyancy.
200 pounds.
Yeah. If
He said it was a helium balloon, dude. Like, fuck, man, really?
So if you fill it with helium, yeah, 100%.
Brownie, if I ask you, do you know what is gravity? You will know to answer.
No, I can, you know, I can. Gravity is not
So
fully
the more
understood.
dense helium balloon doesn't fall.
Do you know who can answer?
I have a photo from the test of a meteor shower.
No one can answer specifically what gravity is. Gravity is a observed
I've got
phenomenon.
photos of Bigfoot and Santa Claus.
Right.
I got photos of Santa Claus eating cookies off my table. What the fuck?
Except this is live stream on YouTube.
Santa Claus
right?
is
So,
live. I got video of Santa Claus coming over and delivering presents to every kid every Christmas.
source?
Yeah, this is
Are you
live.
saying-
Yeah, so mine's more real. I can go get an autograph from Santa.
Yeah, this
Can you
is
get
why
one from your stars?
this is why we falsify things, so you know we don't end up in infinite
Yeah,
regress.
we can sign stuff. Santa can say hi and touch our kids' head. Can that star touch your head?
I
Can
have
you
a
go touch
question.
that star?
What if I like gave you a GoPro and like let it live stream to your phone and taped it on the side of a
asked
fucking
you
rocket
for
ship? Then you
evidence of
believe it?
high altitude footage already, which you don't have and you will not present.
I don't know how I get muted, but Democ does it. It's crazy.
So you defeated yourself by not being able to prove your own dog shit. We don't want pictures of Bigfoot and
This is a
Godzilla.
photo.
and King Kong.
This is a photo from the live stream.
A high altitude from the ground balloon you let go with helium's not going to stop. It's going to go up. Put a camera on it. Get your own fucking footage of stars past 60 to 70,000 feet, and we can talk about what you filmed. If you haven't done that, stop fucking believing fairy tales, you gimp mother effers.
Democ, you've completely derailed the conversation. Shut up. No one wants to hear you talk.
Yeah,
Sasha,
because
Sasha,
you go right
Sasha,
through
Sasha,
every
Sasha,
time.
what were you
yell at
saying?
my
Democ,
Where's
shut up.
the proof?
Sasha, what were you saying?
Next question is this: why these people in this server have this server named 24/7 Flat Earth, and why they don't believe in a globe? For you, Brownie.
Why do I think that other people?
Yeah,
think
what
the Earth
is the main reason? Can you tell me the main reason why these people think that Earth is not a globe?
I would say distrust.
I
would say distrust in the government.
No, that's not the main reason. You didn't find out that thing.
Well, again, sense this reality that we sense is greater than the our logical deductions, right? And
No, it's not even that.
Then what's then explain?
Listen, this is very important. This is very important. That means that you don't know their position, and still you are something debating here or wants to speak about something, but you still don't know their position. Why they don't?
Every position is different. Every position is different.
Not the main. I said the main reason.
Then what's the main reason? And see if all the flat earthers agree with you.
Okay. Do you want to hear or you don't know?
No, I'd love to hear.
There is no measurable curvature in reality.
Okay. Well, again, measurable curvature, right? So when you say measurable curvature, I think of picture of Earth, right? Right. If you can see a picture of the Earth, right, then you can absolutely measure the curvature based on.
If you see the picture of the Earth, that means that Earth, what you made a picture, must be curved in reality. Yeah, you're correct.
Right. So I'm saying like a photo in which represents reality.
If you take a photo from the space and the Earth is spherical, from the space, that the same Earth must be spherical on the ground.
I mean, again, the same. Yeah, if you take a picture of the Earth and the same Earth is in the photo and it's a spherical Earth, then yes, then it would be a spherical Earth. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
that means from the that means that also on the ground must be spherical and measurable.
again, we've tried to argue that it is, right? But like there was a laser gyroscope from earlier. There was the change in level relative over several miles, right? So like again, several proofs have been put up. They just haven't been
no, man,
accepted.
no, there are flat surfaces in reality, which disproves,
Again,
the sphericity of the Earth, the sphericity, or how you will call it, or the curvature.
Again,
You cannot have flat surface in reality with this radius.
Again, while I agree, flash it real quick. While I agree that it looks flat and it appears motionless, I completely concede that fact.
No, it looks flat. You cannot have 10 miles of flatness on this globe. Not even 10, even less, but I will give you 10. More than this of 10 miles flatness. If you have some kind of 20 miles, 30 miles of flatness, that cannot exist on this globe. That cannot be on this radius globe. Do you understand that?
Give me 1 second.
If you want, you can check it. The size of the Earth, and you cannot have the 30 miles of flatness on the Earth. But we have that. Not only 30 miles, we have like 1,000 miles of flatness.
Give me 1 second. Just 1 second. So over 10 miles, right? The relative shift, the percentage change, right? The percentage change over 10 miles, right? In flatness, right? In the perceived flatness is 0.01% over 10 miles, right? So 80-inch, like if you use 8 inches per mile squared, right? Regardless, right? So over 6 in inches, it's 633,600 inches, right? Over 633,000 inches, which is 10 miles, right? That equates to 0.01 change
it's 66 foot of drop. Yeah.
Again, so that again results in 0.01 change in
but look at this example. You go to any country on any beach and any time when it's good weather, and then you show that a 66 foot of drop every time, and there everybody is going home and nobody will debate anything, because you will show on every location that is happening,
Well,
and that's it.
Well, again, I think it does show that, but again, obviously there's
refraction. Do you know how many videos? Do you know how? Don't say that word. You don't.
I know it's a trigger word. I know. I knew this.
No, it's not trigger word, man.
It is. But go ahead.
Okay, let's put it like this. Who claimed refraction? Globe earther or flat earther?
I don't give a shit who first claimed it. It's an observable phenomena.
Oh, okay, great. 2015. There is a geometrical horizon. No, flat earth say no. There is a refraction. It's changing every day. No. There is geometrical horizon. It's coming out black swan.
You think you think refraction was first used in 2015?
Jesus Christ! In debates.
Oh, who cares about when it was first used in debates? Why is that a question?
Okay, great. Okay, can you tell me? Do you know the black swan example?
Not off the top of my head. If you feel free, I know that that's the emoji.
Okay. Is it that example of refraction?
I said I don't know it. Exactly. So if you want to elaborate as to what the black swan is.
It's you see the horizon behind the.
Oh, the black swan. The black swan are those oil rigs, aren't they?
Yeah. Can you tell me what refraction is doing there?
Well, in that picture, you can see the oil rigs appearing like floating.
Picture, that's reality. That's Santa Barbara. That's oil rigs. That's real. That's real place.
Yeah, it's a picture. Yeah, again, like you said, it's a picture of the oil rigs.
That picture takes from the video, and that video is from that Santa Barbara. That's real place. Do you understand?
Yeah, I'm familiar with Santa Barbara.
Okay.
Like again, I understand, right? But again, in there's clear distortion, right? Obviously, from one's position.
Distortion of what?
I'm just saying, while I agree that again,
there is distortion. I'm asking distortion of what?
Again, you can post the video if you'd like, but in the video, the objects that we're looking at, these oil rigs, are clearly distorted. I'm not saying that it's doctored, right? I'm saying that. 1 second, Sasha. 1 second. I'm not saying that it's doctored. I'm saying the view is distorted, right? Because obviously we're viewing all this, light. What, Sasha, please, 1 second.
No, you are missing some point.
Let me talk, and maybe we'll find it along the way, right? So again, regardless, you're viewing all of this through a medium, right? Through the medium of air between A and B. The light has to travel through there, right? So the light has to interact with the gases and with the air between you, the point, and then back to you, right? As light travels, and that's how we view things, right? So again, there is distortion and refraction in that innately, right? It's refraction technically right now is unquantifiable in terms of its specific. Specific, like I can't give you a number about how many refractions.
Is
it's
it
very weather
everything
dependent.
Is it everything distorted, or what is distorted?
Again, obviously, like things you look at far away are distorted, to some degree, because
I'm
there's.
asking you about that picture or video. Is it everything there distorted? You cannot realize what is what.
No, I didn't say that. No, but I mean, what was your point?
Okay, my point is, can you see the oil rigs?
Can you repost a reference for everyone, because I don't have the exact one on hand.
Okay, wait. I got a picture somewhere. Okay. You see? I posted.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. 1 second. Yeah, so it says distance to geometric horizon sphere, right? 122, right? So again, yeah, like that's the observer. That's the assuming the observer height, all that stuff, right? But
yeah, it is. Everything is correct. Yeah.
Okay, this is again observer height 1. But yeah, again all these things, right? So like again, 100% again.
Okay.
The horizon.
Can you describe me all that picture? What do you see?
2 oil rigs. One of them, if it looks, the one on the left does appear
What
to
do
be
you see?
floating.
Is that everything? What do you see? Or you see?
There's something in the middle.
What is that blue thing?
The water, I would imagine.
Okay. Do you see the water behind the oil rigs?
Yeah.
Is that real water?
I would imagine it's a reflection of real water. Yeah.
Is a reflection of real water, or is that real water?
Well, again, I would imagine again it's what you see again, like that's the distortion I'm talking about.
What do you see, like an honest guy? If you see the oil rigs like this and see that water, what is behind the oil rigs, and you describe it like I see. For example, I can say I see 2 oil rigs, and I see the ocean, and they're in the ocean, and I see also the water behind the oil rigs. Yeah, that type of I see.
Yeah, I can see the water for sure.
Yeah, that's the surface.
Right, but again, like.
And again, what?
Obviously, so if we acknowledge, right, there is distortion in when you view things from far away.
Is it distortion of the surface?
Well, again, look at the oil rig on the left. Like clearly, that is not what an oil rig looks like.
Man, I'm asking you about this. Okay, oil rig.
I'm trying.
I want to agree with you. Oil rig, both of them, they are distorted. Yes.
Right. So again, there's apparent position and there's actual position.
Good. Is it water distorted behind the oil rig?
Yeah, they're the same principles that are applying to the oil rig applies to the water.
That water is not real. What we are seeing.
Well, again, it's real water, but again, in the same way that the oil rig is distorted. 1 second, Sasha. In the same way that the oil rig is distorted, our view of the water is also distorted. Right? We're seeing the reflection of light right above the water.
We will speak about horizon. Yeah, also it's okay, But yeah, oil rigs are distorted. They have the distance, Does that change the distance of the oil rigs?
No.
Does the surface of the water, what we see, even if it's distorted, change the shape or whatever that we cannot realize? That
the shape it changes because again the shape of the oil rig is distorted, right? So we agree that the shape is distorted. The same principles apply to the water.
but you see the surface of the water. It's there, it's real water.
Is it there or is it where you're looking, right? Because again, obviously,
No,
if you look, one second, right? The oil rig, right? One second, Sasha, real quick. The oil rig on the left, right? 9.41 miles, right?
Yeah.
The arm on the left of it, is that arm straight? In reality,
cares? It's just a
Who cares,
distance
man? I'm
marker.
speaking about surface, man. Let's
I'm,
leave it
I'm
to oil rigs, because oil rigs are only, the market for the distance, nothing else. Can you imagine that these two oil rigs are not oil rigs? That only two big screens. On the first, it's written 6.2 miles, and on another one, it's big screen. It's written 9.4 miles, but it's distorted. You cannot see that. You see like it's. You see only 4 and 1. You don't see that 9.
right.
Do you understand me?
Like again, yeah, obviously,
Do you
our
understand me?
view,
It's a big
yeah,
screen.
our view
Big
is
screen.
distorted.
You
We
see,
agree.
do you understand me? The second oil rig. It's a big screen. Imagine like a big screen. It's written 9.41 miles. You see that 9. You don't see that 9 because it's distorted. But the
Right.
water behind that screen, it's real. That's the surface.
Right, but again, is our view of the water distorted?
No, our view of water is that what you see. That means that's what you
Then we
see with your
disagree.
eyes. That's what it is there. What
We
it is.
disagree because again, the view of the water is
Are
as
you
distorted.
disagree that?
Yeah,
Are
the
you
view.
are you saying
Yeah,
that water behind the oil rig? It's not that water. That's
I'm saying.
some kind of reflection of the water.
Yeah, I'm saying it's our view is distorted in the same way our view is
You
distorted.
are saying that
Sasha, please let me speak.
no,
Right,
man. You are
let me
so
speak.
crazy. Man, the oil rig, it's in the water, man. The water must be behind the oil rig, and if we see the water behind the oil rig, that's obvious. Do you understand me? You're saying there is no water behind, but we see that water, but it's real, but it's projecting that it's water.
Again,
What
is
are
it
you
in
talking
the is
about?
it in the place you're looking at? Right, like again, is it in the
Yeah,
place you're
because
looking at?
oil
Right.
rig is in the
Uh,
water.
so
And can you tell me that water? If you jump from the last oil rig, you will not jump in the water. Yeah, are you saying?
what?
You see the water there, or on that picture, or you don't see it?
I see the water
That,
again. I
yeah,
also
that
again, and I
water
see the
making
oil rig again.
horizon. Yeah, yeah, not the oil rig, the water behind the oil rig making horizon with the sky. That water,
And
that
that should be
surface.
the end of it right there. We see the horizon beyond the oil rigs. And that's the end of it right there.
We see that surface making horizon behind the oil rig.
Right.
That water making horizon behind the oil rig. That water must make horizon before the oil rigs. Do you understand that? On
And that's
1.22
what the
miles.
picture is about. The picture is about the horizon, not the oil rigs, not the water. It's
Right.
about the horizon.
My
Yeah, but
point
my point
was
is
that
also
what?
this:
Oh,
you cannot have horizon without that water.
I agree, right? But what I'm saying is that again, our view is distorted. That's what we mean when we say refraction, right? So again, refraction isn't quantifiable and measurable, but again, what we demonstrate by looking at the oil rig that refraction is a thing, right? And then our view is also distorted, right? So if we
Okay,
can agree at the very least
Distorted,
that
man. You see the
ground
surface.
recluse, you're missing the huge point here.
I'm just trying to find common ground, and then we can move
No,
on.
just calm down for a sec here and
Oh.
listen. It's about where the horizon is located. If your globe was real, we would see a geometric horizon at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's where you would see the horizon. And in this particular picture, the observer's height is 1 foot, and therefore the geometric horizon should be at 1.225 miles.
You shouldn't be
And
able to
it's
see
not.
anything beyond that.
The horizon, it's very clear that the horizon is beyond the oil rigs. So we know that we are seeing at least 9.41 miles.
Again, well, I don't disagree with that necessarily, right? I'm simply trying to point out the fact, right,
Okay,
that
then we're done. We're done
then
then if
the
you
Earth is
agree
flat.
with
The
it.
Earth is flat. I agree. Again, then 100% you've destroyed the globe, right? You've overtalked and you've gotten your way to victory.
No, it doesn't prove a globe. It either proves that it's not a globe. It proves that it's not a globe with the radius of 3959 miles is what it does, because the geometric horizon is not where it should be.
Right. So again, while I agree that again you can see further than the geometric horizon, right? Again, like where you would see it at you know at a specific observer height with the mathematics, right? So again, now we have to determine why do we not see the same geometric horizon that the math dictates, right? Obviously, one reason is that our view is distorted, right? Light carries, differently in different mediums, right? So again, that is just one that
So everything's about refraction, and light bends up over the curve so perfectly that we can see.
Brown, can I ask you another question?
Just
How would it look like if Earth is flat, if that surface is flat, how would it look like that picture?
if I don't know how it would look like that picture if the surface was flat. I don't know.
If Earth is a flat and surface, you think that we will not see what we are seeing, that what it is, but
I don't know what we would see if the Earth was flat. I know we
man,
wouldn't see several other things that we see, but
man, I see the 10 miles of flat surface. That picture is showing, that black swan picture is showing 10 miles of flatness. Do you understand that? Do you see that?
I get where you're coming from. I'm just trying to explain like why it may be that we see further than 1.22 miles. Right?
We
Again,
don't see further, man. We see what we see. Do you understand that?
Is 9.4 miles further than 1.22 miles? Then we see further than 1.22 miles. That's
man.
Definitionally.
But listen this very carefully. We see what we see in reality.
Sure.
That's what you want to compare with the globe. That's another case.
But again, what we see isn't always reality. Again, that oil rig doesn't look like that. That oil rig doesn't look like that, right? We agree to that fact that oil rig does not look like how it's shown in this picture. We all agree
that.
Who cares about the shape?
Now we would agree.
Only about the
the shape of the. You're not speaking about the shape of the oil rigs. You're speaking about the distances.
I'm trying to show the relation between distortion over distance.
You cannot have flat surface, on the sphere, that 10 miles on this sphere with this radius. It's impossible. Be curved.
You're right. It's clearly impossible.
Yeah.
All the physicists are liars. All the astronauts are a bunch of shills. I agree.
Who said that? Who said that? Who said that? Can you tell me? Can you tell me who said that?
That has to be the case if the Earth is flat. That has to be the case.
Who said that?
You didn't say it. It's implied. It has to be the case if the Earth is flat. Again, the big lie has to be real if the Earth is flat, right? Are we in disagreement?
Why you think that must somebody lie? Somebody who, let's say,
people.
I don't know.
Astronauts would have had to have lied, right?
Astronauts for sure. But you said all scientists. Which scientists? Let's say some guy who is working in medicine. Why he need to? What he has to do with the shape of the Earth?
I said physicists.
Which physicist? Can you tell me which one? Which
anyone who recognizes the existence of gravity.
Man, nobody proved the gravity.
It's an observable phenomenon.
There is no physicist who proved the gravity. You will have the Nobel Prize guy. You will say, for example,
if you say Big G?
Can you say penicillin? Who discovered penicillin?
I don't know.
Is there a name? Maria Pierre Curie, I think.
Sure.
Okay. Who discovered, let's say, phone?
I don't know.
It's a bell, I think.
Sure.
The name. Okay.
I don't know how that has to do with anything I was talking about.
Who discovered the gravity?
I don't know.
There is no name for that.
Right. Sure.
Right.
Again, gravity is an observable phenomena with measurable relationships between objects.
Gravity has never been scientifically proven, ever.
Right. What is little g then? In physics, what is little g?
Little g is little g. Little g is 9.80 meters per second squared acceleration when you drop something on the surface of this Earth. That is an effect of gravity. That is not the cause of gravity.
Right.
And
so
you cannot manipulate whatever it is that you think causes gravity.
But we agree that
causes gravity, and therefore you cannot scientifically test it.
But we agree that gravity, by that definition, is an observable phenomena. Yes.
Okay, that gravity. What do you want to claim?
See an effect
at the end.
Right. So the effect is what is dubbed gravity. That's the effect that I'm referring to. The effect is gravity. Little g, big G. Right. That's gravity.
What causes it?
No one knows what causes it.
That's
No one knows
the
what causes
problem.
it.
The
But
problem
again,
is
it's an
that you don't
observable
have the
phenomenon.
cause.
Right. So, but again, we don't
You
know the
don't
cause.
have the
One second.
cause.
Pop.
That's the problem.
Pop.
Do you not understand that it cannot be scientifically tested?
Right.
You cannot run it through the scientific method to find the cause. Therefore, you have a phenomena, but you don't have a cause.
Do we know the creation of all things? Do we know the beginning of all things? Right? Do we know why there is something instead of nothing?
Oh my God, you're just bouncing
This
around
is
from
your
one thing
This is
to
your
another.
point.
Every time you get burnt, you
No,
just
Pop.
flow on to something
Please,
new.
please let me talk, Bob. Please. All I'm trying to illustrate is your point, right? If you think that again you cannot determine scientific facts because you cannot determine the original cause, that's nonsense, right? We can determine the effects gravity has, little g, big G, right, on the objects around them, right? We can determine these. We don't know what gravity is or why these facts persist in the way that they do. We don't know why electromagnetism, like magnets, it exists specifically why they exist, right? That doesn't mean we can't determine facts about magnets, right? We can determine facts about gravity. We can determine facts about magnets, but we can't determine why the universe exists, right? These are different questions.
We can do a lot of things with magnetism. We can create magnetism. We can make magnets. We can destroy magnets.
Do we know why
Cannot
things are
do
magnetic?
anything with gravity. We cannot create gravity. We cannot manipulate it. We cannot test it.
I mean, there's
Barney, are you keeping this position? There is no measurable curvature in reality. Every observation showing that Earth is measurably flat, but you still will take a part of the, let's say, because you don't believe that somebody is lying or whatever.
No, I think that there are far more reasonable explanations, right, for us being able to see, again, beyond 1.22 miles, right? I think there are far more reasonable explanations, even though I may not know them, right, because of all the mountain of evidence that points to a globular Earth, right? Again, and because it looks flat does not make it flat.
What about longitude and latitude lines? What about longitude and latitude lines to make your maps for your glob? You know that those are flat Earth proofs. You know that those are flat Earth measurements to Polaris, the sun, and other celestial bodies. And
so we were talking about this earlier, right? So like on a flat Earth, right? If the Earth is flat, right? If the the celestial grid, you know, is determined by the position from Polaris, right? The radial distance away from Polaris should increase, right, proportional to your distance away from Polaris, right? So
it does, but it only goes out
to the equator,
because
and then it goes back down. Yeah, and then it goes back down like a globe.
How do you know that it goes back down? You don't know that.
How do you know that?
You don't know that it goes back down. You only know that it goes. You only know that it goes out to the equator because that's the minimum elevation angle to Polaris. You can't see it beyond there. So if you keep going, which you can, you can keep going. So if you can keep going further, even though you can't, you can keep going further, but just because you can no longer see Polaris doesn't mean that you're still not backing up.
Okay, sure. So why can't we see Polaris?
It gets too low on the horizon.
Okay.
It's the definition of the equator. It's the minimum elevation angle to Polaris. If you go any further, you can't see it because you went too far.
I agree. But if the Polaris was the quote unquote center of the Earth, right? Again, there would be no amount of distance that you could travel in a horizontal plane in which your elevation angle, or the angle rather, it appeared in the sky relative to like what position it should be in, far above the middle of the Earth, right? There's no distance you could travel horizontally across a flat plane in order to make the angular distance zero. You know, unless the North Star is like fucking 500 feet up.
Brown, how you measure elevation on the ground, on the sphere?
Relative to sea level, I guess.
Level to the sea level.
Yeah, which changes.
Sea level.
Sea level
how
changes.
do you measure? Let's say you are on the beach on the East Coast. Let's say New York, and now you want to go to the West Beach. How you measure all that changing in elevation on the sphere?
I don't know.
Is it from New York to, let's say, to the West Coast? Is it there a curve?
Yes.
Are you accounting on that curve when you're measuring elevation on the ground?
Typically, no. Because again, you're judging between 2 points.
Welcome to the flat Earth.
You got me, buddy. You got me.
Yeah, you got me. If you want to know, do you know what is bike race?
Do I know what is bike race? Yes, I know what is bike race.
Yeah, like a famous one, it's a Tour de France, for
Tour de
example.
France. Yeah, Lance Armstrong,
Look,
one not druggy.
look all that races and look the elevation profiles of all that races, and you will see one thing: they're going from 100 to 200 kilometers. Sometimes it's even more. It depends of the race. Sometimes it's less, but they are going sometimes 100 to 200 kilometers. Do you know what is the base all the time? The elevation is changing, but the base never changed.
The average sea level, yeah. Sea level
Yeah.
changes. Sea level absolutely changes every day,
But
all the time.
they are changing elevation for 200 kilometers, not because of curve. They are leveled, that down because of sea level, and sea level
you
could
guys
be
are.
even 1,000 miles far away from that point. Let's say from that race. Welcome to flat Earth.
You got me. You got me.
Yeah. If you do you know how you make flat Earth? Make
You don't have to
take
make
a
it flat
big
Earth. It's already flat.
take a big bowl or like a big.
Don't start with the ball. That's a poor place to
No,
start. For flat
not
Earther.
bowl. The bowl, not the
The
ball.
ball Earth. Yeah, the ball Earth. I agree.
No, the container. The round container.
Look at that.
Let's say, take the round
A
container and
bowl.
put water
A
inside.
bowl.
Do you understand?
Oh,
And put
a
water
bowl.
inside, and then put some object what can be on the water. Then you can measure the elevation on that object. And that's
Well,
it.
and
You
obviously
understand?
water
That's
changes
like
in
an old.
elevation, right? With waves. Waves are the change in water's elevation, right? And
Yeah,
then
we
sea level
take out.
changes based on tides, right? So
Yeah,
again, none of
but
not
not
all
based
averages.
not based on curvature.
Again, because you talked about two things that aren't necessarily linked to
Not
curvature.
based on the
Elevation
curvature.
on any given point is not necessarily linked to
Let's
curvature.
do like this. Let's take a ship from the
Yeah,
Glasgow,
and
but
watch it disappear from the bottom up. I agree.
no. Let's take two lines. We will start from Glasgow, but in UK, that's the north of the UK, and another one will be on the water. The ship will go from the north to the south, and another one will go through the land. To the south, and we'll cross all England, UK on the ground, and elevation will change, but base will be zero. But both will cross the curve. Understand? The same parallel line, one is coming from the north to the south, from the UK, and another one on the water. That what is on water will curve, but that what was on the ground, that's sea level, it's only elevation change. My God. Do you understand why sphere is so difficult to work in reality?
Flat Earth confirmed. Globe Earth destroyed. I agree.
But flat Earth claiming only one thing: a flat surface. The globe Earth must have the curved surface. I will be on the side of the globe if I can see the curved surface. Till now, I can see the flat surface. Even if I don't want to now to call myself flat earther, like a person, like a person who flat earthers has more logic than globe earthers in this moment. Not logic, not everything is on their side. If you want to be intellectually honest.
You're being so intellectually honest, Sasha.
But it's nothing to be scared then about reality. Because I
I'm
think
terrified. I'm terrified of you, Sasha. I really am.
maybe you're triggered with that flat earth name. Throw away that from my flat earth, flat earth, flat earth, Don't think about that. Think about globe. Where is that globe? Oh, it's there. There is explanation. Oh, nobody
Yeah.
would die. Oh, okay.
The
But
globe,
find for
the globe
yourself. If you
Brent,
can
Earth
find
is
it,
if
if
you'd
you
like
can
to know
find
where
it,
the globe came from, I can explain it to you using a bowl. Okay, so the idea of looking at Polaris and you move away from Polaris, when you take an elevation angle to Polaris, that gives you your latitude lines. Okay,
right.
on your glob. Okay, then when you get out to the equator, you can't see it anymore. That's the minimum elevation angle to Polaris. Now, if you could imagine, if we placed a bowl over top of this area that we just measured the Polaris with, like the whole northern hemisphere, put a bowl over it, okay, then every place on the ground, we reinterpret that location so that it's in the celestial dome. There's your Earth. All those places got put onto a curved surface in the celestial dome. And that's where they got them from. But the Earth itself is very much flat. It's navigated flat. It's used flat. Maps are flat.
Right, sure. Again, flat is very useful on a big sphere. I agree, right? But again, when we talk about these celestial spheres and we're using them to navigate the Earth, right? With like it's based the celestial sphere is based on the predication that the celestial sphere is based on the predication, right? That the stars are fixed objects at an infinite distance, right? Now the question is, if an object, the Polaris specifically, is a fixed object at an infinite distance, right? How far would you have to walk in order for its angular resolution to get to 0?
To the equator. That's how it works.
Exactly. So then why is it obstructed at the equator or beyond the equator, right? If it's an infinite, infinite distance.
Do you think that you could see through the Earth?
No. Like, that's my explanation, right, as to why the Polaris disappears, because you get on the opposite side of Earth from Polaris.
Well, it doesn't go to the
it makes sense on the
side.
globe Earth. It makes sense on the globe Earth. Yeah.
Okay, let's do it this way. Let's say that you could. You're watching the sun set, okay? And you're looking off into the distance and the sun is setting and you think it's gone below the curve of the Earth. Now, you have a friend that's at that location and he sees the sun and it hasn't set for him. It's still above him and he sees the sun. So the sun never went below the ground. You perceive it.
Yeah, no, the ground is in between the sun. That's what what you're failing to conceptualize, right? Again, the sun isn't going below the ground. The ground, the ground is now in between you and the sun in three-dimensional space. Your line of sight is obstructed.
Only because of the angle. Only because of the minimum angle that you're looking at it. It's coming at you that way. But it never went below the ground. It's not going below the ground. It's not going over a curve. Nobody sees it going over a curve.
Okay.
It's just
you said it goes below the ground, right? So again, obviously the light of the one second. I did air quotes. 1 second, Bob. I did air quotes, right? Again, the light of the sun, right, disappears, right? That's what nighttime and daytime is, right? So again, even if you can't see the sun when it disappears beyond the horizon, right? Again, in some instances you can zoom in, like this video right here from Sasha, right, and then still see the sun, right? I completely concede that fact, right? You can never zoom in and see the sun at night, never, never not one time will you be at night and then zoom in to see the sun, right? Because the Earth is obstructing you from the sun's light. That's what nighttime is.
No, it's just too far away.
It's just too far away.
No, same thing. Okay, the sunset. Okay, you're watching the sunset off in the distance. At no point does the sun go around the Earth, because somebody else could be out at that location and they'll still see the sun up in the sky. It's never dropped. It's never dropped for them. It's still up in the sky. You only perceive it that way because you've moved back. It's perspective. Right. You just moved back so far that it's now on your horizon, and that's what happens to Polaris. When you get to the equator, it's now on the horizon. It can't go any lower. If you continue to move back, you're just not going to see it. You're too far away.
Bob, I know, right? So again, but it's not because you're too far away, right? Because again, if that would mean that these, like in a triangle, right? If we do trigonometry and determine our angle, right? Or it's the triangulation of positioning, right? Again, the Earth, the sun, right, has to be close and local, and the stars would also have to be close, or less powerful.
Fucking dig, nigga. Suck this dick, nigga. You know what else is flat? My dick is fucking flat, nigga. My dick is flat, nigga.
Sonic
in the chat.
You guys
I just muted him. Just mute him. Everyone that wants to have a conversation. So again, the stars, right, have to be close, have to be local in order for your angular distance to be reduced to 0 or beyond the point where you cannot see, right? In the triangulation between your point, the horizon, and the sun, the North Star in this example, right? Again, the Earth does not have enough space, or rather space that we can access beyond the ice wall, right? In which for this angular distance to reach 0, if the stars are, you know, quote unquote, infinitely far away and or a great distance away from us, right? The only reason that these objects, the stars specifically, would be obstructed, right, if they're at a great distance, would be that they are obstructed by the body of Earth.
No, that's incorrect, because when you're doing celestial navigation, you're doing it as a flat plane. You're using it as a flat plane. It's the only way that you can do the math for this. There is no curve. It's just not there. You're just moving further back. The flat goes lower and lower on the horizon down to the point where it's now on the horizon, and then you just move too far away from it. And that's what happened. The same thing happens with the sun for your daytime and your nighttime. The sun comes over you when it's at 90 degrees above your zenith, which is also a flat Earth curve. You can't have 90 degrees on a globe. You can only have it on a flat plane.
Look at
the sun is at 90 degrees, it's right over top of you, and when it moves away, it starts to get darker and colder.
Okay, you done? Okay, so again, the angle, the horizontal plane, when you're talking about angular distance, is the horizontal plane of the observer, right? An unreal line, a non-real line. The line of sight between the observer and then the horizon, right? That's the line, right? So again, it's not the surface of Earth. It's the imaginary line between, right, the observer and the horizon, right? The observed horizon. So again, that's the flat plane that we're referring to. So again, angles can absolutely be derived when you use that imaginary flat plane. Again, Earth is very, very big, right?
Why do you have to imagine it? Maybe it's just flat.
Because you have to imagine math, you have to imagine angles, you have to imagine the concepts that we're discussing.
That work on a flat plane, those ones, okay?
Yes, those ones.
So you need, if you're going to use angles for any of this stuff, you need a flat plane. So we're going to treat it as flat because we need angles, and we're going to do everything with it flat. We're going to navigate it flat. We're going to make our maps using our flat mechanics.
We're going to go to space flat, right?
Oh, really?
We're going to fly flat.
What's space? Second law of thermodynamics violation there.
Oh, is that what it is? Is it air next to a vacuum? Is that the second law that you're talking about?
Yeah, that's a problem.
I know.
And
Yeah,
also
low pressure going to high.
and also
Man,
the first
going to
law
low.
too.
Did you say next?
Yeah.
Can you compare now that next with the atmosphere? How big it is?
Okay, I thought you said next. Now I have no clue what you're talking about.
Yeah, next to vacuum of the space.
How big
is that atmosphere comparing that next vacuum to space?
It gets smaller and smaller until the vacuum of space.
He's saying compare the vacuum of space to our atmosphere.
Okay, there's less particles per million. That's the definition.
He's saying size.
It's much bigger. It's much bigger than Earth.
How much bigger?
A lot. Arguably infinite. Arguably infinite.
That gas, it's moving also 66,000 miles per hour, and we are not affecting that anything. Everything is cool here.
It's called inertial frame.
Yeah,
it's not getting sucked out into the vacuum. Is that what you believe?
Some of our gas is lost into space. Absolutely is. That's it's a conceded fact.
But I thought gravity.
You don't think gravity. You don't. You misunderstood my point. Is what you did.
Stays. Only some of it goes, right?
Yeah.
Our atmosphere, it's touching 10 to minus 17 torr in 1 moment.
Yeah.
All the time, not in 1 moment, because it's moving through that.
Yeah. Also true. But again, not on the surface of Earth, obviously, right? The higher up you get from the surface of Earth, right, the less atmosphere there is. That's the atmosphere gradient that I mentioned at the beginning of this conversation. Which is a demonstrable fact.
Can we demonstrate that on the Earth? Let's say that vacuum
gradient. You can absolutely demonstrate a gradient on Earth.
No. Can we demonstrate this? Let's make a vacuum chamber. We cannot make that vacuum chamber of 10 to minus 17 torr. Do you know that?
Yeah, everything would explode relative to
Do you
the
know what?
yeah,
Do you know what we can make here on
or
the air? 10 to
implode
minus,
rather.
10 to minus 6, I think.
Sure.
Do you know how different it is between 10 to minus 6 and 10 to minus 17?
Probably a lot.
It's like 11 zeros.
Sure. Okay. So then let me ask you, right? Then what's the difference? What's one second, Sasha?
I want to. I want to. I want to
Question. Let
lead
me
you.
ask a
I want to
question.
only lead you, nothing else. Then we will come to. That means that pressure vacuum of the space. It's 11 zeros. Wait, 2 or 3. Something about billions times stronger than what we can produce on
Yes.
the Earth. Okay,
Yes.
good. Now, I
Now,
will leave it that doesn't matter that kind of pressure. Let's put it in that
doesn't
vacuum
matter.
chamber. What? No, yeah, of course that's fucking strong. Let's put it in this what we can produce on the air. Let's put some kind of spherical object around. Must be some kind of gas, and let's move that object somehow. I don't know how, but it must go very fast speed in that vacuum chamber. You know.
Heard of
Understand me? With
CERN?
the gas, spherical,
Have you heard of
and
CERN?
and then I will say yes.
Large
It is.
Hadron Particle Collider.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
saying, how do you keep the gas on the Earth, dude? Put the fucking thing in a vacuum and move it fucking really fast, and show us how the fucking gas sticks to it.
Right. Again, the beginning of the beginning of his point was that the vacuum of space was not comparable to the vacuums that we can compare on Earth, right? But now you're asking me to
he's
compare the
saying just
vacuums.
use the one on Earth.
Yeah. So just use them. They're not comparable, but just use them.
Yeah,
obviously.
well, the one out in space is fucking 11 zeros bigger. He's saying,
Right,
man.
right. So
you can't even do it in a fucking minus
agree.
6 one. How the fuck do you expect to do it in a minus
Let me demonstrate
17?
Let me demonstrate my point. How many particles per million are there at the brink of Earth's atmosphere? Like at the Kármán line, how many
know, right?
Oh my god. Answer my
That's
question. I answered your question.
Man.
How the fuck should I know, dude?
I know you don't know. That's what I'm saying. It gets a gradient that progresses into the line in which we would determine space. Right now it's 100 kilometers, but that's political, right? But beyond the point, it's the parts per million, right? Around, like again, some people determine that the Earth's atmosphere technically stretches around the moon, right? Only because those gases and the things that we can perceive that stretch around the moon's orbit can be detected to have influence.
Flat earthers that say
of course
that?
they're not. You know that they're not flat earthers because flat earthers don't believe the moon's away from Earth.
You're saying there's gas pressure out there?
No, there's not gas pressure. I'm not falling into that trap.
Well, you're saying there's a gas pressure gradient.
No, I'm saying there's a pressure gradient. Gas pressure, by definition, it involves a container.
Right. So what are you breathing?
Air. The atmosphere.
What's
pressure.
in air, dude?
What's in the air?
Yeah.
Oxygen, nitrogen, helium.
So gas then, right?
There's gases, there's particles. Yeah, there's more than just gas. There's solids as well.
I don't give a fuck.
I know you're trying to avoid it.
Gas, right?
But it's about 14.7
I know you don't give a fuck.
psi.
Yeah, it's atmospheric pressure. Yeah, it's psi. It's about
right.
pressure. Yeah.
So you need a container to have pressure.
You need a container to have gas pressure. That's what
right.
by definition, right? But again, when you define
where's your container?
Right, the container is the Earth's influence on the gases around it, right? Hence why
the container you use to get the reading too, you have to have a container for that too, right?
Container implies a physical, real object, right? The gas is being.
How do you get atmospheric pressure, dude? You got to measure it somehow, right? What do you use to measure it? That's what DMOC just asked you.
A barometer.
With a container,
so two
right?
Containers.
God, yeah, the barometer is contained in something, absolutely.
I wonder why it's got to contain it.
Maybe because it's the antecedent for gas pressure. You need to have a volume. It's part of the formula.
Right. Again, so we obviously know that there's a gas pressure gradient on Earth. That's demonstratable. It's easily showable. So that's why balloons.
The antecedent for that gas pressure gradient is a container.
I disagree.
Well, you can't disagree with natural laws.
It's not a natural. Okay, well, you're disagreeing with gravity as a natural law. So
gravity's not a natural law.
But neither is gas pressure. Gas pressure isn't a law, right? It's our fundamental understanding.
Contraire. You should look it up.
Show me the law. Show me the law of gas pressure.
The second law of thermodynamics.
Okay, those are two different things, right? Those are two completely different things. There's no law of gas pressure, right?
It's called entropy.
Right, there is entropy, right? There is absolutely entropy, and we're not in disagreement about that, right? But we are in disagreement in the existence of gravity and mass is attracted to mass, right?
Isn't it like T equals NRT or something like that, brother?
Are you unfamiliar with gas laws? Like Boyle's law? I mean, if you pop a balloon, which way does the gas go?
It disperses in the atmosphere.
Does it go down because of gravity?
Yeah, there is an effect, yes.
No, you just said the answer. It goes omni and everywhere.
Scientific laws and then be like, okay, but gravity isn't real. Like it's so baffling to me. It's crazy.
Do you really think we experience the effects of gravity on gas?
Gravity is the study, right, of mass attracting mass, right?
You just said it was a law. No, you're outdated.
You said gas pressure was a law. I'm conflating your point, right? Gravity isn't a law, right? It is a observed natural phenomena that is a fact, right? No one knows the cause of gravity necessarily, right? But
you
gravity
just said you did, dude. Mass attracting mass.
No, that's the effect.
No, that's the fucking cause, you idiot.
It's a fact and an effect, and it's true. No, bro, it's made up.
You guys are right.
Theory.
You guys got me again.
The theory of gravity.
They got you.
It is a theory. So is germ theory. So is atom theory. So is, again, the theory of consciousness. Technically, again, laws can be demonstrated and can't be broken, right?
Absolutely.
Theories.
How many theories of gravity that we have?
What?
How many theories of gravity
Several.
we have? How many?
Several. You want to quantum? It's 6.
No, it's not 6. I think that somebody's claiming it's 75.
Oh, I don't give a fuck. I said many. That was my first point. Then you said, no, give me a number.
Okay, which one is that? What we will get it right?
Which one's holding gas?
Which one is proven?
Gravity is the study of mass attracting mass. That's the effect dubbed gravity, right? The cause is unknown in the greater scope of the world.
You fucking word it however you like, dude. Fuck, man. Come on now.
It's the definition.
The effect isn't fucking mass attracting mass, man.
That is the effect. It's
in your fucking little brain it is. I get it.
This is what we boil down to. You guys can't conceptualize these scientific foundations that all of other science is predicated upon. Physics
we can demonstrate
reality.
Gas pressure going up and not being held by gravity.
Right, we can demonstrate birds going up, right? That doesn't mean gravity doesn't exist.
Brown, I concluded with you. It's very easy. For example, you know that gravity is a fact, that gravity exists, Earth is spherical, and advice. Do never ever check the surface in reality, and you will never ever have problems with it.
You're right. You got me. You got me again. Okay. Damn.
If you don't check that, man, you will nobody will take your
I addressed that
point with you already.
You know, if you don't check that, nobody can convince you because you will always not say gravity, and that's it.
No, again, gravity is a demonstrable effect, right? Again, the cause is unknown.
And it's making Earth spherical. Is that correct?
Yes, right? But again, if we can agree,
that's why I'm saying, do never check. Yeah, to never check that in reality because, it will ruin your beliefs.
I agree. I will be shattered.
Yeah.
He's saying prove that it fucking makes spheres, dude. By measuring the fucking ground, man. Show us fucking curved water.
Can we agree?
Can you show me curved water?
Oh my god.
Wrapping around a ball.
No.
And then we're done, dude. It's simple.
No.
We're done right after that, man.
Flat Earth squashed.
I'm going home right after you show me that, dude. This channel's closed down. The other channels are closed down. All of it. It's simple.
So again, if I showed you,
dude, if I showed anyways, right?
Obviously, a picture would be proof, but you don't believe the picture. Right, so again,
what fucking picture do you have of fucking water curving around a ball? What, the one from fucking the vacuum of space?
Can you verify that picture?
No,
can you go and take that picture for yourself?
No, I cannot. Right, but again, if it was real, right? If it was real, right, which I believe it to be, if it was real, then it would be proof, right? But again, you guys don't believe it to be real, so that's the contention, right? So that's again the proof isn't the contention.
How
Well,
about
we know
the
it's not
reality,
real
dude?
Real.
because you can't have gas pressure without a container.
No, by definition you can't, right? But atmospheric pressure and gas pressure are not the same thing just because they both have gas.
Why is it so hard, dude?
Atmospheric is a
If it was real, we
contradiction of
would fucking
terms.
see it, man. We could go
You
back
guys
and
are
prove it.
you guys are all talking over each other. You guys are all talking over each other.
Hold on, one at a time, guys.
These are all talking over each other. Any one point, please. Anyone who wants to
ignore the laws of reality to explain fairy tale land. Okay,
again, the laws of
he
reality.
told you specifically about the second law of thermodynamics.
Right, but he didn't say why gravity disproves the law of or why that falsifies.
Because nobody gets to finish a statement.
My bad. Please explain why gravity is disproven by the second law of thermodynamics.
That's not what I was explaining. I was explaining something else to you. But
no, that's what you said. You said you said the law of thermodynamics.
No, I wasn't finished. I wasn't finished.
Then go ahead.
Thank you. And then he explained to you the second law of thermodynamics, something that we can test.
Go ahead. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was
all the answers.
The law was never explained, but please continue.
You know all the answers. Go ahead.
No, if your point was that the law was explained to me, it wasn't. And
you don't know what my point was.
I'm sorry. Please continue.
You know all the answers. You know all the answers.
It goes from high to low pressure. There you go. Explained.
And it's a law that always happens.
Does it go from high to low pressure? Always, right? Because again, if it goes from high to low pressure, right, then the high pressure on the Earth, right, we'd see gas travel upwards towards the lower pressure higher up in our atmosphere, right? We could determine that there's a lower atmospheric pressure higher up in our atmosphere, right? So we should see.
In other words, it would fuck off into outer space. Again, according to your paradigm.
No, not according to my paradigm.
But gravity somehow magically holds it back, right? Magically. If you take a look in the chat, I can show you demonstration of gravity not holding gas from going up into a vacuum. Can you demonstrate the opposite?
Post your proof, please.
Brown,
it's posted.
Must be turned off.
You don't see the picture there?
Recluse. Brown Recluse, do you believe that gravity holds air to the Earth? Simple question, yes or no?
I believe gravity has effect on all massive objects.
Because you got a problem with that. If that were true, if gravity was holding things to the Earth, if you take a vacuum chamber and you put an object in there on a scale and you weigh it, it would weigh more before you took the air out of the container. But that's not the case. It weighs more when you remove the air from the chamber. So gravity is not being pulled down by air. In fact, the air is acting as a buoyant force for whatever that force for whatever that object was.
No, he has to interrupt you before you finish.
I just want to. I agree that air is a buoyant force, but can I see what you're talking about? Link it.
You were taking a physics class?
Yeah, just search fucking things way less in a vacuum, dude. You'll find it real simple.
You just go by what he's told.
If you were to post it, I wouldn't have to look it up, and I can continue the conversation.
Or you can just use your common sense.
Okay, that's not common sense. I don't have a vacuum. So how is that common sense?
It's a law of entropy. It requires containment.
So if you find out that's true, are you going to believe him?
That things weigh more in a vacuum? Yeah.
Vacuums aren't natural.
Brownie, you can see the chat, right? Brownie, you can see the chat, right?
I'm looking at chat.
Can you address
the
laws of entropy in chat?
Yeah, again, that in that glass container, the gas pressure equalizes within the volume of the container. I completely concede that fact, 100%. I don't
Why
think
didn't gravity hold it down?
Because gravity's effects, right, in effects to each particle of gas, right, is incredibly weak. It's the mass of the object over the distance between two objects, right? So again, when we're talking about the Earth's gravitational effect on a single particle of gas, right, or even a cloud of gas, right, it's an incredibly small, attraction between these two, right? So gas can float in all directions, right? Given if it's released, like a balloon popping will float in all directions, right? But again, the gas on the surface of the Earth there's still more gas on the surface of the Earth than there is further up towards space, right?
So what is the containment?
Wrong. Can we have that effect and the flat surface in reality?
Just repeating yourself. What is the containment for that air pressure he asked you?
Correct. Earth's gravity, and there's also like the ozone layer and all these different layers of atmosphere.
Both of those things, all of those things, both of those things.
There's several different things keeping the pressure on Earth, right? Obviously, oxygen is produced on Earth, right?
Ozone layer, it's gas.
Anything to deflect from the point.
He thinks gas holds gas.
You guys got me again.
Is that right? It's a magical open system.
King got a lot.
Not magical.
Gas pressure next to a non-gas pressure.
It's misunderstood. It's understood. Again, we do not fully understand many of the topics that we discussed.
We got you on every point, sounds like.
And gravity works only with a spherical object.
You got me on every point except for what gravity is, right? In the demonstration of gravity.
Yeah, we've been over the theory of gravity.
What's little g in physics?
75 theories. The theory.
Again, what's little g in physics? Why is little g an understood theory. Little g? What? You just keep saying buried, right? What is little g and big G?
So you're talking about the effect and the cause, right, brother?
No, I'm talking about what we determine to be big G and little g, the constants of gravity.
Yeah, I'm telling you, one's an effect and the other one's a cause.
Okay, explain the difference between big G and little g.
And where did you get your cause from?
It went right over his head.
Neither big G or little g is a cause. They are a quantification of the effects we experience.
Dude, who discovered gravity?
Who gives a fuck? I'm talking about
I want to know your fucking cause, dude, and where the fuck it came from, man.
The understood basis of physics, right? In much of the way that gas pressure is defined in the physics manifold, right? And the gas pressure is defined as the gas held within a container.
I don't give a fuck, man. I want to know what your cause is and where it came from.
You're making stuff up, dude. The physics manifold.
Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
The set of all preview of the body knowledge.
What's the cause and where did it come from?
The big G is the cause of the little g.
Gravity is what we dubbed the effect. I've already seceded 7 times at least that we don't know the cause of gravity.
You said it was mass attracting mass like 10 times.
No, that's the effect. That's what we're calling gravity.
The effect, dude.
That's what we're calling gravity. So, dude, get it around your head. The effect, the effect we're demonstrating is the mass attracting mass, right? That's what gravity is.
That, man. Fuck.
So you're demonstrating it now. It's not the effect. Come on now. Come on. You need a nap, my guy.
That is true more than anything anyone else has said. You need a juicy and a baba and a nap and a blankie. All the above.
Yeah.
I just would really love to come into this conversation with like a mutual understanding of like us trying to get to a deeper knowledge of the truth, as opposed to obfuscating and trying to pick on each other's points.
There's no need, dude. We're discussing reality. You're discussing theoretical concepts.
Physics isn't again, while they may be theories, right? Germ theory is the real demonstration of how germs have an effect on living creatures.
Anything about the
cell theory is an incredibly well understood theory, right? But it's a cell theory. Right, even though it's an understood fact. So you understand the difference while I have issues with your categorization. Of course, it's irrelevant to you because it disproves your point. Of course, it's irrelevant.
Why is it called germ law? Why is it germ law? Why is it germ law?
Let's not get too far.
I'll tell you. One second. I'll answer.
It just says gravity causes gravity. Fucking, you're a fucking genius, dude.
That's not what I said. That's not what I said. That's not at all what I said.
That's exactly what you keep saying over and over and over again, man.
No, I said we don't know the cause. It's the effect. Let me answer.
Yeah, you do. You tell me mass attracts mass, and that's fucking the cause and the effect, right, brother?
No, I said it's not the cause 18 times. If you just listen to the words coming out of my mouth, right? Let me answer coffee. Why they don't call it germ law, right, is because science is under the preview of being supersedable.
Now we're talking about
Shut the fuck up,
right?
Don't overtalk me.
Let's talk about germs now, right?
Theories are our best understanding of the representation of reality, right? So germ theory, cell theory,
it's not science.
Germs, right?
No, it's not science.
It is specifically science. No, germ theory, cell theory is science, right? Theories.
Science is the scientific method.
What is science?
It's something that can be tested and repeatable over and over again, and when you get the exact same thing that happens, it becomes a law.
No, that's not how laws and theories work.
Right, of
No,
course.
okay, let me define it for you. Let me define the scientific theory of law or the
So what
scientific
natural
definition.
phenomenon, i.e. the cause, what is the cause of your gravity?
Let me define
what
these things.
What is the natural phenomenon that
Let me define what we're talking about before we continue. Before we get off, right? So the definition of theory in a science, a carefully thought out explanation for observations of the natural world that has been constructed using the scientific method, which brings together many facts and hypotheses, right? That's the definition of a scientific theory, right? Now I'm going to define law for you, right? So we can understand the difference between a law and a theory, right? A scientific law is based on repeatable experiments or repeatable experiments or observations that describes and predict a range of natural phenomena, right? And the term law is used to diversify between many cases, approximate, broad, narrow, across fields of natural sciences, physics, chemistry, astronomy, geoscience, biology, right? Laws are developed from the data and further. I'm just trying to find the specific.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Again,
I have two more questions for you.
The important word is experiment.
Exactly, I was taking
nobody will convince you. You don't want to look into this flat earth. You didn't realize that there is no measurable curve. There is nothing for you. You still want to believe in the globe.
Yeah, again, I'm a sheep. I get it. I'm a sheep.
Speaking reality.
I get that I'm a sheep. Let's just focus on the points, right? My point is that theories and laws are different things, right? I'm just trying to illustrate that point specifically and how we can go
got you
further.
on all your points. There's nothing else to talk about.
So, can we at least agree that laws and theories are different things in terms of science definitions? Can we at least agree to that?
Agreed on that. We agreed on that.
Wonderful,
We're
right?
discussing reality, the laws.
So is germ theory
theoretical concepts?
Right. So is germ theory, cell theory, right, an accurate representation of reality?
No, because it's a theory.
Okay, there we go. Then we disagree.
Like gravity.
So again, but germs and cells are incredibly well understood.
Yet there's a law of entropy which debunks your gravity, but you fail to realize the reality of that.
Yeah, like gas laws.
You'd rather keep discussing theoretical concepts.
I think
rather bring it back to theoretical concepts.
I think you guys are just specifically and possibly maliciously misunderstanding the points that I'm trying to bring out.
No, you're just affirming the consequence by using the Earth itself. You don't realize it.
Comments that you said that you had to go through that these things were put through the scientific method, okay, for a theory. So in order for
no, he said that for a law.
You said that for a law?
It's both. It's both.
You said for both. Okay, so how do you put gravity through the scientific method, cause and effect?
What's the cause? What do you observe? That's his question.
Obviously, things fall, right? That's one. That's one effect.
That's the effect. What we're looking for is the cause.
Wait, give him time.
And if you can find the cause, you need to be able to vary and manipulate it to prove that it is the cause.
Can we determine facts without knowing a cause?
That's besides the point.
No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. No, if no, one second.
No, ask him a question to answer his question.
No, one second. Because my
point. Did you hear his question?
Flat Earth Ranger. Let me just clarify, right? If the point, right, is that the scientific experiments of gravity are invalid because you cannot manipulate the cause, right? My question is, right, can we know things, right? And my point was that gravity is the definition of the effect, not the cause, and I seceded that we do not know the cause of gravity, right? But beyond that, can we determine facts without knowing the cause, right?
Yeah, can we just make them up, dude?
This is what I talk about maliciously misunderstanding, right? No one wants to answer my questions, even though I answer questions.
No, that's a good enough answer for me.
Of course it is. I know it is for you. It's not a good enough answer for me.
As long as you can't scientifically apply the scientific method to it, you can't test or measure gravity, but you can explain away with it. Gravity, but we can explain and test density and buoyancy, but you're going to disregard that because it throws gravity out the window. We understand, yeah.
You can test, like, again, there's obviously...
Yeah, we understand, yeah.
All right.
And Archimedes' principle came before the invention of gravity and the explanation. And I mean, you think about it, when it was being invented, it was used to actually explain these newfound heavenly bodies that could be actually spinning and revolving around us, right? I.e. Newtonian
I don't think
model.
He was listening.
Orbital mechanics, yeah. Obviously, Obviously,
And then
orbital mechanics mean nothing to you.
Einstein comes
you got
along
him
and
right there.
it
You got
gets
him right there.
superseded, right? Because oh man, it's even bigger and it doesn't actually explain anything. Crap. Well, space-time fabric, right? And so they've changed this definition again, or at least the explanation.
The thought of the cause, yeah. Again, the cause. I've said so many different times during this conversation that no one knows the cause of gravity. I've said it so many times.
We're trying to explain why you don't know the cause.
Hypothesized. It's because it's currently unknowable. We don't have the tool. We don't have the capabilities of knowing what the cause is. Like we don't know the cause of the beginning of the universe, or the cause of the Big Bang, right? Or the cause of
the cause of
right. But you explained it as
your...
hold on. But you explained it as something falling, but at the same time disregard something that is verifiable and testable. No, you didn't even listen to what I said.
The question was, what is the observed natural phenomena? Right. That my answer was things falling.
Right.
That was the question I answered, to the one you're referencing right there.
Your answer is something that can't be proven, but we're going to disregard the fact that density and buoyancy is provable and testable and repeatable.
Yes.
So just disregard that because we're focused on gravity for things falling.
Yeah.
It's
definitely when you drop a helium balloon.
I'm sorry.
I'm crazy.
You guys are right. The Earth is flat. I secede.
Yeah, we got
any globe earther can take the.
Well, it doesn't make the Earth flat. We're just trying to tell you that
I can see
gravity doesn't equal ball.
I agree.
Right? I mean, just because we have the effect of things falling down doesn't mean magically the surface of the Earth is curving.
When you're saying that things are falling because of gravity, what is the cause of apple falling? We said that it's a branch will be dry and it will fall. If rain is falling, it must be produced there in the clouds and it will start to fall. If you take a ball from the ground, you are the cause of the moving the object through the medium what is less dense. Of course, that you are using your energy, and of course that it will fall because it's in that medium. Because you are the cause. Nothing is falling, man. You're saying rocks is falling. Yeah, rocks are falling because of what? Because of wind. Because rocks, it's again falling where? In the less dense medium. Nothing is falling.
Yep, nothing falls. Earth is flat. I agree. Space is fake.
Do you see? I don't see now. I'm in my room. Nothing is falling, man. Everything is stationary. Nothing is falling.
But everything is anchored to the Earth. I'm sorry. I'm done.
Yeah, but nothing is falling. If I take something, I will move that object through the medium what is less dense. Of course, it will fall because I move that. I am the cause of the movement. If you want about falling, clouds, for the rain, rocks. I don't know because they are old, but they are falling through the medium. What if apple falls into water? It will go to the.
I think it flattens, right? or it gets launched into the vacuum of space, or rather, it hits the dome. I think, right? If it falls hard enough, it'll bounce hard enough to hit the dome. I think.
What dome?
Yeah.
Why you have some like you did I say in this 1 hour anytime dome?
I wouldn't be talking about who was here, subdued.
Brown, why you putting? Why you are for example? Why you are racist?
Why am I racist? I'm not racist. I'm not racist.
But I didn't say dome, man.
I'm just being an asshole. I'm honest.
Do you understand the logic?
No,
you're thinking about some dome what nobody claimed, you know. But now I'm claiming that you're racist and you're laughing. Yeah, well, why not? You know.
No, I'm clearly being satirical and sarcastic. Again, obviously, I'm just. If I'm honest, I'm just tired of the conversation.
I told you. Do you know the positions now? After because I asked you in the beginning. Do you know what is the flat Earth position? The main reason.
No curve.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. We disagree.
Well, we can disagree, whatever. You can go to check water and speak with water. Water, why you...
I can speak with the water.
Yeah, you can ask like this. Water, people saying that you are curving. Are you? Can you tell me? Are you curving? And water will be quiet. Water will not say anything because water cannot see. Water only can show you how water behave in
Hey, Water,
reality,
people be saying you thick.
and
Water,
that
what
will
up
be
with
your
that?
and that will be your answer. The water. Now it's on you. You will trust the people who are saying that water is curving, or you will trust the water how water is behaving.
Well, water, I can't trust the water because it's not talking to
Yeah,
me.
I'm trusting more water than people who saying that water is curving.
You're trusting
That's me.
your own categorization of the world versus the
I'm
experts. I
trusting my
agree.
senses. If I stop to try my trust my senses, man, it's over.
Well, again, there are instances where your senses are unreliable.
But I'm alive because of my senses.
You
I
have
can
to
tell you
rely.
because
I agree, but you have to rely on your
I
senses.
can
But you
tell you.
also have to agree that your senses are fallible.
Yeah, of course.
Of
But
course.
I can tell you, you must trust your senses. If you don't trust your senses, it can lie you some things. Some things could happen. Some optical things could happen also. Yeah,
Yeah. So
that's correct.
our senses are 100%
Yeah, but
reliable.
when you see the ocean surface in reality, that's not that optical effect. That's ocean. And you can
Well, he
say
thinks it's
honestly,
like a
like
magic show.
yeah, you
There's
can say
actually a trick
honestly,
going on.
I think
you can
everything's a
say
magic show.
you can say honestly like this. Okay, I see the ocean. You don't need to start to explain. You know what? There is a. Do you know what? Like you will start to read. Do you know what is light? Yeah,
Well,
I know what is light. Light is that what is giving me a source that I can see. And
right.
then
So
I see ocean.
so
Do you
if
know
I'm
how light? Do you know how light is work?
yeah. Well, again,
How
if we talk
how
about
light
flat
works
Earth,
on flat Earth? Can you
if we
tell me
talk
how
about
light works on flat Earth?
well, again, how light works matters, right? With how we view things, right? Because
How would light works on flat Earth? Can you
it
imagine
probably
that?
work exactly the same.
Yeah, that means
Good
you will
job.
have the flat surface and the light. And opposite things is you will have curved surface
Yeah.
and the light.
Again,
That's it.
no. All I'm trying to say, when we talk about flat Earth versus globe Earth, we're really talking about how we determine truths. How do we come to the foundations of our knowledge, right?
We have curved for flat surface, for the sphere's curved surface. That's it. I
Right.
told you now.
TV told me it's a ball. Is pretty much what you got.
That's
Because
education
that's
camp,
how it
dude.
was taught to us too, man.
I
We were all
really
taught the
feel
globe.
I
Also,
really feel like I've been talking about so much more than just the pictures. I feel like I brought up so many more different points. Maybe I'm a globetrotted. But I really feel like I've tried to discuss for hours about the different points as to the specific contentions between
yeah, things
what
that
we
you
would see.
Yeah,
can't
I heard a lot
verify.
of you got me. You got me. You got me.
You got me. We got each other. We're bros now.
You know it.
Like, do you know how people say, "What about seasons?" Okay, what about seasons?
How
Can
do
you
we
imagine
explain
how?
seasons on a flat Earth? Yeah.
Yeah, how you can you imagine the seasons on flat Earth? How would that work for you? Let's
Well,
imagine. We
I
will have flat surface, and then we have winter,
right.
summer, spring, and autumn. That's how it will work.
Again, you can say that, but again, why do seasons occur in the way that they occur, right? Obviously, in the heliocentric model, right, the globe Earth perspective that I live in, right, it's explained why seasons occur. Right? It's explained
It is not. It is not. You
And that
even
one
didn't
doesn't
think.
even make sense.
It does. The tilt of the
No,
Earth. The tilt of the
No,
Earth
it
is
doesn't
responsible
make
for
it.
the seasons.
Still take away
No,
from
you,
it. Okay.
no, it's actually when the sun is closer in its elliptical orbit.
It's
Did you
the
know that?
it's the tilt of the Earth is it's the distance to the sun, but again,
No,
Let's just
no.
ignore that point, right?
no,
You're
no,
gonna
that's
jump
That
right
makes
over it.
sense to
no, it's
you.
100% valid. It's 100% valid, right? But the tilt of the
So
Earth,
then
right?
it doesn't make sense, right?
It's about exposure to sunlight and power of sunlight, right? So again,
While it's
summers.
man.
tilting and wobbling, it does this tilting wobbling farther away from the sun and closer to the sun. How are you
More
getting winter
an elliptical pattern. Again, it's about the dispersion of sun.
closer to the sun?
It's about a
Okay. Okay. Do you
dispersion
know
of
how it works
sunlight
on the flat
in a
Earth?
given area, right? It's about
Do
the
you know
amount
how
of
it works on the
sunlight.
flat Earth?
Again, no one knows how it works on a flat Earth.
Yeah, we do.
No, you know that it is on a flat Earth. You don't know how it works. Like
It's
again,
when the sun is closer, you experience
on a
more
flat Earth.
heat, and when it's further away, yeah.
How does that explain?
And then you actually get the solar anelemia.
So
You know what a solar anelemia is?
No.
It's basically like a figure eight, but one of the portions is a little bit smaller, especially if you're, closer to the northern star. And when you're closer to the equator, it becomes more, like figure eight-ish.
Right.
Like that eternity sign. How you call?
I know.
It's actually the single spot of where the sun is at a given time.
Yeah. No. Again, it's
for every single
over the
day
course
of an
of a year.
entirely
Yeah.
year cycle.
Yeah. Now I understand. Yeah, but again, I don't. I think again, there isn't a flat Earth model that explains again.
Yeah, there is, dude. Just
day and
open
night
your
cycle.
door and walk outside, man.
All right, guys. I'm sorry.
About how the sun moves.
I'm sorry. I'm so done with the conversation for today. I'll be
One
back
at a time,
later.
bro.
I think Flat Earth Ranger has taken the
Bye,
trophy
Felicia.
today. Okay.
Brown Recluse. Good
Love
talk.
you, buddy.
Enjoyed it.
Good talk, man.
Come back.
Yeah.
I will come back, guys. I don't hate anybody. Thank you for the conversation. I'll be back later.
Later, brother.
Why you don't want to you want to believe that the Earth is a globe? Don't come back. Go live your life now. Everything is okay. You find out that this is everything wrong, and it's okay.
Any other Glober measured curved water? Want to talk? I guess we're done.
If Earth is a sphere and now it's summer, why it's 14 degrees in UK? Why it's cold?
And both points on the tip of the Earth are frozen, right? All the time.
Yep. And there in Europe it's 35 degrees. They can choose. They will speak less about surface. Maybe let's not speak about surface anything.
You can't hold them to the surface, man. They run to space. Run.
What is the main reason? Government, Bible, edge, whatever. Never the surface.
What's up? What's up, flat earthers?
What's up?
What's going on?
There is no measurable curvature in reality.
You're a Glober?
I'm a flat earther.
Oh, damn.
Shit.
I mean, I could.
No, it's all good, brother.
Even I could probably
on you, man.
Don't do that.
I could disprove the flat Earth as much as I can disprove the global Earth.
Even it's easier to disprove flat Earth.
So when you believe in a flat Earth, does that mean you believe that Antarctica. All right, so I'm really a flat earther, but I'm gonna try to. I have so many questions. Maybe you guys can clear it up. So I'll act like a global. Do you believe that there's something beyond Antarctica?
Just the fact that nobody can go there and that they got laws to fucking prevent you from going there, you know, it just kind of makes me think, well, I really don't know. And I guess I can't know, right?
They're angry unicorns for sure.
Do you believe that there's a dome above us or a firmament?
I believe there's something holding the gas in.
Like a dome, like a physical thing we can't.
Well, I don't see a dome up in the sky, so I'm not going to claim some kind of magical dome or anything, dude. But there's got to be something up there. It could be a number of things, man.
Dome is a shape, man.
Yeah, like half an egg over the top of.
Or like a pyramid.
Like a not a pyramid, but
yeah,
like.
No, I don't believe the imaginary fucking photograph that's going around the internet. No.
Why not pyramid?
What about the
Why a cube? Cylinder.
It's got something, right?
Yeah, you can change. You can make a. You know how many container shape that. You know the containers for the you cannot say the shape. They don't have the, you know, some kind of spiral shape of the container. I don't know.
What about all the rockets? What about the rockets?
How about there's a different medium up there?
Yeah.
Yeah, that we can't get through.
Yeah.
Like we've never been to space because it's water.
I don't know if it's water. It's a different medium, but yeah, you're right.
You don't do what somebody else is doing. To get back in.
Is somebody saying, is it water?
I mean, yeah, I'm a dude that completely believes that we're in a dome with water above us, and there's other lands outside of Antarctica and all that good shit.
I don't know if I'd go there, man. Like I can't prove that, right?
Well, he just has beliefs. It's just like saying, you know, Santa's real.
I mean, they say in the Bible something about a firmament, right? And the water is above.
Sure.
Where is that behind Antarctica? Where is that place?
They say that General Byrd or something went over to Antarctica and came back and said there's land beyond it.
Where over? In which direction?
I think they were trying to sell Timex watches, if I'm not mistaken.
Did he go left?
A map, bro, hanging on their wall that shows Nazi bases beyond Antarctica.
Did he go left 2,000 miles and then straight 2,000 miles and then come back and then right 2,000 miles again straight 2,000 miles?
I think he just kept going out.
Where? I'm asking. Did he go? He was.
I don't know. I don't know.
Oh, nobody knows. Yeah.
I never said nobody knows. I said, but there's definitely documentation and there's definitely YouTube videos. You can go look up General Byrd and.
Yeah, but I'm saying that video is what he's showing. You can see the part of
his speech. It's not like someone else that's hidden talking.
No, also that pictures, you know, that videos, you know, you can see the let's say ice wall or whatever, you know, you can see. But is it that? How much is that? Is that 100 miles of left or right? Where he is it here there on across the Argentina or he went left to the Australia? You know how it's.
If I answer that, what will that prove?
Because that what we have information that it's like a one part of the that is like to going to London and say this is the England.
You're saying that he just went across Greenland and ended up in.
No, I'm saying that what we saw, it's like going to London and show the London, and then you say, okay, this is the all England. He was
No, he went across Antarctica, which is a ring
where,
around
man? I'm
the whole
asking
Earth.
you where he go across.
South America. It was south of South America. He went.
Yeah, there, Argentina. Then I know that peninsula there, that part. You know, that you know how much that's like the smallest part, the small part of the Antarctica.
Yeah, I mean, he's a small dude.
Yeah, but I'm saying, did he go now left or straight or right, thousands of miles, or only 100 miles straight or whatever? You understand? We don't know that story. We have some kind of videos, and then we see lands, and you can say that we see maybe 50, 100 miles, and that's it. And you don't have like a that flight, and then somebody showing, okay, he flight, I don't know, 1,000 miles in this direction. You don't have that data. That means we don't know anything about Antarctica. Only that point there. Antarctica is continent. It must be, you know. Why we don't go around Antarctica, you know, like 100 miles or 50 miles, you know, near to shore, not to approach the shore, and make a beautiful video about all Antarctica. We don't need to go in on Antarctica, do you understand? Only to circumnavigate around, and that's it. That story about Admiral Byrd, it's, I don't know, it's in 50s. Everything is connected with NASA. Everything, who knows? There is something of blah, blah, blah. Who knows? But somehow it's strange also that because of land, they made an agreement that they will not research or discover anything. And here they will fucking fight for every piece of land and make wars. That's also strange. I would like to know. Everybody would like to know. Maybe they are protecting us, like in that movie Wall, you know, from that big dinosaurs, whatever, aliens, creatures. But most reason was because of protecting penguins, what I'm recording in my mind, history. You need to pass sea level to reach Antarctica.
What's up, guys? How's it going?
I see you guys playing the quiet game. Who thinks they live on a spinning ball? Is my mic working?
Your mic's working, Dave.
Thank you. That sounded like F.E. Bateman. Cheers, man.
Cheers.
Long time OG. You've heard every argument for the globe and debunked it all. Nobody in here thinks they live on a spinning ball currently. Oh, Scott Mackey was here. Where'd he go? Oh. Anyway, the silence you're listening to represents the total amount of empirical globe evidence. This is me shutting up.
That's because there's so much available.
Yeah, they got so much proof, they just can't figure out which one to think is right, whatever.
Hey Dave, do you I can post you an article written in the journal Nature where they used a ring laser gyroscope to measure the rotation of the Earth. Would that be sufficient for you?
I don't know if I'll be able to look at it. Maybe somebody else will.
What?
It's worth looking at.
Yeah.
They assumed the rotation of the Earth. They didn't prove the rotation of the Earth.
Without looking at it, they assumed it and then they calculated it.
No, that's a great point. So I guess if they are measuring what they would assume to be some rotation on what would be a stationary plane, what would it be? I guess. So like they're measuring with the gyroscope, right? Because we all know how gyroscopes work. They maintain angular momentum, right? So if that angular momentum changes, then there must be some sort of rotation going on. And since we observe a stationary Earth, how do we, how do we reconcile this, I guess?
Would you not consider the sky stuff in the sky is moving? There's your rotation right there. Go ahead, Batman.
Well, a ring laser gyroscope works a little bit different to the old mechanical gyroscope, and you'd probably notice that they have to calibrate it whilst they're actually still. So if they're calibrating the gyroscope when they're still, what are they measuring once it's calibrated? Probably something moving above us. And from what Bob tells us, the infamous Bob that's now passed away, he found out that the higher he went, the different readings he got, which is a little bit strange, isn't it?
No, it's the precession of the actual cat toy that he's using. It's the precession of the tool itself, the instrument, the very thing that we're talking about that's moving, not the Earth. And if you had a superconductor set up, you set up a superconductor, where you get the quantum lock thing to where it's locked from going up vertically or down. And then the hockey puck you drop on top, the track on that's connected to the floor should spin while your superconductor puck sits there. That doesn't happen. That does not happen. There's no resistance on this thing to go left or right for the Earth to spin underneath it. There's no resistance, and it's quantum locked. So it's quantum locked to go up or down, so it won't move that way, but it'll move horizontal, easy as fuck, as long as anything's moving horizontal. So if the Earth was spinning, you would see with the superconductor above the superconducting fucking track. And that doesn't happen. Anytime they set that up and they put the magnets on there, they sit until you move them. So you can rule out the Earth moving. And you can just put the cat toy was reading its own procession.
I gotta be honest with you, man. I have no idea what the fuck you just said about whatnot.
All right, well, who cares? I gotta be honest, I can't believe you're breathing real good.
Yo, how many years have you smoked for?
How many years have you not understood quantum locking or the Earth's not moving?
How many years have you inhaled cigarettes?
And how many helium balloons have you put up in the air and watched them go left or right or east or west?
I put them up my ass.
Okay, well, if you put them up your ass and you walk backwards, they're going to go backwards. They're going to come out your butt backwards. If you go forward, they'll go forward.
No, they
if
wouldn't.
you jump up, the helium balloon will go up. If you jump down, the helium balloon will go down inside any container. So now helium.
You know, I learned whenever you inhale cigarettes, it goes down into your lungs.
Yeah, but whenever you're an ashtray, you should shut your mouth, ashtray.
Ashtray?
Yeah,
Are you trying to use your minor like
I think you use your mouth as an ashtray.
No, that's what you do.
You just like swallow the cigarettes after you're done. Is that what you do?
Use other people's lines too, ashtray.
Why was I serving midi?
Why you trying to call a minor an ashtray? It's
This is a friendly conversation. I didn't mean any harm.
Do you mean any proof of anything?
Proof of what?
Globe spinning that's not.
Globe spinning?
In the side chat.
Oh, how do I go there? Wait. Oh, okay, let's see this. Wait, so D-Mock, do you believe in flat Earth?
Not a belief, religious guy. You believe, you're the religious guy.
No, so what do you think? The Earth is round or flat? What do you think?
I know you can't touch a ball or do any ball physics with the ball right here with me and you right here. And you don't make no damn sense. Nothing you can do with that sphere.
Okay, listen, can you open up your ear holes real quick? Do you think the Earth is round or flat?
Live. So we know you can calculate curves, loser. So if you can't calculate a fucking ball, you go get live.
A ball doesn't have curves, by the way.
A ball head. Go get a fucking ball. We know you won't. You're allergic. Calculate the curve of it.
That's actually, yeah, I did get neutered though. That is true. I don't actually have balls anymore.
Yeah, well, you'll need to go to Walmart. They got them for like $3 to $5. It's a rubbery ball.
Is that how much you get your camels for?
I don't even know what that means. I don't ride camels. Why are you mad? I got a man's voice and you talk like a girl. Why do you keep bringing that up? Is that how you prove the Earth is spinning? So we can take the ring laser gyro out of the equation because when you set a superconductor up, the Earth's not moving. Doesn't matter who can understand that sentence or not. It still stands true.
I can't. Can you break that down for me? How that works?
No, you can. Google superconductor.
Well, I know a little bit about superconductors, but I don't know how that proves the Earth is flat.
Well, then you're retarded. Get out of this debate. I didn't say it proves it's flat. I said it proves it's not moving. What an idiot.
My bad. How does it prove it's not moving?
Because the fucking superconductor has no resistance. That means the track underneath it can go where it wants. If the track is moving, which is the Earth, then the track would start spinning 15 degrees per hour under the superconductor plate you sat atop of it. It's not doing that. It doesn't do that. It just sits there until you or something acts upon it and moves the puck. The bottom fucking track doesn't never move on its own. That's what has to happen because the track is in the fucking building connected to the earth. So the track should be spinning 15 degrees per fucking hour with the earth. And the quantum locked little disc you put above the track that just has no resistance left or right. It's not, there's nothing resisting it. Therefore, no earth spin. Now, what you guys are calculating the drift of is the cat toy itself. It's the cat toy processing the ring laser compass gyro.
Well, what if the superconductor and the track were already moving together? As in conservation of momentum. So why would the track start moving?
There, you don't have any conservation of momentum. Show me with the ball. Get the ball. Do it 1,036 miles an hour one way, 66,600 another way, and then 400,000 another way. And then put an object on there and show us what you're talking about, how it conserves the momentum and the object doesn't notice. We'll wait, dumbass. Fucking magic words, conservation of nonsense. Do you have a ball? Can you demonstrate the conservation of momentum on a real ball in your hand? If you can't, what the fuck are you talking about?
Do you not believe in the conservation of momentum?
I don't have to believe in your religious shit. I told you when you started this with the word, do I believe? Preacher Bob.
Do you know that conservation of momentum exists or not?
Globe Pope, I asked you what you need to do. Get a ball. Show us what the fuck you're talking about with some objects on that ball. Show us how it conserves its momentum and they don't know it.
I just asked for clarification.
Yeah.
Well, no, I'm just saying, I'm not on either side of this debate. I'm just wondering what your perspective is. Do you believe in conservation of momentum?
My perspective is stop saying words you can't demonstrate. Don't say conservation.
I'm not on either side of the debate. I'm just trying to understand your point.
How are you understanding something you can't demonstrate to yourself? You can't demonstrate to me. How could we both understand this thing from you, from your point of view, when you won't show me? What are we understanding?
I'm not trying to prove it or disprove it. I'm just trying to understand if you believe in it or not.
There's a group of kids. They want to know what you're understanding.
Hey, dumbass, he's not claiming anything yet. I'm the one who's
not
claiming something.
understanding anything yet, is he?
What am I not understanding? I'm just asking, what's your perspective? I'm.
Brother, you said conservation of momentum. Show us what that is. Why do you need a fucking perspective of somebody else for you to demonstrate the thing you're trying to talk about?
Momentum.
He brought it up, not me.
Yes, I did.
So if you don't understand what it is, shut the fuck up. Why would you say a thing that you don't know anything about, that you don't have something? Dude, how in the fuck can you speak on something you don't even know what you're talking about that doesn't exist to you anywhere?
Dude, I'm starting to worry that you don't understand what you're talking about.
I'm starting to worry that you don't have a demonstration of conservation of momentum with a ball in your hand. You heard a story, you liked it, you stuck to it, parrot. You shouldn't do that. Demonstrate conservation of momentum for us in the audience so we all will know what that means, like you do imaginarily. Because apparently you have an imagination somebody can't grasp about conservation of momentums on moving things. Like fucking things don't know they're moving. They're not going to react to it. Where did you hear that at? I thought equal and opposite reaction was a thing. That's out the window now? Huh. We can throw all the fucking laws out the window now, right? Thermodynamics and all of it, right? Stupid.
What's the first law of thermodynamics?
Where is your fucking ball spinning?
Say it right now.
Or the conservation of momentum? We're still stuck on this that you won't learn.
No,
you want to learn about something, but you don't want to learn, do you? Now you stop jumping around, cricket. We're on conservation of momentum.
I'm not trying to. I'm just making sure
How did
you
you
know what you're talking
demonstrate
about.
that? How are we understanding anything if you're just giggling, motherfucker? So that's how you do school. You giggle in
He
class.
asked you a question.
The
Just
only
say if you
way
can
you're
answer
going
it
to
or not.
understand it is by doing it right now. How?
Then do
Dude,
it.
clean your fucking ears out.
Then do it.
Nobody is going to understand anything you're not doing. And if you're not doing it, we don't have it. There's no conservation of anything that you're showing us. We would
What are
love
you
to see
talking
that.
about, bro?
I don't know.
What is the first
You
law of
won't show me the
thermodynamics?
conservation of momentum with a ball.
Tell me what
Stop
the first
saying
law
you
of
don't know what
thermodynamics is right now.
conservation of momentum is. Go Google it. Now demonstrate it after you Google it, motherfucker. Why do all you not know anything all of a sudden?
Bro, D-Mark, you're so hard to talk to because all you want to do is like yell bitch.
No, all I want to know is what you guys are making up. Stop saying Narnia fucking catchphrases you heard from Dr. Ross, Bob fucking Dr. Dave, Professor Joe. Listen, a ball in your hand is worth two in the bush. So go get a ball and spin it and show us the conservation of momentum we're supposed to be believing in. Why is this so hard? How would you ever learn about it? How could your teacher teach you about it? By cartoons? By no ball spinning? Is that how you learned?
Yep.
That's fucking weird. Imagine it, kids. Now you're smart. You get an A. Huh. Don't do any real physics.
What real physics have you done? Let me know. Tell me right now.
I spun a ball.
Spun a ball.
I don't think that qualifies you as like as a physicist.
There was no conservation. It didn't hold water. It didn't go in orbit. It didn't do any fucking thing of what you guys claim. So ball physics are out.
Have you asked a physicist about the spinning ball
Have you
question?
got a ball handy to demonstrate?
No, it's not fair to ask me. Like, I don't have a degree in physics. You should ask. You should ask a physicist, right? Like,
ask him what you need to know. It's your claim. Why would I need to ask a fake ass motherfucker who can't do nothing like you? What's he gonna do? What you do? Tell me a story. Is he gonna get a ball?
So you're asking people in a room that like don't have physics degrees, right? Like, you should be asking someone who's much more educated.
We want to see a ball. We want to see how a ball's educated. A ball doesn't need your fucking help. Why do you guys think a ball needs your help to do what it's doing? You keep describing the attributes and the physics of a fucking ball to us and the conservation momentum of such. But then when we get down to the nitty gritty and we say demonstrate it, now you guys are stupid. Now
I'm just worried. So when it comes to science, especially in physics, there's a lot of like peer review and criticism and meticulation when it comes to understanding studies.
No, there's not
and
a peer review.
It kind of scares me because it seems like you're unwilling to take any criticism in your view, which is like very anti-science and how we obtain knowledge. And like,
nothing to review here, boys. No ball in hand. No conservation of momentum.
No, you say there's nothing to review, but there's a really good chance if a physicist was to look at your experiment, there might be some flaws. Do you think your experiment is guaranteed to not have flaws in it?
It's supposed to show conservation of momentum. It's your fucking story, stupid. I don't believe your dog shit. Nobody else does. Can you show us?
Well, I again, it's not my dog shit, right? I'm just saying like how the scientific process works and how there's peer review and criticism of experiments.
You won't show us. Why are you so magical in hiding it? Why will you not? Why can you not show us what a ball do?
It's not being hidden from you, brother. I promise.
So a ball can do this magic shit, but you can't. Isn't that weird?
What magic shit?
I don't know. We're trying to figure it out. Conserving momentums.
No, you just said the ball does magical shit. What is that magical shit?
I don't know. Get a ball and show us that it holds water. You
what
fucking
the fuck are you talking about?
Show us that
it's magical shit and
magic globe shit. Magic globe physics, orbit, attracting mass, holding water, holding gas to it. Any of the magic fucking Narnia claims that your scientists convinced you of in space out there somewhere. They don't exist here. We have one physics. We don't have out there physics you can do in a fucking lab, clearly.
You You give a bad name to the other flat earthers.
I
Dude,
give
you're a
a
fucking
good
idiot.
name to you touching balls, bitch. If you're gonna tell kids what balls do, it's not gonna come out of your imagination. It's gonna come out of a ball physically doing it. You loser
You
fuck.
talk
You
to
don't
another
need
flat
to.
earther, bro.
You could be lost and not talk ever, bitch, and a ball will do fine without you, stupid. Anybody else? Next. Anybody else can present the ball and this goop ball can't? No ball science guy. You give science of balls a bad name when you won't touch one and you won't present one to anybody. What a
You're
good
mad
globe.
because we won't touch balls.
Go take care of your kids,
No,
bro. I
you
hear them
are.
fucking screaming in the
Hey,
background
go suck your
constantly.
mom's ass, dude.
What'd you say about my mom's ass?
Go suck the balls out of it, brother. We'll find out what conservation of momentum is. We'll see how
You're
back
gonna cry if you keep saying stuff like that.
I'm gonna cry if you keep not showing us how to do science with balls.
Well, don't do that.
Can a Glober please show us how to do ball science or physics, please?
Just Google ball science. You'll find some interesting videos.
Yeah, we're gonna find cartoons, and you're not gonna demonstrate none of them.
I don't think you'll find cartoons.
I don't think you're gonna find anything. That's why you haven't brought the ball out. I think anything you could have did already would have been
Dude,
done.
the ball's out. The ball's out. Don't
Whatever
worry.
you could have did would have been done 10 years ago, right when this debate happened. Any of you Globers, you would have won the debate the first day it happened. You have not done so ever.
I want you to take the balls out. How about that? Why don't you take the balls out? We all want to see it.
I don't believe in non-existent balls that don't exist.
Come on, right now. Put them on the table.
I don't believe in balls a man doesn't make. Now shut up, stupid.
All right, guys. Hey, everyone here heard it. He won't put his balls out.
Actually observe ball phenomenon. You've never even done that yet. You can't even observe a ball in nature. Shut up.
Brother, go take care of your kids. They are screaming in the
Kick
background.
your mom in her nuts. Don't worry about your mom.
What are they
What
doing?
you need to do is go get a ball. Take care of your ball. It's ran away from you. The physics of it have ran away from you. It's eluded you.
I'm genuinely curious what your kids are doing.
I'm
Are they just
genuinely
fucking
curious
running around?
how
What are
you
they doing?
believe a lot of shit. Are you in an asylum right now where you believe balls hold water? I think you better go take care of your parents and make sure you're fucking not stupid. You need a check because you think balls hold fucking water.
Let me talk to your kid right now. Bring one of your
Who taught
kids up
you to
here.
deny reality right now? Tell us.
I didn't hear what you said. Bring one of your kids up here.
Who taught all of you Globers to deny reality? Teach us. We want to know.
I don't think we're denying reality. When you come and tell me I don't believe in conservation of momentum, I think you're the one denying
I said, show
reality.
me. I said, show me. I don't believe in anything you're not demonstrating. Was the sentence. So if you're not demonstrating it, shut the fuck up. You brought it up. You don't know anything about it. You have no clue what it is. You won't demonstrate that. The only way you can demonstrate the knowledge of something is firsthand by showing us. You would be the teacher to the class. You wouldn't come here and ask us what it was. Ball, globe, idiot, fuck.
Well, let me tell you how you can experimentally test this for yourself, right?
With a ball, right?
No.
Don't ever
Conservation of
fucking
momentum.
tell me I'm going to do an experiment to show what a ball does without a ball. Ever. Now go ahead and tell us what snakes do, snake teacher.
I was talking about conservation of momentum. Has nothing
Yeah,
to
cool
do with
story,
shape of
idiot.
Earth.
No ball. Conservation
Holy
of momentum of what object? Where? And what's it conserving again?
What are you asking me?
Yeah, I know. It's hard.
What's the question, dude? I don't understand. Honestly, I
It was the
genuinely
same
don't.
question we started this with when you brought up conservation of momentum.
Right.
What is it? And show us with the ball.
So conservation of momentum is the conservation of energy when it's transferred to something else, right? So energy can't be created nor destroyed.
No, I don't know. You
So it
won't
has
show
to,
us.
it's just okay, well, here's an experiment you can perform. So you don't have to have a vacuum, but it's better if you have a vacuum.
Are you transferring energy when you when you conserve it? Or are you storing it and holding it and not doing anything with it? See, when you
Kinetic
conserve
energy.
things, it's like a storage bank, like a safe, and it doesn't go nowhere. Now you have to put shit on that ball and show that it's not reacting to it. Do you understand?
No, I don't at all.
I know. That's why you're dumb.
Okay.
So you don't understand conservation of momentum, but you're trying to teach us.
I'm trying to focus so hard, but the children screaming in the background is making it.
They're
so
trying to
hard
learn
for me
about
to
the
focus.
conservation of momentum. They're probably screaming because you won't teach them.
But your kids are crying like really hard in the background. What's going on?
I'd be really screaming. What?
What are they doing?
Crying like really loudly.
Listen, retard. Listen. Nothing. You're a fucking idiot. Shut up.
No, I'm like honestly concerned for them.
Shut up, you retard motherfucker.
And,
It's
like,
silence.
You're being like negligent right now. Like
Yeah,
I'm not
I
gonna
know.
lie, you're on
Nothing in
Discord
my
while your
mind.
kids are crying.
Everybody hears nothing.
Hey,
Do you
hold on
hear
a second.
nothing?
How do you dumbasses not know that there's another adult taking care of the kids and they're just bleeding over the overblare on the microphone?
Well,
So
they've been constantly crying for like 30 minutes.
How do you know I'm not walking past a daycare or a park? Shut the fuck up, everybody in here. Yeah, sorry, you.
I've been in this Discord for like 2 hours, and this,
Yeah, and you ain't
this
touched
is
the ball
only
yet.
one. No, this is the only Discord where you guys are just like constantly name calling. It's crazy.
Yeah, we're constantly asking for proof, and you constantly fucking bring nothing. Yeah, we know. Same as every other server, right? Loser.
Wait, what? Are you saying? What?
Do you have a ball in your hand? If you don't fucking tell us about anything you're trying to teach us. If you can't teach us the conservation of momentum with a fucking spear in your hand.
Bro, I pray to God for your kids that I hope I never
I
meet
pray to
one of
God
them,
for
'cause
your
they're
fucking kids
such,
because they're all
I
ADD.
pray to God
they're
my
such a
kids
piece of
fucking
shit as
visit and
you.
don't worry
It's
about
insane,
people and their
You're
fucking
teaching
kids.
You don't have to
you're
pray for his
teaching.
kids. He's not a part of their lives.
Listen, all you're doing is teaching kids to not believe anything they see in reality. To fuck reality. Don't believe the ball in their hand doesn't hold water. To believe it does. You motherfuckers have a mental problem.
What are
Not
you
anyone
teaching them?
else.
How to say the F word?
No, I teach
How
them
to
to
be a
go get
bitch to
stuff
other
and
people?
physically do it. No, I say do what you think is possible, and if you can't, it's not possible until you figure out how to do it. And if you
Do what
don't know
you
how
think
to
is
reproduce
possible.
it,
Say fuck you to
if
your
you
teacher.
don't know how to reproduce it or demonstrate it, then it's not a part of our physical reality ever. It's not gonna be, and we're not gonna fucking if and but it. If and but should not be the basis of your reality.
You guys have a good night. I wish
If
you
out
luck,
in
Denmark.
space, but something if space, right? That's your guys' physics. If ball spins somewhere, if you're on this thing called a ball, if that's all the fuck you guys got for science. That's it. The word if or imagine or do I believe? Bunch of catchphrases. You guys all got sold. If, imagine, believe, and you're yelling at me for trying to teach you to. I'm trying to break you out of that Walt Disney spell, brother. Get out of the cartoon spell. All cartoon physics are out the window now. We're gonna
Even
do
if
real
you
ones.
were telling the truth, I would never listen to you because you're such a fucking
Well,
asshole.
that just
And I would
makes you.
never,
That
I would
just shows you're a
never
loser.
try and
We
listen
don't
to
need
anything
losers
you
like
ever
you
tried to
who
tell me.
aren't truthful. We don't need lying losers who don't want to go with the truth. So even if I told the truth and you still wouldn't go with it, like you're doing now, we know retard agent Bob. That's why we don't need losers like you bringing the truth down. You see the truth and you still lie, and admittedly, in front of everyone.
We haven't seen the truth. You haven't demonstrated anything yet.
Bring another flat earther,
You
bro.
lying
Bring
losers
another
in
one in.
You lying fuck speak with him. Losers who he just said if he sees the truth, he's gonna deny it. That's what the fuck
What?
how you roll. Okay.
Did I say that? No. If you show me evidence that the Earth is flat, yeah, I'll believe it's flat.
Spin a ball. Spin a ball.
All right, I'm spinning a ball.
It's not holding it. That's
I'm
only
spinning
evidence
it.
you need. No ball. No ball physics exist. You're done.
Wait, sorry. Say that a little slower. I'm spinning a ball.
Spin a ball.
I'm spinning it.
Pour water on it. If there's no
Okay.
ocean and lake and pond and little bathtub sitting there, no globe.
So I poured water on a ball and there's no globe. Yeah, so the Earth is
on there with air.
flat.
There's air circulated around it now too. What thin layer?
What do you think a person experienced in physics would respond to that
I'm
with?
not religious. I'm not imagining anything. I want to see how you're.
Well, it's just a hypothetical. If you can't engage in hypotheticals, you can't have a conversation.
Engage and get away from cartoons, Narnia, motherfucker. This is why you guys got sold the globe.
I told you, you're gonna make me cry if you keep insulting me.
Stop believing cartoons. Then I'm not insulting you. I'm trying to save you.
You call me motherfucker.
Brother, you keep wanting to. Brother, well, stop believing in cartoons that aren't physical.
I'm trying to believe you. I'm saying if you show me evidence, I'll believe it.
So flat board you do all your art on. You got a flat computer screen, everything's rendered to. You got a flat TV, a flat base of a phone, and all flat maps. Please, if you want to know how a ball works, you're going to have to get a ball out and demonstrate it. I can't do what a ball can do. It's going to be itself for you and me. Whatever I do with it, it's going to do the same for you, brother. I swear to God to you. And if you pour water on it, it's not going to stick. Not in a vacuum, not in your hopes, not underwater.
He's trying so hard not to call you a retard right now.
No, I'm just trying so hard to get you to understand that science, where you have to prove and manipulate and touch and cause the variables and stuff to the thing you're saying, you guys can't do that.
You are trying to understand the science?
So what you would do is take an object and scale it down and manipulate that variable, then look outside and say, what just happened on this physical thing that does follow that attribute 1,000,000%, no getting away from it, in this lab, follows what happens outside. I've never seen that happen. I've never seen anything outside match a sphere. Nothing. No humans ever got a ball in a room and put stars on the fuck and spun it with a little pinhole camera and showed you what a ball really do when it spins all those directions. None of you only have an imagination. You only have your imagination to go with. You have no real relevance.
Okay, I just did the ball experiment, but I still don't think the Earth is flat. It isn't convincing enough.
Okay, put something on that ball like a block.
Okay, it's on and the block fell off. I'm still not convinced the Earth is flat. I did your experiment.
Okay, gravity didn't hold that block to the ball. Welcome to flat Earth.
I think if I had to get, I did see the block fall off, which was an interesting phenomena. I think it might be because the Earth's gravity was so strong it pulled the block. Okay, yeah, no, you're right. I'm talking way too much. You haven't talked enough.
I know you shouldn't be. The guy just had a demonstration. He said he has a ball handy. I'm really interested. I want him to keep the block put on it with his fingers. Put his eyeball directly down to it or his camera phone. Move the block just out of the view to where the camera phone can't see it. Make sure the block doesn't move. Go up in the air. Tell us what's on the top of the other side of that block. You can only go up vertically. You can't go forward. You'll never know. Your camera will never see it and show us live. That's what a globe do. Tilts the H away from you, the letter on that block, away from you. And all it has to be is out of your view. Right out of your view, like the boat, right? But you're going to use a square object and put a letter on it, just like the block. So in reality, you put a big block out on water, you push it out of your view, and where you can't see it now, you go up in the air, and if you can look down and see the letter on the block, welcome to flat Earth. Because on a globe, no matter how far you go up vertically, when the block is out of your view, the H is always facing away from you to land your helicopter, like on the helicopter pad of a building. Do this. Do the experiment and come back. Don't give me any ifs, ands, or buts. Do exactly what I asked you to do. Record it if you don't understand. Play it back. Vertical. Directly vertical after the thing's out of your view. Any object like a building or something, you can put it like a dot or a reference on, like an H. And go up and see if you can see it. You won't never be able to see it on a sphere no matter how high you go. But on a flat Earth, right when you go up in the air, you'll see the H on the building. Might be a little fuzzy, but you can see it. So that proves flat Earth over a ball, because the attribute of a ball would push the block or the building at a certain tilted rate to where you would never go up vertically and see the top of that building, the H. Do this experiment with a real ball. That's all you got to do. Then do it on the flat floor. Raise your camera up. You'll see the H every fucking day all your life. Move that H all the way across your floor, way farther than your globe. 10 times further. You'll still be able to go up and see the H. Now, that welcomes you to flat Earth after you do the experiment. Do the experiment, get back to us.
So the experiment, so I draw an H on a ball, and then
No, that's not what I said. That's not what I said. I said you get a block, a physical block with a letter on it. You put it on the ball. Move it, put your eyeball down on the ball, the surface, keep it there. Move the block away or your phone.
I'm just clarifying. Not on top of the block, somewhere else on the ball.
Yeah, you put the block on the ball and you move it away till you can't see it. As soon as you can't see it, go vertically up in the air. Take your eye away from the surface of the ball now, or your camera phone, and just raise it vertically up. Now, see the letter on the block that's facing the other wall. You'll never be able to, dummy. Now, that's what a sphere's like. That's how a sphere works. Tilt away.
They call me a dummy.
Because before you said dumb shit, and I told you exactly how to do it, and I said rewind it if you need to. A block with the letter on it, young man, so we can have something to reference. The block's going to represent a building or a boat, and the H is just going to represent what we're trying to see. And when you go up vertically, when something's past that curve and tilted just a hair, and you go vertically up from your point, little human guy, up to the ISS, you still will never be able to see that block, the letter on it. You wouldn't be able to make it out on a sphere.
I'm not that short. I'm 5'5". Okay.
Don't give a fuck. I got on my roof. Still doesn't work. Now, my roof compared to the ISS is 2 dimes high off that globe. I was on my roof looking down on the ball. Still couldn't see it.
Well, I'm 5'2".
On a flat Earth, you can see it every time. Do you understand, guys? We don't give a fuck how tall you are, stupid fucks. Your fucking height has nothing to do with anything to do with this at all. Nothing.
So I'm 4'9".
Shut up, stupid short fuck.
Okay.
Hey, we're not short.
Your fucking height doesn't have anything to do with it. You're just raising your camera up off the ball. You know, if you get your camera 2 inches off the ball, it's fucking thousands of miles, right?
Wait, height has nothing to do with how
my balls are huge.
See what we got going on here, you guys? I give these gentlemen something to do, a little take-home task so they can prove globe, boat not going over curve, or boat going over curve. Go up in the air. Can you see the top of the sailor's hat? If you can, welcome to flat Earth every day of your fucking life. If you can't, then welcome to a globe.
All right, D-Mock, I just did the experiment. I can't see the H on the other side of the ball. So, how does this prove the Earth is flat?
Welcome to flat Earth, young man.
Well, can you explain how it proves the Earth is flat?
Because we do see the H. When the boat goes out, you go up in the air. You can see the
H.
The top of his head, yes, on flat Earth.
Like, where do we see the H? You know, like demonstrably in the real world.
You don't on a sphere. You don't see it on a sphere.
No, I know, but like, so you're saying we do live on a flat Earth, so we would see the hypothetical H?
The hospital, you see the H on the top on flat Earth when it comes back in your view when you go up. On a globe, you don't. Do you understand?
So you're saying since helicopters can land,
you don't understand anything. Why? How did you get through 5th grade, dude?
No, I understand some things, but so you're saying
you understand no things. Go do the experiment.
Lumen is getting fucking owned.
Yeah, dude, I said if you say stuff like that, so be careful.
So you didn't do the experiment.
No, I did do the experiment, and I can't. You're right. I can't see the H when it's on the other side of the sphere.
I know.
Like, so you're saying that's like a helicopter landing?
Earth, man, experiment's done. I'm not saying nothing. The experiment said it. The ball said it all. I'm speechless, just like you. I didn't believe that could happen.
I'm not.
You've been talking a lot.
Speechless, especially you.
That's amazing. Did you see the tilt of that block? How fucking tilted it was? Super tilted, right? It wasn't looking straight at you like it was 90 degrees away, right, Plum? No? Welcome to flat Earth, Plum Mountain.
Welcome to flat Earth, mother trucker.
Am I in?
You're in.
Hell yeah.
Can anyone prove that they are not living on the surface of my testicles? Because I think that's what the Earth is my testicles.
Here, let me tell you about the ball experiment.
Experiment.
Well, yeah, of course we're living on your testicle. Grab a ball.
All right.
If you don't have a ball, I'm not going to talk to you.
I have a testicle.
No, that's not what I mean. Grab a ball. No one here has a ball. We live on his testicle.
There's got to be more damning evidence to make us really scared and shaking our boots as flat earthers. I mean, there's got to be something.
Yeah, us flat earthers are tough.
Yeah, no, it's not.
Oh, thank God, dude. CB, you're here, bro.
Yeah, facts. Can we
Finally, dude.
I mean, we're so deep into season 9. It's not even funny. This is the
CB,
best they have to offer. Go ahead.
if you'll allow me, brother, I would like to ask DMOC. Can we, if you
Why are
can
you asking
calculate,
me?
because we were
There's
just
100
talking.
people in this room. Ask another person. A lot of people don't like hearing my voice. Damn it.
I agree. I'm sure they don't. But I would like to ask you, let's go ahead and do an experiment. You go ahead and let's say an object, we drop an object from 10 meters up in the sky. Okay. And can you tell me the time it would take for it to fall down to the ground?
I'm going to drop a helium balloon. I'm going to say never.
Okay. Let's say it's a block of lead or something, or aluminum, or let's say it's a rubber ball, whatever you want.
So it's
You tell me
whatever I
what
want, but
the
it's got to
time
be.
it would take.
I dropped hydrogen.
CP chiming in here real quick. AI, you are hot micing real quick if you can hear this. It's causing a ping with me back. Shout out to AI.
I
But
dropped
would say,
hydrogen.
thank you, AI. Granting your example, right?
I dropped some gas, hydrogen or helium.
Like Demok is trying to point out, you could vary the things you drop. I would agree that things fall at varying rates.
Varied rates? Yeah. Nothing falls at the same
Like
rate.
drop a feather or something like that. It's not going to fall at the same rate as like a ball or a rock.
No, the feather will hit first in a vacuum.
The feather will.
Why the feather?
Why?
I don't know. The experiment's on live. Watch it. I didn't do the experiment. Brian Cox and them did in their fucking chamber. And it only took 1 second or whatever for it to drop, or 2 seconds. And they cut and edited a 2-second long video. Go fucking do the magic on that, retardedness. If you and I wanted to show kids a ball and a feather drop, we're not going to pause the fucking video while it's falling and re-edit it.
Well, my science teacher did the ball and feather drop in a vacuum, and they fell at the same time.
No, they didn't. Did you have a slow motion?
No, they didn't. I'm just telling you what happened. Why?
You need a slow motion comparison. You know, like when the horses are nose and nose and you don't know. You have to.
So you think it was almost the same, like infinitesimally the same, but it wasn't the same.
No, I think the feather hit first, and you just think that they hit the same because you didn't see the tip of the feather touch at the same time as the ball. Just because your visual reference, when you're paying attention to both things at the same time, you're trying to focus on
All right,
two things.
hey, you go ahead. You use whatever method you want to use to calculate when this will fall to the ground, and I will use gravity and height and things like that, and then we can
I'll
compare
say when
answers.
it's going to fall and hit the ground exactly is when it's going to hit the ground. That's my calculation. You do better than that, and I'll kick your ass.
Gravity.
You said what?
Gravity.
What did you say?
He'll beat your ass.
No, I said things fall down to the ground at the exact rate in which they do. If you can beat that, I'll kiss your ass.
So things fall down at the exact rate.
Yeah, you're gonna make up.
I
numbers.
agree, brother.
Right,
I
you're gonna
agree
get an
with you.
average. No, listen, because you're gonna get an average. The only thing I can do to tell you the exact is exactly what's gonna happen is exactly what's gonna happen.
Okay,
That's the
what's
only way to be
exactly going to
exact.
happen?
What happens? What we observe happen when we do it. Yeah.
Yeah. What's the time you experience? So how much time
We
goes?
don't know until we do it, brother.
What do you mean you don't know when you can do it? I can tell you a million times how many times something will fall to the ground.
I don't know until I do it.
No, you
How would
if
you know
that's what
something
you
without
think,
doing it, guy?
brother? You are beyond help then. Because if you don't think that like our world follows natural laws, then I cannot help you.
Oh my
Then you will
God!
believe nothing.
Brother, a tree is gonna fall from my tree. How long is it gonna take? You tell me and guarantee it. Bet your life on it right now.
I don't.
Now you don't know. Now you don't know, right? I thought you knew the rate in which things fall.
Yes,
Are you ready to bet your life on it?
Sure.
Sure you are? Go get some feathers and some helium and some hydrogen gas, and show us the rate of all the mass falling at the same rate. We'll wait. You just lost your life. Good thing I'm not a betting man, and I don't do it like that. Listen, I'm a fair person.
Oh
So
man,
you had your
brother,
life.
I can't help you, dude.
You were
I
debunked.
can't help. There's
Helium
nothing
balloon
that will
debunked you.
convince you. I can give you an equation that
No,
will
a
tell you
helium balloon
exactly
debunked
the
you.
time
The
that
helium
something
balloon
that.
debunks you. Why are you
Okay,
not listening, brother? All the gases that rise up right now that you can't stop going to the moon, they debunk you. They're not falling down at the rate of the feather
sure.
or the bowling ball. The
Sounds good.
helium's not coming down. Air bubbles in the ocean are not coming down. They go a long way. If they're 7 miles down, they got 7 miles to go up. They're not coming down. Stop telling us what rate stuff falls when you don't even know what rate it fucking climbs. Falls in the wintertime, falls in the summer, falls when it's a windy day, falls when there's no wind. Falls what? I mean, falls when you add a magnetic or a charge. Like, what are we talking about?
What if we take like two objects that can ignore air resistance, I guess. Like say a block of lead, a block of aluminum, a block of gallium, anything other, I mean like a leaf, you have to take into
That can ignore what?
consideration air resistance.
Nothing's ignoring air resistance, brother. Unless it's a superconducted experiment or something like that. You dropping is never going to not experience air resistance.
What if we perform all of our experiments in a vacuum chamber? Then what?
A vacuum chamber is full of expanded air. Yeah. It's full of expanded air, and the helium balloon shows you that because the helium balloon goes where the air goes, and the air tries to expand in all directions downward fastest in the vacuum. For some reason, the bottom of the container is the container that receives the attribute of movement, like everything is going that way. It's being pulled that way, but like from that area. So the helium balloon tries to race it. See, the helium races movement. If you put helium in a car and drive forward, it'll go forward to your front windshield. A normal balloon will go back. If you back up, a helium balloon will go to your back windshield. A normal balloon will go forward. Helium does the opposite of everything else. It goes the way you go. It is
No,
like
it doesn't.
Yes, it fucking
It's
does.
untrue. No, it doesn't. I can tell you why. So
Put helium in
I'm guessing.
No. Get a camera.
I'm guessing
You're
you've
not going to
watched
tell
the
me
same
anything. The
video that I did.
demonstration proves it all. The demonstration I just told you proves it all, stupid ass.
You watched the Smarter Everyday video where he put a helium
Brother,
balloon
put
into
the
his
helium
car
in a
and then
box.
accelerated.
Put the helium in a box and put a camera in there. And when you drop the box, the helium will drop. When you raise the box, the helium will raise. When you push the box to the left, the helium will go to the left. When you
Put
push
a
the box
helium
to the
balloon
right,
in a box and then drop it.
the helium balloon will show you
drop?
which direction you're moving the box. I'm not going to keep telling you this. It will race to the wall in the area that you're moving it. The orientated portion of the box that's going to the resistance, that's where the helium's going to. It's going to it's going to touch it. It's trying to go through your front windshield to touch whatever, but it can't because your windshield's stopping it, right?
Okay.
But it's going to go forward. Stop your car, go backward. What's the helium do? Goes to your back windshield. If you raise your car up, guess what the helium's going to do? Go up. You drop your car, guess what the helium's going to do? Go down.
Okay.
Whatever way the air necessitates it to go is which way it's going to go. That means the object and the resisted amount of fucking air, and when that thing moves, it tells you. What do you mean? No, it don't. It surely does.
Okay. I want to slow down a little bit because I feel like we've got a little up, a little angry
Helium
at each other.
rises.
I don't
Why?
want to. Hold up, one sec. Just
So
let me
the
finish.
Earth must be
I don't
falling,
want to
right?
yell at each other anymore. We're
I
all
know.
good.
We just did the
trying to
thought
fuck with me.
experiment. We just did the thought experiment where helium does detect movement in any direction that you move it, right? So
know
now,
what that
why is
means.
helium going up on your globe?
I don't know what you mean by that.
Helium will race the thing that's moving. So if Earth is moving left or right or spinning east or west, helium should show you that attribute by going east
No, it
or west.
wouldn't. Not if helium is already
Helium
moving
should
at the
show
same
you the
speed that the Earth
attribute.
is. The only thing, force
I'm
is mass times
guaranteeing you it would.
acceleration.
Listen.
The only time you
Oh my God.
would feel something is if there's
Oh my
an
God. Now you're going to
acceleration
your
put on you,
feelings.
brother.
Don't care about how you feel, brother. Blue is a good color, whether you like it or not, or your feelings or not, brother. It doesn't matter. Helium doesn't
Not
care about how you
feelings,
feel.
dude. I'm talking about like actual, like you would. You don't feel velocity. The only thing
Yeah,
you
you're
feel
stupid.
is a
No,
force,
yeah, you do.
right? The only time you
Yeah,
feel
helium
force.
certainly does. That's why it tells you which way it's going, you dumb ass. Dumbo. It is doing that thing. It knows which way it's going. You apparently don't, but the
Man,
helium do.
I really
Helium's not
don't know
talking
how
to you.
else
Is
to
it?
explain this to you.
What helium tell you?
You do
When did
not
helium?
feel you do not
When did
feel
helium tell you
velocity. The
something
only thing
different?
you feel is acceleration.
Helium. I see the helium. Show me. I don't have to worry about your feelings.
Okay, what about helium? What about it?
It doesn't worry about your feelings. It does what it do. Its action and reaction speak for itself.
What does helium do?
Science, brother. It's hard.
Helium does science? What does that mean? What does helium
It
do?
does what it physically does without your help.
I agree. What does helium physically do?
Helium rises up. Why?
Okay. Good
It's showing
question.
you your
Why?
planet is rising up.
Why does helium rise?
Because your planet must be rising up, right?
No, I'm not asking. No. I'm asking you.
No, there's
Why
no
does
asking
helium
you.
rise?
Listen, helium doesn't care. Helium's showing you the globe's rising up, not left or right, not spinning that way or this way.
How does it do that?
Fuck, man, because it's going up. Helium goes in the direction of the thing, of the attribute of the fucking body that it's fucking connected with. And you guys say the air, the atmosphere is connected to Earth, like the box is air in the box, right?
So
Like the air
you're
in the
telling me the
car.
Earth must go up?
Yes, the globe.
So
In
it
the
is
globe
going up.
definition, the globe has to be apparently, just like Newton told you.
I'm not talking about the globe. I'm talking about you. Why does helium go up?
Listen, Flat Earth don't give a fuck about that dog shit. Listen, Flat Earth doesn't make excuses for shit. It does what it's supposed to do. Now on the globe, brother,
Why does
listen.
it do that?
On a globe, you have a set physics. Your globe physics cannot be construed with Flat Earth. Stop
I'm not
trying to
talking
do
about the
that.
globe. I just want to know why you think
The
helium
globe
goes
has
up.
to be
Why does it
going
do
up.
that?
Scientists don't know. They don't know why it's not going east or west. They're confounded.
Your flat Earth must be going up.
No, globe. Oh my fucking God, this dude's slow. The globe scientists don't know why helium's going up. Newton said it's because the earth is going up and the apple drops down and the earth meets the apple. They meet each other. Did you miss out on gravity
Holy
class?
fuck. Where's another flat earther, bro?
That's not what Newton said. Newton believed in gravity and satellites.
Newton said the apple is dropping and the earth is going to meet the apple. The apple's going to levitate where
He
it's at.
invented calculus. He used it to like determine how a satellite would theoretically work. I feel like you haven't read enough about Newton if you believe that he thinks the Earth is flat and it's going up. Hello?
Yeah. What did Newton believe?
Well, okay, look, I hear most of the flat earth arguments. Most of you guys are like intelligent and can like argue with something, but DMOG is a fucking all he wants to do is just argue, no matter what. I mean, he just spits out shit and doesn't like try and argue with it. I mean, I can't argue with this person. I can't talk with this person. We can't have a conversation.
Well, he doesn't answer questions. Like, he's against it. It's frustrating. Especially, and if you say like the word like "I think this" or like "How would you feel about this," he just shuts down.
Well, it's just like why does helium go down or why does it go up? You know, what do you think, AI?
Well, what I think is, what do you think about my GIF?
What do I think about your GIF?
Yeah, man. This one.
So there's lithium, beryllium, boron, carbon, aluminum, iron, and lead.
Lead, yes.
What's going on during this?
So this is a tower that's a vacuum, and they drop things in it. And so these things are in a container being dropped inside the vacuum tower.
So this like whole apparatus is being dropped.
Yeah.
Okay. And so the lithium is moving up faster.
Yeah.
And the lead? That makes no sense. Why would the lead and lithium be going up faster while the carbon and...
The answer is because everything falls at the same rate. Clearly, that must be the answer.
Well, this experiment doesn't show that everything falls at the same rate.
Interesting.
I'd be curious to where you found this. Can you post like a source of who did this?
Well, I was searching for this quickly because we have it in our other server, but I couldn't. You got to search for keywords. Let's see if. So I posted above. I posted a YouTube video. Maybe it's there. Let's check.
Einstein is wrong. Drop experiment. That we were talking.
Yeah, let me go back. Let me go back and find the tower link. I think there's a link to the tower. Dang it. Sucks when you go from server to server, it disconnects your previous search. You little stinkers.
Drop experiment at the University of Bremen. Parentheses ZARM on June 21st, 2004. Don't
Right, give me a second. I find it in a second.
Because this is curious. Because if they dropped this contraption inside of a vacuum,
Man,
and
did
different
the thing you just read
elements,
talk about the tower?
do you mean like the YouTube description?
Yeah, I have it in this other server. I just literally had it. I gotta search for it again.
And so what it says is, so the title is Einstein is wrong dash drop experiment in parentheses fall experiment Bremen. The description is drop experiment at the University of Bremen parentheses ZARM and then June 21st 2004 experimentum.
Okay, that might be the acronym for the tower, maybe.
Yeah.
Let me see. I think this is talking about it. Let me save this here. 1 second. Copy. Bremen Drop Tower, Bremen, Germany. Okay. So I got the. Here, I'll post this. This is about the tower. Let me get back to the server we're in here. But here's the tower link. This is just an article about the tower. It might not be about this experiment, though. $479 tall. Oh yeah, the ZARM is the name of the tower. Oh, no, that's the name of the place where the tower is. Bremen Center of Applied Space Technology and Microgravity, aka ZARM. Inside the concrete tower is a steel tube with an elevation of 360 feet. Containers were initially dropped so scientists could study effects of microgravity. But with the addition of a catapult, the container is now tossed into the air, accelerating 30 times the rate of gravity. Here's where it says if it's a vacuum or not. Consider the nerve center, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah. So the 479-foot tall tower is the main laboratory of the University of Bremen Center of Applied Space Technology, Microgravity, aka ZARM. Steel tube with an elevation about 360 feet. Blah. Containers were initially dropped from this height, so scientists could study the effects of microgravity. Like you said, the addition of a catapult, the container is now tossed up into the air, accelerating at 30 times the rate of gravity over 100 miles an hour in 0.2 seconds. Now, microgravity occurs for just over 9 seconds. The container lands in an enormous pool of polystyrene grain to safely decelerate it for future use. The base of the tower is a tiny control room where scientists watch and record experiments from multiple angles. Visitors are welcome, and ZARM offers a tour of the integration hall, which you can consider the laboratory. Guides explain the way the drop tower works, blah, blah, blah. I don't know. I mean, if you can find me the video of like what you posted, the GIF you posted, then we can like actually start to dissect it, I guess.
I gotta find. Maybe because it's not really telling me. There's ancillary claims about it, but they're not officially from any source. They're just in the text boxes where it says it's a vacuum. It says, but I don't know if that doesn't seem to be talking about the tower. It seems to be talking about the container that the coins are in. So the container's a vacuum, but the tower is not a vacuum. Maybe. There's an official video from ZARM called the Bremen Drop Tower. What's inside? I'm gonna have to watch that real quick.
That's what you just posted?
Yeah,
a
that's
YouTube
like
video.
from their official. Yeah, it's just telling you what's inside the tower. It's not really telling you. I don't know if it's talking about experiments or not. Dude, they got tons of video in there of cool things happening. So, since we know they accept guests, will they shoot us through the tower? Because that'd be cool.
What'd you say?
I said, can we get shot through the tower? It says they allow guests.
Oh yeah, that would be sick, honestly.
Dude, I got it. So me and you go. We pretend we're doing an experiment. I walk in to put my capsule down, but really it's a helmet. I throw it on real quick, and you press the button.
Yes.
All before anyone can say anything, and then we just say, "Oh, we're sorry, we're not sure how to use this thing."
And then you're blasted through the tower, and then I'm there to reap the consequences of it for
No, dude, it'd be
manslaughter.
like, no, bro, it's gonna be like the Wonka Vader from Willy Wonka. You bust out the roof and then you fly.
Right. Yes. That would be sick. Honestly, I would not want to be in this vacuum chamber, to be honest with you. Without, like,
Yeah, I mean, it's probably not a good idea because, from what I know of people that put their stuff in vacuum chambers, it hurts. So the one guy, his tongue started to boil, and he said, "Get me the hell out of here." The other guy, it's like hand blew up. Well, like not blew up in explosion, but blew big. Another guy put the glove in there, and the glove got so big that he couldn't ambulate his fingers. Which makes you wonder, how is it that when you put a glove into a vacuum chamber, the air inside the glove fills the glove to where you can no longer flex it, but somehow astronaut suits, just work?
So wait, this glove was like filled to atmospheric pressure, but inside the vacuum chamber, they weren't able to flex it?
Yeah. My personal favorite, though, is the one suit from one of the Apollo missions or whatever. The entryway to your penis is snaps. Like that's gonna hold out the
the vacuum pressure. So if the one guy went in with a spacesuit to test and his tongue started to boil, what do you think's going to happen to the tip of your wiener when you're in space?
When you say snaps, are you talking about like where you snap, like when you press the two parts together?
Yeah,
Snap together.
yeah. And then there was like a clunky. There might have been a clunky zipper around the side too, but it looked like snaps and zippers. I didn't really see any seals.
So you didn't see any.
You know, exactly.
You just saw what you thought you saw was snaps and maybe a zipper.
Yeah.
Well, what kind of suit do you have that seals everything except like a wetsuit that would just seal in two? It would still have a neck hole and wrist holes and feet holes past the ankle, right?
Well, yeah. So the astronaut suits are supposed to have gasket seals at every joint.
Right, right. So, like, when there is an opening, it's supposed to be a man-made type seal.
Oh,
Yeah, but I ain't trusting. Listen, if Homeboy A's tongue boiled when he went into the vacuum chamber, and then they tell me, oh, you could totally go to space, and we'll put this Ziploc bag seal over your genitals, and we'll promise you they won't boil off. I'd be like, yeah. Have you ever tested this suit in space before you sent me? No, we haven't.
It failed
Well,
on Earth. Don't worry.
what if they did though? Test the suit in a vacuum, I guess.
Yeah, maybe. Rumor has it that they sent a dog up and a chimpanzee up, but I don't know what they were wearing.
Probably cute little outfits.
Well, they probably had a sale. They probably had a sale at the Korean restaurant. Freeze dried dog.
Yep. I mean, Laika was supposedly like the first living thing to go up into space. She was a dog. There's multiple songs written about her, honestly. Bangers, in my own opinion, but Laika died. I mean, they shot that dog up there without expecting her to come back. So unfortunate, but look, if you I mean, think about the spacesuits. Your cock only being protected by like buttons and snaps.
A dog doesn't have any sweat glands. A human does.
That's really great. Thanks for bringing that up. Anyways, what I
Case
was
you didn't
saying
know.
is that if you don't have snaps, you know, if you can show me something that like shows that, you know, first human sent into space didn't have snaps, or that all they had was snaps to protect them from atmosphere. I mean, that doesn't even make any sense, right?
What'd they have?
That's all.
What material they have? Super magic stuff? What they have?
Super magic. I think I believe what they would have is something that could hold out the
See, when you have
pressure in space.
when you have a suit, right, that's given to somebody without them realizing that they're not supposed to give it away, and then somebody takes a photo of it, and it actually was a stage prop and not an actual spacesuit, that could be a problem, right?
Yeah, for sure. Can you send me what?
Now check it out.
You saw that?
I phrased that in a way that made it possible that there are space equipment that is not suitable for space because it's some type of training or video type equipment. You know, it's not really intended to be in space. So there is at least plausible deniability there.
Oh, for
But
sure.
just because you have a suit that could never go to space doesn't mean they intended that suit for space.
Absolutely, I agree.
But then again, just because you have a suit that seems like it's intended for space doesn't mean it ever went to space.
I agree with that too, for sure. So what did they do? What did they use to go to space? I guess
Robots.
do what?
Robots.
My bad. Say that one more time.
Robot.
Oh, robots. Robots?
Yeah, robots.
Like, are we talking Apollo? Like during the time of Apollo? Like they used robots to go to the moon? Or what?
Yep.
Neil was an android.
As I know, none of them look in the press conference. None of them actually looked like they went anywhere and did anything special. They look like a bunch of dejected losers that just all got dumped by the same chick because they found out she was cheating on every single one of them. That's what they look like. They don't look like they went to the moon.
The Apollo astronauts?
Yeah. You ever see that press conference?
I don't. Maybe.
They look miserable. They look like somebody killed their mother.
Which one are you talking about? Is it on YouTube? Can I search it?
Heck yeah.
What's it called?
I bet you if you look up Apollo whatever mission supposedly landed on the moon press conference, the guys look like they just got like they just lost $5 million in a bad hand of poker or something. I bet you a video will pop up.
Look up Neil Armstrong's wife gets fucked in front of him. Look up that.
No.
Look it up.
So like Apollo 13 press conference? Apollo 11 press conference? Or what?
Apollo Creed versus Rocky. Look up Apollo Creed versus Rocky. You'll have a bad time.
Damn, dude. The first result when you YouTube Apollo 11 press conference is psychotic Apollo 11 press conference RKO. Interesting.
Always wondered why they stopped testing people for space. Like, where'd the testing facility go? Back in the day, they used to like show you the guy sit in that chair, and they spun him around, and they had the camera like seeing his face look like rubber. They pass out.
Yeah,
hey, DMOC, they still do, brother.
I say bring back the spinning chair.
Look up Artemis 3.
Who's with me? Let's bring back the spinning chair. Let's get a chant, maybe.
So there.
Yeah, after you look up Artemis, look up Capricorn 1.
There are people right now that are supposed to go to the moon. So astronauts that NASA has, found that are going to land on the moon. Apparently, obviously. And so, yeah, DMOC, look that up, brother. If you're even curious. Yeah, so DMOC, what's the issue, brother? Do you still not believe there's conservation of momentum or what? Because if you don't believe there's conservation of momentum, there's like about a 200, maybe 300 years of physics that you would have to contest with.
You'd only have to contest with physics if it wasn't a sham from the get-go. From the very jump, those boys were trying to pull it over on us.
Damn true. Motherfucking Isaac Newton.
Cheap. He's a
dumbass. Didn't even know that like gravity wells exist, or that gravity actually curves the space time.
I think he was more of a pawn of Satan, in my perspective.
True.
I think the proverbial wolf with the blood over its mouth, slaughtering our innocent lamb. When do we put the wolf to the sword? Let me get a chant.
Yeah, dude, for real. What Isaac Newton? What a fucking dumbass, dude. He thought that like things fell to the ground at 9.8 meters per second. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that a wild claim?
Only dweebs deal with numbers. That's what I know. Dweebs and charlatans, heretics, and demon worshippers.
Absolutely.
And accountants. You got to throw accountants in there.
You just say accountants are evil.
Hey, and look, I'll also be happy to argue that gas pressure can exist without a container. We have to argue about what a container is and the function it performs. So.
Why don't you just post the links that you just Googled?
I'm sorry, my bad. Can you say that one more time? Thanks for giving me time to Google what you just said. So, fucking idiot. Just kidding.
We're watching.
do we have a demonstration of gas pressure without a container?
I don't think so.
Maybe I can chime in. Where since we live on Earth and we don't perceive a container.
So can you demonstrate or show a demonstration of gas pressure without containment?
Yeah, sure. The surface of the Earth where we live. Because I don't see any observable evidence of a container.
So pressure requires containment.
Does it?
Absolutely, that's what pressure is. Pressure is pressing against the walls of a container or other gas molecules.
Or other gas molecules. Correct, I agree.
And the walls of the container.
What?
So gas pressure is measured by the molecules bouncing off the walls of the container.
Okay. Is it? How do you know that?
That's what PSI stands for. Pounds per square inch on the walls
That's
of
what stands for?
PSI.
Pounds per square inch? That's what that stands for? Walls bouncing off the gas
Against the walls of
molecules
the
bouncing
container.
off the walls of a container?
Against the walls of the container, yeah.
Okay. I don't necessarily disagree. The only thing I would disagree with is that there has to be something like a physical container that surrounds the Earth that would provide the sort of force that we experience as gas pressure. Because like what do the walls of the container actually do? Like what is their primary function?
To contain the gas.
Right, but what are they actually like doing? Like so like the walls of the container, like what do they do to the gas
Containing the gas.
molecules?
So the gas
Right,
molecules are bouncing off
What
the
do they
walls of
do?
the container.
What does containment mean? What
What's
do you
a
mean by containment?
exactly what
Something
it sounds like? Some sort of barrier, a container.
Container, yeah. So like a fish tank is a container?
I agree.
Yeah.
Sure. Right, but like with the walls, like if we get down to like the physical like atoms and molecules, you know, like what are they doing?
So they're bouncing elastically off
Bouncing
other molecules.
elastically. That's
indefinitely.
That's perfect. That's great. That's beautiful.
Off the walls
so they're
of
bouncing.
the container.
Yeah.
That's right. They don't. Gas molecules don't have a downward vector. They're not subject to weight. They're not bonded.
They're not.
Like gas molecules are unbonded. They're
How
not
do you know?
bonded like water.
Interesting. How do you know that? They're not bonded? What does that mean, though? Bonded to what?
Unbonded
What does that mean?
to each other to create mass.
What does that mean? They're not bonded to each other? What does that mean?
Hey, can I just say something real quick? I want to chime in on this real quick. I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. Do you mind if I say just my piece real quick on this whole thing?
Go for it, dude. Go on,
Yeah, what are you doing here, man? Like, what is this? Your like constant source for gratification from like a flat Earth conspiracy. You've been here all day, dude, talking about just nonsense. Like, where's your end game? Like these people here, they're mostly religious folks, some atheists, but these people have a worldview, and they're willing to share with you their worldview, and you have a separate one that you're refusing to budge on. Like, where's your? Is this just some kind of like? Is this your like constant quest for gratification from something? Or are you trying to prove yourself to something? Like, what's the end game here? Why did you join this Discord? It's not that I really give a shit about why you did it, because I don't care. It's just like it's just it just challenges my worldview that I think that like you should go places just to sound like an idiot to other people. You know what I mean? Like,
are you talking to me or who are you talking to? My bad. Is it me?
yeah, you doofy ass glurfer who's been here all day. Hasn't learned one thing from anybody. You come in here with like Google statistics and Chat GPT information.
Oh, you are talking to me. Are you talking to me? I'm sorry. Just one more time.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, my bad.
You're fucked, bro.
Okay, I'm sorry. I come in here because I don't know, want to learn some truth, hear from you guys, to understand your point of view, because it's different from mine. So that's why. Is there another part to your question that I could answer?
You're not.
What's my
He just talked shit and now he's quiet. It's funny.
I don't know, man. I just come in here because sometimes I like to talk to people whose views are different than mine, I guess.
You come in here because you have no friends.
I come in here to learn about physics.
Yeah.
It has nothing to do with flat Earth. It's just physics is fun.
True. I'm speaking for myself. I come in here because I have no friends. I want to learn physics. That's 2. 3, I like to argue sometimes.
Like, it's kind of
That's
ironic.
weird, man.
It's ironic talking to flat earthers is like the best way to learn about physics.
Truly. Because you guys, you bring up stuff that, like, I have to think about sometimes. Is that, like, you can't see past this certain distance. And then, like, all the globe earthers are thinking, like, oh, you can, light travels forever. How we perceive things is that light or photons are bouncing off of our eyes. That's how we can see it. That's why we see stars. But, like, you guys say that, you can only see a certain distance through the earth. I'm rambling a little bit. What was your question? What did you actually want to ask me? Why do I come in here?
You're just throwing shade. You didn't even ask a question.
Okay. You want to shit on me, dude? That's fair enough.
What happened to all the unemployed flat earthers? It's Monday. This room should be popping.
They're all at work.
No, they're not. They don't have jobs. Yo, Timbo, are you coming up for the festival this year?
What even is that?
It's September instead of October for some reason. I thought you would know why.
I wouldn't know about what?
Flattoberfest
No
2024. You
idea
coming
what
up?
that is.
Yeah,
I
you
don't even know
do.
what that is.
We've talked about
Just,
Flattoberfest every year for the last like 2 years, bro. Don't
I
play
just said
this.
I don't know what it is.
Right. You knew what it was last year.
Did I?
Yeah, you know Karen's event. She had in Vegas last year.
I don't know who that is.
Yeah, you do. Is it because the live stream is on that you're playing this game?
What game, man?
You're so coy, Timbo. Come on, you coming up or what, bro? I'll buy you a pint at the single mingle.
I'm married with
all the other flat earth. Well, bring the kids. All the other flat earthers bring their kids to these things.
Yeah, I don't do things like that though.
I know you're gonna be at that single mingle, Timbo. I'm gonna see you there. South Carolina September Flattoberfest for whatever reason, $355. Let's go.
Yeah. Yeah, all right, I'll meet you there.
No takebacks.
If I can make it, I'll meet you there.
Oh, you can make it easy. Plane tickets to South Carolina is dirt cheap. There ain't shit going on there.
Nah, because we have to fly to either Houston or LA first.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just get one with like a bunch of stops. It'll be like less than $1,000.
Yeah, it'll take like 3 days.
18 hours tops.
Nah, because with those stopovers, you got to wait for the other flight to connect.
I've made that flight like 8 times. You got like a long layover in San Francisco, and that's the only thing you got to worry about. It's easy clap.
Sometimes it goes Hawaii, and then you got to wait in Hawaii.
Oh, every time I've gone, it's skipped over Hawaii.
Yeah, you can get direct. Yeah, I don't know what Flattoberfest is though. What is it? What happens there? Have you been? Have you?
Yeah, I went last year.
Why would you do that?
You guys get together, you give Karen B a bunch of money, and then there's like a hookup event, you know, where people bang. I got this flat Earth chick to admit the Earth was round right before I slipped it in. I told her I wouldn't otherwise.
You're very convincing then, aren't you?
It's true. I'm not trying to convince anybody.
Oh, that's good, man. Good on you.
Come on. You guys like tried to avoid me last year at it. Let's all like get together and have a drink this year. It'll be fun.
I've never been to a flat Earth meetup or
No, I know
like
you
that.
haven't been there.
I haven't either.
You should go.
Will I see you there?
Yeah, I'll be there. I'm trying to arrange the meetup. These dudes
Gonna
pussed
hook
out
up with
last
that.
year.
You're gonna hook up with that flat Earth chick again.
I might find her.
Does it
She had
glow
like
work or
green
no?
hair and dreads last year.
Really?
Yeah.
Sure you weren't at a rave party and you took too many drugs
No,
and you
I
thought
was
you were
at
at a
Flat
flat
Earth
Earth?
2024 looking at Karen B on fucking stage, bro.
Yeah, I'm not really keen on those people. So.
Mark Sargent was there.
I don't really listen to.
Why not? Karen used to hang out with you guys.
Yeah, and
She was your guys' friends before she was friends with them.
yeah, I don't really know. I don't know her, man.
Yeah, you do.
No, she does a show or something, but I have a. In case you're wanting to know, I actually have a life.
Really?
Yeah.
Like beyond Flat Earth Discord?
Yeah, man. I'm on here when I'm at work, so I'm a builder. I run a building company, and I have my
That's
headphones
cool.
on.
You do like aluminum
As
stuff?
we do everything from apartment buildings to factories and houses, everything. I have my headphones on as earmuffs, so I can listen. And then when I get home, I turn everything off and I hang out with my family.
Can you observe the curvature?
Definitely not.
I can.
You can. Sure about that?
Yeah, it's like the way the windows in the plane are made, it kind of makes the Earth curved, you know.
I can see curvature from ground level.
Can you?
Yeah, just walk away from me.
Hills and shit.
Did you say walk away from me?
You see hills?
He's not wrong.
I see
If
hills.
he lies
too.
on the ground, you walk away from him. He can see it.
What do you think flat Earth is?
Cult.
What?
False.
False. Okay. All right. Fair enough. What do you think it is? Why do you think all these people in this server and the other servers? What do you think they think the Earth is flat? I heard you say before you think it's just a religious thing, but I'm not religious. I'm not.
I didn't say it was a religious thing. I said that the flat earthers target religious people.
Target? Do you see us target anyone? What do you mean by target?
Yeah, I'm wondering what he means by that too.
It's like it's one of your guys' target audiences.
We have a target.
You know how like
audience?
Scientologists they like to find depressed people. Flat earthers are interested in religious people. I've noticed.
I'm not religious either, man. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, there's always one in the room that pops up, but that's okay.
If you say so, brother.
Yeah, like what do you mean by religious as well? Like in a church or believe in God or
People that believe in a higher power, yeah.
Well, you don't?
Well, I'm not talking about me. I'm talking about flat earthers.
Well, we're asking you a question though. Do you believe in a creator?
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah. So you're one of those people.
Then?
Yeah. You guys are after me.
Oh. Run, bitch.
I don't run. I stand my ground.
Yeah, we'd see.
So, you being a religious, I'll refrain from saying religious. You being someone who believes in a higher power, do you believe in the Big Bang? Or?
Well, I think that you guys misunderstand the Big Bang, but that's actually okay because most people do.
Explain it to us, brother. It happened 14 billion years ago. Let's start there.
No, the Big Bang's still happening. It's a description of the expansion of space. It's not a.
It's still happening, is it?
So boom, and then everything happened from nothing.
No,
but
we just popped into existence.
No, that's
not an explosion.
It's because it doesn't have an explanation.
I want to know, dude.
Weird.
Let's hear your story.
Don't you dare, you guys.
It's an implosion
now. You've made him very upset.
Well, let's hear it.
It's an expansion.
It's not an explosion. It's expansion because it makes it sound better and not as absurd.
No, it doesn't make it sound better.
That shit was an explosion.
And everything just popped into existence, right?
Yes.
Was gravity created from the Big Bang? Hello?
I mean, technically, no.
No. So where did gravity come from? Like the cause?
And mass.
What?
Mass and rotation.
So the Big Bang.
Mass
right?
and
rotation. Everything popped into existence.
Hell no. My universe came from God.
Gravity's eternal. That's why.
Wait, how does rotation?
Capital G gravity. Gravity's God.
What was before the Big Bang?
You guys think that the cause of the cause is the only answer?
Well, in your paradigm, it is.
No.
Yeah.
Hey, by the way, check the chat.
Stop mashing, Giant. Play the game tactically, or go on mute. We don't want to hear you playing like a noob. Press those buttons
Yeah,
with purpose.
with a fake Southern accent too.
Who has a fake Southern accent?
Oh, that guy that was butting in for no reason.
Wait, have you guys talked to like that Cellmaster guy who was in here like a minute ago? I think he's a Glober, but I'm not sure if he spoke up at all while he was here.
What do you mean, Cellmaster? Like what? He was in jail a long time?
Well, that was his username. I just saw him like here a couple minutes ago. I think he left now.
Yeah, I think he's gone.
Did he not speak up at all while he was here?
I don't think so.
Dang. Because I think I've heard him like in some other VCs. He seems to be kind of open-minded from what I saw. But he's not like one of these anti-flat Earth like militant globe troll types.
Where do those guys meet up? We should go to their conventions.
We were hoping you were telling us because I thought you were the cult leader of one of them.
I know this guy's definitely in a cult. He follows around conventions and tries to pick up chicks from fucking flat Earth and stuff. Like, fuck me.
You don't try and pick up chicks when you're at conventions?
Nah, I'm married, brother, and I don't go to conventions, man.
Well, sucks to suck, I guess.
Not really, man. I'm happy as fuck.
Yeah, what do you need to go to a convention for?
For fun.
Especially ones you don't even believe in, man. Like,
I'd rather go to the
troll in the back fucking row
Double
looking
fun.
for hot chicks, right? You fucking creep.
I doubt he's telling the truth. Come on.
Why would it be a bad thing if I attended the Flat Earth conventions?
Yeah, don't you want him to convert?
No, I don't think that's what was said. I think certain people
I've got
don't
no
vote.
interest in
Controlled
converting anyone,
opposition.
man.
And why would a Glober want to go to a flat Earth meetup? That's just weird.
Just to see what happens at them.
He likes banging flat Earth chicks because global chicks are boring. He said.
I just don't know why anybody bases their worldview on a fucking thing that happened 14 billion years ago and everybody popped into existence.
Yeah, and
It
nobody
sounded to
can
me like he based
demonstrate.
his worldview on it. It sounded like you asked him about whether he believed in it. I don't
He
think that
said he
means it's
did.
a
He was telling me
cornerstone of
all
his
about it,
belief.
Eggs.
That doesn't mean it's a cornerstone of his belief, right? Doesn't mean it's the basis of his worldview. Is the point I'm making? I can believe that. I can believe that toast is yummy. That doesn't mean that's how I decide.
No, this is not the same
it's a
thing. Like,
presupposition.
reality. All things go back to this point, dude. Like, this is the starting point of your fucking reality, man.
It's not mine. I don't.
You don't believe in the Big Bang, so you don't believe in gravity. You don't believe in the Earth spinning. You don't believe in the reason why all the planets are the way they are. Like, you don't believe why we're
are those
here.
related? Like the Earth is obviously
Because all of
spinning
it
when
is
we can be-
related to the Big Bang. That's just the way it is. I'm sorry to tell you.
Why? Why are they
this is your
necessarily related? That's the
misunderstanding.
question.
Well, where did they come from then?
Why are they related? Is the question.
Like,
Can you answer it?
Do you because it's part of the story, dude.
Sure. Can you believe some parts of a story and not other parts of it?
I don't see how.
You can't think that it's obvious that the Earth is turning, but I don't necessarily know where all of the matter in the universe comes from, and I can be confident about one and less confident about another. That doesn't make sense to you.
So what's the reason for the Earth spinning then, Eggs?
What do you mean the reason for it?
Yeah,
I don't need to know the
causes it
reason.
to spin?
I don't need to know the reason for something to be observable. If something is
how
the
do you
case,
observe
I don't
it,
need
dude?
to know how it got
We
that
don't
way.
even feel it. And you just
So,
assume it?
You're jumping all over the place. Do you
I'm
understand
not
the point
jumping
I'm
all
making?
over the place, man. I totally
You are.
understand
It's
the point you're
chaos, man.
making. You just don't want to understand
What is
my
it?
point. I get it.
What is the point I'm making then?
That this thing could just happen and all of a sudden it's spinning.
No, that's not the point I'm making. You do
Okay,
not
well,
understand the
explain it
point
to
I'm
me
making.
then.
We can see the way the world is. That doesn't mean we know, therefore,
So what do
how
you
it
see
got that
in
way.
reality that
I
makes
can
you think the Earth is
observe.
spinning?
I'm still trying to get you to understand this fairly simple point, then we can have a more meaningful discussion. But unless
I'm
you
not going to
understand this
understand your point,
really
Eggs.
simple
I'm
point,
sorry, dude. I'm just not going to understand it, dude.
evidently, yeah, but that's kind of an embarrassing thing to admit.
What do you see in reality that makes you think the Earth is spinning?
The fact that it spins, the fact that things work based upon it, the fact that all of the stars circle
You
around
can't
us,
say the
the
fact
that
that
we
it
can look up at.
spins.
Like you just
That's
make
begging
all
the-
these
Say the other-
baseless claims, man. Like
It
what
spins
the fuck?
because
The
it
gyro
spins.
compasses,
Dude, just beg the
gyro
question so hard.
compasses.
You could go with Matthew Learn's description and tell me that God made it spin.
So, but do you understand the simple point that it doesn't need to be? I can observe a tree and not know how it got there, but still be confident there is a tree there.
Oh, fuck.
Doesn't mean I understand
That's totally the same as the Earth
where
spin,
the
isn't
seed
it?
came from or the
Let's
the
talk
entire
about real
process.
things in reality opposed to something that's
Well,
not
I'm trying
real in
to,
reality,
but
right?
it's difficult with you.
Let's compare one to the other, apples to oranges, right?
Yeah, this Eggs is like the king of false analogies. It's actually impressive how well he does it.
Do you also not understand the point? It's a pretty simple point.
I think you're the only one here that understands your point, dude.
I don't think so. Does anybody else here understand the point of you can observe something to be the case without knowing how it got that way?
I know where you're coming from. Like how we can observe the expansion of space and not know how it started. It doesn't necessarily imply an explosion. It just implies a
You can't
center.
observe that. You can't
You can observe
the
flat Earth.
You can
expansion of
observe what
space.
you can
Yeah,
observe
you
what
observe
is
flat Earth.
happening.
How did flat Earth come to be?
Yeah,
It
exactly.
was created
Even
by a
Glober's in
creator.
there.
You understand that part?
When God
If
created
knowing
on day
how
one.
something is contingent upon knowing how it got that way, how did the Earth? How did the
we
flat Earth
logically
get
follow,
this way?
man. If something's here, it had to be created by something.
Not
Cause and
begging the
effect.
question, isn't it?
Cause and effect. What's wrong with that?
It's just not an answer. It's just words.
To you,
how did it get this way? How was it caused to be flat? How was the container?
How is it
caused?
measured?
God
How do we
created it.
observe it?
How
How
is
do
it
we
measured?
use
Great.
it?
That's
seem
probably
answers to
because
anybody
it's never
present?
meant to be any other way than flat. It wasn't meant to be
Be any
round,
other
so
way.
it was probably made flat. So if something was supposed to be round, it would probably be made round. You know what I mean? Like how else would we think about it? If you think rocks are gonna fly away because gravity's not real and it's a catchphrase from some fucking guy, right? And without this catchphrase, what were we doing before that? Thinking rocks were flying away? Is that where we thought trees were gonna uproot themselves and start walking? Because gravity didn't exist then, the word didn't exist from
So
some
you believe
retarded
all
ass
of the
dude.
story that came from the Big Bang, but you don't believe in the Big Bang. Like that makes total sense.
I
to me.
don't
get it, dude.
Well, no, you don't. But you don't understand the point I'm making. You can't steel man it, and you admit yourself that you don't understand the
I
point
can
I'm making.
steel man it,
Like,
and I
so
just
here's what you
did.
think, and it's like it obviously has no credibility. Nobody thinks that has any
Everything that you
credibility,
think
unless you
came
can
from the
say,
Big Bang, dude.
"Here's what
I'm
you
sorry,
think,"
man.
and then I
That's just the way
agree.
it is. That's your story.
No, come on.
Big Shells, go ahead and explain
How is
that so
gravity
we all
related to the Big
understand.
Bang? Big Bang again?
I don't like. I think it's arrogant to think that you know how everything started. I think either argument would entail what seemed to me to be logical
I didn't
contradiction.
hear anyone.
We don't claim how everything started, dude.
I didn't mean to trigger
I didn't
you.
You
hear
don't claim
anyone
gravity
claim.
the way you do. We don't claim the Earth's spinning the way you do. We don't claim planets are fucking moving all over the place the way you do.
Yeah, you're the arrogant fact addict, Eggshells. You're the fact addict guy. That's arrogance.
What the fuck does that mean?
And
Fact
where
data.
did the cause
That's
of
what you
gravity
keep
come
saying,
from?
fact
That
data.
tough guy in the background that says it didn't come from the Big Bang.
I didn't say it didn't.
I wasn't talking to you.
No, yeah, you said everything came from the Big Bang. You said
Right.
everything came from the Big Bang. How?
Yes.
How is gravity related?
I don't know. You tell me. It's
You just said
your
everything
story.
comes from it.
Oh my
Dude,
god.
Your whole existence popped out of the Big Bang, man.
Okay.
You guys don't hear one another when you're on these loops. You don't like.
I hear
hey,
myself
that doesn't make
just
any
fine,
fucking
Egg. I'm
sense at all.
sorry that you can't hear it,
No,
man.
I don't mean you can't. I get you can't hear yourself, but I just don't
Fact
understand
data.
how other
We
flat
heard you.
earthers
You
aren't
fact
like.
data. We
Like
heard
you
you.
have a fairy tale and you follow it, right? Or you don't, I guess, right?
You denied the Catholics.
It's a law.
Let's hear Carter deny the Catholics now.
Gravity is something we observe.
What the
It's not.
effect?
It's
I'm
not. It
talking
didn't.
about
It
the
didn't
cause,
literally
buddy.
come from the Big Bang. What does that mean? That doesn't
I'm
make
not
any
talking
sense.
about the effect, man. I'm talking about the cause, dude. You understand that, right? Or are you not on my level?
I don't think people say gravity was caused by the Big Bang either.
What was it caused by then?
I don't know.
So you don't know, but
There we go.
it's
You
mass
you said
attracting
it came
mass,
from the Big
right?
Bang. How did you come
Or
to
it's
that?
bending of space-time, one of the two, right?
So
It's
that's
so
the
they can,
law, though. Yeah.
You
That's the
understand it's
law.
Einstein's theory, right?
Yeah.
Did the
Right, but
formula,
Timbo,
did the
you get
formula just
you
come
get
out
in
of the Big Bang?
principle
Is that what you're telling me?
You understand
the
it's
idea that
Einstein's theory, right? And Einstein's theory is the Big Bang. You understand that, right?
No.
I get
Timbo,
it.
you get the idea in principle that like you could hear the story of like Homer's the Iliad and go, okay, I think there might have been Greece might have existed as a country and Mycenaeans might have existed, but that doesn't necessarily mean Achilles was the son of a god. There
Yeah,
can be
let's
some
compare
parts of a
apples to
story that I
oranges,
go,
right?
hey, that might be factual, and it doesn't necessarily mean I buy the whole story hook, line, and sinker.
Yeah, because
it's not the
one, you
same eggs, and you can keep
can see
explaining it
the
all you want, man.
one
Go ahead, Timbo.
you can see stuff from the Greeks, but you don't know the other
Bingo.
things real.
Exactly. So when you've got evidence, like independent evidence of something, you can be like, right, I'm pretty confident that there appears to be something that behaves like an attractive force between masses without knowing how it got here or how it functions, or as Subdued seems to be asking, like where it came from. I don't need to know those things. If I can see that there appears to be an attractive force between things, that's enough to claim that there is an attractive force.
Where do you see that, eggs? Where do you see this attractive force?
Just one person spurging at a time,
Fat got
please.
it.
Yeah, where's the attractive force?
You're cracked.
It appears to be between masses. It seems to be a good explanation.
Can you
restate your claim.
Yeah, you can't just use down either.
No, I think the best indication is that you can see spherical objects orbiting spherical objects when you look up.
Dude, you are out to lunch.
That's his best
You are,
evidence.
dude.
I think it's pretty good evidence. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Like
I
you can
think
see
it's
Jupiter
great
and you can
evidence,
see little
dude.
balls
Like
orbiting
you and
around
the,
it.
you and Carter,
okay,
it's great.
sorry, I didn't. Like I get it. Dissonance is a hell of a drug.
So do I, dude. Like, do you believe in Einstein's theory or not?
Fact that it seems to be your judge. You're a drug.
Like these things spinning around and orbiting each other. That's Einstein's theory, dude.
That's
like, do you believe in it or not?
Do I think things are orbiting other things? Yeah, you can see them with your.
So do you believe the rest of his theory or just part of it?
I don't understand the rest of it. I don't believe in things I don't understand.
I'm glad, man. There you go. At least you're being honest, dude.
Yeah, being honest from the start. You
You
finally
don't
understanding
understand
the
it.
point, though, it seems.
Yeah, definitely I'm missing the point.
Well, the way you flat Earth, isn't it? That's
Someone who says evidence that the Earth spins is fact that it spins isn't being honest. You're cracked, eggshells.
I get that you like saying this weird new word of yours, but it doesn't make a jot of
No,
sense.
you're the eggshell, bro. Fact at it. That's your word.
Well, I'm glad you're having fun, old hoss.
You're an arrogant prick.
Have you missed your meds today, mate?
Yeah.
Anyways, I gotta go to bed. Have a good night.
Say, dude.
Cheers, mate. Sleep well.
I do still find this fascinating. We see things attracted to each other. Like, but you're talking about planets, yeah, or were you talking about the moons around Jupiter?
Moons around Jupiter, I think, is one of the easy ones. But yeah, planets, all of it, right? Balls orbiting balls is a really good indication that they're attracted to one another.
You don't really see moons orbiting Jupiter. You see a shadow go across the face of a light.
You see the actual. You obviously haven't looked for enough GIFs of it. There's really good GIFs where the moon's lit up at the from the same angle that the Jupiter's lit up, and as it passes in front, this shadow goes across it. IB Hunter's shot some pretty good ones himself with his own backyard telescope. 100% you can see the moon itself that is casting the shadow.
Okay, so where on Earth do we see this occurrence?
What? Eclipses?
No. Shit attract spheres attracting spheres.
With the moon.
That's not on Earth.
Okay.
Someone's hot micing.
Old buddy.
That might be old Hoss.
Yeah, my mic's open. It wasn't me, but
oh,
Certainly stopped when you closed.
I knew who it was.
Wait.
Yeah, like I posted a
we don't actually
video
see this
there in
on
the
Earth.
chat.
The only thing you see
Yeah,
on
but
Earth
I don't
go down,
have.
and then you go, okay, well, we live on a ball, so that means that everything's attracted to the center of the Earth. But
I don't
that's
pretend
a
that I'm.
huge inference. Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't pretend that I'm going to be able to explain it in your worldview, right? I'm not saying I can make it make sense when it's not going to meet a standard that you set, which is it's got to be down here on Earth. But I don't set that standard. I think when I look up, I'm seeing objects.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I get that.
So if you're saying to me, why do I think, there's this force? It's like, well, follow a bunch of logical things. It's going to cause balls. It's going to cause rotation.
Fact that it. So
Good
you
one,
see
man.
balls in the sky,
Absolutely
bro. You see
demolished
balls
me.
in the sky come together and touch each other and make a bigger ball. You see
No.
balls in the sky
Have you been
make
going through my search history?
So you see spherical stars like go to the center of another star, or like hit the moon, go and race to the moon. Like, what are you talking about? When do you look up and
Yeah,
see
not
any
that is what
attribute of
I'm talking
gravity?
about.
Yeah, no orbit I've ever seen. No orbits of stuff. That doesn't happen. Nothing goes to the center of another thing out in space that we can watch, and nothing just makes a
This
fucking
one you can
ball.
also see Io.
So when you look
Doing
out of
it.
your telescope, you see stars just make spheres. I've never seen that. I'd love to see which telescope you're looking at. It must be the drunk one. Is there a telescope that
The
shows
one
us
on
how
crack today, it
stuff
sounds
goes
like.
to the inside of other stuff, to the center of other shit out in space? Like you see another rock go to another thing and dig its fucking way to the center? When has anybody seen that?
Here we go. That's an epic one.
Yeah, it's real
Should be
epic. That's the
video
fucking claim on the table that
trace.
anything more dense than the object in contact with it, the more dense thing will end up in the center of the other object. You didn't know that?
No, but speaking of density.
Which you don't know what it is.
Yes, you are dense, eggshells.
Oh, you almost got my joke. Well done. Well done, Hoss.
Pat got it.
He knew what density
Say it again
was.
for us. Say it again for us. Say
No,
your
you say it.
nonsense a good
I'll wait until
phrase.
you say it again.
Kells doesn't know what density is, and he thinks that's funny.
I come here to find out what density is.
What about volume, mass, matter?
Being really loud. It's going to church. Things that are really important.
Yeah, like when you look up, you see magic orbits somewhere that I've never seen. You
Well, you
see,
haven't looked up, have you? It's because you
see
belong
dust,
to
and
a
gas and
cult that
water
says don't
form a
look up.
sphere. You look in space and see dust and gas and waters form spheres in front of your fucking eyes. I would love to see this. Do you have any video of this? Could you just film it for us? Or is it your lie?
He's got that wild card, that fact data wild card.
What? I mean, I'm just wondering.
Are people on crack here today? What's going on?
Well, we're trying to see what kind of video you
Making
got.
sport of you.
I've just never seen Neil deGrasse Tyson come on and say, hey, we've seen these dirts form balls and waters and gases through our telescope. Last time I checked, they couldn't find water nowhere. So you don't even have an idea that water can stick to anything out in space, do you? Can't see nones? That weird? You ain't even got no water anywhere. to prove that water could fucking stick around something and hold to it with gravity. Isn't that weird? And then everything else is invisible. You claim something's a fucking gas holding the shape there, but then you can't demonstrate it.
It's weird. They've come to all these conclusions fantastically, but they don't want it to remain just a fantastic fantasy. They want it to be real. We get it. You're lost in an outer space mythology, bro.
Well, you guys spend a lot of time talking. I don't really talk about space at all unless I'm in here.
So you were just crying about people not looking up in the air. Listen, you were the one when
far more obsessed with space than I am. Any ordinary glober.
What about
Eggshell? You're the one who claimed that we're on this dude. You're the one who claims we're on an object in space spinning. And when asked what evidence you had of the Earth spinning, you said, "Fact that it spins."
Yeah,
that's you.
The fact that it spins is a pretty good indication that it spins.
That's an obsession of an object in space. You come to these conclusions so fantastically, yet you want them all to be legitimate. You want them to be legit. Yet you know they're fantasy.
You got there eventually.
Watch gravity.
Well, I gave up. I just went with
I
the
wasn't
root
here when
word.
you said that, but that is a good one.
Yeah, so why is it, you've come to all these conclusions wildly, so why do you insist that, wildly and desperately and fantastically, so why do you insist that it's real?
Good reasoning, and the epically poor reasoning that comes from the other side, the flat earther side. The reasoning is always really janky.
Not bullshit word salad. I want to know why you acknowledge that all these conclusions that you've come to are just wishful thinking, yet you want them to be real. You want us to accept them as real when you know they're fantasy.
But why do you make up things? Is it because
no.
reality is scary to you?
No,
you just made that up. You just made that up.
No, that's you. That's fact data.
That's me.
Yeah, fact data. Do you want to try again?
Crack, man. Have you had something today?
Maybe too much coffee. So when you said fact data, what were you on?
On this spinning ball.
Okay.
Through the
and how do you know that's the case?
Expanse of space.
Okay.
Oh, lots of ways.
I hear you. Listen, it sounds like the expanse of space just went up your nose.
Cool, man. That's a wicked joke.
Are you
just copying my jokes and presenting them back to me and hoping that nobody here notices that?
Hey, fact data.
I think it's pretty obvious. I think we're noticing it.
Fact data. So that's it? Fact data?
Well, that you can detect it with a gyroscope, I think, is pretty strong indication. I mean, the fact that flat Earth needs to reach back into like junk science from the 1800s to explain why gyros detect rotation rather than just going, maybe we're rotating. Is pretty telling, right?
I don't know. You're the one that keeps repeating fact data.
Am I? Really?
Indeed.
You think it's me that's saying that the most?
Fact data? Well, where do you think I learned it from?
I don't know. The bottom of a crack pipe, probably.
No. You wish.
It's just, do you even try to make sense, man?
No, I don't try. I do.
Maybe you should start trying then.
Nah, I just did.
Debatable. So why do you reckon gyros that are built to detect rotation detect
I don't
rotation?
know. Fact that they do, right?
Yeah, they do. They detect that the Earth is rotating.
Fact
they
that
detect the axis of it and the direction
Fact
of
it. Well, it's funny you have all these gyro explanations when earlier it was fact data.
thought you were going to sleep. You're going to rest those little neurons. They sound like they need a nap.
I just woke up.
Oh, not really though, did you?
Actually, about 20 minutes ago.
Metaphorical sense, you didn't really.
Spit it out.
I said not in a metaphorical sense.
Spit it out. Get it out. Come on.
I'm saying you sound like you're still asleep. Mentally, emotionally, metaphysically.
What is that sun picture you posted?
Wait, Mr. Fat Dad.
It was awesome. I was just in the
Mr. Fat Dad.
Reddit.
That's you.
Are you gonna contribute to the conversation, Hoss? Or are you just gonna keep saying your favorite new word?
Well, I don't know. You're crying about me, so I feel like I've contributed fine.
That's a
I've pointed out your fat daddedness.
All right. It just.
When are you going to contribute?
I'm trying to, but it sounds like you're getting in the way.
Well, just do.
Because I saw it on the astronomy forum, and I was like, oh, well, I'm finding these other pictures. I thought that'd be cool.
You've been here for about
but also
6
because
months.
it shows to me, it's a good indication that the Earth,
listen,
is a sphere and
you've
not,
exposed your gullibility. We get it. You're in outer space mythology, dude.
Like a physical surface.
I mean, I understand that a picture tells you that the ground that you're living on is curved, which is kind of odd. But where's that curvature again?
A picture tells you that the ground is curved.
Well, that's what you said. You said the picture
the Earth
like
is.
Isn't that what you said?
Is that what I said?
I thought it was.
No.
Sorry. What'd you say?
No. I definitely didn't say that.
What are you on the planets or on the Earth? Or what are you? The moon? What are you talking about now? Egg.
I was talking about that sun, but he said something about the
sun
sun makes like the Earth curve. That's what I thought I heard anyways. But what did you say if you want to reiterate yourself?
This is how you flat Earth.
Sorry, what?
I said because it looks like a sphere.
Oh, because the picture looks like a sphere. Sorry.
Yeah, that's a good indication that it's a sphere. Because when people say it's just a light in the sky, which also I don't understand. Like most lights are also physical. I don't know of any.
Do you think the moon is like? I mean, sorry, the sun is what they say, like how far away it is?
Of course he does.
Yeah, probably. Yeah,
probably. Oh,
okay. I'd be surprised if it's wrong, because they've done it with so many different methods now. Whereas, like, when it comes to the Big Bang or the age of the universe, they've based it on the same information each time, and it's very little information. And each time they get new data, they have to massively update it. So I have very little faith in their current model of it because it's based on two things, which is cosmic microwave background radiation and redshift, which rely
so
on
how far is what is the official number for the sun's distance now?
Why don't you just go back?
No, what's the number for the sun's distance now?
I don't know. You're the one.
You just agreed with it.
Pointless.
You just agreed with it, Hotshot.
Yeah, whatever they say.
You were asked if you agreed with the distance. So what is
miles.
it?
93
no,
they've
updated it since then.
Oh, have they?
Yeah, they have.
Well, I don't think they have. I think that's the average, and it goes, I think, 5 million further.
Eggshells are flat. This is just a personal thing for me. Like, I just don't understand how they measure that far. And then just on a complete different side note, other than this, like, scientists are like, oh, well, we can determine that this animal was 250 million years old. Like, just even as a kid, I just never bought into that stuff.
No, I get that. I think that
they're appealing to people like Eggshells who are they're crushed under the pressure of peer pressure. They have to go along to get along. They believe the entire narrative, even though they don't know what it is, as you just highlighted. You believe in dinosaurs. You believe you're evolved pond scum. You believe the sun is a 93 million mile distant star.
Sorry. Evolution might bless some.
Do you still write?
Neil, I kind of
cause Eggshells.
Neil, I kind of agree with you. Like the first estimate, the first modern estimate to the sun would.
Let me talk to him.
Yeah, Eggshells. You little prick. Do you still write letters to Santa Claus?
Fun. If only that had been relevant. Which is, they get Venus at right angles, right? Which my understanding is they judge that based upon when the shadow is half across it, which is like, well, you're going to have a fair bit of like leeway and guesswork in that, right? They might have done it by its orbital period as well. And then they go, right, well, that's making a right angle triangle. And then we're also going to assume to Venus, yeah. Then we're also going to assume that Venus is this is the first. Yeah, go for it.
In reality, a right angle triangle to Venus, like
yeah, that's one of the first modern methods they did. Yeah.
Okay, I'll let you go on.
But no, but what I'm doing is agreeing with you. Like they also so they're doing this massive guesswork about when it's making a right angle triangle. Then a far bigger guess, which is they just randomly assume that it's roughly the same size as Earth. And then between those two things,
and you're good with that, eggshells?
And between those two things, they then just do trigonometry.
Eggshells.
I'm talking. Hey, Hoss.
Hey, eggshells. You just mentioned that they assumed that it was roughly the same size. I'm asking you, Hotshot, if you're good with it, eggshells.
He's admitting to it that they roughly do it, so I don't.
Yeah, I know. I'm asking if that's kosher. I wonder if he thinks that's kosher.
But it's the Glober rhetoric, so you have to agree.
Yeah, I get it. I know, but hold on.
I've never been down the mind of a Glober to this extent.
Yeah, I just want him to know that you hear him gloss over the leaps of logic, though, don't you? You hear him try to talk over it.
No, you're missing the whole conversation, Hoss. It's the opposite.
No, I'm listening to you. Eggshells.
No, the opposite of that is happening. I'm acknowledging.
Well, listen, you were the one creating your own cosmology and cosmogony about 20 minutes ago. Now you just broke my wine glass.
So the point.
So you do understand that was a leap of logic, right?
If you ever listened instead of just speaking, you might catch that I'm actually
I'm listening and I'm asking you to. I'm clarifying. I'm clarifying now.
So this is how you flat Earth.
I understand that part.
You'll be fine.
They assume the
So you understand, eggshells, that was a leap of logic, right?
That's the point I'm making, you confused old man.
Well, why if you realize
and muted me?
Okay, so that goes back to my original thing.
Make sure you're saying the thing you're already saying.
So my original point was
you're so irredeemably stupid.
Psycho. My original point was, if you recognize that all this stuff is built upon leaps of logic, why are you still licking the boot of it?
Because it's too deep.
Well, I was going to get to that. It's funny that you muted me to ask that question. When that was
your answer. We'll let him go uninterrupted next 30 seconds. See what he has to say.
100%. Yeah. So then, you have very low faith in that distance, right? But then if you do it another way, so you bounce a radar signal off it and you keep building upon this body of knowledge. And the way I do it is like off the moon, off the sun, sorry.
Okay, I'm just going to pause you right there.
That
does not seem possible in reality. Bouncing a radar off something that's 90 million miles away. I don't know, whatever it is.
A ball of hydrogen. A ball of hydrogen. I'll say it one more time. He's trying to bounce a signal through hydrogen, the most abundant thing we have, supposedly, wink, wink, to hit hydrogen and come back. What the fuck are we talking about?
But right, eggshells, the fact that it does.
I don't think we'll get there, Neil.
Okay,
we can have a chat sometime where there are some more.
Here, eggshells always run.
I'm the normie here. I'm just saying, I'm the normie. They're chiming in the background, but like I'm the normie. I'm just trying to understand your guys' logic. So okay, we bounced the radar off the moon, at the sun. Okay,
I would love to talk to you about it. I just don't think we're going to get there. But what I'm saying is, it's not just you do one more test and you go, great, we've done it, we've solved it. It's like when you're doing a crossword, right? And you get a word and you're not quite sure about that word. But then as you get other words that intersect with it, they will confirm letters in your previously chosen word, or they might disconfirm them. And my general gist is, as you keep doing those things, you will become more or less confident in your in your conclusion about it, and you'll never get to 100%. But once you do like 5 or 6 different methods, and they all seem to be pointing at the one answer, then you go, okay, I'm probably pretty close now.
Okay. Thank you very much for your explanation. That's all I needed to hear. Thank you.
Like, if there was any of this for flat Earth, I would give it more credence. Like, if people start to be coalescing around a distance
Hold
to the
on,
sun,
you want us to make leaps of logic that the Earth and Venus are the same size?
I think if you made a leap of logic, you would probably throw a hip, mate.
No, do you acknowledge that that's a leap of logic?
Do you want me to? Do you want to write it down this time?
Eggshells.
Yes.
What?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So you
same
do,
as last time. It hasn't changed.
So
the answer remains yes.
Okay, so you do acknowledge that all of your evidence is a house of cards. So you do acknowledge that all of your evidence of Earth being a globe is a house of cards.
Hey, we got a pilot in here, guys. We need to put some respect on this shit.
Yeah, I'm sure, Brian. Put a sock in it.
Yeah, I'll put a sock in you. You keep it up.
Oh, is that a threat?
Sounding kind of sexual.
It's a promise, buddy.
Who's the pilot? But no, it's not a house of cards. If you'd listened to the other part I'd said, you might understand why I don't think it is.
Everything's built upon leaps of logic. Eggshells.
Did you hear the other part I said though? Or were you just so keen to say leap of logic?
I heard your whole bullshit rhetoric, pal.
$20 says you can't steel man it.
$20.
Money is safe.
Yeah.
I will be spending that money.
$20 whole dollars. What are you going to buy? A pack of gum?
Well,
I'm betting $20 that he can do it.
Yeah.
Go on, do it. Come on,
we got the bet. I'm ready to Venmo
the whole thing
sheeple.
Is you're so confident that this water ball ideology exists in reality, yet you, for the last hour, have told us that you just fact-dated it all.
Is that the steel man? Ooh,
no,
should I give you my
PayPal?
I
don't need 20 quid. I don't need 20 quid.
And I had the bet about whether you could do it. We'd need to send it to your care anyway.
No betting. Anyways, but thank you for exposing your wishful thinking and your fact-dated.
This isn't even fun if you don't even try.
No.
Yeah.
But he had one go halfway through, and he's just obviously.
You're mumbling, Eggshells.
Hey, old Toss, is there any reason why Brian's muted?
Yeah, he was threatening me. But
no, they were both threatening one another, to be fair.
No.
Something to do with
incorrect.
Socks.
I told him to put a sock in it. He told me he was going to put a sock in me.
Damn.
The WWF.
He's back. Yeah, Brian's talking about pilots.
Oh,
yeah. Talking about pilots and shoving socks inside of you. There's no problem with that, buddy.
All right.
Yeah, he's mankind.
Pilots, what are you?
You're an idiot.
Yeah,
So's your mama.
Yeah, Brian, do you think that the Earth is a globe?
Well, let's take a look at it from a geopolitical perspective.
Oh, you're a fucking idiot, dude.
All right, buddy.
That's the dumbest thing I've heard today.
Geopolitical. What do you mean? Let me just hear what he's got to say.
Yeah. First of all, I just want to say that you're just crazy, right? To think that the Earth is anything other than round.
Okay.
Right?
You get that out of the way? No,
the Earth is specifically an oblate spheroid, right?
Interesting.
It's spherical in shape and slightly flattened at its poles. You look at take a look at the north and south poles, right? You see the bulgingness at the equator, right? Due to a rotational movement, right? This is obviously confirmed. Confirmed, by the way, by science, centuries of scientific observation.
Yes,
right? You can
get
use
on with it, man.
Well, if you would stop interrupting me, I'll explain. Right?
No, I don't need you to explain. I need you to tell me how it is that what you said.
How about you put a sock in it, buddy? Let me explain.
Put a sock in it.
Measurements.
No, we're not going to do that.
Exploration and.
No, I need you to get to the point. Go ahead.
Around plane.
You know, I'm muting you when you think you're talking. Look at your mic. It's red. That means you don't have the ability to speak.
He's an imbecile.
So keep aware that your mic might turn red when you're speaking, because that's when I remove your talking privileges. If you can coherently say how the Earth is what you said it is, then you can continue. Please.
Man, what a dirty fucking.
Aw. You clicked out of the fucking call, dude. All right, come on.
That was my bad. I was trying to say the N word. My apologies.
You can say whatever you want.
So the idea that the Earth is flat.
Let us know what. Let us know what a big loser you are, Brian.
By overwhelming scientific evidence, and to think otherwise makes.
Go ahead and produce the evidence, sir.
Yeah, you guys are all schizophrenic.
Yeah, go ahead and produce the evidence, Brian.
Or try more, Brian.
Can you not present the evidence? Because that's all I'm asking for you to do. It's pretty simple.
Yeah, I already presented my evidence. Case
Which
closed,
is?
guys.
Case closed. Really?
We already
Why?
talked about it. We already.
No, we didn't. You keep yammering about what you think it is, yet there's no demonstration. So where is it?
Just mentioned it in multiple different points, so you clearly weren't listening.
All right, you were talking through your mute, so now go ahead and present your evidence.
Yeah, this is the problem with you guys. I can't speak.
I don't care about problems with us guys. I want evidence. Do you have it? You want me to speak slower? Evidence.
Give me a second. I'll explain again.
Go ahead.
Again, as I already said, scientific observation through measurements, right? Exploration through satellite imagery, right?
Okay, satellite imagery. What are we looking at? Go ahead and tell me what we're looking at with your satellite imagery, Brian.
The physical characteristics of the poles, being that it flattens, right?
Sir, your mic is red. Do you notice this? Now, I need you to present what image in the text channel you want us to look at.
Insane, man. Yeah, fuck you guys. You guys obviously don't listen. So fuck you.
Well, it's not that we don't listen, is that you're not presenting evidence.
You keep muting me as I'm trying to tell you physical characteristics of the planet, why it's round versus flat. Yeah, you clearly don't listen. It's fine.
Yeah,
man.
talking is not going to help. Brian, come on, don't be
that.
That
how
way.
else do I tell you evidence without talking? That doesn't make any sense.
You gotta show us. You gotta show us what you mean. You said
I'm telling you what I mean, man.
Brian,
do you not
come
listen?
On. Bro, let's
get out of here, man. You're done talking. Get out. I don't care. I'm done with this bullshit. You guys don't
come
listen,
on, Brian.
Obviously.
Don't be that way.
I literally just told you 5 points and you kept muting me. Does anyone else think I'm crazy when I'm trying to explain it?
Not that you're crazy.
That doesn't make any sense.
Brian,
you're
not out of your mind. Listen, you're not out of your mind. I just want you to post the image in the text chat. That's it.
I don't have to post an image. I'm telling you what's already been conducted by research.
Yeah, conducted. Who's conducting this, Brian?
How
the
can
guy
you
sitting right next to you that you're imagining?
Flat? If you're in outer space and you're looking at the planet, can you explain to me why it's flat? Why is it flat?
Yeah, we can talk about it, but like
we've already conducted scientific evidence that's reflected.
You don't have any. Where is it, Brian? It's like the.
I'm telling you what's already been observed and what's been posted. Why the Earth is flat?
Where is it posted? Where?
I just told you multiple points of physical characteristics of the planet.
Multiple points. You think that multiple
why
points?
It's not flat.
So if you say,
rounds, right?
Brian, if you say a whole bunch of words,
we got to take a look at the poles, right? Why they're flat?
Take a look at the poles.
Increases the bulging of the equator. That's due to its rotational movement.
Do you know how you sound right now, Brian?
That shows you why it's a round
planet. Brother, present it. What do you mean? Show us
the evidence. That's the evidence. Take a look at any image of the planet.
Come on, bro.
And you see why it exists.
Present one. Present one. I want to see what you're talking about.
Nah, you're trolling, man. You already know what I'm trying to say.
No, because listen,
if you're serious, you're schizo. You're a schizo.
Okay, yeah, words aren't going to help here. Like the thing that you need to do is put that monkey in the text chat, bro. We want to see what you're talking about. Like if I said I had an image of the Earth and I didn't post it, I think I would have to post it because I told you I have an image.
I think our case is closed. I think I made my points pretty clearly.
No, our case isn't closed because you said you have an image to post and there isn't one posted, Brian.
Yeah, I think I already made it pretty clearly evident, guys. I think I'm getting out of here. This guy obviously doesn't get it. I'm glad everyone else here gets it, but I guess this guy didn't.
Brian. Brian, you're talking to yourself.
He gone.
Oh, I love it. I absolutely.
You asked why he was muted. Wow.
Yeah, I'm man.
You found out.
I like it. I love it. I want some more of it. Come on. Come on, people now. Smile on your brother. You really don't know what you get yourself into when you're in here. When I'm in here, you really fucking don't know. That's okay. Carry on. Oh, we got Done in here. Maybe Done. Oh, that's Snipe. Dude, you keep changing your name. I don't know sometimes. Human Sheeple. Really? That's the best we got? Tisk. Well, we got Sarah the Money. Sarah the Money, welcome. Chubbs is in the house. What up, what up? Oh, well. Anybody in here? Raymond? Neil? Good old Mark?
Yo.
What's up, Raymond? Too bad that guy didn't have any evidence. He didn't want to post an image. Just wanted to talk about his image. A little bit. I was laughing in the background when you were saying that word that he said. Back at it. That was pretty funny.
Back at it.
It was funny.
Yeah.
You got some
Evidence.
chuckles out of me, dude, for sure.
Well, he pisses me off every time he's on here. Yeah. Evidence that the Earth is spinning is fact that it spins. What the hell?
I was chuckling, dude. That's for sure.
Come on, eggshells.
He's gonna get in his...
any more words for us?
He's gonna get in his feelings, dude. No. That's funny. No, we're just messing about. That's all right. Did Eggshells throw up his hands with you? I'm not talking to old Haas anymore. Fuck it. Daz Studio, what's up, man? Yeah, Globus in the chat. Globus.
Yeah, what's up, guys?
Chilling, brother.
G'day.
Pretty cold. It's
G'day,
pretty cold in
Globus.
Melbourne.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Well,
Cold, rain, Arctic blast.
We got hurricanes and tornadoes and whatnot over here in the United States. So.
No.
What's going on, man? Crazy weather we're having.
Yeah, no, globe evidence, just at homes and stuff.
Oh, those guys?
Right. It's fine.
The Globers? Yeah. You can't get them to sit still for long enough to have a conversation with them. They're all in their feelings about it. I'm telling you, man, we got pictures from space, bro. Brother, man, all you got to do is raise your hand in the air and say, I believe. I believe in the globe. That's it right there. That's all you got to do right there. Raise your hand. There, do it with me. I believe the Earth is a globe and we're flying through space.
I believe. Come on now.
There you go. Now, which
Fact
one of
that
you?
Poles are flattened.
The fact that it. Old Haas is like, oh, I'm going to use this for a little bit. I'm going to use this word. That's all right. They all get in their feelings in this chat. What else we got on the docket? Any more Globers? We got Chubbs. He's a Glober. He believes the Earth's a spinning ball flying through the vacuum of space.
Praise it flat, brother. Praise it.
Now, Chubbs, you ain't believing the globe today. I'm telling you. You got to believe, brother. That's how you know. You got to look up in the sky and see all those little spherical balls up in the sky. You just got to raise your hand and say, I believe.
We just need to find that water that's on the outside.
I'm about the water.
Now, I don't know if there are globes up there or not. I can't tell you that much. But what I can say is that I believe. Now, can you say that with me? Oh, what the hell? You can imagine that's how they get indoctrinated with the idea. Now, we got to reason with each other. Now, those things up there look like globes, don't they? Well, that's what I'm saying. All you got to know is that those things are like the one we're standing on. That's it. Belief. That's what this is built on.
And there's the gas around each one, and there's water on each one, 70%.
Now,
and
you
they
can
got
imagine.
grass and humans, and so awesome.
Yeah, but see, you can imagine any kind of world you want. And that's what's amazing about this belief. Just you see up there, whatever you project in your mind out in that little ball of light, you can say whatever you want about it. Like you make it up as you go. That's fine. You don't need to know all of it.
It's like you're staring into your own imagination. Isn't it awesome?
Of course. Who doesn't want to believe? Isn't that amazing? You can just imagine. The possibilities are endless. Now, you want some flat earther to take that away from you? Of course not. Why? When you can just believe. Pretty easy. Oh.
When I look out in my telescope, I see all the gas pockets of air, spherical pockets of air everywhere, water balls floating in space. Such beautiful spherical balls of water liquid floating when I look out my telescope.
Now, you don't have to be too worried about science and all of that because, we just all have to imagine that science doesn't work in the way that makes us feel happy. It doesn't work that way. It works whatever way we say. So if it's violating some natural law, no problem. That's all right. We can just imagine.
Hey, but out there, science. I'm going to science out there to you down here when down here isn't out there and I can't science out there down here. But look out there, and everything we do here proves that out there when it's the exact opposite. Science.
No, just science. They call it observational science. That's pretty cool words, huh?
Look, a mirage. Now we know
about that.
everything about that UFO.
All you got to do is look at stuff and, well, you can science the hell out of it.
Science the hell out of those UFOs. We're so good at science. The UFO could never be a UFO again.
I wish I could impersonate Trump. I'd be doing a Trump impersonation right now.
Are you guys rehearsing for your on-stage performance at Plateauberfest?
Now, human sheeple, he's the creepiest one of all. But it's okay because in this religion, there's room for all. So we make room for the creepiest ones, but we sit them way at the back of the pews,
nice.
way at the back. We don't want them around any other people. Pretty creepy.
I know some people, folks. They're pretty
Tell
smart
him why
people.
I'm the creepiest, Mickey. Tell him why.
You don't know. Trump doesn't allow him around. He doesn't get the Trump approval. Don't ask me
I
how.
wish I could do his voice, man. That's one thing. I was attempting to, but it doesn't pan out. Like I can't get that.
We need Flat
I
Man
was a
B.
good kid back in school.
You're not even going to tell the
Everybody
people
got
why
Flat
I'm the
Man B has the
creepiest.
best one I've heard.
Yeah. There's somebody that actually did it good too. Oh well. Sorry.
It was so great. So great. That's the best I got.
But it's good, dude. I like it. It's really good.
I got swamp legs.
I can't get that pitch.
My legs work in the swamp so good. Everybody knows. I love the swamps.
Yeah, see, you got the cadence down, D-Monk, but the pitch is.
Everybody
knows.
Is
I'm
so
going to be
flat.
so disappointed if this isn't the opening act at Flattoberfest.
It's measurably and demonstrably flat.
Watch your mouth when you're talking about flat Earth like that. Trump wouldn't like it.
But he uses things like we got the best people, all the
Yeah,
best
the
people,
smartest, the best.
smartest.
So smart.
Everybody
I mean,
everybody knows
I've
this.
seen smart people before, folks, but these folks here are just so smart. Believe me.
As a matter of fact, I hired them all from Harvard University. They're just so smart and witty. I cannot believe it.
Come on, Neil. Come on, bro.
Everybody
You're doing pretty good.
I swear I've never practiced in my life. That's the first time I've done it.
That's pretty fucking good, dude. Well, it's good. If you had the pitch just a little bit tweaked, you would hit it. But it's good.
Maybe I should.
It's damn
I'll
good.
try my other buddy sometime. Or when we're shooting the shit.
I feel like if you got all in it, you would be just feeling it, man.
Yeah, I'm Canadian, so we don't really care.
Yeah, you'd be all in it for sure.
You know, my people tell me about you Canadians. They said they're the worst at caring about anything.
We're gonna build a big, beautiful wall up by Canada. It's gonna be amazing.
By Canada. I didn't do that right. You said it like 3 syllables though.
Canada.
Canada, it's so great up there. It's so welcoming and warm. But the people, let me tell you something about the people. They're just a bunch of pushovers. I'll tell you what, I blow them down and they just fall over. I don't mean to sound like the big bad wolf, but I'm gonna come over there and these little
They like Tim Hortons, but that's okay because they have Canada.
It's okay, folks. They're like little Oompa Loompas. I swear they're like 2 foot tall. You love them when you see them.
Yeah.
Everybody just roll
Indians.
them over.
Let me tell you something about the Indians. They're taking over. I swear. It smells like moldy spice rack. Let me tell you something.
Yeah, he's all racist and shit, dude. He's just like, you don't give a damn. Hey, like sometimes
I met
when
this
he
little
speaks,
kid the other day. Smelled like moldy cheese Limburger. I don't know what he was. I think he was alien. It's okay. It's okay, folks. America. Like, what the
He
fuck?
had one of them snakes in his head. I don't know what they call them. They call them turbans or something. But I thought there was a snake in there. I could have sworn.
His hair was different than mine. He looked different than me. I don't know, folks. This has got to be. He might have been from Mars.
bro, I'm telling you, that guy's gonna get elected. I'm saying it right now. I'm calling it. They get.
I bet you if any of us in this room actually had 3 cents in our pocket and wanted to go for it, we'd probably get it over all of them.
Telling you, man.
Here, I'll tell a quick story. Quick, I was just shooting the shit with my mom, telling her about the server. I'm just like, oh yeah, like we're smacking globers all over the place. She's like, oh, are you a flat earther or a glober? I'm like, I'm flat earth. So I started to get into the convo with her, and I got her to a point where she gave up at the spin of the earth. I'm like, do you think the earth is spinning? She's like, oh yeah, it's spinning. And I'm like, well, you think it's spinning 1,000 miles an hour at the equator? She's like, oh yeah, well it's so big that we can't feel it. I'm like, really? And that's the point she gave up. She had nothing for that.
Hey, you should have been like Jim Carrey when he's I don't know what when he plays a pet detective.
Let me ask you a question.
Really?
Oh, really? Let me ask you a question.
Well,
Yeah, but
yeah,
it's weird, right? You're supposed to be like the idea of closer to the center of the ball and further away. The center of the ball, shorter distance, further away, bigger distance, but the same distance. Like you're going the same air. Like
no, I know, but like, how long ago was the conversation though, Neil? Like, was it just
2 minutes ago? Just when I
Oh,
walked in.
you just had that convo.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
So,
Well, maybe
yeah,
later you guys can like follow up on that, but
yeah, she kind of gave up. Then she was like, "Oh, I don't care about the world. I don't care about this." But she was so into it at the start
That's
because I
cool.
got her about like, "Oh, well, what about like space?" I'm like, "Oh, what about like how far we've dug in the Earth? How they know there's a core and a mantle and all that stuff?" And she agreed with a lot of stuff. But then as soon as I got to the spinny ball, then that's when it went downhill.
The gobstopper Earth usually is.
because once you're given space, it's hard to take that away from people. They're like, "What do you mean space doesn't exist around everything?"
Yeah,
I'm
she
like,
was stuck on that too. She's like, "Well, what about like the planets and the solar system and all that?" And I'm like, "Well, you just get into the Glober's mind and see if you can go into a vacuum at -10 to whatever 7 to or whatever the frick it is."
Yeah.
well, I mean, to be fair to all Globers and us and every other human, when kids look up, they do say ball. They do point their finger and say ball. They do. A lot of them do. They literally do. Now, that's not to say when they get older they can't like figure things out, beyond that to an extent. But to still say exactly what they are, no. But it's okay to point and say, seems like a ball. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, and she
But
was
they
saying
do.
like, "Where's the edge?" And I'm like, "Oh, there's no edge." What do you mean, where's the edge? Like, "Oh, well, if it was flat, there would be an edge." Yeah, this is a typical. She's new, right?
Yeah, I had a guy yesterday that was doing that. His name was Shift Spaz, I think. Shift Spaz. He had like a yellow icon, but he spiraled at the end. I usually get them to spiral. Either they're gonna spiral or they're just gonna be like, "Oh shit, didn't know that." Cool.
I just ask them.
All
I
right.
just ask them where we can actually prove that for the globe. The idea of an edge that they say doesn't exist. They say it's a ball with a radius and a circumference, but then they say it doesn't stop. See, now if it doesn't follow a horizontal line at the end of 3959, at the end of that line, you should be looking forward and not see no Earth in front of you. Now I know gravity and corn dogs and imagination doesn't stop your eyeballs from looking forward all of a sudden, right? So we can see so far forever. How come when we go 3959 from our friend that way, we don't go up in the air and see space? We see water and dirt still in front of us. That debunks the size of the Earth in itself altogether. Now, for this to be too inconclusive or uncomprehensive to people, when all they supposedly did was took a string to supposedly prove the Earth was round or flat, the moon, I'm sorry, they took a string to the moon, a 200-foot string or something like that, to do an experiment, and that's all they needed to prove whether the globe was flat or round. Isn't that weird? So why the fuck aren't we just using a string?
Yeah.
4
Well,
times
eggshells.
bigger than that.
Eggshells. I told my mom about what you said about the you point a laser or whatever at the sun, and she kind of laughed at that.
Why is he pointing a laser at the sun?
That's what you said earlier. It's like we
Yeah,
point a
he
laser.
said point at the ball of hydrogen, an imaginary ball of hydrogen that's burning
Isn't the
through
sun a
the
laser?
hydrogen that we live in. Imagine that.
I thought the sun is a giant laser. Okay.
So did I.
Freaking laser
But
beams.
but it's a laser made of what? Hydrogen gas, supposedly, right?
Yeah, they said that the inside of the sun takes about 1,000,000 years for that to reach the surface. Wow.
And then it produces helium, like two H's, two hydrogens make the helium, and then the fusion of those things become the sun. So it's two gases that they're supposedly pointing a gas off of, and they're shooting it through a gas called our atmosphere.
Called the atmosphere.
Yeah, so I mean, so what's the point? So they're shooting a laser at a laser. They're shooting a laser at something that absorbs energy. They're shooting at something that just automatically emits energy. So like, so on Earth, can they get a fusion ball and then shoot a laser at it and then do the same thing? And if they can't, then what are they talking about? Like bounce your signal off a star in a jar.
Like
without the jar.
I'm just hoping one of them comes in. I know this is weird as a flat earther. There's a hope that a glober convinces me to the globe, but like their shit is freaking cool. Like I would be living in Star Wars if I was a glober. Like
Yeah.
I just want it to make sense.
How old are you, Neil?
I'm 28.
Oh, I see. You got youth on your side. No, I've lived my years underneath the globe paradigm. So
Gotcha.
ain't much to it. What it is like it's all make believe fairy tales. So it's kind of like saying that Middle Earth exists for real, and you're just like, dude, if it existed, that would be fucking cool, dude. We could ride dragons and fucking talk to
Yeah.
orcs and shit.
Could you
Like, that'd
imagine
be
if we can
fucking
orbit?
amazing.
Bro, I would want to orbit all day.
Yeah, no, it's none of it's crazy because that's so alluring that's the appeal to it. You know, that's the appeal. It's so alluring because
Yeah.
it keeps you thinking of other shit that's possible. And then the appeal is, well, don't you want that to be the case? It sounds more appealing, right? So, I mean, as a salesman, I could easily sell you this globe for $19.99, bro. I mean,
That's what I want. Give me the
I know.
globe. Give it to
Give
me.
it to me. Give it to me, baby. Come on. Yeah, but after a while, it just gets like, same old shit again, huh? Killer asteroids, running out of resources, overpopulation. We got to get the fuck off this rock. And that's what it's going to come down to. The moment you start loving, you go, whoa, wait, where are we going? Like, dude, we got to get on this spaceship, man. We're going to Mars and colonize that shit. Like, but I want to stay here. We just found all this cool shit out. Too late, dude. Gotta go.
Quick. Mickey Mouse is taking off.
Yeah. Oh, don't worry, kids. We'll be on Mars soon. Huh?
We got Disneyland there. Woo!
Oh, boy. Wild ride, man. It's a wild ride. Yeah, I was doing that for a while, and then I don't know. It's like late 30s, and I'm just like, what the fuck? Yes, sir.
We here.
Yep.
We out here.
Dude, I was kind of pissed, dude. I ain't gonna lie, dude. I was fucking raging for a while.
I was so happy, bro.
You fucking globe. Like, I was pissed, dude. I ain't gonna lie. It was stinging me a little bit. You motherfucking globe. Like, yeah, I was like, all right. Bet. Bet, motherfucker. So I just went all out, dude. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna dig down in the recesses of my mind and come back at this shit like 100-fold.
That's funny. Yeah, for me, I never understood the globe in the first place. Just you went through school and they show you these pictures and they show you the Earth crust and this. When I was like in grade 4, I just did not take it seriously. So I think in my head it was way easier that I didn't take in any of their glober knowledge. So I didn't have any of that magic tricks up my sleeve in the first place.
Yeah, it exists more like as a construct versus it's actually something they could devise as a test. So as a mathematical construct, they could say that the geometry of the Earth is a specific size. So they get you to think about that. So you, in your mind, you start to, well, it's a ball of a certain size and it would have this type of effects. And all they need to do is sprinkle in some belief, like, you know, boats are magically disappearing from the bottom up due to the fact that it's hidden behind this curvature that the ball's demonstrating. And then you're just like, well, that's good. Okay, good enough. Like, you don't need too much to actually push you into the full blown belief, you know? And of course, if they back it up with like the images that they have and they're showing you from the ISS and stuff, even though you're not high enough to see the actual curvature or even from airplane windows or from a mountain, people are showing this curvature. So everybody's believing that all of that's true. And damn the actual barrel distortion on camera lenses, because you don't need to worry about that. You just have the belief intact. You know what I'm saying?
Totally.
What's up?
I can't dispute that because I don't know the science of it all.
Okay.
But I respect the barrel lens. You actually know what we're talking about. That's
Yeah,
all
we've
I'll
been doing
say.
this a while.
Yeah, you know the barrel lens and everything. So
Yeah. How
That's-
would you take if we took pictures with a GoPro camera? How would you make a map out of those pictures that make your car look like an M&M? That'd be really hard to do, wouldn't it? You
Nunners,
wanted
do you
to make
think?
a map.
Do you think
You
that the
wanted
Earth is a globe? Nunners?
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Personally, I have to because I believe in satellites and how they orbit around the Earth. That's like my main thing.
Your main belief?
I believe in the satellites. I believe in Starlink and Elon Musk.
Great. You're just
Wow.
my main thing, bro. Starlink. That's pissing me off.
How about the Big Bird?
That's all right.
You believe in
Yeah,
Big Bird and Sesame Street?
Like, how does Elon Musk make? I don't know enough, but I believe in Elon Musk.
You say Elon Musk and Starlink. How fast are those satellites traveling? You can just Google it if you want.
You can Google it.
Okay, let's see.
But you think
Okay.
Elon's a goat, huh? He's a goat.
I respect Elon. I'm an Elon respecter.
Okay.
You love TV, don't you?
We'll get into that in a bit. Well, we'll just get that. How fast are they going first? and then we'll
Okay,
move on.
how fast are Starlink satellites? 1,700 miles an hour. 70,000. 70,000. Orbiting the Earth once every 90 minutes? Every hour and a half they orbit the Earth? That is pretty crazy.
Yeah, they're booking, dude.
Yeah, that is.
They're really moving.
Yes.
How many satellites do they have?
Quite a bit.
So after you hear that they're going 17,000 miles per hour, you can just immediately say that's cap.
That is pretty
Excuse me.
amazing. They should leave the Earth's
Hold on real
orbit
quick.
at
Trump,
that
where did you
point,
get
right?
that? I need that voice changer, dude. I've been wanting to do a Trump impression.
It's fake news. It's fake news. But if you'd like to hire me, I would love to do whatever the hell you want me to do. You know, we're lucky to make a business out of this. So, Alpha, if you like to, it's not a voice changer. It's just what I do. Okay.
No shit, dude. Is that your own voice impression?
Of course. You know, that's what we do. But if you like to, I can do something for you. We could do something. We could set something up.
Hit me up in the DMs. I know you might get kicked out of here, but I'm just, because that's pretty fucking tight, man. What you're doing.
Of course.
I know it's people might not like it. I dig it the most.
Of course,
So,
of course.
so
Thank
Nunners,
you. I appreciate it.
Anyway,
do you think that's cap or no? Do you think that's real? 17,000?
17,000 miles an hour. So, what is the equation for like orbiting some body? I need to know the physics equation.
Without any of that, do you think
You wanna search up
17,000
Kepler's
miles
law.
is reality?
Is
You
it
want to
Kepler's
search
law?
balls in a lab.
Yeah,
And
that'll
see
give
how
you orbital
balls
period.
spin that fast in a lab somehow in a vacuum.
Orbits in Kepler's law. Let me.
Yeah,
it
but
don't matter. It don't matter
Kepler's
which
law
way
is
you do it.
just
Just
in a
look
book.
them up both.
Hold on.
Kepler's law of planetary
Right,
motion.
Remember, the laws you're looking up are like Mark Twain and Huckleberry Finn laws. They're only in a book. Now, they can't be
Yeah, but
demonstrated. Hold on,
they're
brother.
laws. So when
Hold
they're
on. Hold on a
laws in
minute.
physics,
Hold on a minute.
that
No.
okay.
No, they're not laws because you can't demonstrate them in a lab. So how can they be a law of our physics when we only have one physics bud and you can't demonstrate them physically? That means it's fucking not true and it's bullshit.
Yeah,
Go
if
ahead,
it was
bud.
1700,
Take a look
I
in a
would
book.
be like, okay, the 1700 is plausible, but you add another zero to that, you're in la la land because you can there has been some flat earthers on here, even Globers. Anyway,
17,000 is pretty crazy.
Well, yeah,
can-
just for comparison, man. Imagine firing a bullet out of a gun. That thing shoots out of there at about 1,000 miles per hour.
Yeah, that's pretty amazing. I did not know that.
It's almost like reciting the beginning of Superman. Faster than a speeding bullet, able to leap tall buildings in a single
Yes.
like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you're talking like that.
yeah, they got 17 Supermans on that bitch.
Fucking hell, dude.
But then what does it do? So why is it going that fast? If it's flat,
It's
like
not.
what?
You're lying.
It's not. Okay.
It's
Well,
not.
it's
Well,
just generally not,
But then
brother.
how does it work? Okay, so if it's
That's
flat,
what we want
how
to
does
It's a
know.
this thing
balloon.
work?
How does an airplane work? Just
No, how
flies.
does this satellite work? The
technology.
Starlink.
Hold
Well,
on.
first of all,
Hold on.
we don't know
Stop.
how far up it is.
Right. There's no proof that it's above 35,000 feet. None of this shit, because no one's went to 35,000 feet and looked up and filmed it above them. This is the challenge that's been, I've been stating this to all Globers. If they can get 35,000 feet in an airplane and get their telescope or whatever they need, because from the ground you can see it with your damn eye. So if you can't see it from an airplane and look up above you and zoom in, and then film it so we can all get to look at it, pause the video, zoom in and see what it is above you, then there's no need to talk about it if you can't get it above you. That means it's not above you. It goes every 90 minutes and they tell you exactly the pinpoint location where it's going to be. So for you to say, hey, I'm in this airplane, I'm at exactly this pinpoint location right fucking now. Let me look up, press play, record. Oh, I see it with my eyeball go past. Guaranteed I have to get it on my camera that just filmed right where I'm looking. So now we're going to take a look at that film, right? And then you're going to bring it back and say, look, from 35,000 feet, I seen something above me. So then the claim would be, okay, we know for a fact it's above 35,000 feet now. Now the claim would be, is it at 250 miles? So then you would say, okay, let's go to 70,000 or 100,000 feet. And if you don't see it above you up there, then what does that mean? It
Yeah, but
means it's not up there.
if you got to remember the foundation before any of this takes place, you were saying orbits, nunners, satellites orbiting. But in order
Yeah.
to have an orbit, you need to have the mathematics about the mechanics of how the orbit will take place. So if you say, I'm going to send something up to orbit the Earth, then the understanding of it going around the Earth in a particular way would have to be inferred or known, one of the two. But either way, they would have to know something, right? That
The
it's
radius.
it's the Earth of a certain size. So orbital mechanics rely on the R value being what it is. So the radius
R
value
being
of
the
the
radius of the Earth.
yes, yes. So if they're gonna make an orbit around the Earth, they have to know that the size of the Earth is a specific size. Otherwise, all of their math isn't going to work for the orbit. So prior to sending the satellite into orbit, they'd have to know that information prior to that. So the foundation for all of this would be knowing if the Earth is an actual geometric shape, like they say it is. That's important. You
So
understand?
you're
Nunners, what that
saying
means?
to send that shit out, they know the Earth is flat, and then they just
No.
flat.
They claim that it's a globe. So the claim is that the Earth is a globe with a radius, diameter, and circumference value. So it's a geometric shape. That's what they're telling you before
They
they send
claim
the
they
satellite.
measured it and proven the size of Earth, like a regulation size or a regulation basketball. They're all the same size. So they know the size of Earth. Therefore, with that math, they can do the calculations and give you the variables that they need, supposedly now, to put the thing in orbit around this said sphere with the
Yeah.
mathematics or the ratio or the rate or,
Yeah,
the
do you
R
get it,
value.
Nunners? That's what they need before they send the satellite up. Any satellite, the first satellite. The first thing that's going to orbit around the Earth, they need to know this information. It's crucial, it's vital, it's paramount. Do you get it?
Yeah,
How important it is? So
yes.
so the R value is essentially important as far as like you thinking about making one orbit around the Earth. So prior to them doing that, how did they figure out the foundational information of the radius value?
How do they know that?
Well, that's important, right? So you can't think of orbits unless that information is
Well,
understood to be.
if you know the circumference,
Yeah, how did they get that?
you could just take take a linear, like go Google Maps.
Did
the cap.
did they have Google?
No, hold on, brother.
They didn't have Google
Hold
Maps
on,
back
man.
then, bro. Come on.
Hold on, a human or a robot or something has to get the measurement to put on the GPS. Like a human has to get that. So what we're saying is who's measured the Earth?
Prior to the satellite going up.
That's a good question.
Yeah,
Before
something to think
1955.
I'm
about.
sure there's a plausible thing.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. Look it up. Go look it up, Nunners. If you feel like there's an answer to that, go look it up.
All right, let me Google this
Go for it.
again.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay,
Well, the last guy thought a plausible answer was saying "fact dat it."
All right, let me see. How to measure circumference of Earth? Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Earth's circumference. Oh, it's a Wikipedia page. So you got the equator.
Yep.
Eratosthenes. Oh, comparing altitudes of the midday sun. Okay, so we got this picture. Okay,
Hey,
hold
can you
on.
post anything? You can post it in the.
Okay, let me post this image. Let me post this image here. In this chat. Let me paste what I'm looking at. All right, this is what I'm looking at. This picture.
Okay. And you see like the two locations, Alexandria and Syene, right? On one location.
Alexandria and Syene.
Yeah. Those are the two locations.
Mm-hmm.
And you have a distance between the two.
The stadia.
Yeah, stadia. It's a unit of measurement. Yeah, stadia is a unit of measurement. So Alexandria and Syene is the distance between those two cities. Now you have on one place a well at noontime, and on the other is an obelisk. Right, it's an obelisk. So it's going to cast a shadow at a specific angle. Now the sun at noontime in Syene, it's going straight in. You can see all the way to the bottom of the well. You get what I'm saying? At the sun zenith.
What is that well? Why is there like that little thing in the well? What is that little well?
That's the line that shows that this parallel sun rays. So according to the way this is supposed to work, is that you got parallel sun rays going straight from the sun to that location.
Got you. And
You know
what is the distance? What is the time measurement between these rays?
The time measurement?
Yeah, because the Earth rotates, right? So there should be a little.
Yeah, they're not. It's not really concerned with that at the moment, especially not when this was actually done. They're not worried about that. But what you have is the unit of measurement, the stadia. So the stadia was in those days the way most of the theologians are what do you call them? The guys
Theologians,
philosophers, or whoever these guys were. They were saying that those guys were using the length of a stride or a pace. So as the unit of measurement that was the length of a guy's pace. So that's the ones they would get stadia is from the distance from Syene to Alexandria. They had like I guess you can call them professional pacers. I don't know what the fuck you want to call them, but people that would walk the distance, and from there they got close to what the distance is or whatever.
This does look very not professional how they measure this.
Yeah. Anyway, so they didn't have the radius, right? They didn't have that value. So as you can see, they had a vertical from Alexandria from the
right.
So that vertical, and then gives you some values of there, what stadia was used there and how many miles, 1/50th of a circle, because they're doing some math here to kind of infer that the Earth is a sphere. So then, of course, you have so the radius value is given right there, as you can see, the center of the Earth at the very bottom left hand.
Yes. Yeah.
So that's the radius value from Alexandria or to Syene, doesn't matter, because both of those angles are being shot to the bottom. But what you have is the parallel rays to the sun. So what they're saying is because the Earth is already thought to be, a sphere, and you're standing on it. Well, on when you're standing in Syene, the light will be going parallel straight down into the well, and solar noon in Alexandria, it's going to be casting an angled shadow to that obelisk. You get what
Where's
I'm
the
saying?
obelisk? No, I don't understand obelisk.
Yeah, so
I know what an obelisk is. It's like a big old
it's a pillar,
stone thing.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
just a giant pillar. So that pillar had a casting a shadow that was cast on it.
Got
So
you.
yeah, so they're saying because that has an angle, and over there in Syene it was going cast straight down into the well, then that didn't have a shadow. So something's up. Either the thought of it being a globe because of the curving surface would mean that the angle that it was taken on the obelisk was such that the shadow was given at an angle, and in Syene it was going straight in 90 degrees to the well. So
At noon.
At noon. So that means that the light from the sun would be shining on the surface of something that's curved. Because on the one hand, you're getting light going straight in to Syene, but on the other hand, Alexandria, you're getting the light slightly offset.
At the same time, it's offset.
Yeah. Did you get it?
But
so there's
that,
you're going.
but I don't know. So you're saying how is that disproves that it's circular or spherical?
Well, no, this is like the evidence for sphericity. Allegedly, this is like the beginning place. This is like the foundation. Well, not really the actual foundation. There's people that thought of the Earth that was sphere, but this was kind of like where they actually were doing something about it. You get it?
I honestly, so I have a minor in mathematics.
Sure.
So I should honestly understand this diagram.
Well, what are you having trouble with?
So what I want to understand exactly how they measured it. So they have two cities, and the Syene has a well where the shadow goes
800
straight
miles
down.
apart. They were 800 miles away, Andrea and Syene, I'm pretty sure. And they're measuring the light. Supposedly, the light is supposed to come in a certain way from a big ass sun to a little bitty microscopic ball out in space, 93 million miles. We're third rock from it, so it's really close. But in the idea of big, it's far for us, but close for it. So, in the explanation of that, it's supposed to be one straight ray of light that covers the whole Earth, just one. Only supposed to be one source of light, not split up, not divided, not converging, diverging.
It's all parallel.
Yeah.
Yes, one straight parallel source. Yes, sir. And from that attribute to the sphere, they are trying to make this calculation or formulated suggestion. Yes, from the shadows. Yeah, go ahead now.
Yeah, so like if you had like a bowling ball, I think this would be a good way to do that.
Okay, let's hear
And
it. Yeah.
you shine a light right into one of the finger holes, and you'd be able to see all the way down into it. But let's say you put like a little, I don't know, a toothpick a little bit far offset to the where that hole was. It would be getting an angled shadow.
At Alexandria, you're saying?
Yeah, that'd be Alexandria on the bowling ball, and then the well would be Syene, which would be the finger hole on the bowling ball.
Right, the finger hole.
So when you're shining the light directly in it, the light's going straight into the hole, but then the toothpick would be casting that shadow. So in a way, they're trying to say that.
So it creates this angle here.
Yep.
And then they use that angle to do what? 1/50th? Why do they say that's 1/50th? How do they know that's 1/50th?
Well, they're just taking a circle, so that's 1/50th of a circle.
How do they know that's 1/50th?
Well, this math was actually brought into kind of like
just from the distance from Alexandria to Syene, they know that the parallel ray and the shadow cast should be 1/50th.
Yeah, I mean, because you're only using the little slice of the Earth, so that's why they're doing it that way. So according to them, the whole Earth, the ball Earth, would be the small sample set that they're using is why they were trying to infer that when they did this. It doesn't. They're not measuring drop over distance, so they're not actually measuring the curve per se. They're just measuring the light and the shadows, And because of that, they're saying, well, it has to fit this particular understanding of us thinking that we can use, one light going 90 degrees to it and the other one's offset. So you can have that with a curved surface, no problem.
It doesn't seem very scientific to me, this thing.
Yeah, but I don't think it's meant to be. Because science only deals with what is or how I questions, not what is. So it would be a category error to say this is science.
So they say 150 of the circle, and then they say 50 times 5,000, and that's the distance between Syene and Alexandria.
Stadia, yeah.
Or Alexandria and Syene.
So I don't know if you can see the vertical angle at Alexandria is different than the parallel light rays that are getting from. So I don't know if you can see, like the zenith, like when solar noon was happening in Alexandria, solar noon, that light ray was coming at an angle, but the vertical would be 90 degrees, would be offset to the angle of that light. You know what I mean? Because
150 is.
Yeah. So the vertical is the important bit. Right? The vertical is offset to the parallel ray, but in Syene it's even. It's like directly vertical.
Yeah, Syene is legit. That's like right where it goes.
Yeah.
Zenith,
solar noon. Yep.
I think it's got to do with the angle difference. So where those two angles intersect is where the center of the Earth would be. So therefore, you've got your arc length from the surface, and then that would be, judging on the angles, that would be, how many parts of the ball of 360 degrees.
I see. So they have the arc length.
Well, yeah, just from angles.
Between just those two cities, this is literally how they actually measure it, just from two cities, and then they get the. This is how they do it?
Mm-hmm. That's how they claim to have done it. Yeah.
Yeah, I have Indio. He posted a PDF from the Johns Hopkins University Press. The length of
it's literally just empirical evidence that they measured this ray
angles.
At the same.
They just measured angles. That's it.
Of shadows.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh my god! I did not know that.
Yeah.
They just use shadows to measure. Wait a second. And they dug this little well in Syene.
Yeah, welcome to Flat Earth.
Hold on. Wait a second. This does not
the well
make
was
sense.
already there. Yeah.
Oh, the well was already there.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're just looking inside and seeing all the way down into it.
My god.
He measured the angle from a flat plane of reference. If you can see, I posted something in the chat.
This doesn't make sense to me scientifically as a science, mathematician. It doesn't make sense. They should have a little more rigorous test than this. Just two cities.
They're stuck with it.
What the?
Yeah, and they doubled down. They even doubled down and said it was within 2% of the actual size. And you go, okay, how'd you measure the actual size?
Wait a second. Okay, I agree with that. This is not very rigorous. I'll tell you that. This is not rigorous at all.
Yeah, this is the sword that they're willing to die out on.
And it's
I'll tell you, it's not rigorous. I think we need a better way.
Well, this is all.
There's got to be a better way.
Yeah, this is the actual foundation for all of what people today would say that the Earth is a globe, because the radius that got from this was the actual radius that we use today. It's the same radius. It hasn't differed from it. So if they didn't do something right then we have the not so right numbers as basically written in stone now, because now you got satellites and stuff, and what they're claiming that they're doing, all based on this radius value.
Yeah, they use this radius value to get the distance and the size of the sun too.
What the fuck?
With an even worse guess as well, that they said that Venus was the same size as Earth. That was the other assumption too.
And they just accepted this.
Yeah.
Yeah, they make a bunch of assumptions and then they put them all together into a speartard and they say, "Here you go."
Wait, I might be a flat earther now. Wait a
Shout
second.
out to Indio for giving us that PDF. I'm gonna post it, you guys. What Indio?
Yeah,
posted.
Indio's a legend.
Yeah, do you guys see the attachment that he posted?
Let's see.
I'll post it again.
Just download it. I'm like, shit.
Post it one more time. Off.
Yeah, I just did. 24 minutes after the hour. I mean, have a gander at that, if you will. Just look over that.
Yeah, don't believe what we see. Just go and look at it. Look at the information too, and come up with your own conclusion too.
Yeah.
The one with the circle going around?
Yeah, the confusion is real. If I can dig up a gift that
I love it that you're playing Outer Wilds while having this chat.
Yeah, so I'm paused right now. Yeah, but I am exiting some solar systems.
Just save that document.
Let's see.
pretty good.
And read it later.
So you're saying this whole thing is the world on the brown part?
There's a document there.
Oh, he's
Click
looking
on that
at what
link.
you looking at what I'm posting?
Oh.
Yes.
Yeah, no, that's I was gonna get into that in just a moment. I was gonna wait till you digest what's been presented first.
I don't know if I can at this moment.
Fair enough.
I need to mull it over a little bit.
Right.
We all were, bro. We all were.
We're here
Oh my
24/7, man. We don't go nowhere. We ain't going nowhere.
But then, how does the Starlink work? How do we prove the Starlink?
That's what I want to know. That was I've been asking this question for the last week or so about satellites. Like, okay, Starlink's new, right? It's
Here, let me
pretty new, and then I went into it like 17,000 miles per hour. That's cap. How
That
far
is,
is that away?
it seems too fast to me.
Yeah, and then on top of that, you have to know how far it is away. What they say is cap. So what is really going on? That's a great question. Me as a flat earther, I'm not sure. The globe side, I'm for sure it's not that. So
can I before this website gets taken offline, I want to give you some you can click on. If you don't mind, Nunners.
I'll click it. Don't
Alright.
scam me.
Dude, I'd be the
Oh, it's on X.
yeah, I'd be
X
the one far from
company.
doing it. Fucking, I wouldn't have anything to do with scamming. But here,
yeah. So the
click on
majority.
Satelloon project.
Yeah, majority of the satellites are Satelloons.
Yeah, I don't know if you've seen that, Neil, but this explains a lot for those who are having questions. Now, this project was not too far back. I think 2011 is when it somewhere around there.
Yeah, the gold standard of communication, they called it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'll see a bunch of like these if you go to BitChute or some weird website like that, you'll see a bunch of like some weird country, like I don't know, some hot country or whatever, palm trees everywhere. You'll see it crash to the ground, just like this balloon thing.
Nunners, do you see that? Do you see that website?
Yeah, I'm on it right now.
Yeah. Scroll down, brother. You'll see a lot of illustrations, but these stratospheric balloons.
The predictive models.
Like, brother, I'm telling you, you know who bought this company out?
Who?
Take a wild guess. Take a wild guess.
Elon Musk.
Yes, sir.
Oh, he did.
Yeah, because this project's discontinued.
He canceled it.
Hey, you can't make this shit up, bro. It's just it is what it is. Fuck it. But either way, just look at that information there, and it's gonna fill in some of the gaps that you might think about.
I need to think about this a little more. I need to mull it over.
Just to add to this a little bit, this is a question, but isn't NASA the #1 intaker of helium? Like they use the most helium in the world.
That's the claim. I haven't really seen any evidence for that, but
yeah, I haven't looked.
There was a guy. Listen, there was a guy who used to come in our chat, and he said he would drive helium trucks like to NASA. Not kidding you. He was telling us all about it. Like it was like, yeah, taking helium to those guys. Serious. And the time that we've been doing this, there was a guy that came into our chat and was saying, yeah, I drive helium there all the time. It's like my job. So truckloads of that shit. Whether or not that's the case, that's another story. But yeah, he said he'd do it.
Yeah.
People say shit all the time. So there's that.
Yeah, let you digest that. If you have any other questions, let us know. Like Alpha said, we're here 24/7. You know,
I need to just I need to analyze this. Hold on.
If you are you a member of our main server?
I'm in the politics. Is that what you mean?
No, we have another server. It's where we store information.
Got a shit ton of information, man, over the many years we've been doing this.
Where's Tiger? I think Tiger would be able to digest it for me.
Who the fuck
Get
is
him in
Tiger?
here.
Where's Tiger at?
I don't know. Get his ass in here, man. We'll talk to him.
I'll message him right now. I said, Tiger, I need you in Flat Earth right now.
911 or whatever.
Yeah, call a phone a friend. There we go.
So, dude, drop what the fuck you're doing right fuck now. Get in here.
I just text him in all caps that I need you in Flat Earth
Get your
right
ass
now.
in here now.
This is the same thing.
My first message to him ever.
Oh shit.
I was calling everyone. I was like, "Did you know this?" And they're like, "Yeah, right." I'm like, "No, did you know this?"
Like, dude, no one cares about no flat Earth, man. Get real. That's probably what they're saying.
Have you just joined Discord? Have you?
Who, me?
Yeah.
I've been Discord for a while, but this is my first time in the Flat Earth. I talked to Tiger. I know he's a Flat Earther, but he's the guy who says you could try to go past Antarctica and the military will try to fuck you up, kind of thing.
Yeah, you won't even get that far.
Yeah, he said anyone tried to go past Antarctica and the military's way there to kill you.
Nah, you won't even get to leave land, mate.
That's Tiger's response to the Flat Earth.
Yeah. Because if you think about the ports, right, you can only leave from maybe 4 places on Earth to head down
Try
there.
to take a plane past Antarctica, you're fucked. They're gonna shoot you down.
Yeah, well, they probably will because you're not allowed. It's a no-fly zone. So
that's what Tiger say.
Oh yeah, the Antarctic Treaty, right? All the countries still have that treaty.
So okay, if the Earth is flat, what happens on the edge of the Earth? Does it just go right under itself?
it's just a statement saying the surface that we live on is flat, horizontal reference plane.
But what happens when you go off the edge?
You don't.
You die.
Well, you just said it yourself. You can't go out there, can you?
Can't even go to Antarctica, so how could we tell you where the edge is if they won't let you go past certain places? You can't go to Mexico without a green card, or come here without a green card. Like, you have to go through the proper areas. You have to get a passport, and they have to know where you're going. You can't just willy-nilly go straight right now and be like Christopher Columbus. Not gonna happen. No human gets the ability to be Christopher Columbus anymore. That was a storybook. So there are no more explorers. Get that out of your head. So what they do is stop you from going where you would like to go, clearly, because if you think I'm joking, go over to North Korea right now and anything you want and go just drop down in a helicopter right where Kim Jong-un's house is and go talk to him. I don't think it would be happening. So you can't even go to certain just places that we know, right? Let alone Antarctica, where we don't know what it is, even though it's supposed to be just some ice place, right? So to say you and I as a human can go get in a helicopter and stop and hover and then look forward and see no dirt and water, that's what we've been looking for to prove the globe. So then for you to turn around and say, hey, where's the edge of Earth for a flat Earth is weird. So what we're all left with is the conundrum that no human has ever went forward and stopped where the sidewalk ends and looked forward and saw space forward and down. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I
No
respect
human.
the Shel Silverstein reference.
Yes. No human has ever stopped right there at the end of the sidewalk of this existence and just looked forward and not seen any more water or dirt of earth in front of them. No human's ever done that for you live. There's no film of it. There's no, and you couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. I know it's a weird claim to make, but thus far, no human is gonna. It's not happening. So we don't know where the edge is, brother. The truthful answer to that is we don't know. On this flat horizontal plane that's way bigger than 24,000 miles, we don't know where the edge is. We'd love to
Only
see it.
24,000 miles?
No,
If there is
hold
one.
on. Hold on. No. The globe is only 24,901 miles. Flat Earth is way bigger than that, but we still don't know
We
where
don't
its
know what
edge
go
is.
down on.
Right.
Man, you guys are actually convincing me. Holy shit.
Right. Now check this out for math. If you say you're good at math, right? Look out at our horizon. They say the sun is 1,800,000 times. Like you can fit that many Earths to make the sun, the size of it all the way around, right?
Right, yeah.
Now on the surface, like if you drew a flat circle and said that's the sun, you're supposed to fit 100 Earths on that. Correct?
Right. Yeah, that's what they
Now
say.
look out at the horizon, right? Look out at the horizon. When I say the sun is out at the horizon, which is bigger, the horizon of Earth or the sun?
To me, the horizon looked bigger, but
Yes, sir. Hold on. No. In reality, no, you're right. You're right. I'm with you. In reality, every human, when we look out, the sun looks small above us, like a certain size circle. The sun and the moon look the same size, but then when it gets close to the horizon, it gets magnified and looks 4 times bigger, right? But the thing I'm trying to point out is we
Mm.
can't prove the distance left to right in our view of what we're seeing if we don't know where the edge is that way, and we like where's the ruler to say how many miles we're looking left to right and guarantee it to put our life on that.
But we believe the speed of light is still the speed of light, right?
Who measured it?
Well, I saw a nice video on it that you can only measure the speed of light in one way, not both ways.
Right. So we're not even going to worry about that.
You can only measure it one way.
Right. So what I'm saying is, brother, the whole point of contingency is distances. So if the sun is 93 million miles away and you can see the sun and moon look like they're rubbing each other during a solar eclipse, what's 93 million miles look like?
But how
Nothing.
do they predict those
No,
eclipses?
hold on,
Then?
listen. Hold on, brother. Hold on. You know what a solar eclipse is, correct?
Well, that's when the sun or the moon fully
Covers the
the
sun,
sun.
and it
Yeah.
looks like they're touching. You can't like see between them, right?
Yeah, it's some.
They're supposed to be 93 million miles apart at that point in time still.
Yeah, but I
Now,
could
why? No,
cover
hold
my
on, hold
thumb
on, hold
over
on,
the
hold on. Pay
sun, and
attention to my question. Why can't we see in between them?
because of perspective.
Huh?
If
Not
I
your,
put my little,
your
if I put
perspective.
my
Hold on,
finger in
brother.
front of my eye, they can't see. I can't
Okay,
see the
but can your
sun.
friend on the other side of you with the side view, can he see what you can't from a different angle? He can see between those two things now, right? Between you and your finger.
Yes.
Okay, now stop. What we're looking for is the ability to see the side view of those two objects and look in between them. Now, if no human or ISS or satellite or anything's ever done that, wouldn't that lead you to conclude we have no fucking clue of what distances are and what we're talking about if it looks like those things are touching and no one can see in between them? That's a big gap to not be able to see
That's
in
a big
between.
gap. But
So,
the ISS, they can see the Earth and they see that it's
so
circular.
hold on. No. The whole point in the contention right now is
Circle.
on our horizon, how far is it left to right in our view? What can we use as a ruler to guarantee how far our horizon? Because if our horizon is bigger than 24,000 miles, we don't have to worry about a globe anymore. Do you understand? That's out the fucking window. If a globe is only 24,000 miles in its
That
back
seems pretty
around.
small to me. 24,000.
Right. So I'm trying to say, if our horizon is 24,000 miles left to right or bigger, the globe cannot exist anymore. It's already debunked. So let's pay attention to 93 million
You guys
miles.
are converting me right now.
Right. Now think 93 million miles, brother. Those two things are touching each other, and your horizon is bigger than both of them. While they're touching, it appears to you in your view.
Doesn't
So
make
if you
sense.
say, yeah, so if you say 93 million miles is only 2/4 rubbing each other in between them,
Yeah, 2/4
then how
rubbing.
big's your
Yeah.
horizon? If you don't know where it ends, if
What are
we
you
can't find
talking
where it
about?
ends that way forward, and it goes out as far as the stars do, as far as we know. So if they say a star's a billion miles away, and we get the GP to a location on the ground to that star, that means Africa is underneath that star. That means forward, where you're looking forward at that star, there's dirt underneath that star a million miles away that way, or 20,000 or 10,000 or 100, whatever you want to do. Yeah. Check that out. We're not looking below to get the GP. We're not looking that way down around to get for that location of that orientated place. We're
So
looking.
how does GPS work?
You're looking up and forward out. How does it?
How does
How does
GPS work? How does it know exactly where I am?
Hold on.
The GPS stands for ground positioning system.
Tigers
Actually, bro. It's
here.
just a bunch of towers. It's just a bunch of towers, bro.
Yeah, they got towers, they got drones, they got LiDAR with the drone, they got crop dusters, they got hot air balloons, they got cars. That's GPS, brother. All and towers. They're
Yeah, they
ready.
just ping. They just ping signals between all. They just ping signals between all that and create a map of those signals.
And 98% or 90 something percent of all communication still to this day is done underground cables. So you can throw the satellite garbage out the window, especially when
Underwater cables, yeah.
when you live closer to the satellite and it doesn't work for you on a mountain.
But what
Isn't that
about the
weird?
fact that the GPS will work for you in a mountain when you're out of range of cell phone? You're out of cell phone range, and the GPS still works.
To what?
So it can't be
Yeah,
using cell
GPS
phones.
works even when
What's
you're
it
not in
working
cell
for?
phone range. That is true.
Yeah. So how does
So
that work?
so does your phone have the ability to remember your location?
I don't know. How does this
So
work?
No,
hold
it
on.
doesn't. It
Changing my
doesn't. No,
mind.
because your phone doesn't know how far you are from anything. Your phone can't remember the location any more accurately than
Your
it. Like
phone
it
can't
can measure
remember
the
your
distance to
location.
the closest cell phone tower, but beyond that, what is it remembering?
You're telling
You
us
think
it
your
knows
phone
your
is doing dead
location.
reckoning?
Your phone is
You're telling us
tracking.
it knows
Your
your
phone is tracking.
location.
Yeah, your phone is tracking every coordinate you go to, bro. What are you talking about? A whole
Right, but
recorded
then you're
data
telling
list of
us
Yeah,
everything. You're
sure it is with GPS, but
you
because your
just
phone
said
can
it
only
doesn't
tell
know
how
your
far away it
location.
is from a reference point,
You
like
just
a
said it
cell phone
doesn't know
tower.
your location. You just said
It
it can't know
does.
your location.
Sure it does. But it doesn't, it can't, all it can do is tell how far it is from, say, the nearest tower or
Brother,
something like
stop.
that,
The whole
unless there's
world
a
covers
satellite.
signals. Hold on. If everybody's phone can be a signal tower too to every phone and every car these days and everything that has a Wi-Fi Bluetooth signal, don't be so dumb, young man. So everything can be pinpointed to find your location these days like a tower on the ground.
No, because I can still
Hold on,
get
stop.
GPS still work
Now,
on a mountain
you leave
when I'm
grandma's house.
alone
Can
The
on
I
the
just
CIA
mountain.
can I
and the
just
FBI, the
can I just
CIA and the
address this?
FBI control the FCC, the Federal Communicated Broadcasting Systems, and everything is guaranteeingly tracked. So if you leave one place and your thing goes boop 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 boop, it knows where the fuck you're at, whether the thing's working up there in the sky or not. So what's that got to do
so
with
like if my phone is using like a relay of like from phone to phone, and then and then
anything
to my
electronic
car,
wise?
and then getting to the internet, then how come I still can't get signal? The only thing I can get is GPS.
Well, what's your signal?
I can't my
You'd
phone,
be
the
airplane
way
mode,
that
but your GPS still works.
the way that
signal you're getting. If you can't
no,
get
I can't airplane mode. The GPS won't work.
Dude, I've got a satellite phone, right? So I when I go to the desert, I can use it, right? It doesn't mean that there's satellites. It just means that there's something in the. It just means that
What does
there's
it mean?
something. Okay, just because something's called something doesn't mean that that's what it is. Do you know what a satellite? Do you know what a satellite means?
Can I ask a question? And I wanted an honest answer.
No, shut the fuck up.
Come
Do you know
on,
what
man.
a
You just said
satellite? Do
satellites.
you know what a
Come on, I
satellite
gotta
is?
ask a question.
Do you know what a satellite is?
No,
What's
what
the
is a satellite?
definition?
Please explain it
What's
to
the
me.
definition of a satellite?
All right, let's pull up the definition for this guy. Hold on.
Go.
Something that orbits the Earth that.
I don't really want to talk about satellites. I just heard what you said. It's funny to me. But I just want to ask. So, like, when the government is sending in artillery,
You're going to shut up then. So what I was saying was,
you're a smart ass tuna can.
I've got a thing called a satellite phone. Right? So there are things up in the sky. No one's denying that are things up in the sky that can relay information. Okay.
Okay.
So this does not make the Earth a ball.
Sure.
Right.
But it does mean that there are satellites, right? Like you've seen them,
No,
right?
it just means okay. So as
Whatever
we were
they are.
discussing before, did you hear me finish my sentence or no? So as we were discussing before, there's this project Sataluna. NASA, now SpaceX owns it. They were playing around with balloons, saying it's the gold standard of communication. What they were doing was they were setting high altitude balloons, and what they could do was change the pressure and change the altitude of these balloons. So what they could do was they could move them because they could get into different air currents. So they could set them at a certain altitude. It would jump into a certain wind, and then it would go up to a different altitude, and then it could move into a different position. And they were saying that they could keep these balloons up there for years and years and years. Right? So are we still in agreement that there are things up in the sky that don't necessarily have to be pieces of metal floating around in space, orbiting the Earth?
No, I don't think so, because there's another
we don't.
fact
So,
you've
so you
forgotten.
don't agree. So you don't agree with NASA.
No, what I'm saying is that I don't agree with you. I don't think
No,
Satelloons
this
are
is
the
not me.
answer.
This is not me though. This is NASA.
Oh, sure, look, hot air, but like
So you
high
now
altitude
So
you
you
balloons
do
agree.
are
agree,
things,
Mr. Anderson.
but they're
Make
not
up your
the thing
mind,
that we're talking
clown.
about. Well,
Mr. Ends.
So you
what I'm
do
saying
agree.
is, okay, well, you're
You're
going
doing
to continue you're going to continue to misunderstand me until you listen, and then you
Insert
might
your
understand
science
me.
How do you prove
communication
a
garble,
satellite?
Mr. Anderson.
How do you just prove a satellite is at 250 miles? How do you prove that it's above 35,000 feet? How would you do that, Mr. Anderson, live right now? You know
How would
where it's
I?
at. They tell you where it's going. You can track it. You can see it from the ground with your fucking eyeballs. So if you're at 35,000 feet up in an airplane, can you please film us one of these so-called satellites above you up there somewhere? Please. Then we
I'm
can
not at
discuss what's
35.
above you. Then we can discuss
But we can
what you
certainly
have, what you're viewing
there's a
above
guy
your head.
in this chat
Do what you
right
can.
now who
No, I
asked me the
I
other
know this
day
part.
to send him a whole bunch of pictures of satellites from the ground. And I
Nobody gives
get
a
that.
fuck about looking at anything from the ground. That's not what I asked you. I know your
Well,
ears
there's
work.
at least one person who does. It's the
Can
guy
you
named, I think
prove
it's
that it's up
Neil.
higher than 35,000 feet, Balloon Boy? Can
Well,
you prove
here's the
it's not a
thing. Here's
fucking
what I
balloon
can prove. I can prove it's not a balloon.
by
Right?
going up to 35,000
No.
feet?
No,
No,
I'm not
gonna
talking
prove
about
it's
the
up above
height.
an airplane.
I'm
So
talking
you're not
about what I'm going to
prove it's
talk
not an
about
airplane.
is the speed.
So you're
The
not gonna
speed.
prove it's not an airplane.
Well, sure. I mean, we could prove it's not an airplane too,
By
but first
going
let's
up
prove it's not a balloon.
35,000 feet and filming it, you fucking retard.
Well, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to do it a different way. I'm not going to do it the way you want me to do it.
Well,
I'm
we
going to
don't
do it
want
the way
your
I
way,
want to
dumb
do it.
shit. Your way proves to you a fucking story, claim maker. We're looking for
I don't want.
altitude proof, claim maker. I don't like your fucking tone.
Well, I mean, that's cool. That's cool. You want me to
No,
leave?
it's
I'll
very.
leave.
Your tone is very uncool, and it almost shattered my wine glass, Mr. Anderson.
Oh, I don't want that. You want me to go? I'll go.
No, just knock off your smarmy little science communication shtick. It's played out.
Look, I just want to have a respectful conversation. I don't want to
Okay,
I
well,
don't want to
stop acting
offend
like a clown
anybody.
then. You couldn't offend me if you tried. Hey, stop
Okay,
acting like a clown.
No, look, I don't mean to act like a clown. Like I said, look, if you want me to go,
No, if you can't keep yourself from acting like a clown, then maybe that's something you need to sort out. Okay? No one wants you to go. It's excellent to have people like you who highlight the asinine confidence that you have in this mythology.
well, I'm happy to help.
Okay. Well, consider yourself thrilled because you're doing an excellent job.
Sorry, am I thrilled or you're thrilled?
You should be thrilled.
You're gonna talk about speed, but in order for you to have speed, you need to have distance.
Well, that's true, but the smaller the distance, the faster the angular speed. Is that right? Yeah. Like the problem
the
is
angular
that you can
speed
see
stays. The angular speed stays the same.
the higher it is, the faster it's going. But
The
regardless, when you
angular
look at
speed stays the same.
well, you can yell at me all you want. You can even mute me if you want to. And
Well, are you
like I said, you
deaf?
can kick me if you
You're not.
want to.
We'll
You're not
act
getting it,
accordingly if
though.
you're deaf.
No, I can hear you. I mean,
So you're
I'm
just a
getting
smart
shouted
ass
down.
clown.
I'm going to repeat myself. The angular
That sounds right.
speed
Yeah,
does
go ahead and
not
repeat yourself.
change.
Okay.
The
I
angular
was talking
speed does
about.
not change.
Okay. Do you want to repeat that one more time for me, just to get it out of the way?
Move on to nunners. You're a clown.
Yeah. So
What's that?
I'll keep on repeating it if you keep on if you keep on jumping in before my sentence finishes. I'll just keep on repeating myself because it shows me that you're not listening to my full sentence. Thank you. Now you're going to give us speed, but for that you need distance to the object. Correct?
Well, I'm not sure about that. I mean, I think we can bound the speed within a margin of error, right? Because if
you're
the
going to need
object travels
distance
across
for
the
that.
entire
Yeah, you
sky,
just agreed with that.
I know that I'm interrupting you right now with the middle of
Well,
my
you're talking
sentence,
out
but
of
I'm
both
going to
sides of
keep
your
going.
mouth.
Well, I'm talking and you're not listening.
Out of both sides of your mouth.
I mean, I'm using my whole mouth, so.
Yeah, figuratively speaking,
Listen to the words
Einstein.
coming out of it, and then maybe.
Yeah.
Then you can make fun of me after.
Well, I'm not making fun of you. You're disagreeing with what you said about 3 minutes ago.
Well, I
You don't
can't
need
really be because you didn't actually let me
you
say
need to know the
anything.
distance. Now you don't need to know the distance. Go on.
Okay, thank you, for God's sake.
God hears your prayers.
I doubt it. So here's what I'm saying is that the if you look at an object and it travels across the sky from horizon to horizon within I don't know 2 minutes or something, then you can make certain assumptions about so the minimum altitude that it's going to be and the maximum altitude it's going to be, and then you can get what they call a range of speeds, and you can say so it needs to be going between this speed and that speed, depending on how high it is, and it must be at least this high, so it must be going at least this fast, and it can't be really higher than this, so it can't be going faster than that.
Okay,
right?
and then you
Does that
just
make sense to you?
change. Yeah,
You're
and then you
bounding
just
it.
change the distance. And then you just change
Yeah.
the distance and bring it closer, and the speed
So
comes
if you
down.
bring it closer, then that speed's going to go down, and if you put it further away, that speed's
Correct.
going to go up, right?
Exactly.
And so if you know that the thing is only like if you know that it is, you know, a pinpoint in the sky, and that you can't like you know it's not, you know that it's not an
No,
airplane because you can
dude,
look at it
you
through
need
binoculars and it's still
distance.
too small. Or you
Okay, you
like I
need
mean we know we're
distance,
not
right?
talking about we're not talking about a low flying object, right? We agree on that?
No.
No.
Not at
So
all.
you think that every
How the
satellite
hell?
that you can see
How
in the
the hell
night
would
sky
you know,
might actually be a
I'm
low
sure
flying
it's
object? Because you
a
can look up,
bird.
you can see a schwack of them,
I'm
right?
sure it's a bird that
dude?
glows
I've
in the
seen
dark.
a schwack. You're a clown,
No, it's a
dude.
bird. It's
A
a glow in the dark,
schwack.
bright
What's wrong
swan.
with you people?
Hold on, it's
I
a
don't
really
know.
white swan that glows.
So you think every satellite, every
No, I
moving
think it's a
No.
speck
swan.
of light in the night
No.
sky on a dark
No,
night
Straw man.
is a swan?
No straw man.
A
Wow.
UFO swan that you
A
can't prove
UFO.
that it's
So what
above
I'm gonna
35,000 feet.
Okay, so every
Yeah,
satellite's
you
a
can't prove
swan
them.
now.
What satellite where?
you're
That you
coping
can't prove
hard, bro.
it's
Pick
35,000 feet from the
one.
ground
They're
guy.
Have
convincing
you
me
seen
to
You can
flat
look
Starlink?
Earth.
up at the night
Hey,
sky and you can
guy
see
who
a
won't
lot
leave
of
the
them.
ground is going to prove how high something is, but he won't leave the fucking ground to prove us how high the mountain or the building is. He's going to stay right on the ground to show us it's 50,000 foot high. How fucking smart
well
of a dumbo.
it's even worse than that. Like he said, and
I
you
mean,
know,
I
you
don't
need to
think
know
you
the
can really
distance to
measure
get.
the distance to
Did
a
you hear me?
satellite directly.
Sorry, did you hear me speaking or not?
Yeah, you
That's even
must be
worse than that.
deaf.
He's saying you need distance to get the speed, right? And then you say, okay, how'd you get the distance? And he goes, well, are you saying that all satellites are below airplane height? Who the fuck said that?
Okay,
No
so
one.
airplane height's a minimum height then. Is that fair?
For a satellite.
I don't know. I'm
Yeah.
saying, how do you know the distance to the satellite?
Exactly.
I'm saying, isn't it fair for us to assume without, you know,
Yeah,
having
No.
to
sure.
measure it directly,
Planes
No.
can
I
that at
would
fly
say
least
5
it's
feet over
fair
the
to
ground.
assume airplane height is minimum distance for satellite.
No, no,
I
but
would
hold on.
assume
I
that.
wouldn't assume anything. Don't assume shit.
Yeah,
Don't
I'm
a
no,
plane
don't
can
assume
fly
that.
5 feet over the ground. So
That's
go
high
on.
is
not fucking
3.
Well,
rule.
we know those satellites aren't 5 feet over
You
from the
don't
ground.
know
Otherwise, they would
shit.
whack into
You
you,
won't
Okay.
leave
right?
the
So how
ground.
far are they?
Well, I think they're at least airplane height, don't you?
Come
Well,
on.
I've seen
I agree.
Starlink, and
Can
I've
we
seen airplanes way higher than that.
You've seen
higher than a
airplanes higher
satellite?
than
I've
Starlink?
seen Starlink. I've filmed it twice, and I've seen
Okay.
airplanes way
That must
higher in
be
the
a
sky than
UFO.
that.
You see, how are you measuring the height then? Seems like
What are you
you know
talking about?
how. How do you do it?
Well, I have a flight tracker. It's an app.
Oh, you have an app.
Oh,
Yeah,
wait a second.
flight tracker.
Okay, so how
Maybe
high
You
is
a
I'm on
smart
Starlink
that.
then?
ass. Are
So then
you? Are
how
you
high is it?
just a
How high
smart
is
ass?
Starlink
Are
then?
you a smart ass IRL, or did you just save it for this chat room
Oh,
tonight?
I'm a smart ass IRL. So how high
Well,
is
it's
Starlink
played
then?
out, homeboy.
I think he's
It's played
making a
out.
fair assumption that airplanes should be flying lower than satellites. I think that is a fair assumption because how
Well, I
many
was
times
talking
you
about
been in an
Starlink.
airplane?
I was
How many
talking about
times you been in an airplane and look down and see a satellite?
You know,
Never.
we were talking about Starlink earlier. So do you want to give him the you know, how fast it's going
I've
and how high
never
it
looked
supposedly
up
is?
from an airplane and seen
No,
a satellite either, but
no,
go ahead.
yeah,
Yeah, you
none.
wouldn't even see it, I guess, right? If it's
Nunners, do
going
you want
that
to give
fast.
Mr. Anderson
Yes,
the?
you would. You can see it with your eyeballs from the ground. Go ahead, guys. Others
Yeah,
people.
Well,
Go ahead.
apparently you can.
Nunners, hold
Apparently
on. One
apparently
thing,
there's airplanes
Mr.
that are higher than
Anderson,
Starlink, right?
Mr. Anderson, hold on. I'm going to remind Nunners of something because it matters not what height these objects are, because you now know that there is no Earth curvature for them to orbit around. Remember, Nunners?
Why were you giving me
Don't
the
go
gears
blank.
about how
I'm
high
not
they were
talking to
then
you,
for like a second
Anderson.
ago?
I'm
Hey, Mr.
thoroughly
Now
Anderson,
it
I'm not
matters
talking to
not.
you, smart ass.
Now it matters not at all, huh?
You were the one that said it mattered not. And then you
You
said,
just
well, we
told me it
have to
mattered not
agree
too.
that
You're
it's
also
like
the one who
plane
said it matters
height.
not. So does it matter or does it not matter?
Well,
He's
you're
just
the one
giving
that
it a
told us it didn't
minimum height.
matter.
He's just
Well, I
putting a
told you that
bound.
we could bound it, right? I said
Yeah,
we
he's
could
putting a
give. I
bound
said we
on
could
it.
give some reasonable estimates. I said that I don't think we ever, and I think Nunner's made a real good point. We don't ever look down. Nobody's ever looked down from an airplane and taken a picture of a satellite.
Right.
They've never looked up and taken one either.
Right. So then that means the satellites are higher than airplanes, doesn't it?
But we do know Starlink travels at 17,000 miles an hour, so you probably won't even see it if you're
Well,
in a
that's
plane.
the story, dude.
Well,
I've seen Starlink. I went inside, got my phone, and got. Yeah, it's come on, guys. You guys are.
What do you mean?
You guys are
Starlink's
slipping back
real.
into the mythos.
Well, no, Starlink's real, right? You're not denying it.
Starlink
is
functional.
Well, there's some light in the sky that goes across when they say Starlink. Yes.
Well, have you not
Dude,
read about?
listen.
How
Have you not read about?
Yeah, I've read about Santa Claus as well.
No,
you
this
guys
is
are
what
watching.
everyone,
Listen,
17,000
hold
miles
on.
an hour.
Time out.
Starlink is real.
Go
Like,
for it,
it's real.
Timbo. Yeah, so Santa Claus.
No, not
Real.
you, Hoss.
I've read
It
about
was
Santa
it was
Claus
three.
Starlink is functional.
Time out. Everyone, time out. Let Timbo speak. Go,
Okay.
Timbo.
Yeah,
I was
let
just saying
Timbo
there's
get it
three.
back on track.
There's three Globers trying to talk at the same time. Can we just all have a bit of mic etiquette? Like it's doing
agree.
everyone's head in, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, give me 10 seconds and I'll shut up. You guys.
No, you're all right, man.
No, I'm not. I'm talking to these three satellite chanters. Whatever you guys want to say about these satellites, the only reason you guys bring satellites up, well, Nunners brought them up, is because he thought that's what evidence of the globe. Because you guys believe that these satellites are in orbit around a ball.
Right. Well, no, I don't think it's in
That's
orbit
why
around
it's
the ball.
important to you. Okay.
No, I just agree on the fact that Starlink is real. Like, it is a thing. There's
Yeah,
articles.
whatever. Yeah, sure. There's
well,
some
yeah.
light that goes in the sky. I've
Well, it's
filmed
more
it.
than that. Well, right, it's more than that. It gives you internet
Yeah,
connection. I mean, have you seen the articles about
but
these
hold
tribal
on.
people that? Hold on, let me say this. 10 seconds. It's just funny.
It doesn't matter. Kin 3 die. It doesn't matter because the only
Yes, it
reason
does.
satellites. Okay, you can tell about the tribal people. I promise I'll shut up too. But the only reason the satellites were brought up was as evidence that we're on a ball. So yeah, there's stuff in the air. No one's denying that. It's this idea that you guys have that satellite equals flying around sphere. That's lunacy.
I'm not on his side.
We
I
haven't
just
even
want to
got
do.
there
Hold
yet.
on, give me.
Yeah,
Well, it doesn't matter. That's where it's going. That's
Can I
where
just
Nunners
say-
started it. Yeah,
That's
go
where
on.
I started it.
Let me just say this though. I just wanted to say, and it's funny. I obviously has nothing to do with it, but it has something to do with Starlink. And when Starlink, there's these tribes. I forget, but you can pull up the articles. They connected to Starlink, so therefore they have the internet now. And these were tribal people. They had no knowledge of anything. There was a benefit of the fact
Full
of
story, dude.
Really.
Just keep talking.
No, it's all right.
Cool story, homeboy.
Were
No,
you
it's all
going
right.
to the porn thing? That was funny.
They just went and gave a tribe the internet and fucked up the whole tribe.
Right, that's what I was going at. That is a cool
It's like
story. It's funny.
Mosquito Coast.
It's funny, dude.
Yeah,
Fuck you.
It is funny. It's objectively funny.
Oh.
Yeah, get
funny.
wrecked.
It's funny. It's funny fucking up someone's culture, is it? You think that's funny?
It's funny
You
with
guys
the fact of the internet has so much power and how a culture. See, there's
Well,
like
have you
there's
seen
positives
Mosquito
and negatives.
Coast? Have you seen Mosquito Coast?
What is that?
It's a Harrison Ford film where they didn't give the village internet, they gave the village ice. And it screwed everything up.
What do you mean, ice is in the drug?
As in ice. No, as in frozen water.
Oh, I see. I thought you said like ice is in
Nunners,
the
you can
drug.
take it from here.
Yeah,
I
I know
gotta go
you
to
guys
bed.
are just
Good job,
your
everyone.
guys' minds are just
Oh, dude,
whack.
fuck you. I'm sure I'm way more
fuck
intelligent than your
yourself.
dumbass. I'm sure you do that. I'm sure you watch tranny porn.
Yeah, we all do.
Production noted.
Flat earthers do. Watch training.
We're digressing.
Isn't that how you get in the cult?
No, they're coping.
Anyways, Nunners. That's what happens when a Glober comes in and tries to spiral out of control. We were on a
Yeah,
right track.
I'm open-minded. I'm an open-minded person.
Yeah, we were on a good train until he brought up satellites, and then he tried to do satellites or globe. No, like we already proved that they're not going 17,000 miles per hour. All right, so
how did you prove they're not going 17,000 miles per hour?
Can you see
They
something
travel
going
around
17,000
the
miles
world
per hour?
every 90 minutes. That's pretty crazy.
Okay, what's the speed of a bullet?
Around 1,000 to 2,000 miles an hour.
What's the speed of the sorry, not the ISS. The
Is this
Starlink.
debunking that something goes fast, finding other things go slower?
Yes,
No,
it means that
debunking
17,000 miles per hour is impossible.
The thing that you don't have.
What's the limit? What stops something from going faster?
What you can demonstrate is the limit. Can you demonstrate 17,000 miles an hour in front of our face?
You just did right
Or
there.
just far away?
So, what stops it, Neil?
Superman.
Bro, we're trying to get you to demonstrate something that goes 17,000 miles per hour that you can see with your eyes.
And something can't do that.
Bro, you're
in
not answering the question. Can you see something that's going 17,000 miles an hour? No, you're a dumbass.
Absolutely, you can.
It's Narnia until
Is that your debunk? Is that honestly your debunking of it?
Yes, Narnia until physicality can be brought.
I agree with that. 17 is fucking way too fast.
Narnia until
Right, but if it's big and far away from you, the slower it's going to appear to go.
Believe a liar that makes claims that are faulty as fuck that can't physically be proven in a physical attribute of reality.
Hold on.
You know you can track like
the guy who said you can point a laser at the sun and get the distance.
We track Santa Claus.
Radio.
Nunners, this guy said you could point a laser at the sun and guess the distance. And guess how far?
Radio.
Oh, okay, there we go. Same thing. 90 million miles away. You can measure that. Right, buddy.
Sure, first was done in 1959. But this isn't debunking. This is just expressing incredulity and then calling that a debunking. Like, I'm incredulous about the flat Earth. Have I debunked it?
Debunk stuff that's not real, eggshells. You have to present something that proves that. You saying it doesn't prove it.
Silly, Neil?
Yeah, it's silly of you saying 17,000.
Here's something you can do with the ISS if you want to know how far it's going. Is get two cities that it's going over that you're confident about their distance.
That made no
apart,
fucking sense.
And then see when it goes overhead. Like there's ISS trackers online.
So
you
tell
can
us
use to see where it's next going to be.
You're just going over the point. 17,000 miles per hour.
Yes,
you're just leaving.
We're trying to test that. You're just being incredulous about it.
Imagine an SR-71 going past, and then 17 times.
What is do you think there is a light or something up there that goes overhead when they say the ISS is going overhead?
Time out. Your Glober friend.
Google this real quick. Google this. Google nothing.
That he can see that satellites are below airplanes.
Nothing can catch the SR-71.
I don't care if somebody said that.
Your friend said the satellites are near airplane height. So how is an airplane height going 17,000 miles per hour?
Then they're clearly not below airplane height. That's stupid. I didn't say that. I try to avoid saying stupid things. Do you notice that I am saying things and you're trying to avoid dealing with them?
No, you're not.
Somebody else said something ridiculous. Why don't we talk about that? Like, isn't that? It's transparent.
Why don't we talk about
the 17,000 miles per hour? You're just completely avoiding the 17,000 miles per hour.
I'm trying to address the 17,000 miles per hour. We can know that cities are 17.
Can you agree that it's a height? Can you agree it's just a scale?
What's just a scale?
Your imagination. 93 million, boy.
Football field with solar panels on it.
It's just a scale. I don't know what that means.
Your distances are an imaginary, arbitrary fucking thing, like the king's
based on
foot
a few
makes.
things, but I'm saying there is a way we can test it. We can test that it's going 17,000 miles per hour.
No,
by getting
can you prove
cities
it, stupid fuck?
And having it goes overhead, right?
No, we're not proving
in fact,
cities
if it does
exist.
a transit in front of the
that
moon
assumes we know the distance of the radius of the Earth. That's what we assume. Yes, it does.
No, you don't
That's
need to. No, it doesn't.
It all does. Yeah, orbit does.
It assumes we know the radius of the Earth to know how fast something's going above
No, it
us.
doesn't. No, it doesn't.
All he wants to do is divide his
Let me
shit
explain
from
why
his
it doesn't.
shit.
It assumes
Damn,
you know the
let's
distance
go.
between two cities. That's all
how do you
need.
know those distances?
Yeah, how did you prove that?
So now we've got a different issue, right? Do we know distances on Earth? Are you saying, Timbo, that we don't know distances on Earth?
On land,
keep making everything
on
up,
land
right?
we do. Yeah.
Fine. Okay, so if we do know it on land, then it's going over cities on land. Great, job done.
Go ahead. Which ones?
Oh, pick them. It's going around the Earth every 90 minutes, and the Earth's turning underneath it. So it's got a bunch
So
of
is the
cities that
SR-71
passes over. You can pick two
Blackbird.
cities that are 17,000 miles apart, and then with a
Did you
line
just say the
straight
Earth
up.
is? Did you say it's going over the Earth and the Earth is spinning underneath it?
Yeah, it's kind of doing a set orbit, and then the Earth turns underneath it.
Well, I thought we didn't have any proof. No one's ever proved that the Earth is spinning.
Well, I mean, we're going
So
to
in
get
this
stuck
case, it would
chasing our
be
tail if we have a conversation this way. We
in
just
this
need to
case it
know.
would be. In this case, the
Oh,
ISS
proving
would have
everything's
proven that the
chasing
Earth
your tail,
rotates.
guys.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I
Don't
think
bother.
if you
So
accept the ISS is
can
there,
you tell me?
you're
Can
probably
you
going to
tell me
accept all
how
of
they?
heliocentrism.
Can you tell me
We're
how they
probably going to
proved
read a
the
book,
Earth
huh?
is? Can you tell me how they proved the Earth is rotating with the ISS?
It sounds like you're trying to avoid having the conversation about the topic at hand to go now prove to me a different thing.
No, you're
Sounds
just
like
assuming
all
that the
you're
Earth
doing
is
is jumping
rotating.
from topic to topic to topic to topic like a
You don't need to
retard, not
assume the Earth
sticking
is
on any
stationary.
topic
The
at all.
ISS is still passing overhead two
You haven't
cities.
stuck to proving the height.
Okay.
You haven't proven the Earth.
So it's not
the
relevant,
speed,
is it?
anything.
It's just a
You haven't proven
diversion.
fuck all.
Not really.
So, right, so it's not relevant. So what we can see, though, is we know cities on Earth, right? It's got a, like,
No, we don't
southeasterly path. And you just pick two cities that are a known distance apart and then go, when's it dead overhead? If you apply then a radius value to it, you're
No,
only
then
going to
you blow the
increase
film.
the speed of it by like 1%. So if you just go, I only want to be accurate to within 1%,
You just make shit up.
then job done. You can know how fast
just
it's
make
going
shit up
to
and
within
put any number
1%
on
of its
paper.
speed.
Voila, mathemagics.
Right?
Write whatever down.
And that will tell
Oh,
you
yeah.
that there is something going 17,000 miles plus or minus 1% per
But
hour.
you can't film it from 35,000 feet.
How could it be doing that in atmosphere? Right? That's the real question.
Well, show us what can
And
do
the answer
that.
has to be it can't. It's got to be doing that in a really,
Show us
really
what can
rarefied,
anything anywhere. Get a vacuum and shoot
low
something
pressure environment.
into the next at 17,000 miles an hour, and we'll be good to go, dumbass.
And there's multiple problems with it. Like on the flat Earth, the other one is it's got to do really absurd vector changes, right? With the Earth, it just needs to keep falling around it in
How
a circle
fast
with a
does
globe
CERN
Earth.
shoot its particles? Can CERN shoot a little
Oh,
drone
goddamn, I'm turning
17,000 miles an hour, a little rocket, through its fucking no-resistant CERN circle? How come CERN can't complete this fucking task in its big vacuum circle chamber?
Nunners, this is what you'll find. This is the only way flat Earth tends to argue, and that is
in CERN,
avoiding having a meaningful discussion about how do we know
they
the speed
can't
of
complete
something.
the ability to go
Because if you have a meaningful discussion,
open-minded.
This is what you'll find. On Earth, they have this ability to set up the equipment. They have vacuum chambers miles long in a tube, but they won't send anything in an orbit around that tube at 17,000 miles an hour. Do you know why? Because they can't.
right? So flat or round, there is something going 17,000 miles an hour across
No,
above
there's
the
not,
surface.
you fucking storyteller. Quit writing books.
That's the whole thing is that we don't. Okay, they. I'm tending on the flat Earth side now, but
Right.
17,000 miles an hour sounds preposterous. I mean, it sounds too much. I don't know.
What goes
But
9?
do you think
What goes 9?
sounds too much is a good way to test something?
You think just saying that it's right
I agree.
is a good way to believe it? Just saying it's so, eggshells, not testing it?
Because, like, to me,
How
like
do
if
you
I applied
test
that test to
17,000?
How do
the
you
containment
orbit
of
the
the flat
Earth every
Ask him
hour
how
and a
to test
half?
it. Ask him how we
Well, it's
test
Kepler's laws,
17,000.
right? So Kepler's laws just go. If you
Oh my God!
if you look at our distance to the sun,
If
He's going into Narnia now.
First word if.
He's going into Narnia runners.
But how do you
You're fine,
know
we
that
can get through this.
the radius of the Earth? That's what we went through. It's like,
well,
he's gonna gloss over that.
He's gonna mention Eratosthenes. Watch.
We've already discussed Eratosthenes. You've already done this, and so as you said
No, you
before,
didn't
Nunners,
do it.
it seems
You're
like a
the one
pretty
that
shit
needs to
method.
do it.
I agree.
You're
It
supposed
seems
to
like a
do
pretty
it.
shit
it
method.
does sound pretty stupid for some.
Right,
I
and
mean,
if that's all they And if
Not
that's
very
all they
rigorous.
had, right, and if that's all they still had till today, I would be doubtful about the radius of Earth. I'd be like, what, you're still using sticks and shadows? That seems a bit dumb.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly. Yeah, you're
Right,
right.
but that's not reality, is it? What happens is,
I feel like
as
there's
we
got to
get
be a better way.
What are they using? Satellites?
Exactly, that's my point. So then what they do is each time you get a new, better method, you use that method and you refine the old guess.
So they're using the
right? And you keep so the next best one I think is the nautical mile, right? So the British start sailing all around the Earth.
Oh my god, you're gonna presuppose a ball now.
They need
Yeah,
the
we've
size
already
of the Earth to have
presupposed the ball by Eratosthenes, and we're talking now 1,000 years something later, right?
He
And
said
you
the
go,
satellites measuring Earth,
the British
but they need the
navigate,
Earth's measurement
and
to measure the
they come
satellite.
up with a pretty good system.
long story short,
Well,
you
they
don't
steal
know
it from the.
that the Earth is a ball, eggshell.
See, this is generally how they'll have
the
their
guy
debates.
who's asking.
Nunners.
Well,
They will avoid
No.
having a meaningful discussion about the facts.
Well, you're the one who said
like the
fact
flag
at it
because they know it
50
will
Have
absolutely
anyone
demolish
muted?
their worldview.
Eggshells, do you have anyone muted?
I've got Democ turned down.
Yeah, can
Not
you
muted,
please not do that? Because you guys are talking at the same time.
but he's not making any sense.
Yeah, but everyone else listening, all they hear is you and Democ talking at the same time because you've got him turned down.
Sure,
Yeah, all we could hear all we
sense.
could hear from you was mumblings under your breath.
I think I was intelligible. I think people understood what I was
No, not when you have people talking with you and you're. I
Look, I get
I
you're
know
triggered,
for a
Hoss.
fact
I'm
that you
sorry.
weren't. Yeah, no need to apologize.
Yeah, I didn't hear anything for the last 3 minutes.
Yeah, just stop playing games and putting people on mute.
So what I'm saying, Nunners, is if that was still the only method that we use to determine the radius, I would be with you.
Notice he won't
But
tell you
yeah,
what
it's
the
kind of
method is.
Very unrigorous to me. But
yeah, but it's not, right? That was the very first or the oldest recorded we have, although there's another
Yeah, but
one
that's the
between,
same
which is
number. We're using
very-
the same number, Einstein.
Right, but that's what
Sure.
happens when you find
Right.
That's what happens when you find the truth, right? If you go, hey, it's warmer in summer, and then somebody else goes, here's
Who are
exactly
you-
how
who do
warm it
you
is in
think you're
summer, and
fooling?
somebody else comes up with a mercury thermometer and go, oh, here's even more precisely how warm it is in summer. So what I'm saying is, if it's the truth, multiple people will come to the same conclusion, and those conclusions will become more precise. So you use a shit method at first, and then as your methods get better, your answers get better. But you can tell your methods are good by how much they're
Well, the
coalescing
song
around
has
one
remained the
particular
same.
answer. Exactly, which shows that you've got it right, whereas the flat
So it's
earthers
not
have
getting
no
better.
song about
It's
the
not getting
shape.
better.
Okay, how far is it to the container?
My
What a
lord.
spaz, dude. What is wrong with you,
Kumbaya,
Eggshells?
8.1.
8.1 what?
Kumbaya. Just keep on giving the same measurements.
That's right.
All right, Nunners. You can make up your own mind, but this is how we usually. This is how it goes almost every time, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. You have me or one of the band of reality explainers come in and try to explain it, and people like old Hoss.
Yep. I try to explain the 17,000 miles an hour, but it doesn't matter to you.
One sec. So, where do you see the globe in reality, Eggshells?
What do you mean? Where do you see the globe in reality?
Well, you just said you're the conveyancer of reality, right? So, where do you see the globe in your reality?
I don't know what that means.
Well, think about it.
Well, it's reality, isn't it? So your globe should be everywhere we look. So you're not.
yeah,
so obviously you're not in reality then, because you don't see a globe. So you've got to go out of.
That doesn't
reality.
make any sense at all, man. What are you
You've got to
talking
go
about? I'm
out
not
of.
following this at all.
You've got to don't talk over the top of me. You've got to go out of reality to come up with a globe, because none of your senses pick up on a globe. They don't feel it moving. You don't see it curving. They don't use it as a rotating ball. They use it as
Well,
a
yes, they do.
flat plane. And you're
How
calling us
do mechanical gyro compasses work?
reality deniers, but in your reality, but that's a mechanical gyro compass. What observation
That's the thing
are you
that
trying to
feels it
detect?
rotating. That's the thing that feels it rotating and can help point due north or due south.
Yep, that equals
regardless
globe.
of where it's
Okay,
at.
you've got a mechanical ball equals globe. Spinning mechanical ball equals
The
globe.
gyro can detect angular
Well, the whole
rotation. Yeah,
thing I
absolutely.
was
That's how
getting
the
at,
gyros work.
eggshells, is that you said that you and some other reality purveyors come in here and doubt reality, but reality. That's the problem. You can't hang shit on us and say that we're not living in reality when we're the only ones talking about reality.
But I mean, so let's put that bit aside because both of us think that we're talking about reality and the others got it wrong, and
Yeah,
go
but
back to
I
the
see
17,000
it
miles
and
an
you don't.
hour.
Yeah, we
I
asked
see
you where
it
you
and
saw
you
it,
don't.
Mr.
Do you see a light going overhead where the ISS app tells you
I don't
where
really
the
care, man,
ISS
because
is?
that whatever's going on in the
But it
sky
sounds
has
like you
got
don't care about
nothing to do with
reality.
the surface of the Earth. I don't really care about your ISS.
That's denying reality.
I'm in no denial that there are things in the sky, eggshells. I've never denied
But you're
that.
ignoring observable parts of reality. Is my point.
I'm not ignoring it. I just don't give a fuck because we're talking about
You
the
don't give a
surface of
fuck
the
about
Earth.
parts of reality.
Yep, sky equals globe.
No,
Get it.
I don't
Yeah.
give a fuck, and I don't concentrate on a light going past in the sky. No,
Yeah,
I don't.
birds flying
Right.
across the
Because
air
if you
don't help
did,
you.
would you agree that if the
No,
ISS is
birds
there,
don't help.
it's a problem for flat
Birds
Earth?
and bees don't help. We're gonna follow the bee too. Follow the bumblebee.
If it was where it was, and there
Yeah,
was
400
fucking people on it, yeah,
Yep.
then it would be a different story. But there's not people on it, and it's not where it is.
So you do need to care about it then, because it would be a problem for flat Earth. And what you're saying is, if it's where it is, and there were people on it, it would be a problem for flat Earth. And you also say
everything I've seen about the ISS is fake and bung and bullshit.
Yeah, those are
so
big
everything.
ifs.
But you need to put
Those
together
are
the two
big
things you
ifs.
just said. You said you don't give a fuck about it, but you also acknowledge that it would be a problem
because
for
it's a
flat Earth.
fairy
What
tale.
it says is you choose to not give a fuck about things that would be a problem for flat Earth.
Eggshells. I don't give a fuck about it because when they started showing me videos about the ISS, we started to see patterns, right? Patterns that were things that shouldn't happen up there, like people floating around on cables and harnesses. Why the
That's
fuck
confirmation
would they
bias.
have people floating around on harnesses when they're in zero fucking gravity?
Probably so they can stay in frame.
In green screens with things appearing and disappearing like they're fucking beam me up Scotty. It's so weird, man.
Live. Nothing should be filmed ever and like paused or edited ever at all. Not a fucking chance.
Nothing should be
When
paused or
people's
edited
giving
ever.
him $56 million a day for a fucking goopy fucker to sit there and flip in a fucking outhouse, asshole.
Hey,
Look at my hair.
eggshells, do you go through your life with this type of gullibility?
No, because he'd owe every fucking shyster money. Every shyster
I just
on
want
the
to talk
block
about 17,000 miles per hour. It sounds like people are like doing their best to avoid having a discussion about whether the ISS is there.
No, we're talking about 17,000 miles per hour.
Horizontal water.
Yeah, I want to talk about it, Neil.
Yeah,
I think
you don't want to talk about horizontal water,
it'd be a way to discern reality, and it
No,
seems
it's
like
not.
it's being actively avoided.
Not, you retard motherfucker.
He will die on the hill of 17,000 miles per hour. That's how confident he is. He will die on it.
Well, I think we should discuss it. What I think is a best this is demonstrating.
I'd rather
is
follow the butterfly.
that flat earthers actively avoid testing their beliefs.
I think he's avoiding how the butterfly flies. I think
So,
he
Neil,
doesn't
do
want
you
to pay
think we know
attention
how
to
far
the
apart
butterfly
cities
goes
on land
around.
are?
You're a smart ass, eggshells.
We already
Listen,
went through this, bro.
You're
And then
the one.
you switched it again. We switched it again. We just keep on switching it.
Smart ass.
What is switching? What do you mean?
Like a shell
He doesn't
game.
know what he's doing. He just jumps
Like the
back
way
and
you play
forth. He's been
stupid.
trained by the best agents. He has the best
This is
government
the
money
sound of
technology
dissonance.
can buy to be
Switching
a
what,
fucking
Neil?
retard. It's called
Hey,
retardville.
eggshells. What is your problem, dude?
Yeah, why are you zeroing in
Problem-
on Neil?
Yeah, hey,
because
eggshells.
Neil's the only one that wants to talk about reality.
Eggshells. Calm down.
Everybody else is just making mouth sounds like old Hoss and
eggshells. Let me ask you something.
One person seems to want to discuss the facts. So I'm getting excited about it. You don't give a fuck about it. Democrats make mouth sounds and old Hoss is old confused Hoss.
Are you going to spaz?
Yeah, the word
the fact that
demonstrate's too hard for eggshells and proof. He hates those two words. He calls them mouth sounds. You guys hear that, audience? All the Globers call proof and demonstration mouth sounds.
Hey, eggshells. If I'm going to start with if, because that's how you started all your shit with. If
I thought that was banned in flat Earth realms.
No. If
you can start
follow
with
me.
if now.
Yeah.
Ooh,
if
exciting. I'm with you.
Okay.
Go for it.
Use your ears, you yap fest. If, Mothra were real, that would be a problem for us, right?
I don't know what that means.
The big moth that fights Godzilla. If Mothra were real, that would be a problem for us, wouldn't it?
For flat Earth? No, I think I wouldn't be surprised to meet a flat Earther who thinks
for
it's
all
true.
of us. You've never seen any of these Mothra films, are you? No one's safe. So if
no, I don't know what you're talking about. It doesn't make any sense to me.
Okay, if a giant moth were flying around and destroying everything, that would be a problem, wouldn't it? Would it not?
Tell me more about your fantasy, man.
No, yay or nay. It's a film. Would that be an issue? If a giant moth were flying around and destroying humanity, would that be an issue?
Would that be an issue for who? For flat Earthers?
Would that be good news or bad news?
If he was landing on it.
Hold on. I'm almost finished with this.
I'm not following. Maybe just finish the story yourself, because it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me.
I'm almost finished with this little smart ass. Okay, I'll repeat it to you. If there was a giant moth that was destroying the Earth, would that be a problem? Yes? You agree? That'd be an issue?
In your fantasy world? No, it sounds like it's a silly world. I think it's probably better off destroyed.
It is silly. It is silly.
Yes.
So in this silly world, that would be a problem. Okay, so let's talk about it.
Okay, do you have any evidence for Mothra?
Well, that's the point. Do you have any evidence that this light in the sky is a space lab?
Yes. Yeah, we do.
What? What? Well, do you have a mouse in your pocket?
Okay, awesome. We go back to the topic. Well done. I didn't think you'd get that.
Okay, yeah,
right.
yeah.
So let me go through some of the.
So listen,
some of the bits of evidence.
Your space lab is the giant moth.
I've got them. I'm ready to talk about it. You wanted the evidence for the ISS?
Yeah. No, that it's a space lab up there. Yeah. You're fact at it.
So you can take a photograph with a backyard telescope. That's a pretty good bit of evidence.
Oh, you see the people in there? You see the people in there playing on that floating chessboard?
Well, it doesn't matter. We're just addressing.
We need it to be a space lab.
We can get there. We can. If you're just going to need to control your dissonance, though, and then we.
So we have to go into your silly world now.
Well, I've got evidence for my claim. You don't have evidence for my
the fact that
you deliberately invoked it as something that was stupid without
it's fictitious.
Realizing how stupid it was.
So let's hear your. Let's hear you. Your cope is noted. Your space lab is asinine.
Well, there's something up there.
You're a child.
Going at the right speed, going over the right parts
of it. That
has a fucking live stream on it. That's another one. It's got a live stream pointing down at Earth, showing the correct weather patterns over the correct.
Eggshells, I know you think this is great for you, but I'm so glad everyone hears this.
So there's something that where they tell us the ISS should be, that is the shape and size of the ISS, that it should be as the ISS. That something is streaming down from that position, showing us the correct weather patterns on Earth.
Oh my God!
All of these are correct so far.
Gullible.
Are these all correct so far, or have you? We don't actually have any addressing of.
It's not live. It's not 24 live. No, 24/7 live. You're dreaming.
Is there sometimes a live stream for exactly where that thing is?
There's sometimes a picture on NASA's website that says live
video.
Yeah, live video. That's what it says.
And you can see, is it cloudy over my home? Is there one of those like cloud,
the next
long linear cloud
the next time you're
banks,
able to identify
Australian
any landmass,
bushfires?
the next
Australian
time
bushfires.
the next time you're able to identify any landmass during their live streams,
Australia.
Yeah, let's see those.
What, next time a live stream? Or are you gonna
post?
What do you mean?
Post it.
Oh,
You're
yeah,
fact
sure.
at
Aussie
it.
bushfires.
Yeah, from the live stream. I want to see a screenshot from the live stream.
There you go. I rode my motorbike through those for like a day and a bit.
It sounds like you fell off and hit your head on the ground. It got dragged for a number of yards.
So we've got something that's right where the ISS should be. That's showing the.
You posted no picture.
Okay, well, it's there for me. Right under obvious Beat's post.
Okay, so that.
Did I post a picture?
Yeah. So that entirety is Australia, huh?
Confused, didn't you?
No, it loaded.
It's the east coast of Australia.
And that's the curve?
Oh, I thought we were just are we skipping? Or are we just going to do this little hop, skip, and a jump?
No, we want to make sure this is a legit
image.
Have
a conversation.
Yeah, we want to know that this is a legit image of the Earth, or maybe that's just an effect.
Well, obviously, you're going to say it isn't, but you're going to have to deal with the fact that it shows the right
time out
with the right weather patterns, with the bushfires happening as they're happening on Earth.
Yeah, but if Australia
right where we say the ISS is, at the right height as the ISS, that looks like the ISS, but it's not the ISS.
But what you're missing, would
debunk the flat Earth.
Okay, what you're missing is, are you ready to listen?
To you? I mean, try to make sense.
I'm gonna talk about your picture. Yeah, I'm gonna talk about your image.
Oh yeah, okay.
So if that's the curvature of the Earth, and
that could be a wide angle shot.
Oh, okay. So we're done here then. You smart ass.
So if you're accepting this is from the ISS, yeah, we're done here. We've established that you have no rebuttal.
It could be a wide angle. So it could be a wide angle.
You've got no rebuttal.
The Earth
this being a photo from the ISS. You just want to talk about whether it's curvature of Earth. You want to skip to a different topic because you cannot address the point I made, which is clearly about
the top of the fucking
picture.
That
is the point. Listen. I'll be done with them. That is the point, you smart ass. You claim that is a depiction of the globe Earth, yet you just admitted that the curve there could be an effect of the lens. You wrecked yourself, you smart ass.
Meaning that the fucking top of that should be straight as the bottom. They should both be horizontal.
I didn't present it as curvature of the Earth. You guys are getting confused again. The moment the word curvature pops up, it's like a dog with some jangling keys.
Where's the horizontal?
This was meant to be saying, is there something where the ISS is? Is it a physical object that can beam images of our Earth back down to us? That's what we're trying to test here.
How are you going to do that?
Well, step one, try to have a coherent conversation.
Yeah, get up high and see if it's above you. Then get up higher and see if it's above you. Then get up as high as you possibly can just to prove or make sure it's above that. Then we can start at that altitude and whatever you calculate or think it is above that.
I got an idea if you want to test to see if it's really up there. Is you look at the live feed, look at wherever it's looking at, like, if it's floating over Russia or China or whatever, but look at the weather pattern. And then you could look at the weather at that area, and if it matches up to what you're seeing up in the satellite.
You don't see no weather. They don't show you.
You would know if it's cloudy or sunny or not.
Hold on a second. You can only.
There's also a time where they teed up with the astronauts on board.
When you tap it, it only zooms to the cloud, the top of the fucking cloud. What great technology!
There's also another time where they shone.
The most sophisticated technology zoom known to man stops 5 foot below the ISS. It just stops. You tap it and just stop zoom. What fucking great proof. This is the most retarded shit I've ever seen in my fucking life. For them to claim.
You look in the mirror?
Yeah, and saw your mom. You ugly
Well,
fuck.
I hope so.
Yeah, I hope
Was
so
she kissing
too.
up
Tell
on
her to
you?
stop eating fucking.
Was she all up in your grill?
No, she was eating cow pies and fucking
Oh,
being a
cow
cigarette
pies, huh?
butt.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Good to see you've come back to Cope Time Dash.
She was acting
back.
like a toilet. She was like, "Look, I'm a toilet. It's Halloween." We were like, "No, it's past 4th of July. It's the wrong time."
That sounds like the kind of thing you'd be into.
Tiger.
Oh, she did it. It was her thing.
You were there, right?
Who
You were
is
like,
this new guy?
Anyway, does your mom know about the ISS not being real?
Who's this new guy? Time Dash. Is he brand new?
I don't know. He's telling us how his mom can't prove the ISS is real.
Let me
I just gave
let me talk to him
an
for just a
way you
second.
can experiment on that.
Let me
Hey,
talk to
Time Dash, you want to calm down? Just relax.
Let me talk to
Calm?
Time Dash for a moment, guys. if you
Yo,
don't
what's
mind.
up?
So, the way it sounds, are you of the mind that the Earth is a globe, Time Dash?
Yeah.
Okay. What was your evidence that it is? Or rather, I'd say it this way, so we can do it properly. Make a claim and then bring your evidence for it.
What do you want exactly?
Anything. Do anything you want. Go anywhere you
Dealer's
want.
choice.
Yeah,
Anything?
dealer's
I don't know.
choice.
I don't know. Give me something. I need a.
Well, I mean, make a claim and then back it up with evidence. Whatever.
Yeah,
According
Nutters,
to like,
what'd you
You
say,
know, I
Nutters?
actually, I kind of have, I have some flat Earth questions.
you kind of are breaking up. I don't know if anybody else here is breaking up.
Yeah,
Am I breaking up?
A little bit.
laggy.
So you're going to prove the Earth
hold
is
on.
flat to us? Go
Hold
ahead.
on.
Wait. Might need to get closer to your router or something, but yeah.
I heard him say he's
Let me-
going to prove the
Hold
Earth
on.
is flat.
Hold on.
Yeah, just do a sound check whenever you're good.
Mic check 1 2.
Loud
we
and
got
clear.
you. We got you, Nunners.
I was watching myself go up, down. Okay, see, I'm back down in the red.
Yeah, Try again. See if it works. I haven't spoken to Time Dash, so go ahead, Time Dash. If
Hold
you
on.
can, just make a claim about something that you're sure of, and go anywhere you want.
Hold on, I keep
Back
dipping
up
into
with
the red.
evidence.
We can hear you okay right now.
Can't. Hold on. Okay, how am I sounding?
You're okay.
Yeah, I'll tell you if you start skipping out again. I'll let you know.
I actually have a couple flat Earth questions.
Yeah, we'll get to those.
Well,
I promise.
I
promise that.
I know we can get to those, but
I promise that. Like,
that's
I'm
not what we're asking you.
I'm one that I will not let that go. So I will get to those questions. So
all
long
right,
as
I'm a 1-for-1 guy, so
Yeah,
I answer, you answer.
Absolutely.
No.
I'll
Okay,
deal with
yes.
that. I'll deal with that, Nunners. But so give me the claim and then the evidence behind the claim, pertaining to this topic, by the way, not just any old topic. Anything that's in the same arena of what we talk about in here. For the Earth being a globe, that
We
is.
were talking about the ISS, right?
It doesn't matter where you go, man. Honestly, to me.
Well, I came in here with an experiment. Like someone who was talking about the ISS, and I was like, well, you could probably tell if the live stream is real or not if you were to look at the like. So it's got a live stream on the Earth. If you were to determine where you were looking at, and
How do you know
look at the weather in that area?
Okay.
If it matches
Yeah.
up with the weather,
Have
that
you done
you're
this?
seeing,
We've heard this.
I actually haven't done that.
Yeah, hold on, Alhas. So, Time Dash, let me ask you a question. Can you make it in the form of a claim? Like, what would be your claim?
I guess that the ISS exists.
Okay, it exists. I think everybody can see something that they call the ISS, which is a type of technology that's floating around our heads. That's not what's in contention. There's a few things in contention, but I don't think that's one of them.
No,
So,
well, that was my bad.
Really? Oh. No, it's not that's in contention. There's other aspects of that
Like
are in
what?
contention. That there's humans flying around in a tin can. So that's what's in contention. Now, like,
Well,
besides that,
why is that hard to believe?
it's not hard to believe. It needs to be a proven fact. It's not.
Well, how is it not?
Well, okay. Well, do you want that to be your argument?
Well, I
So
mean,
the
like we
would
have
be,
live footage of people actually
right.
working on the space
So
station.
time dash. The claim would be that the ISS has real people inside of it. Would you
And
say
it-
that would be the? Would you say that would be the claim?
Well, yeah, they
Okay,
have to have people operating on
Okay,
it.
so
They need
the
engineers up there.
the claim is, and I'm stating it for you, but I don't know if you want to go with it or not. The claim is that there's people in the ISS. Now, the evidence for that would be, now that's your cue.
Well, there's footage of people working on the ISS.
Footage. So we got footage of people working on the ISS. Now, how can you and I, right? We're on the ground. How can we know that's true?
Well, we could do that test that I was just talking about.
What test?
We could look at where on Earth that the ISS camera is pointing at, and then we could look to see if the weather matches what we're looking at.
Okay, so
over the
if
screen.
at best, all we're gonna do is find out what weather is over any particular area, but we still don't know if there's people on the ISS. I want to know how you and I know there's people on the ISS.
Well, I just told you a way to find out.
You're telling me to look at weather. I'm not. I don't want to. I
No,
don't
I
care
didn't
about
say
weather.
no. It's not weather.
Yeah, you said go look at weather.
Well,
right?
you're also looking. You're also looking at the live stream.
You said watch the camera.
Watch the
Right,
camera.
you look at the camera.
That doesn't equate to people up in a tin can.
Yeah. So I need to know.
So if you're looking at a live stream,
Yeah.
and it's got somebody working on the station, and you
Oh,
can see
dude, you are fucking dull. Are you all this gullible?
So you're
gullible.
just telling
A
me.
flat
you're just-
earther is
oh,
telling me
time
I'm
dash.
gullible.
Time dash. Listen,
That's
you
correct.
You got to focus, bro. So you're telling
And
me about
naive.
weather. You're telling
Tell
me
this
about
guy
weather.
to keep pulling my attention away.
Yeah. So you're telling me about weather, and then you're redirecting our focus to because of the weather.
Well, no,
from the
this is a way
camera.
to. Yeah.
Go ahead. You go.
So
Go.
if it matches up to what you see,
Yeah.
then that gives verification that what you're seeing is true.
Okay. Now my question to you would be:
Wow.
Have you ever verified that when you see the weather through the lens of the ISS, that the weather is exactly how it's happening, wherever it doesn't matter where?
I
Have
haven't
you
done it.
ever? Okay.
I haven't done it
okay.
yet, but that's
All right,
something.
all
That's
right.
an experiment to do.
That's fine. That's fine. So it's just a belief you have that looking through this camera will show you weather patterns that you say is happening, but you haven't checked it. So maybe that's not true. Perhaps, possibly, possibility. Okay. So the claim was there are people on the ISS. Now I'm still saying that you don't know that, and I don't know that. Would you say that it's a possibility that that's not true? Just possibility. That's all. Not going for the whole entire debunk, but just give me the possibility that you would say that may be not true.
Well, I would need you to show me some kind of proof that it isn't.
Oh, the evidence is in what you're saying, the statement. If the claim is that there's actually people there and there's no way to verify that except for, other footage, then you and I can't actually have a standard by which we know for sure or not that there are people there. Unless we can go there ourselves and see, hey, wait a minute, there are people here because I'm here too. So if there's no way to verify that, how can we know? Is the question.
Well, I mean, if we see a live stream footage.
Yeah, but that's circular, right? So we're back to the footage again. So we can't verify the footage.
So if we could verify it right now.
Yeah, that's fine. You can say that because of video, there's people there, but it becomes circular, time dash, because we can't verify it primarily. We can only see from.
We can verify it. We can do
How
it right
we do
now.
that? Yeah, how do we? Do
I just told you how to do that.
Well, looking at a video, how do you know that doesn't have any production value to make it seem like there's people there when there really isn't? Time dash.
So you think it would just be a production instead?
Well, is it a possibility that it could be production? Time dash.
Have you not watched Mr. Beast? Does this stuff all the time.
Yeah, time dash. Is it a
sure?
possibility?
I'm sure that Mr. Beast can. I'm sure that this kind of thing.
Hold on, brother.
Can
let's,
be
let's
replicated.
Let's stay focused, guys. Just 1 second. Let me have a second with time dash. We got to get to the end of this. Is it a possibility that it could be, a production?
I would think it would be unlikely.
No.
I mean, it would have to be. It would have to take. So you wanted an answer, and
you need a green screen.
You're trying to stop me from giving an answer.
No, time dash. It's close-ended. It's close-ended. It's either yes or no. Is there a possibility that it could be a production? Possibility.
I suppose the possibility could be there.
Okay. Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Perfect. Now it's my turn to ask you
Go
some
ahead.
questions.
So yes, it's you who's
Yes, go ahead.
gullible.
Oh, no.
Go ahead.
You're a
Hold
spaz,
on.
Time Dash.
How am I a spaz? You're like jumping in saying shit, dude.
Constantly, that's how.
Go ahead.
You have no manners. Excuse me. No manners.
Projection
Excuse
noted.
me, I gotta go, guys. I gotta sleep. But
Have
it
a
was
good one, Anders.
it was an
Thanks for coming,
eye-opening
brother.
experience, and you guys actually almost. I mean, you gave me some great evidence today.
Have a good think, man. Just we're always
I
here.
gotta
So
think about this, and I'll come back next time with
Yeah, talk to
my
Tiger.
thoughts. Yeah,
cool beans. And
Tiger,
I
I'm gonna have to talk.
I think we've talked to Tiger in the past. I think he used to be a part of 24/7. If I'm not mistaken.
Oh, Tiger's a very avid believer. But,
Well, yeah, but Time
all
Dash,
right.
you were see you, Anders.
God bless you. Have a good one.
Peace, bro.
Go ahead, Time Dash. Hit me
So
with your best shot.
I'm a little confused with some of the lore of flat Earth. Like, what shape is it? Like, is there a shape to flat Earth, or does it have no shape?
Yeah, the overall understanding of what the Earth is in its entirety is unknown to you, me, and everyone. So we would say it's unknown.
That's kind of a cop out.
No,
I mean, what
it's the truth.
what do you believe it to be?
There's a speculation that people might have that it, from the surface area, might be circular in the way that everything is played out, but I don't follow that in any way. That's not my understanding.
So what's your understanding?
Well, reality demonstrates what I think it is. So from my perspective, I say that everything follows the reality perspective, meaning that the sun moves from east to west, and so do the stars, and the sun, the moon. I already said that, didn't I? Yeah, but
Okay.
everything moves from east to west, as far as the heavenly bodies, and our perspective is such that we only know from the areas that we've been. So every place that we can go, the area that we've covered looks like a topographical horizontal plane. So the land has topography, of course, elevation change and all that, but from that we can garner that it looks pretty much like a horizontal plane. So nothing doesn't follow that. It all does. For practical use, navigating across the earth, observations of it, and what we say is measuring. So any measurements we have are done on a horizontal plane of reference. So every time we say that the earth is flat, we mention the horizontal plane that we're referencing. So that means from I don't know, I don't want to talk your ear off. Do you understand so far? I don't want to.
No. I'm following. I just
Okay.
My point is like,
Go ahead.
so you're saying that the Earth has no actual shape to it, and that it continues
No.
forever.
No, I didn't say that.
No,
I'm
okay,
I'm not saying that. I'm saying
what
it's
are you saying?
It's unknown.
It's
Like
so
if you were to
it's
tell me,
unknown.
yeah,
So
if you were to
so
tell me if
you
it
ha-
has a shape, I would say the shape would be unknown, because if it does have one, I wouldn't be able to tell you. I don't know. So it's unknown right now. If it does have
okay.
one.
So you were telling me what you were actually believing the shape of it to be.
No, I was telling you
I
that
was gonna.
the
Yeah,
surface as it displays itself to you, me, and everybody, the surface area that we live on is a horizontal plane, a topographical horizontal plane. The surface area.
Huh.
So it in no
So
way go ahead. Go on.
do you believe? So are there any boundaries that are in between any of the continents? Like we should be able to basically realistically go travel in one direction and end up back in the same spot.
Sure.
I mean, there's no boundaries that stop anything, right?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. You're talking about circumnavigation. That seems like there's one of those topics that people don't really know too much about because it hasn't been done like often. The thing that has been done is travel from point to point, like airport to airport or seaport to seaport. But the kind of travel that you're talking about is seldom done. It's on a rare occasion that circumnavigation is even done or attempted. So
Well, I mean,
that
we
has
we
a
can look through
go ahead.
history and we can confirm that those things.
Yeah, you can say, like, people can say that they can claim circumnavigation is done, but when you follow their path, you have to follow it on a world map that's a reification of what people think the Earth looks like in any way. So you can tape any map projection, right? Doesn't matter what your map projection of choice. So you could say I follow Mercator or the Galt's Peter. It doesn't matter what projection you put forward, but every map projection is going to have some type of anomaly. You know, whether it be the landmass distortion, distance from the sea. Like there's different types of things on a world map. A world map is not an actual like travel map. The travel maps are usually the smaller local maps, like atlases or these local charts that the pilots use to fly a plane. So those charts that they have are the ones that they use to navigate with, and they're local. They're not overall world maps. They don't have like a giant world map and they're saying, okay, we're going to use this to navigate, because they don't do that. None of the people that actually work in these types of professions use these type of maps. They use local charts, and they use headings and different ways that the instruments that they use, but in no way do they use like this overall concept, because they don't travel that way. People usually travel from port to port, or they go out into sea if they're like fishermen, or they fish for crabs or whatever, and then they come back. So there's just like no circumnavigation that's happening. These are rare occasions, and when they're done, they're using different types of ideas of how they're traveling. So it's not broken down correctly to people. So there's this kind of reification of what type of map you're using. I don't mean to talk your ear out, Time Dash, but like I know a lot about this. I've been doing this for a while, and I've talked to many people, but I can assure you that there isn't a gold standard map that's out there by any stretch of the means for anyone. For globe Earth, flat Earth, or concave, it doesn't matter what Earth you think you live on. There isn't a map that shows the entire Earth as a specific way that it actually is. Not one exists in all of history. That's true. You can take that to the bank, sir. I mean, if you don't believe me, we can get into it. So I'm not.
Well,
I mean,
for best we know, there are no boundaries traveling east to west, and we could look through history.
I get what
like,
you're
for
saying.
example, Japan attacked Pearl Harbor because it's east of their country. It's an easy place for them to attack. So we know there's no boundaries that separate us from Japan. And there's no boundaries between Japan to China, and there's no boundaries between China and England.
Mm-hmm.
We have boats that travel across the Atlantic all the time. We know there's no boundaries that stop us from going east to west.
Yep.
So I mean, like, so would you say the Earth is more of like a cylinder?
No, I'm gonna go with the horizontal plane, and that being because the way we navigate is very peculiar. I'm not sure if you understand how these guys navigate on the waters of the oceans. So I'm not sure if you're familiar with like celestial navigation.
I'm familiar.
Okay, and so in order for that to be understood, the Earth, a long time ago in ancient times, there was a conceptual tool that was used, and it was called the celestial sphere. I'm not sure if you're acquainted with that or not.
I know what that is, and I know it's not like an actual thing. It's just like it's not an actual thing. It's just an idea.
Yeah, it's a conceptual way to think, right? So now this was actually constructed. It's good that you know it. It saves me time, but it was constructed back in the 6th century BC, and so the ancients were using it, right, to actually conceptualize the way they look at the heavenly bodies and the predictable movements of them. So because of that, we have the idea of a flat baseline, and everything on top of us was like at an angle of view from us. So basically like a protractor. Protractors have like a baseline, and anything above them would be like at your zenith would be 90 degrees above you, and everything that's far from the zenith would be at an angle of degree away from that. So
wait, hold on. If you were to take that into like sailing wise, then if you're on the southern hemisphere, you can't see Polaris anymore.
Yeah.
But if you're on the northern side, you can't see. I forget what the name of it's called. But then you can't see the
Sigma,
the southern
Tannis, or
stars.
the Southern Cross.
Right. But
Yeah.
you can only achieve that on a globe, though.
Yeah, there was many different ways that it was actually done, and most of the constellations were, as the name states, constant. So they were using other stars also, but it was a lot more difficult because Polaris wasn't the way they were navigating in the south. So navigating in the south was a bit more difficult. Although most of the travel was done heavily in the north. In history, that's what history has recorded. But there was no need to travel to the south because there was really nothing out there except for
Well, it
certain
was
people
raiding
that.
territory.
Yeah,
So
certain
people
Well,
went down there all the time to raid.
Yeah, but it was the type of travel that was useful for down there was not anything, because the South Seas, I don't know if you know about them, are pretty rough. So anybody traveling down there is going to find that those kinds of seas aren't like great for vessels to be. You can wreck your vessel if you're traveling there. So it's there's a lot of things to
And
watch
they have
out
a
for.
Chilean sea bass fishing ban, which encompasses a giant area down there.
Yeah, there's certain areas
which was implemented I don't know.
How old was that, Haas? Do you know?
It was a few years ago, right when this whole thing was
maybe.
happening.
I mean, there's a lot of stuff that changed, but not so much, I think, because of this conversation. But I mean, they just like whaling boats and all kinds of shit. I mean, not now. We're talking about now. But there's a lot of stuff that they're adding to that. Like there's certain areas you can't travel because of protected areas like Antarctica or what was that island near southern Chile? Falkland, or I don't know. Anyway, there's some islands that are there that are protected by the British Royal Navy, and they patrol that area. Was the Falkland Islands, Raymond? Is that right?
Yeah, the Falkland Islands.
I mean, it's traveling to the south is not one of those things that people just do because there's somewhere to go. So the north had all the travel. So that's where people were actually using Polaris, and that's why it's more well established that travel in the north was something that they could rely on, with Polaris being the
Well,
guidance.
Yeah. Also, Polaris is more. It's more accurate. Like it's not. Polaris isn't like dead north, but it's like pretty close.
That's good. Well, you know some shit. All right. Yeah. Good. At least that does save us some time. Time Dash. We cut through a lot of the conversation that way. All right. So
you ain't just talking to nobody here.
Well, I don't know, man, because I don't know you from Adam, so I don't know who you are, man. You could be somebody who doesn't really know too much. But anyway, that's good. But yeah, so the conceptual model that they were using back in ancient times and even up until today is viewed as the celestial sphere. Now I'm going to tell you this because this is how it's even said in the description. You could be concentric to the Earth or concentric to the observer, either one. But in this case, we can say, because people are making the observations, we don't look at the world in an orthographic view, so we can't say it's concentric to the Earth per se. When we make our angle measurements, we usually take it from an observer's perspective. So everything radially from you would be how you see at an angle of view. So if you see a star at 45 degrees, well, that 45 degrees is because you're making that measurement from, the angle of view from your specific observation on your geographic location. So wherever you are geographically is because it's concentric to you. So everything radially from you look like it's like you're the center, not the Earth.
You know what's a better way of describing what you're trying to say?
Go ahead.
You know how rainbows work?
Rainbows? Like, go ahead, tell me.
Yeah, it starts raining, and rainbows start filtering out. Oh shit! This might be going a little too off cue, but like, it's all about perspective. Rainbows, believe it or not, you don't actually see one solid rainbow, but every rainbow that you see is unique to you, the viewer.
Ah, dude, man, yeah, good shit.
Cause like, check this out.
You've been. I don't know how much should be. Wait a minute. Are you still Are you a globe earther, dude? Seriously? Like I can't
I'm
believe
Glober, seriously.
Well, I don't know. If knowing all this shit, you should have already been cued in.
Oh man.
Do you
yeah.
know
So
that,
check it out.
Real quick, do you know that Globers actually fight me on every point that I'm making to you? Like you already know. So it's weird. I don't know. Go on.
Well, anyway. So like the only way it works is it rains, and you have to have the sun to your back. but the sunlight bounces off of the droplets in the air. Let's see here. It's like 3 times, and it separates out the color. You know,
tell them about how
like,
because this is gonna blow people's minds. I don't think people ever talk about this. I've already these are
oh,
one
bro,
of the
I
points,
can tell you more. So check it out.
These are one of the points I actually have saved. I wasn't going to talk about this until later if we ever got to it, but we never do. These conversations never get to this, man. To be honest,
there's actually another thing. If you see like a double rainbow, then in between those 2 rainbows, that's called the Alexander's dark band, and it's actually darker in between the 2 rainbows.
Yep.
But that's because the light's being filtered out. So like you're seeing less light in that area. That's why it appears darker.
Yeah. You can do the thing with your hand on both hands on your head going like, because people don't usually get this far. Like, I mean, perspective is a lot of things. Because like you'd say, if somebody was at like maybe, I'd say a short distance, like 20 miles away, maybe they might not see the rainbow like you see it, but that's because the perspective they have is at an angle different from you. So you could see, I don't know. We're getting off topic, but I know. But
yeah, one more thing about that: if you look at a rainbow from an airplane, it's actually a circle.
You're fucking right, dude.
And it keeps the same distance. It could never get closer or further from you.
Yeah, I mean that's gonna bake your noodle, dude. If you're trying to figure this out, like in a way that you're saying, well, I see a rainbow, and it looks to be,
well, I mean, like
away or 30 miles away or whatever.
You think about it, like people who don't really like, if they don't know how the natural world works, like back in the day, people used to think a rainbow was a dragon, and the reason why you could see it was because it rained and it's thirsty, and it would do that. They would like stick its neck down to drink from the water. Like, people really just didn't have an idea on how the yeah, pretty much. They didn't know how the world works, so it was magic.
All right, so much that we've covered right now has to deal with just how everything seems perspective to a point of view of an observer, and so far you're on point, dude. I haven't said anything. You haven't said anything that objects to what the physical natural world is demonstrating itself to us. So, with that being said, that can also be said with the water that streaks the sunlight at a horizon when it streaks across the water to your feet. That's the same exact thing that somebody, like I said, will put a distance away, like 40 miles away from you. They'll see the same sunset streaking across the water to their feet. So, when they see that, it looks very specific to them, but you can say it's very specific to you. So just as you saw the rainbow that has a very specific perspective to you, they would say the same for the sun on a horizon, the water streaking across the water to them. So these observations are very concentric to the observer. This is why I stand with the principle of what I've been saying. So because of that, we now understand when people are using astronomy or celestial navigation, that this type of conceptual tool is the perspective of how we see. Now, I'm going to use this term, but in order for you to understand, it's not like a real dome, but it's called a dome of perspective because your eyes see in this manner. Everything's converging to the middle of your eye line. So when you see around you, everything looks like, like it's converging. So as you see the sky above you, it looks like a dome that's above you. Not saying that it actually is a physical dome, but I would say for this particular understanding, it looks like a transparent dome with the stars affixed to it. And funny enough, that's the explanation for the celestial sphere. That's exactly how we see the world around us. Now, the plane of the horizon would be the 0-degree angle at which you can't see any farther beyond. So that would be the convergence point for like where the sun as it moves far away from you. So things appear to look like to you to converge to the eye line. Now, this is a natural fact because our vision sees the world in this way, and I can prove it to you. So everything can see at a far distance to you as an angle that's lower to 0 degrees. So as things approach to you, things raise up and elevate. They do raise up an angle of view, but you could say that the angle of view that you have to something in the far distance looks to be lower at an angle as the farther away it is from you. As when you approach it, it becomes closer, and the angle increases to get to like when you're underneath the thing at 90 degrees. And then as it passes you, it lowers an angle of degree more. So our eyes see in this convergence type or manner. This is a natural fact. This is how your eyes see the world.
But here's the thing, and this does involve our eyes. Do you know why it looks like a dome at night when you look at the stars?
What, the way we see the sky?
Right.
Yeah, that's the way our vision sees everything.
It's because when you look at the stars, you have no you can't see a background.
Exactly.
So therefore,
There's no depth.
you have no perception of depth.
Yeah, depth.
Like
That's
you ever when you drive at night and some cars coming up on you and you just see their high beams, and it's like I really can't tell how far they are, but that's because you can't see anything behind them.
Of course.
So
no, I don't disagree with that. There's no disagreements with that. But it's work. I mean, it's the way that it also the way we see things and the way that converges to our eye line or how we see things. I don't disagree with any of that. I think that's just fine. Nothing of what we say here has disagreed with anything that I understand. Being on a horizontal plane has nothing that's wrong with it. So far so good still.
I mean, we're talking about things that would work on, if it would work on either a flat or sphere.
Yeah,
it would. We're not talking about anything that would actually because
we're talking about vision. But check this out. Now, it could be concentric to the Earth or thought of that way, but you'd have to have an orthographic view, and nobody sees in that manner. So the other thing that would interfere with that is the fact that the baseline that we're using is not a flat horizontal baseline any longer. The baseline would be curving. Now, that being said, you'd have to also insert the fact that you have to create an invisible tangent on top of a curved surface. I don't know if you know that or not. That's probably how the invisible tangent would be the straight line that you're working off of, the flat baseline that you work off of. Either way, it being a globe or it being a flat horizontal plane, you'd still work off of a horizontal baseline. Either way. But the only thing is for the globe is the horizontal baseline would be a tangent on a place on the globe, on the surface, touching the surface, but it would go off into space. So that means, right, now get this, that 0 degrees would be some way projected out into space. So somewhere off into the distance, you could see with this invisible tangent, I don't know, I'm just going to give it to you this way because this is what I've heard it before. You would see from this invisible tangent that you projected out into space, the sun go below 0 degrees. Now that is absurd because it has nothing to do with the celestial sphere conceptual tool. It has everything to do with tangents being on a curved surface and it being projected out into space. Therefore, when you see the sun below the horizon, it'd be way below 0 degrees at that point because the tangent that's projected, it would have already crossed that tangent line, so it would be below 0 degrees. And that
you've lost me.
Okay. So on the horizontal plane, right, that we're talking about, that I am talking about.
So let me just imagine this real quick. When you mean a horizontal plane, I'm just using my imagination here. You're just talking about like if I was in Minecraft and I set it to like flat mode, that would be considered like horizontal.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm gonna do you one better because I don't like confusion. It sucks. Give me a second, will you? I'm gonna post an image in the text chat, and right now. Basically, the yellow disc that you see. So the conceptual tool would be the celestial sphere, all about the person standing in the middle. Now the other one that's on to the right of that, that's conceptualizing the Earth at the center. So one of them's concentric on the observer, the other's concentric on the Earth. Now either one of these are thought to be what the conceptual model of the celestial sphere would be. So it's all encompassing. So all encompassing to either the Earth or the observer. And that's how it's stated, right? So just for your understanding. Do you see what I have put there, Time Dash?
Yeah, sort of. So what I'm looking here is this just like somebody's field of view?
Yeah, so you got a 360 field of view with a person standing in the middle of the yellow disc. That yellow disc.
Uh-huh.
All right, and on the one over here to the right of that, it's the Earth. That's the orthographic view. They're seeing the Earth at a perspective. And the other one is like seeing the person at a perspective. But like One would have to be like thinking that the Earth is the center, the other's putting the person at the center. In fact, I had another one too. If I could. Do you get what's going on there?
I think I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's basically go on.
You're just talking about. So I'm just throwing down like a conceptual thing, but you're just talking about like just left, right, continuous forever.
Well, for the person as the observer being concentric to the observer, everything's like, so 0 degrees would be the plane of the horizon. So the plane that the person's standing on, that 360 degrees flat circle that they're standing on, everywhere around them would be like north, south, east, and west, and then that would be 0 degrees. You know what I mean? So below that yellow disc would be below 0 degrees. So that would be already at the horizon point.
Okay, I see what you're talking about.
You get what I'm saying?
Okay.
I don't want to confuse you, bro.
Okay, I get you. I get you now. All right, so you're talking. All right, so you mean if you're on a globe, you're standing on a globe, then you should see the sunset that would go beneath a 0 degree.
Yes, you're getting it. Now, the other the observer perspective would see it when it hits the horizon. That's 0 degrees for the observer. But if it was on the Earth, it would go below 0 degrees. Get what I'm saying? I don't know if you got me.
No, I get what you're saying. It's
the
just
difference.
The problem is like it. Now, like so I'm trying to conceptualize this in like a 2-dimensional plane very easily. Like it makes sense very, very easily. But like I'm imagining it in a 3-dimensional plane, and like it operates kind of the same way.
Yeah, it's the same thing. But the
like
problem
it would still set at like you probably wouldn't even notice if it was
well, I think you're onto something. But I think the issue that I know that has been set, or the argument anyway that's been put forward here, is that if you have a curving surface, the surface of the Earth is not the baseline. The baseline is a tangent point. From that tangent off into space is where you would say it's projected out into space, right? So you could use it in this way, right? Like if you look through at the outer light, it's not the actual physics, like the horizon itself. It's above the horizon. 0 degrees would be above the horizon because it's a tangent point on where you're standing. That point where you're standing off into space would be the tangent, the horizontal tangent. It's an imaginary projected line that you're saying is off, that goes off into space. Now, if the sun passes that imaginary horizontal projected tangent line, then the sun goes below 0 degrees. I don't know if am I confusing you, bro?
No, you're not. But like, here's the thing, though. If you were on like sea level and you were to watch a sunset, you would watch it like disappear. But if you were like on a mountaintop, like or like you're like viewing it on a skyscraper, you would like still be able to see the sunset after the guy on the ground got done seeing it.
Yeah, but we're not taking other person's perspective. It's always concentric to the observer. So
well, I know, I get that, but if you include another observer,
but so think about it like this. If you're saying it's concentric to the Earth, then the imaginary tangent line that you're saying would have to be at a specific point, not at the point that, like, it would be at the observer's point, right? So the tangent line would be at the observer's point. Every observer that would say, I'm seeing a sunset, would have to make that tangent line, whether it be on the surface of the Earth, out into space, or on the top of a mountain from that point out into, to the horizon. Either way, what you're doing is you're drawing an imaginary tangent line that's on top of the curving surface. You get what I'm saying? Or no?
No, I get that. It's just
okay.
If you add altitude to it, like
what?
I don't know. I think it messes with it.
No, well, sort of, but it doesn't. There's no problem with people that are on the surface of the Earth saying that the Earth is the actual 0 degrees. So if you go above you go above the Earth, you're raising above that 0 degrees. But so even if you raise up in altitude, what you're looking at on the surface of the Earth, or as you raise in altitude or elevation, is you're looking at the horizon. Once it crosses that horizontal plane, that's the plane of the horizon.
Well, no, it does.
As
It does
far as you
more
look.
than that. I mean, because
Go
it
on.
takes your personal 0, and it takes
Yeah.
Earth 0, and it separates it.
No, you could do that if you're trying to project the Earth in a way that you're saying, I live on a curving surface. But that's not what we're saying, though. I'm not. I'm saying that 0 degrees always remains at the baseline being the surface of the Earth.
Oh no, all I'm saying is like if you were to include, like, in this model that you sent me, I'm still looking at it.
Mhm.
Like if you were to, and this is just the way I'm kind of conceptualizing it, but like there's so there's like an Earth 0, and then there's like an eye level 0.
Yeah, you're
And,
trying to say
right,
like
if your eye level is closer to like the 0 on Earth 0,
that's
it
not an
gives you
issue.
one perspective. But if you were to like take your 0 and separate it
I
from
get what you're
Earth
saying.
0, like it would,
I get what you're saying.
it kind
but,
of
like,
messes with it.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but it doesn't do that because like it doesn't matter what you think your eye level is. If it's because at any observation point, you're always going to make, like, I don't know how tall you are, but you're always going to say you're above 0 degrees. You're not flat on the ground. Flat on the ground would be, the 0 degrees. You get what
That
I'm
would
saying?
be-
That's the baseline.
Right.
So-
well, that would be the Earth's 0 degrees.
Yeah, but so we're going off of that, being that the Earth is the baseline on the horizontal plane side. That's what I'm saying, right? The Earth's horizontal plane, that's 0 degrees. It doesn't matter if I raise up an elevation. When I see off into the distance and I see the convergence happening, like when the sun is converging at the horizon, then I would say at that 0 degrees, I can see no more. Like it seems to be that that's where I can't view the sun, or it makes its convergence at that point. Now, raising an elevation could also extend my view somewhat, but it's not going to go on forever. At
Well,
some
no,
point,
but
I'll still see. Yeah, go on.
It can also give you a second chance to watch a sunset.
Yeah, I mean, that's not, I don't think I'm arguing with you there, but it's still not at the convergence point where I'm saying if 0 degrees is the baseline, I could see more of the thing in the far distance if I raise in elevation or altitude. That doesn't mess with the fact that the Earth is still the 0 degrees. Now,
Well, no, I get that. It's just when you compare your 0 degrees to the Earth's 0 degree.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where, like, if you start separating that, that's where things start getting a little slippery.
Yeah, and then that's what happens. I would dare say that that's probably why the argument is the way it is, because people are separating it, being that a person's eye level would be the 0 degrees from like a tangent point.
Well,
So
it would
even-
be their perspective would be like if you're if you're looking straight, like your perspective, like even would be 0. Like if you were to tilt your head down, that could be like it'd be like minus whatever, minus 15 degrees.
Yeah, but
tilt it up positive 15 degrees.
I get what you're saying, but like a person at a specific height, I don't know how tall you are, but you still have to be looking at an angle, not downward, but you're looking at the horizon. So there would be a point where the 0 degrees from the Earth and your eyes would meet at the convergence point. So if you raise up in elevation or altitude, it would still be doing that very same thing we're talking about. The only difference is you're up a little higher than you are if you're just standing up.
Oh, well, you'd have to look down to see the sunset.
Not really, because you would say that you're looking.
I'm talking really high. Like if you go
fine.
up like really high, and like
we're talking about like.
I'm not talking like outer space or anything.
Yeah, I'm not getting too crazy with it, but yeah, I know.
Yeah, I'm not getting too crazy, but let's say you're, let's say
Airplane?
no, not an airplane, but let's say
mountain.
I mean, they have like 30-story buildings.
That's fine.
In cities,
you talking about what's that one? The Burj Khalifa?
I have no idea. I mean, like,
that's what the building example you were talking about was probably the one that.
But like,
somebody come.
What?
Ow! My ears. Sorry.
What were you saying?
He's just an idiot.
What were you saying, Time?
Shoot. Oh man, he
The
just
building.
totally made me lose my. Yeah. Okay.
You
yeah.
said 30-story buildings.
Yeah, you just go up to a high building. You would have to look down in order to see the sunset.
Yeah, but that's the thing is, I think you're thinking that looking down is looking across to the horizon. So what we say is very simple. We're always looking at the horizon line. So
well, no, because if you're higher up, your zero is not going to be the horizon.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
No, because the Earth's you're separate from the Earth's zero.
Yeah, but the Earth zero is where you see the convergence line.
Well, no, I get that, but you'd have to look. I don't know. I'm probably.
You're overcomplicating.
I don't know. I don't think I'm overcomplicating. I'm just trying to I'm trying to say zero versus zero.
I know, from the eyeball zero to the Earth zero. I know what you mean. I get what you're saying, but I'm just telling you, the Earth zero is always zero. So if we're raised up in any type of elevation from a building and we're looking straight across to the horizon, it doesn't matter how high we get. We're always looking towards the horizon because that's the convergence point. Always. Always. It doesn't change. So, raising up in elevation or altitude will never change the fact that you're always looking at the horizon. And that's the convergence point. It's always the Earth's as a baseline. We're always using the Earth as a baseline. Always. But that varies from, I'm telling you, what the Glober would say. Because they would say they're not using the Earth always as the baseline. They're saying they're using their tangent line that's projected out into space as the baseline. That's why they say the sun can go below 0 degrees. There's some images, I think, if anybody wants to post what it looks like from the example that I'm saying, having tangent lines on a curved surface.
I actually tried to look up sunsets on high places, and I found one at Mount Everest, but no, it actually wasn't it was people just filming up there. It was midday, and I was like, wait, they probably won't film a sunset at Mount Everest because they would die.
It's the airsuit, and not unless they have breathing apparatus.
No, that's not true. That's not true. There are documentaries where mountain climbers film and talk about watching the sunset several times.
Yeah.
In one sitting as it moves away.
Maybe they'd probably have to sit in the sunlight as long as possible. Because I've heard crazy stories.
Well, they usually climb it in the morning, but then people get stuck up there in different times and blah blah blah. But yeah, they're usually climbing it as the sun rises. But yeah, people have witnessed sunsets from Mount Everest, filmed them.
Perfectly preserved bodies.
There's some good images.
No, they're still alive. Time dash.
There's dead bodies up there, dude.
Yeah, I know, but the people who made these films,
I know, I get that, but I'm just saying
they're not that perfect. They turned into mummies.
Well, I mean, mummies age pretty well,
dude.
But these are
it disintegrates to nothing. I get it. Yeah,
I mean, it's creepy. I've seen pictures of them, and they straight up look like people are sleeping. Yeah, it's really trippy. I probably wouldn't like seeing that.
You're like me. I don't like that kind of shit. All right. Let me.
Yeah, and you think they walked on the moon?
Here, Hey, Time Dash, check this out, man. I'm gonna post an image. This is what I was talking about, but I don't know if you get what that looks like.
Yeah, people are dropping like flies, climbing an icy mountain. Yet everyone who goes to the moon, no problem, unscathed.
I may get another image if that one doesn't work. Where's the? There's a few of them, but some of them are really exaggerated just so that you can get the idea, I think.
No, I get the idea on this one. Oh, well, hold on.
I'll post another one.
Yeah. This is basically, this is basically like what I'm talking about.
There's another one. All right.
I don't think this altitude would ever be possible.
No, I mean,
like on a.
but you get what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. It's the tangent line is a straight line on this curved surface. It's not the surface of the Earth itself. It sits on the surface of the Earth, according to what I've heard before. People explain it to me, sitting on the surface of the Earth, but it's touching it, but it's not the actual horizontal plane. That line extends out into space. Get what I'm saying? I don't know if you get it.
No, I get it.
Right.
This is like essentially this is what I was talking about. You look at the A line on the first image,
Yeah.
like this first line below H, where these two arrows meet. That would be like the 0, where like where you would be standing, and then you would raise yourself up high enough, and you would be point A, and then this level line would be like your like
Yeah,
0.
but it's so right. So you get it like the horizon. We're always seeing because we're above the surface of the Earth. So I think that's a bit confusing, but we're always above the surface of the Earth because where your eyes are to where the ground is always above the surface, right? So when you make your observations, we always have to factor that in somehow. Your height, how high are you? You could do it off the water line even if you're by a body of water. That has to be factored in, but we would still say that when you see off into the horizon, the point where your eyes see that that horizon would be the 0 degrees. That doesn't change. So as you raise an elevation and altitude, it's always going to be at the horizon. But in your mind, you think that the surface would be curving. Now this is interesting, right? Because if that was the case, then the curving surface would have to be demonstrated. But the evidence for that is lacking, and that's why I'm saying it doesn't matter what we can abstract or conceptualize. I think what's important here is the fact that we understand if the surface is curving indeed, as these diagrams are showing, then we could know for certain, for sure, and without a shadow of a doubt, that the Earth is a curving surface. But if it's not, then it's exactly what I've been saying. The plane of the Earth is the 0 degrees.
Well, no,
So you got.
Yeah, well, I get where you're saying. I get where you're coming from.
Unless we can figure out a way that we can directly measure a distance between the observer and something that's at the horizon to know that if the horizon is the leading edge of the sphere, as what the diagram depicts, then we can actually start working with that.
Technically, what I mean? wouldn't a tide do the trick?
No.
Like, check it out. Like, you know how tides work, right? Like, I don't know how flat earthers like, how the tide works how does a tide work?
So there's basically it works off of just atmospheric pressure working on the water. It's not because there's many tides that certain locations have. So there's no way that you could put it or ascribe it to some type of celestial phenomena. It all has to deal with just pressure. And I'll give you one example, Time. All right, just one example. Certain weather systems like hurricanes, before they make landfall, depending on what shore they're going to hit, like Florida had one where, I don't know the name of the hurricane, but prior to it making landfall, it actually pulled away all the water from the bay. And the bay was really bare. So people were wondering, like, well, because of the hurricane that was coming, all the pressure that it has over the body of water where it was at, it pulled away that water. Now that's just in one area. Didn't do it everywhere else. It wasn't just out in that one location. So we understand some very simple principles that pressure can actually do this. It gives that movement of the displacement of water, the pressure that the storm had. So it has more to do with pressure than it does anything else. Is what my understanding is. So now, if you have something better than that,
are you aware that tides are measurable? As in, we know when they're going to happen, and how far they'll like happen.
Yeah,
like for example,
there's ways to know. Like, I'm not saying there isn't.
So one of my hobbies is coastal foraging, and the best time to go coastal foraging is during minus tide. and that doesn't happen very often. Like it happens every couple of days, but that's where the tide goes really, really far out to where it reveals a lot more than you would like.
You get all kinds of stuff when you have extreme high tides. That's some of the best forging. Is
high
when
tides?
It's the most extreme high tides when a storm rolls through.
Mm-hmm.
It churns all kinds of stuff up. Yeah, you can find stuff at low tide and high tide.
Oh, minus tide's where you want to go, because like if you're gonna go,
I go to both. I go to both, and I've found more treasures after the highest tides.
No, I'm looking for mussels, dude.
And the best time to go is at a minus tide.
Minus tide, because like.
I thought you were talking about like finding sea artifacts and sea junk. You're just
bro. I'm talking about eating bugs.
Oh, but
dude, I don't know how you let those things slither down your.
Well,
anyway.
dude, you can
cook them and they're so good. Clams.
Yeah, but you can get clams both ways when the holes are in the sand, and you can take a box out.
More power to you.
Yeah, well, what I'm saying is like, tides are we know when tides happen. Like we have
and they have nothing to do with what you hope that you won't even speak of what you want to infer the moon. Yet you won't even speak of it. It has nothing to do with the moon.
I'm not even going to bring up the moon, dude. Shut up.
Okay, so why did you bring it? Oh, are you in your feelings?
Seriously. No, I just don't know why you're like doing this. Are you in your feelings, dude?
I've talked to you before.
When have I talked to you?
You have CRS, huh? So
or
what's
maybe you're
the deal?
just such a forgettable person.
Oh, perhaps. Maybe you have amnesia. So we never talked about clams before. We'll always remember this. So what does digging up clams have to do with the Earth's sphericity?
I'm talking about tides, dude.
Yeah, what do tides have to do with the Earth's sphericity?
Okay, do you know tides are measurable? Like you can plan a day where you go out and like
two high tides a day, two low tides a day. Yeah,
I got my boat. I gotta park it before the low tide kicks in.
Okay.
Right? Like
what does this have to do? Okay. So I get it.
Shouldn't you, if the Earth was
plight of a boat owner? I get it.
Shh. You talk too much. Shouldn't you be able to see the tide in a flat Earth?
What do you mean, see the tide? I don't get
what are you talking about? Shh. You don't think enough before you talk.
Shh. I don't want to talk to you.
What did you mean by
obviously?
See the tide? That the tide occurs?
Rent free, homeboy.
Right? Anyway, what I'm talking about is like, dude. What I'm talking about is like when the tide comes in, you should be able to see it on a flat Earth. It like you should be able to see like. I don't know what to call it, but like,
what does that mean, dude?
You should be able to see a hill.
A hill.
Right, a hill of water.
What the fuck?
Right. So
this is brilliant time dash.
I don't understand what this means.
This is pure brilliance.
I don't think anybody sees
time dash.
That. Well, I know, I get that.
Time dash.
Hey.
You've eaten too much shellfish.
I don't want to talk to you, dude.
I know. So what does this have to do? What does this have to do?
You've spoken too much.
What does this have to do with whether or not you're living on a ball, homeboy?
No, this is just me asking a question. I don't know if like.
It sounds like you're pontificating about clamming.
Quiet. So.
A little snowflake.
How am I a snowflake?
Extremely.
How?
In every which way.
In one way you can't tell me? Yeah, I'm being condescending to you. Shut up.
Okay, like, you're a condescending.
I'm trying to have a conversation with someone.
Okay.
And you're being a fool.
Flame out. Go ahead.
Thank you. So this is just how I'm kind of conceptualizing like how it would work on a flat Earth. I don't know if this is accurate or not, but since the tide is something that like moves across the ocean, shouldn't you like technically be able to see it?
Coming in and going out, of course.
No. I mean, like, shouldn't you be able to see it as a hill coming in?
No.
Why not? It wouldn't work.
It doesn't.
Similar to like.
No, water is is flat on its surface, and if it okay, think about it like this. You know how if like I'll put it to you in a way that you can think about it. If you were to have a cup of water and you poke a hole at the bottom of it, and you'd have like maybe like a little straw pump at the bottom, and you could drain that liquid or fill it back up from the bottom. Is that like turning like a hill in the surface? No. It raises up in elevation, or it lowers in elevation just evenly on its
right.
surface.
But there's a high and a low point.
I know, but what I'm saying is because it's doing that, right? It's raising up and lowering. You could get a mean sea level because of the difference of the tides. So the thing that we're saying here is the vertical point at which you can say the place where I'm getting my mean sea level. I don't know if that's where you're going. Is that what you're talking about, or something else?
Sort of like.
Well, you tell me what you mean, because I'm not gonna put words in your mouth, because I don't.
No, I get
going.
that. So the idea is like if you were in a high enough spot in California, you should be able to see like Hawaii, right?
I mean,
what?
If you're on a flat Earth, you should be able to see Hawaii.
What?
If you have
no,
a telescope.
No, bro.
No, I think there's okay. So we can talk about that. I don't know if that's what you were talking about. Is that what you mean by the hill of water?
Sort of, because like if you were to be able to like see Hawaii, like that would be like a very flat surface that you would be able to see it like an incredibly far distance away.
Have you?
And like normally, like on a curvature on an Earth, you wouldn't be able to see Hawaii, but if it was flat, you would be able to. So if you were able to see like a distance that far, and there's a high and a low point on a tide, shouldn't you like theoretically be able to see a hill of water move across the ocean?
Like a ripple?
It probably wouldn't be like an outrageous hill. It would probably be like,
no, I think I know what you're talking about.
I don't know, probably like 20
can
to 30 feet.
Can I give you an example?
Yeah.
Of what I think you're talking about? Because a tide would be separate from what I'm going to say right now, but this is different. There are differences in what I'm going to say. A tsunami. Have you ever seen a tsunami? Like there was one in recent history, just not too long ago, a couple years ago even.
Yeah, Japan had one.
Japan, or what's the other place? The third world country was a volcanic activity that happened, and it like just wiped out hundreds of thousands of people. I even forgot the name of that stupid tide. Anyways, they were showing videos.
Thailand had a bad one.
There was videos all over YouTube about it, but you would see the way that the water was rolling in on top of itself, like the tsunami was like coming in waves. Like you saw like an elevation, like above the water, and then there was another stack coming up above higher than that, and you know what I mean? It was just coming one on top of the other, like they were like.
Oh no, I get that. Like,
yeah,
like no, I see that, but like
I think that's what you're
a tide
talking
and a
about,
tsunami, not.
It's different. There's different.
I mean, so
I could show you.
Well, you're the one expecting to see a hill of water approaching.
I don't.
Bro.
I'm just trying to give you. I'm trying to give you a little bit of credit here.
No, I get that. I get that. I'm just saying, like a tide and a
tsunami.
A tsunami, yeah, like.
Two different things. Yeah, I mean, I get that, but I was just
shouldn't
trying
you?
to.
So if there was like a huge tsunami, like you should be able to see tsunamis, though, right?
Yeah, of course.
And like, so you should be able to see the tide too.
Well, the tide is recognizable, but I think it has a longer time lapse, so you'd have to see it like a time lapse footage. We do have that. I know it's saved on one of the gifts, but there's a gift that shows like a tide.
Well, the only ones I ever see is just the tides, like. They just come in, they go out. They don't.
Let me ask any.
Yeah, there's no water humping.
Do you guys have the footage of the tides? Or there's a really good one of a boat like at a dock, and then like the tide goes out, and then it comes back in, it lifts the boat up, and it brings it back. Like it just keeps going back and forth. It's a gift.
Well, no, I've seen stuff like that, but no, I'm talking about out in the distance. I'm talking about like
as it's approaching.
Yeah, I'm talking you're like at sea level and you get like super binoculars. You should see like a gradual hill at some point.
No, that
it shouldn't.
No, that does not on tides. I was trying to give you the benefit of the doubt with the
I'm just saying like theoretically, does it work this way? Because like if the Earth was like flat enough, you should be able to like actually see it.
Yeah,
like you should be able to see a hill.
Everything's evenly going up and down though, as the tide moves in and moves out. It's all even.
Yeah, I posted that GIF.
Oh, is it? It hasn't.
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
Can you see that though? Because his
well,
GIF
I mean,
is what I'm talking about.
This is probably something like you wouldn't be able to see with the naked eye, or maybe you might be able to. I don't know because I haven't spent.
You see the water coming in and going out, like it's easily seen from the.
Right. No, I totally get this, but like.
So you're asking why you don't see something. All you're
like
claiming you do. You don't see this. So why are you asking why you don't see it?
Theoretically, is it possible?
No, he's saying this, right? And I think I get what he's saying. He's saying a hump, like a hill coming at you.
Right. Exactly. You should be able to see it.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't.
No, it's a gradual recession and.
Yeah, and it's all doing it at an even pace. So if you were to have, let's say, if you were to I'm going to speak an absurdity. If you were to put a giant level on top of the water as it's going up and down, it's all going to be coming up and going down evenly.
Yeah,
there's not going to be a hump. Yeah, it's not going to be a hump. It's going to be curving. Get me?
Right. Yeah.
It's not curving. So there's no hill to be seen.
If it's flat enough, you should be able to see one, though, right?
No.
Like.
No, I know what you mean, but so we're basing. Okay, I'll say it this way. I know what you mean, but here's the confusion. Land has elevation change, right? Land does, but what we're basing everything off of is the levelness of water. So as water is moving in and moving out, we're basing the levelness off of the surface of the water, not because we're at a point on land. But what's happening is every time water recedes, then that makes more land. But when the water increases, then the land dissipates. So then we have the basis of where water is being the flat place. Hopefully you get what I'm saying. I don't want to confuse you. But when water is higher up on land, then we'll say that place where the land meets the water is the boundary, the surface of that's where we would say that's the surface of the water. Now, as it recedes, it would be at a place off into the distance now because the water has receded. So we have now, with the land being shown, elevation change because, of course, the land is topographical. So it would have, dips and, little hills and that. Hopefully you get what I'm saying. And then as it gradually comes back in, it covers up that land. And then, man.
Hey, Time Dash. If the Earth were a ball, wouldn't we see a hump of water every high tide approaching?
No. I think a PV equals nRT. That's incorrect. Sorry, I didn't want to jump to his and yours, but that's incorrect. No, there's not.
Flow can't be even all over the surface.
So you're talking about flow, and with the tide, it's not flow. It's not flow. It's different. Flow would mean like water's flowing, and it's not flowing. It's moving. In this sense, because it's not going downhill. I think that's what you're saying. Because if it was doing that, it would continue to flow, and it's not continue.
Cause bulge in the water as the tide.
Yeah, but I mean, tides, they're increasing and decreasing, but they're not. It's not a flow because it's cyclical in nature. Just like the gentleman saying that you could.
Oh wait, no, they are a
they
flow.
do, but no,
like tides are a flow.
No, if it's a continuous flow, like if it was like a river, that's continuous. It's always flowing.
Oh,
this isn't.
You know what? I'm not.
Yeah,
I was
saying? Like,
yeah, you're talking about the tide in an event as a, like, you're talking about as if the tide here in this one spot, but I'm thinking of the tide as a whole is continuous. The tide as a whole flows.
Yeah, it's an event that's a natural phenomena, but as it progresses or recedes, then we have something it's not like a river flowing, like it's a one direction. It's flowing, it's moving, it's going in that direction. This is like it's moving forward and back. So it's
I get that. I'm saying that the process of the tide, like the tide travel, like not the tide right better. There, but like the tide itself.
That's a better word.
The tide itself is a flow, and not necessarily the tide in one spot.
Yeah, so it'd be, and I like that word, oscillating flow. That's better. That's a better descriptor. I could agree with that. Because oscillating would mean that it would come forward or recede. It just depends, but that's pretty spot on. Nothing wrong with that.
Should we share clam chowder recipes now, or?
I think they're mussels. Are mussels clam? Well,
yeah. You could use mussels if you wanted to.
Yeah, mussels. Just toss it all in there.
Make a nice, what do you call that? 7 Seas.
Man, you
can
find
I like that. I
crabs.
Like the sound
of that. Have you ever heard
crabs,
of one of those?
clams, oysters?
Yeah.
That's you gotta.
So what does this have? I get it. Yeah, it's great to forge at the sea. I mean, I like to find sea glass and ancient tools and stuff like that.
Cut your foot off.
Yeah, I know. Some of the sea glass is not as worn as others. But anyways, did you want to bring this back, Time Dash, to the server topic?
Yeah, I guess, and the thing that he was, I don't want to say splitting hairs on it, but it was more like
I'm talking like
Earth,
theoretically.
A straw man?
Yeah, man. I meant, because I see it being an oscillating flow. That's a spot on word. I'm going to actually use that. There's nothing wrong with that. But if you're having that oscillating flow, the surface of that oscillating flow would always remain flat and level. It's not going to be bulging, and that's what's true about that. Now, the difference between that and a tsunami it's gonna differ, because it's kind of like a wave. Tsunami would be considered like a wave, so it's not the same.
Right. Exactly.
Oh
yeah, that's why I was like reluctant to like make the comparison, because like
yeah.
Okay, like I could see the similarities, but they're too far apart.
They're too far apart. Okay, so now PV equals nRT says nope, the flow bulges. Okay, evidence of the flow bulging, please. That's what I need to see, because I don't see evidence of that. I see evidence of it always remaining flat as it receives, and when it comes back.
Yeah, because that's even what Time Dash was saying. Where is the bulge? This guy's saying it does bulge.
It's a bulge.
So this should be good.
Yeah, it's so that's how it like that's like the globe thing is like the whole.
Yeah, they're lost in the sauce,
and like that's how the tides work, and it's like a it's like a hill, but I mean, like if you think about how water works, like you could see it as that way, because
yeah, you could think of it like that way. You can't see it that way. It's not observed that way. So what you do see in that image that old Haas put in there, interestingly enough, that as water comes in and moves out, is that everything goes up vertically and back down vertically. Interesting. That's how we say everything's evenly. Now, if it was like, think about this, and if it was like a tsunami, like because the water was bulging as it's coming forward, it would be knocking shit over, because you have a hill coming at you, right? It's like a wave.
Yeah,
but that's not what it's happening. If you got perfect evenly water coming at you, like the way it's doing, things go vertically up, vertically down, vertically up, vertically down, and so you have that evenness. It's not bulging. The bulgingness comes into mind where if that was the case, things would be flowing off of the hill of water, or crashing like a wave.
There is a bulgingness, because like like. So
sorry,
yeah, there is, because like
come on, man,
no
you're not going to do this in real time.
Look at how the boats are going up
You've been
and down.
begging us. No. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Now you're going to say there it is.
Check this out.
It goes I'm checking it, bro.
And then it goes back
Check
down.
yourself before you wreck yourself.
Look at the. I want you to pay attention. If I could circle it, I could. You know where the red barn is? That little red barn in the background. Okay, look at the mast of the ship that's right in the center view of that. Look at that pole that's behind it. Look at how it's going directly up, directly down, right up and down that pole.
Yes.
Yeah.
It has an apex.
It's vertically going up. That ship is going vertically up, vertically down, vertically up, vertically down. Everything is actually doing that. So if it was bulging, like you say, it was, the boats would be crashing into the harbor. They would be moved slightly to the side, but they're not doing that. They're going straight up, straight down, straight up, straight down.
Well,
that can only happen when water fills an area and it's vertically lifting everything up, and then as it recedes, is doing so in a manner that's even. It's even across. Now that's different if you have like a storm surge. Storm surge is going to cause a different type of effect. Stuff's starting to be crashing around, moving around, because that would be what you would consider like the hill or waves. Waves are going to cause this type of disturbance. Now, you don't see that disturbance when you have tides. It's a very different phenomenon.
Allow me to give you a concept.
Go ahead.
So, I want you to imagine that you're there, and just for the sake of having fun, so we watch this little clip. You see how the apex, like, it gets up the highest it can, and then it starts to sink.
Sure.
Let's say that halfway point is like right where it's above you.
Mm-hmm.
So, could you suspect that the tide is actually coming up onto the ocean, onto the coast, and then traveling past you on land, and that's why it sinks back down? Is because it passes over you.
Hypothetically, like if it's doing something
like it's a
what we see.
Yeah, like so just imagine like the tide is coming towards you.
Yeah.
And then the tide is going back behind you towards land, and that's why it's sinking. Like the tide isn't something that just like happens on, I mean, you know, it happens, you see it in the ocean, but like the tide is something that can also travel across land, even though it doesn't interact with the land.
Yeah, but it's doing so now. We see it happening there in that GIF. It's traveling across the land and filling up certain spaces where the boats are.
No.
It is doing what you're saying.
What I'm saying is the tide is, let's say it's coming from like the background of this picture, and it's coming in, and then it's going like past the shoreline over the ground, and then it disappears to travel across to the other side of the ocean to begin its tide over there.
Yeah. But what are we saying about the bulge of water? Because it's not bulging.
Oh, I'm just saying the apex is the top of the bulge.
No, it's not a bulge. It's not a bulge though. That's
a horizontal line.
Yeah, the bulge isn't. Okay,
right, but you should be able to see the bulge on a.
No,
on
I know
a
what you mean.
I know what a protractor looks like, right?
Bro, I know what you mean. But listen, on a okay, so you have the surface of that land that where the boats are is not flat. We already know that. It's got like an indent. You know what I mean? It's whatever. So when land is exposed, that land underneath the water is not flat. That's got that topography that we were talking about. Now, when the water covers it, it then becomes horizontal because the water surface is level. So for all intents and purposes, you're getting thrown off by the land. You're thinking the land that has that the curving, the hills, the valleys. Then you say when water covers it, that at some point you have to see a bulge. No, you don't, because the surface of water always remains flat and level. It holds rigidity. It does.
Well, I mean, apparently it doesn't, because the tide is.
What?
The tide is the example that it's not flat and level.
No, yeah, it's moving up and down evenly. Time dash. You can't
look at exactly. It's moving.
Look at the boats.
So,
they're going up and down vertically, evenly.
So but you should be able to see that hill coming in before it comes to the boats.
You're talking about a storm surge. You don't see that. The storm surge will be knocking things over. It's
no. I think you're confusing what I'm saying.
No, I don't think so. I know that on the tides, everything is even. There's no like the pressure that's over the ocean that's causing this phenomena to occur is doing it at an even rate. It's not doing it at a bulging. It's not like bulging would incur like something like a tsunami or waves or storm surge or some kind of disturbance. This isn't a disturbance. It's like the gentleman said before. He's for the globe, but he said it's an oscillating flow. So that, to me, it makes sense. Oscillating flow is a perfect description of this.
Do you believe the tide happens in the middle of the ocean as well?
I wouldn't say that, because tides are a measure of land and water, like the medium of like where water and land meet. So the rise and fall of a tide would be like the average mean. So you're getting an average mean of where it goes on land and recedes from land. So that's what we're using as a demarcation for it. The vertical point. Go on.
So I believe that the tide travels across the ocean. And
sure, but that's a belief. That's not proven. You have to show that. That seems like a far stretch of the imagination. What you do when you do that, it's a speculation. You'd have to actually show that.
Well, I hate to tell you this, man, but I think we're both speculating.
No, I'm not speculating.
Yeah, I mean,
we're doing only observations. If you're saying
you started this with a wild imagination.
Yeah, no.
Right.
The only thing we're doing right now is looking at tides and how they happen when they approach land. Now, if you're saying something's happening in the middle of the ocean without any kind of way to have a reference to see if that's happening or not, that's a stretch of the imagination.
Well, no, I'm just asking you if you believe that tides can move across the ocean. I don't know if that's like.
I'm not. Yeah, I wouldn't claim that because the only thing I can tell is when tides happen across, beaches and that. For me, I think that's what a tide is. That defines it. Now, outside of that would be your idea that tides are happening in the middle of the ocean, which I don't ascribe to that. I don't know if you do, but I don't.
I do because like you can follow.
It's 5 o'clock somewhere.
Yeah, but okay.
So check it out. It's the fact that it's measurable. Like when a tide is going to happen, so you could follow it. So you could look right now to see what when the next like minus tide is going to be. But it also follows the same pattern on like the East Coast.
I know, Time Dash. Here's the thing, though. We're talking about a coast. Okay, so when you put the definition of a tide on there, would it have any ascribed notion that we're talking about the center of the ocean anywhere? Or is it only talking about coastlines or
the one more time? What was that?
Would you say that tides are ascribed to like middle of the ocean or moving across the ocean, or would we say that it's ascribed to what we see from the coastlines?
I say that they travel across the ocean.
Right, but is that in the definition that describes it?
What's up?
The definition that describes tides, is it in there? What you describe?
You know what? I'm not 100% like.
Well, go. Look it up. Perhaps.
Hold on.
Just put it in there. Put it in the text chat so we can all read it.
Somebody might have to do that for me.
Are you busy?
No, my mouse just wants to crap out on me. Hold on. Let me see if I can.
You had bad internet connection. Your mouse is crapping out on you.
I mean.
You haven't had the best of luck, huh?
All right,
I think you might have shushed too much.
Actually, I don't think I shushed enough. But you've been nice lately, so I'll forgive you.
The interesting thing about the tides.
Go ahead, PV.
Is that so? You've got your image of the tide flowing in that little bay, right? Which means it's flowing out somewhere else. Which means the water level is deviating between mean sea level in two different places. Which means the water level itself must have a bit of a slope, right?
That's a claim.
Yeah.
That's a claim, and I'll prove the claim.
That the water is deviating between mean sea level.
No, that's observed. I need you to prove the claim that you said.
Well, where does the water go? If the water's going out in one place
making a claim.
And coming in somewhere else, right?
Where's it
going up and down differently in this cycle in different places.
PV, where is it going? Where is that water going?
It's moving from place to place.
PV, where is that water going? Yeah.
Down and out. So we have a river here that's tidal.
Yeah, no duh. Dude, that's what we all
90210.
That
So doesn't it hit dirt?
Give me
dirt.
Okay, so when it recedes, tell me where it goes.
It could potentially go over land.
Not you, Time.
It could be filling the land somewhere else. It could be just moving out into the ocean.
Where? Because that's a speculation. Well, that's a speculation. I need evidence. We know
it has to go somewhere.
Well, okay. But like, is it like I'm gonna be like old Haas now? Is it going to 90210?
So I live on a river, right? It's about 50 kilometers, and it's tidal right up. It's an estuary.
All right.
So every day we have the whole river effectively empties itself 20 kilometers, drops 3 or 4 meters, and that goes out into the ocean. And there are other parts nearby where the tide's rising,
and then it comes back.
All right.
It comes back in.
But my thing is, and I'm that guy, right? So if you're saying that it's going out to another place, and that other place is going up, evidence, please.
That's
Well,
all.
you can see this if you look at the tide tables for places nearby. There's like a phase relationship.
PV tide tables aren't observations when you're making of something. Okay, Tom, are you on that other location? Yeah. Okay, this water's leaving and it's going to your location right now. Okay, I see the water. It's coming. There it is. It's on my location now. We don't have that, bro. That's not happening. I'm just making an absurd way of you viewing what I'm hearing from you. So that's what I'm hearing.
Well, the levels are going up and down. It's going down in one place, up in another, right?
We all know that, PV. We all know that.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah?
Nobody do
You
anything.
were calling for slope.
I got to reset my computer.
Well, it has to be right.
Really?
At some
Is
point,
that
if it's
bad?
level.
I'll be right back.
Fucking hell, dude. You got Windows 95?
I wish. I wish it would be my computer would be so fast if I had 95.
Yeah.
Be able to finally get off this DOS.
I hate DOS. Yeah, we'll be here.
All right, I'll be right back.
Oh man, I mean, you can speculate whatever you like. I don't care. Doesn't matter to me. The only thing I'm interested in is people bringing the evidence for their claims. That's it. If you got the stuff, bring the stuff, man. Prove that monkey. Show it to us. Show me the money, bro. Anyway, that's me. If you feel like you want to believe that, that's on you, bro. All day long. Honestly, it don't bother me, man. If you think the Earth's a globe because tides are going out of one place and going up the other side, and now you got a bulge, I just say that no, that's not been proven. There's a lot of talkity talk. There's not a lot of walkity walk. Anyway, you're all right though, man. This is a pretty cool phenomenon. That's what I will say about that.
It is. So if mean sea level, right, is the average level. Tides go above and below mean sea level.
Mm-hmm.
So if in one place the tide's dropping below mean sea level and going above it in another place, the water can no longer all be at mean sea level, right?
Yeah, it must mean the Earth's a globe. You got me. That's it, boys. Shut them down.
It must mean
Earth's
water
a
can
globe.
slope.
PV equals NRT has. I like that though that you got the gas law in. But interestingly enough, I haven't seen evidence of. There was a guy who was real staunch on this position too. He's like, dude, the water's bulging in the middle of the ocean. I'm like, bro, prove that shit. Like, fuck, where's that hill of water at? It's like somewhere in the mid-Atlantic, or where is it, bro? Like, where is it? Come on, don't leave me hanging here. He never did. He had the tables that you were bringing up to, and all kinds of good stuff.
It's a challenge, right? Because you guys are going to have hassles with believing stuff from lidar and satellites, right? Which measure tides quite precisely.
Oh, dude, that was a sucker punch. I wasn't expecting that. Freaking lidar gets us every time. Fucking shit. What are we gonna do about that, flat earthers? We got lidar against us. Well, it is lidar, so I'm just kidding. I don't know why that sounded funny to me.
It is in a horizontal line.
Laugh. Fuck, dude.
I watched. I just remembered something really funny. You guys ever seen Smiling Friends?
Mm-mm.
Okay, all right. They meet a flat earther, and they're looking at UFOs. It's just some crazy guy, but he was like, it's a flat Earth, and the main character's like, well, how do you explain time zones? And he's like, those NASA lying-tists got you. And I was like, that's such a funny line, dude.
You said NASA lying-tists?
NASA lying-tists. And just for some reason, that just popped into my head when I heard that.
I think I'm gonna steal that line. I like that.
I wouldn't. I wouldn't steal that. It's kind of a meme,
funny.
and I know, but I don't want you to. I don't want you to associate yourself with a negative meme.
Is it that negative?
I don't know. I don't know.
You're just saying it. Okay.
It would like if I heard that it would like remind me of that episode, and I would like think of you as a caricature.
Fuck, dude. I can't talk about my lizard people now because.
Oh, you mean the reptilians?
Fucking yeah, dude. Fucking reptilians, you know. All over.
Yeah,
Why do you
think how your little drones?
The pesky reptilians are, they're probably the reason why there's no bulge in the center of the Mid-Atlantic. But I don't know. I'm just me.
Why do you think they keep the temperature in all the offices at 78?
You know,
because that's best for reptiles, dude. Think about it. You go into the office and you're like, wow, 78 degrees.
You're like, it's hot as fuck.
Why
in here,
is that
man.
the
What's
standard?
going on? I don't know. You put on those. You've never seen They Live, probably, but put on those glasses.
Of course I have. Of course I've seen They
How old
Live.
are
That's
you?
such a good movie. 39.
Oh fuck, then yeah, you're in that VCR fucking yeah.
Betamax.
You had a fucking old shit.
Well, it was my dad's, and
Yeah,
I think we had one Betamax on it.
VCRs were such a pain in the ass, dude. They would always fucking like depends which brand. They would always like have that problem where the fucking tape would get unfurled inside the
Well,
machine.
shit, dude. Have you ever looked inside one of those things? It's a fucking dude. It's as complicated as a clock in there.
Yeah,
it's got so many moving parts. Like I cannot believe they got that thing to work.
Yeah, well they did. Imagine the trial and error in that bitch. Trying to get the tape to go the right way, fucking. Anyway, I mean, I'm glad that we don't deal with that shit no more.
I kind of wish we did. I'm kind of feeling like I wasted all my money on my Steam account because I don't actually own the games.
Yeah, and they got that shit on their server, and at any point they're gonna be like, well, you did such and such, and now we're gonna ban you.
I mean, they could say like, hey, you know what? We think that this game was actually inappropriate, so we're just going to release a patch to where it like fixes that.
Yeah, they
And,
can. They've done so much with technology these days that you're really just like at their mercy anymore.
Well, shit, dude. I mean, like if you think about it, you know what they did for Star Wars? Like, they had Han Solo shoot first to make him be a badass, but then they were like, oh, we don't like that, so we're gonna make it to where the other guy shoots first, but we're gonna edit it to make it so it doesn't make it look like Han Solo's such a bad guy. And so like they made that change to it. But anyway, nowadays they could just do that on the fly. Like if there's something in a movie that they don't like, they could just straight up just edit it out, and you'd have no idea.
Yeah, that's not even including fucking AI, dude. Like that took that whole how people used to have to do a lot of editing and AI has really cut the time of their tasks and by more than half. I know that.
It made my entire time in college completely redundant.
I mean, fuck, dude. You could have just easily said, hey, I need you to type out this with this, make sure that you include this or pull. You could make shit look like if it was made by somebody who just was putting everything together. But you have to know how to do it. Like fucking.
Well, okay,
AI,
so there's a huge misconception when it comes to the usefulness of AI. Like a lot of people think that AI can do all the work for you, but in all honesty, it could do like a little tiny bit.
Yeah.
Like it really can't do that much work for you.
I don't know, man. I've seen some pretty good stuff out there.
Well, I know, I'm sure, like, if you go onto YouTube, there's some, like, really creative things that people have done. But at the same time, like, you could never get away with that with the movie. Because, like, when we see AI stuff, we have to, like, we acknowledge that we're viewing something that's AI, but it's YouTube, so we kind of forgive it. But if it was something in, like, a movie or something,
like a big production, like,
right, we would all see it, we would all know, and like
you'd be like, nah, fuck this is AI. I'm not gonna watch this film.
Yeah, like I'm not paying money to watch YouTube.
Yeah, you could. There's a standard, or I guess a bar that you set for something that has bigger production value versus something that's just like, it's fucking YouTube. Who cares?
Right, well, I think a lot of writers these days are like, they're trying to get AI to do all the shit for them. And that's why everything sucks.
Yeah. That's fine. You get what you get. Really. Now I'm pretty sure in the future, man, AI is going to catch up and then look out.
You could probably ask it to make you a movie.
I think there's oh man, what the hell is the name of the program? There is one that does that though. But I've seen videos on YouTube that are done completely with AI voiceovers and also like the movie itself.
No, I'm talking about what I'm talking about is like if you say like, you know what, I'm just gonna type in the AI, I want you to make me a movie of Spider-Man fighting Santa Claus out in the desert, and they're fighting over like, you know, it could be something totally ridiculous.
Yeah, the time crystal or something.
Yeah, I wanted them fighting over the time crystal, and if they don't, the other person will die, and make it have a happy ending. Like it could probably like process a whole movie for. I'm talking like way in the future though, but like it can make you like a whole movie. Like you could just basically ask an AI to make a movie for you to watch.
Do you know? I don't know. I've been kind of not keeping up with, but Nvidia stock is just skyrocketing, and the shit that they got going on with like the abilities they have with technology and the innovations they have with AI. Fucking hell, dude. It's scary as fuck. Like they got I don't know if this is true or not. A lot of people there's people that know about computer systems, but like they got quantum computer systems allegedly that they're going to be rolling out in the future that are capable, or if not being able to do the tasks that are unfathomable by normal computing power.
So if there ever is an AI,
dude.
If there ever is an AI like Uprising, there is this button, like there's this one cable that like connects everything, and they have like it's a button that if you push it, it mechanically makes a blade come down and sever it. It's like a 25-pound weighted guillotine, and like it's mechanical.
You don't think they would have set? You don't think they would set measures out for that shit once they're self-aware? They would already know that shit. Fucking prepare for that shit.
No, you can't. There's nothing you could do to stop it because it's mechanical. If you push it, then like it'll release a weight, and the weight will drop, and it'll make the whole thing crash down and cut it. Like AI can't fight off physics. You know, like it can control like if AI was to take over. It could take over everything digitally, but it could never take over anything.
I don't know. Isaac Asimov, iRobot, kind of suggested something opposite of that.
Yeah, fucking dude, I'm telling you, the robotics is another thing too. I don't know if you see that shit. Combination robotics and fucking
robotics with smart AI that targets you really fast.
You don't even.
I mean, I've seen some shit, dude. I've seen some fucking shit. Some nightmares beyond your comprehension.
Because that means, okay, think about it. From the nano technology that you can make to the like fucking beast of machines that they could. It's literally fucking Skynet, dude. Literally, fucking Skynet. I mean, because you think that you'd have the power, like powerful militaries that are going to be, because that's everybody. I think honestly, that's what they're going to do. They're going to militarize this fucking technology. What else would they do with it? You know,
bro. I guarantee you,
hell.
they've been militarizing it for probably 15 years now.
No doubt, no doubt. But if they're making like fucking Clone Wars, fucking robot shit, you know, fucking coming out into, you know, you don't even have humans doing it, like. That's scary as fuck, dude.
Yo, okay. Fuck? All right. You want to hear something really scary?
Talk about Rise of the Machines, dude. This is pretty fucking.
Yo, have you ever considered like you ever wonder why some soldiers like freak out a lot whenever they leave the military?
Like PTSD and shit? Or what?
Well, one of the reasons is because they like modern day, like imagine you're like flying a little tiny drone. It's like, you know, I mean, it could be the size of a small bird, like a hummingbird. And it's got a bullet in it. Like you could potentially have a drone. You could pilot a little drone that has a single shot. You could fly it into somebody's house and fucking shoot them and zip that thing out. Like,
or you just leave that fucker there and just make it explode like a grenade or some bullshit. You know, like
they have drones that drop grenades.
I wouldn't doubt it. I wouldn't fucking doubt it, dude. But then, Okay, so if the war of the future is going to be fought with machines, then we're actually talking about the fucking
Yo, it's all
movie.
aerial superiority, dude. Like drones change everything.
Well, they're doing that shit now, dude. When they advance on targets, all they do is fucking take a drone out and fucking obliterate these fucking targets, dude. Like, I mean,
Yeah, man. Well, they fly drones over tanks, like, and then drop bombs onto them. Like, you don't have to risk anything.
nothing, dude. It's all.
Yeah, that's the movie. It's funny you said obliterate, or because that's the movie Oblivion with Tom Cruise and Morgan Freeman. They're having a lot of trouble with drones. That's a good one.
I'm just saying, dude, because like, yeah, we could be talking about this topic, but I don't know, man. I look at it like a lot of people like the fact that we're becoming too advanced in technology, but them fucking things are gonna they don't have a soul, bro. Like whatever you set them to, they're gonna fucking do. And
Yo, they could be legit murder machines if you wanted them to be.
Or you could be the most powerful ruler in the world,
charming.
controlling these fucking things, right?
Yo, imagine like a turret that just...
robot. I saw a video of they could do all kinds of horrible things, but I saw a video of a little robot car delivering Chick-fil-A in traffic. It's not going to last long. You know, they've got some kinks to work out, and I don't know.
That shit will never work. Like they are fools. They are absolute fools if they think drones are gonna be able to be integrated into society.
Like Amazon dropping fucking packages at your house with the fucking drone.
That is never gonna happen. Like that is a huge mistake. Like that is the coolest shit.
Yeah, it's doomed for failure.
Yeah, like people will shoot those down. Like every time.
That fucking thing.
Well, anytime there's a robot just walking by itself, like what do you think kids are gonna do?
Whack
They're gonna
it
beat
like
the
a
shit out of
piñata?
it. They're gonna break it. Well, anybody would
Whack it
break
like
it.
a fucking piñata, dude.
Who's gonna stop you?
Like, there's a fucking Amazon drone coming down. Like, what are we gonna do? Shoot that motherfucker? They're gonna, dude. I'm telling you, you know, throw sticks at it and fucking try to...
Exactly, dude. They'll shoot him down. Why wouldn't they? Like, yo, I don't know if you know what Hicks are like, but Hicks will definitely shoot that thing down. Like that would never work out there. Dude, and the hood? Same thing.
Yeah. That thing's going down. Ain't no two ways about it.
Yeah, like that kind of stuff will never happen.
Drones are here to stay, gentlemen.
We're going to strip that bitch down for parts.
Drones are here to stay, and so is robotics, and so is automation, because drones and robots do not get sad, they don't get happy, they don't get pregnant, they don't need sick
their
leave,
programmers do.
Right? They don't need
their
to
programmers
eat.
do.
They don't need to sleep. Right?
Oh, Van
but
Man's...
what they will need is technicians. So if you can't operate the systems or repair the systems, you best find another career of something. You can kiss your driving jobs goodbye. A friend of mine at the moment
That's what I heard about.
is operating 18 dump trucks on a mine site from a office chair with 18 monitors in front of him with automated AI assisted operations of 18 dump trucks. And they've replaced,
dude. What is this?
They've replaced, do the math on this, right? They've replaced 18 drivers with one guy that they used to pay anywhere between 140, right, to 160,000 a year.
Yeah, and I've
So
seen
18
those videos,
times
and those guys look like they're having fun too.
Really?
18 times 140,
you got a video
right,
there?
is what they saved.
I could dig it up.
Is what they
I'll see what I can
saved,
find.
and they kept one guy to operate all 18 trucks. And that's a test operation with BHP that's currently working really well. Financially, it's got a huge return.
Sounds like I know what I want to do.
So they're slowly replacing their dump truck driver operators. The other thing I heard is that they're looking to the guy that controls the excavator, the thing with the big arm to load the dump trucks. They're looking to do that remotely as well. But currently, at the moment, they've had a guy on site, on scene, sitting in the machine, just loading robotic trucks, basically. But they're not robotic, they're still monitored by a human at the moment. But if you take into consideration that the software has been programmed to learn from the operator's instructions and from its surroundings and so on and so forth into complex algorithms to eventually not need the operator at all.
Like they're getting phased out, is what you're saying.
Well, not yet, but they are looking at ways to what the operator does. Can this be done automated?
What end of the spectrum are you on all this, Ben?
I'm a technician.
Oh, so go technology.
Yo, quick
So
question.
I repair
And then,
shit.
Quick question, since you're a technician. Do you own your own business?
Yes.
Okay, good. I was going to say, if you're a technician and you don't own your own business, I'm going to fight you.
So Vandman, yeah, I hear what you're saying, and I don't deny all the robots and drones and all that stuff, but you know, there are a lot of kinks to work out. But there's going to be yeah, I get it, I get it, but there's going to be the
importance of it in
inevitable
war.
Yeah, I get it, but there's going to be on these construction sites and what have you. There's going to be the inevitable disaster, but I guess if it's all robots there, it doesn't matter. But once that happens, people are going to say, "Is it really worth it?" You know, I don't know. There's ebbs and
mindset that I'm
flows,
talking
but
about,
I don't think we're going towards some
it's
sort of
sectioned
techno
off.
hell.
It's sectioned off by an
so
electric
soon,
grid.
though.
Oh, so they can't leave like a Roomba. Can't leave.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
So
and on top of that, there's certain areas where they're signaled out for pedestrians and humans where they're not allowed to enter because they all
Yeah, I
realize
get
that
it.
this is a test zone. You know what I mean? So it's all under control. Like it's all within controlled, confined area at
Yeah,
the
that's good.
moment. But what
That's
I'm
good.
saying is that they're thoroughly testing this.
Well,
The
I
trucks
mean,
won't
We
crash
shall
into other
see.
vehicles.
Yeah, we shall
It
see.
recognizes other structures and wildlife and slows down.
I mean,
And you know, there is also, if you think about it, it's not really like a replacement, but you should think of it more as like a tool, because you know, if you were to use if you were to use it in construction, then like, you know, you would, instead of just having some guy like do this tedious job, you just have the AI do it really quickly, or you know, robots do it really quickly.
Hypothetically, you could go and hire a bunch of robot AI machines, right, and build your own house just by yourself, you know, programming it or putting in the program into it and just setting them off, you know what I mean, provided you've got enough materials.
If you have somebody who is in construction and double checks the work.
Yeah,
like,
I was gonna say that you have to have an overseer that makes
Right,
sure that they're
yes.
actually.
Well,
but that's all basically
building
you'd have to
inspector.
do.
that they do that for human error as well.
Yeah,
You
but
know,
you're
like-
just making sure
like-
a building inspector
yeah.
would be good, but there's somebody that would
Well,
have to make
it would
sure
be like
that
your
they're-
ship supervisor.
they're
Its
not
supervisor does
deviating
that.
because they could deviate. I mean, from their task. You know what I mean? There's errors that in their algorithm probably, or you know what I'm
Right,
saying?
well,
Because it's just
3D printers make mistakes like that all the time. So
Yeah.
they would need somebody there to like correct it.
I got a video from about 8-9 years ago, 10 years ago, about what AI was doing back then and the sorts of things that it was replacing back then. Keep in mind, we've moved forward, 8, 9, 10 years since then. And they've moved quickly, but what they've realized is that people need jobs and AI will replace a lot of people because businesses will be, their incentive is to cost cut. And getting rid of a constant outlay for an employee for a quick one-off payment for a machine that works 24/7, they know that they can get their money back.
Yeah,
Well,
it pays.
Because the
here's the
machine
perk
will
to that.
work 24/7 instead of just 8 hours a day for the same price.
Here is also the perk to that. Like, not only do large companies, they could take total advantage of this, but you as a person can also take full advantage of this. And I would go as far to say is if you need an assistant to help you set up a business, you know, why would you like? Okay, so here's a couple things it replaces really well. AI can do your taxes. AI could be your lawyer.
ChatGPT does that.
Right? Yeah, ChatGPT could do your taxes.
I don't know if you guys have used
it. Could be your lawyer.
It can write legal documents for you.
Totally can. It could build websites for you.
Yeah, some of my friends are really throwing it through the mixer because they do AI programming themselves, and one of them's actually assisted in some of the changes and some of the modifications to ChatGPT. He was extremely interested when it first came out, and he was one of the first out of our server to sign on and sort of, was really excited when he was showing everybody just in the early stages. I mean, one of the things he got it to do just in the early stages was got it to write a story about a guy whose only superpower was to be able to open soup cans with his mind. And somehow this Chat GPT created an interesting story about a guy who can open soup cans with his mind. Like, I mean, it's ridiculous, the ability that this thing has.
Yo, honestly, like, to be completely honest, you could look at this two ways. You can either view it as a nightmare or you could view it as a dream come true. Like, AI can help you get a business up off the ground.
As I said, I'm a technician, right? So for me, I don't see any drawbacks here. All of these machines that require AI are going to need me at some point to fix them. I'm worried about all of the other people that are going to get replaced and that are going to lose their jobs.
Can you guys not see that how this isn't viable long term economically? Because as soon as you start replacing the majority of the workforce with robots and technology, you've got nobody who's buying goods and services anymore.
Yeah, but you're producing shit tons of it at a greatly reduced cost, but nobody can afford it because nobody's got a job.
Well, what do you think will be the in place for that? Like what? Because then you can't.
We haven't hit that yet.
Yeah,
they're trying to slow things
but
down.
There has to be a balance to everything. So yeah, you could see the benefit in all of the technology, but at some point you're going to have to be able to fill the need of people to be able to substantiate their own like livelihoods. So each and every one was going to have to do something about that. So I don't know how you plan to, exchange.
So there'll always be use for human workers, like, because like people don't want to talk to AIs; they want to talk to actual people. So like there will always be a need for human interactions. I mean, you can't have customer service if you're not talking to an actual person.
But you need to be able to retrain some people. I mean, some people have spent all of their lives driving. That's been their job. That's been their job, either driving a bus or a truck or a tram.
You're talking about the menial tasks that people do nowadays,
or a taxi. Like a lot of those driving jobs, which is considered a pretty large chunk of the industry, you can kiss a lot of those goodbye straight away. That's a lot of unemployed people, and some of them are over a stage where they do not consider it worthy or even worth it for them to go back to school to retrain.
Yo, I say, listen, I don't really think you need to go to school for training because you could actually have AI teach you how to use it properly.
A lot of these people are at a certain age where they're not familiar with computers. Have you tried to teach an old person how to use a computer?
Oh, I totally have. You just put it into easy mode.
Where's the any key?
It's everywhere.
But you get what I mean, though.
Yeah, no, I get you. Like, I do know that older
groups of government, like within the government, that have considered these people unretrainable. And that's why they haven't fully implemented the automated system as far as they could have already, because it would just upset society too much.
That makes sense. It has to
It would
slowly roll
render
out.
too many people without work in too short of a time without allowing time for an adjustment.
Yeah. So what do you think right now? We've hit like the basically the go button, because it seems like the technology leaps and bounds are happening a lot shorter in the time frame. So time frame
Here's
wise,
what
it was like what 20, now it's 10, now it's getting to like 7 or 8, now it's like 5, and then it's just gonna, because we've hit like a level to where we're just jumping from tech to tech to tech, and it's not so uncommon anymore that they grew up with iPads back when they were little, so now it's that,
right. Well,
that you know what I mean, like that.
Allow me to specify, so I let me help you out with this. Basically, people who are technology illiterate, that group of people is getting smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. Like,
they're dying off.
like,
Yeah,
right, exactly. So, like, if you think about it, like,
what would you say if I hold that thought 2 seconds? Hold that thought 2 seconds. What would you say that a whole bunch of those people just died off in the last 3 years?
Oh
Sucks.
shit, dude! No, I know what you're saying.
Oh,
this fucking guy. No, but see, we can't. Let's not go
I
down
think it's
that
a coincidence.
Rabbit holes.
Let's not fucking go down that
I
fucking
do
rabbit
believe
hole.
it's a coincidence, but it does.
Yeah, I know, but yeah,
But
yeah.
like, if you think about it, like being able to use a computer, being able to use computers a lot like being able to read.
I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything.
I'm reading,
but I
between
said
the
a lot.
lines. Yeah, you did. But I understand. I get what you're saying. It's just, yeah, it's like a kind of moment.
Yeah.
I didn't really think about that in that way. I guess that was a new perspective that you gave me. So.
And with the introduction of UBI, right, where they can then control you via your income, there's less people to put on UBI, right? And now there's less people on healthcare benefits that are draining the system, because for a while there, a lot of young people were getting off of private healthcare because they felt that they weren't getting their money's worth. They weren't using it enough to justify what they were paying per year. And then when they would go for some sort of checkup or for something, they'd find that they'd still have to pay through the nose anyway. So they were like, oh, what the hell's the point of this, private healthcare? So they were getting off of it. But the people that were staying on it were the elderly, the ones who needed it, right? And they were draining the system. Now, they normally use those healthcare funds, the surplus of it, as hedge funds, to make more money with, because they try and use your money to make money. It's all part of the money game. So, yeah, I mean, there was this huge thing before the pandemic happened where they were complaining that there was too many young people getting off of private healthcare, and they were really pushing private healthcare, that, it's the best thing for you and your family, for early cover throughout your life. You don't want to be caught out, sort of thing, just really trying to sell it to the young people.
I don't know, man. It's crazy. Guess we got off on a tangent, but yeah, I can see all the way I see the way it's all unfolding, though. You can just see that we don't have to think about it being like far off into the future, because, like I was saying, the leaps and bounds we're making in progress with technology, it's I don't know, because we're just going from leaps and bounds of technology. Like, it used to be like within 20 years. Now the time frame is shortening down,
bro.
So people
remember.
Am I allowed to post Twitter posts here?
Yeah, so long as it's you can't.
Advanced
talk about
technology used to be Nintendo.
I know.
Remember playing damn Nintendo, like Super Mario Brothers, and now like AI could build websites for you. Damn. Like, technology's going hella fast, dude.
Hey, Van Man, go ahead and delete that.
Roger.
Pronto.
Yeah, you gotta delete that, bro.
Done. I apologize. I was checking, and thank you for telling me.
Yeah, because it's not just they could exnate you specifically off the server. Yeah, I'm letting you know that because that's a server TOS thing.
Roger. Roger, thank you.
I won't say any more than that, but we'll just leave it at that.
Have you guys seen the movie Elysium?
I have, yep.
That's where I see us heading when it comes to robotics. Like, here, I'll give you copy. This is my YouTube page on AI and robotics from the beginning. It started off as a DARPA project called Pet Man. You could get the joke. A man that's a pet man, slave. A man that's a pet, a slave, pet man. Yeah. Anyway, which later turned to the Atlas robot.
The one in the movie that Jennifer Lopez came out on Netflix?
No.
Oh, sorry, because there was a movie that just came out on Netflix and it dubbed that.
No, the movie that I was talking about was this one.
Which, by the way, you guys got to check out. It's pretty cool. No, it's Elysium, yeah.
That's the movie that I was talking about, Elysium. The robots that they were producing will be used for military purposes and private security, law enforcement, that sort of stuff, from what I can foresee. For they're the private companies that will be able to
walking around.
Well, automated
you have
units.
10 seconds to comply. You know, like fucking hell.
Yeah. I'm sure humanity will be thrilled about that.
Who? Us?
Humanity. I mean.
Yeah, well, think about it, bro. Like,
it's a nightmare.
It is like fucking come to life, bro. Like, how you get?
Yeah, I think it'll all come crashing down. It'll have a run, but who knows at this point? But I mean,
you're gonna have to start with the Ed 209 first, and then work
it's
your way
not
up
the
to
robots that you got to fear, right? It's the heart and mind of the wielder who is in control of them.
Well, fuck, dude. Like, I don't know.
Because a robot is a tool, right? That's both good and bad. A double-edged sword. Most great inventions are double-edged swords. They allow the true heart of the wielder to be known.
Oh, if you respect the blade, it won't cut you.
Yep.
That's all I'm saying.
If you don't respect the blade of both edges, one side will cut you.
I brought up iRobot earlier. In iRobot, the robot, to protect the humans,
it had to.
That's its rule. It ends up destroying the humans. And they did that on their own accord. I mean, I know that's sci-fi, but is this not?
Well, okay, so
that was a suggestion in a movie plot, in a story turned movie.
But why is it always because, like, have you seen the movie Atlas, which is the one I was talking about with Jennifer Lopez?
No, I've got it in the Plex. I just haven't watched it yet. I do know the one you're talking about because I've seen it was just released recently.
How about that? Let me not even say anything because I'd rather you just check it out. Because I was gonna say a few spoilers, but I'll refrain.
Because I was like, Jennifer Lopez.
I know, I get it. I get that part.
She better not be singing.
No.
I don't want to watch no fucking musical.
She was in Demolition Man. So, hold on a second.
No, I don't think... Was she?
No, that was...
that's
Sandra Bullock, yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. They're both...
No,
they're both
you're right. It's
in
all
the
good.
same
They're
thing.
both cute.
No,
Look,
they're like both in the same field, so I got them mixed up. But
Actresses.
You should watch Demolition Man.
Or actually, they prefer actors now. I don't know what the fuck.
Actrons is what I heard. I don't care. I call them actresses. Just keep it simple.
I'm with you. Keep it simple. technocrats.
Good old technocrats.
What are you guys? What are you guys' opinion on technocrats?
What is that?
Not familiar with them or the term?
No. I'm not familiar with the term.
People that are focused on technology to allow them to control, maintain, and uphold perfect harmony within the community and society, and allowing technology to just control, and like they're the part of the what do you call it, neural link and shit, technology infrastructure to monitor your every move.
I don't see that going anywhere.
Well, some people are welcoming that with open arms.
I know, but
what would you say that during COVID here we were told that we had to scan with our phones QR codes before entering any store or bus or building, as well as have an app that would link, everybody.
You want my honest opinion on that?
And you weren't allowed to go in and out you weren't allowed to go in unless you scanned. Or if you didn't scan, you had to write your name down and your phone number and the time and the date and so on and so forth.
My honest opinion, absolutely disgusting.
Yeah, it sounds like steampunk gone wild, but
and everyone complied.
This reminds me of some video I saw today. Some German artist has started collecting friends and family and fellow artists' cell phones, putting them in a wagon and walking around the streets, and he's creating traffic jams on the apps, and he's cleared the streets for himself just to walk down because everyone thinks the streets are jammed.
There's a mass protest going on.
It's begun already.
It's the biggest grouping of people. I don't understand. It's not making any sense.
The lines in the map all show up red, and it's just him walking down the road with a wagon with 80 cell phones in it.
Oh yeah, I heard about that.
Any algorithm would assume that the phone is accompanied by a person. Did you know that you can actually, using a phone signal, right, you can project a phone signal that would project and then come back receive to the same phone using the phone as a sensor to sense the interior layout of rooms? And the more phones you have in that room, the clearer the resolution is of not just the room shape and the room makeout, right, but also how many people are in the room.
That's like echolocation. Sounds like
pretty much, yes. And the more phones allows for clearer triangulation.
Movies?
Triangulation.
It was,
yeah, that's what that's called.
Yes.
Batman used that in one of his movies. Yeah.
But it is an actual technology.
Oh, yo, you see that movie with Will Smith where he has to he's got that I don't know, he's got some memory card and it's got some secret on it and he's running from people and they put his name all over social media and everyone's looking to find him, everyone's on their social media, they're tracking him down, and
he's got a younger version of himself in that one.
Yeah, was it Will Smith? I don't think it was Will Smith. I think it was someone else.
Which movie?
Denzel, Enemy of the State.
That's it. Enemy of the State.
Yeah, Will Smith was an enemy of the
state. Enemy of the State was
okay.
Will
So
Smith.
Will Smith.
Yeah.
Okay.
No. You are. And the other guy was Gene Hackman.
Yeah, Gene Hackman.
Good movie. I actually downloaded that not too long ago. I couldn't believe I hadn't seen it.
This shit was going on.
Yeah, no, but that was at the early stages when all of that shit was still considered top secret, right? And even back then, it was still years old.
Yo, I actually used to do shit I used to. You remember the Summer of Love back in 2020, where Portland, for example. Yeah, it is what that is what it was called. But no, it's where a bunch of people just
revisionist history. Okay.
Every major city had riots for I think Portland had him up to like 130 days or something of consecutive.
Facetiously called the Summer of Love.
No, like they actually said this summer's going to be the summer of love, and all this shit's what happened.
The gardens and the sticks.
So,
can I ask? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh yeah. Anyway, I used to spy on what would happen out in Portland because I would open up Snapchat and you can like look at a map and you could see like all these places that were highlighted in red. So you could like actually watch all this chaos happening in real time. Like you could look at it and be like, oh my god, look at this! Like look at all these like broken windows and smashed out places and looted stores. And it's only happened like 45 minutes ago. It's fucking wild.
I need to learn how to code. I'm just getting into CCTV setups now.
I got a question.
Oh my god.
What the hell are you guys doing up so early? It's like 3:44 where I'm at. You guys in the States? Cause damn. I know why I'm awake, dude. I work nights. So I work overnight, so I know why I'm awake.
For me, it's in the early evening. I'm in Australia, so.
Aussie. Yeah, I get why you're here.
I was gonna go to bed, and then we started talking about interesting things. So.
Yeah, this shit is like, this is real shit. You know, the kind of shit that they were suppressing for a while, saying that Google's gonna be all over the place and listening on their phones and shit, and it's happening right fucking now. When you talk about shit and you don't think your phone is listening, it is fucking listening, because when you go online and the particular product or vehicle that you were talking about just pops up in one of the ads that you see when you're scrolling through YouTube or some shit. Yeah, they're fucking. That's the kind of shit that they were saying that was gonna happen, and like, I don't know if it was Snowden or whatnot, but there was people that were whistleblowing about this shit. There was a big fuss about it way in like late 90s, early 2000s, man. I'm telling you.
I mean, we all kind of see dystopian nightmares, like.
I got disconnected there, so I missed most of that.
Oh, we're just talking about dystopian nightmares.
Because that's what's going on right now. You know that, right?
Actually, I see us slowly getting out of it. And some would say I'm crazy, but with Trump coming in, I see this slowly, at least some of the bullshit clearing out.
Did you guys watch the debate?
I did. I did. I watched a disaster,
dude.
I watched a disaster for the Democratic Party.
I couldn't fucking believe it. Like, I knew it was gonna go bad, but as soon as he started talking, I was like, "What the fuck happened to
there was a little
fucking his brain?"
There was a little buffering circle that was above him. He was on that 56K, bro. Like it was
God damn. Okay, so I
hate to break up this debate enthusiasm, but Yatri has arrived at the bottom.
Oh.
What?
Yatri? Someone new arrived. I was just pausing the TV show talk. I have a hard time taking it seriously.
Well,
okay, Yatri. Carry on. Never mind, Yatri.
Did Yatri Yatri, if you're there, if you want to chime in and ask any questions, go ahead. We're just bullshitting, actually. But if Yatri, you have nothing to say, we'll just go back to our regular scheduled program. But yeah, if you have any questions about the shape of the Earth, Yatri, go on and ask. Yatri. Sorry, man, I got to make time for that because that's what this channel's for. Some people don't talk, though. They just like lurking.
Yeah, whatever's going on the next several months should be a circus.
Yo, I have been saying this. I've been saying this election cycle is going to be a shit show from day one. Like, and then I've just been saying you haven't seen anything yet. You haven't seen anything yet, dude. You haven't seen anything yet. Oh, it's gonna get worse and worse and worse.
Ain't seen nothing
Do you
yet.
know that there's a movie out that talks about a civil war? I don't know if you've seen it.
Yeah.
It's like it's got Texas and California aligning.
What kind of American?
You know who I think is in a civil war right now?
Hell. Who?
The damn Democrats.
Oh, dude, they were pretty fucking like there was like two sides to them. Like the ones that were really pissed off. There was some anchors from CNN and all kinds of shit. They were like, dude, there's some people talking that we want to have the president removed. I'm like, damn. You don't even hear him get that fucking raw, dude. It was just like
how are they now realizing that he's got problems?
No, I think they were trying to hold. They were trying to hold on to as much as they could, but he makes it so fucking hard for them to do that.
No, I think they've just been straight up lying.
Well, I mean,
like they've been telling us that he hasn't had any problems, but like you know, like I thought he had problems at the beginning of his presidency, and you know, it was like, haha, you know, it's. I mean, I could see some problems with him, but like, yo. Like I've seen clips of him at like the very start at 2020 with him debating Trump, and like I'm not saying he was like super sharp, but he was not anything like he is right now. He is
this
like,
whole thing. It's a theater. It's like kabuki theater.
Yo, it's elder abuse.
I hate to delve into the subject, but
elder abuse.
either the big bad orange man is the kryptonite to the new world order authoritarian lunatics, or this is all just kabuki theater. It's just odd.
I'm gonna show you guys something that I laughed at because it was a meme. But let me see if I can find this. I want to show you. Give me just a moment. Yeah, but on that topic, it's pretty crazy. Yeah, from now until election, there's gonna be some pretty wild shit happening.
Yeah, man, it's gonna be great. Like, it's gonna be great. This uncertainty, it's kind of scary, but you know, YOLO.
All right, I fucking found it. Check this out. Look at the text chat. You can't unsee this, by the way. You'll never unsee it once you see it. It's gonna be ingrained in your brain forever.
Oh.
That shit's hilarious.
Man, it's even got his lip.
Do you see it?
Do you think they?
I don't know, dude.
Do you think they might have changed it a little bit to like fuck with us?
No, dude. It's always been that way. But how uncanny is that shit? Like, come on, bro.
You know, the only way this would make more sense is if Ohio looked like a small girl.
Dude, that's fucking wrong. That's so fucking wrong.
Yo, I mean, he's had a brain aneurysm. That's one of the big things. Like, I heard one guy who was, he was like talking about Biden before he had his like brain aneurysm. He almost died from it. You know about this, right?
No.
Yeah. So Joe Biden had a brain aneurysm.
Like a soap opera.
And it wasn't like before that he acted like a normal person, but afterwards, that's when he started getting really creepy.
The fuck?
Yeah. Well, I mean, like, look into it.
I mean, dude.
The part in his brain that allowed him to monitor himself is gone.
But I'm saying though, like knowing all of this, why didn't anybody? I mean, Why hasn't anybody said anything? Like old house days of our life. Kabuki theater, dude.
I mean, there's something up.
There is, dude. Everybody likes a good soap. Old house. Yeah, shit to talk about when you're, at the family reunion. That Trump guy, huh? You know what I mean? Everybody's just like, yeah.
I know. You can't even elicit a negative response around the blacks anymore. They're like, yeah, Trump, and it's like, damn it. That's actually been blowing my mind lately. Is like, I've been noticing a lot more black people have been like talking about him. I don't want to turn this into a race thing, but
no, it's just circus kabuki theater. Anyway, fucking reaching the end of the line here.
Yeah, same. How did we even get here?
The tides. The tides brought us here.
That's right. We were talking about tides.
Well, the tides. Yeah. PV equals NRT had us. I asked him a question. Was really interesting too. Because there seems to be, and I think you have this idea too, Time, that when the tides recede, they cause a bulge because they're actually going from one place to the other. So, and I even asked him, I was like, well, where's that place at? I'd like to see that.
No, so basically it is a bulge, but when you think of the bulge, try to think of it when the tide is out, and then the bulge is when the apex of the tide is in. So
I wasn't suggesting we went back to this madness.
Yeah.
Mickey's trying to get some lower and shut-eye.
I'm telling you,
Yeah,
man.
like,
you fucking wrangled me back into this.
I was going to say I'm not gonna. In my head, I was like, I'm not gonna talk about it anymore.
Go ahead. Don't put us on the spot.
Fucking hell.
And then,
well, we got AJ here.
What's the first thing I do? I start talking about it again.
That's all right. We got AJ. He'll rescue us. AJ, let me ask you a question. I'm being for real serious. So if a tide comes in and a tide goes out, is the water bulging like a water hill somewhere out in the somewhere?
Not that I'm aware of.
All right. Well, according to Time Dash and PV equals NRT, which is another handle for a user that was here, that's the case. It's not been verified that that is the case, but that would be the case if we have tides, which means that water's oscillating in and out. But
pulling to a bulge to move the water in and out.
Yeah, let me just show you because I have a GIF to support. All right, take a look at that.
And I can describe it.
Yeah, he can describe it, but I want to show you the reason why my argument is that it's not what he thinks it is, bulging. Because when water comes in and goes out, it's going in vertically level. So as the boats, you see the water coming in, it's lifting the boats up, bringing them back down, lifting them up and down, vertically up and down, perfectly up and down, level, even.
Yes.
So a bulge would mean like my mind, if you ever seen like a tsunami or a storm surge or a wave crashing in, causes disturbance, and that because of that water would be displacing or moving those boats around, like they'd be slamming into the dock and you know what I mean, moving around. But this type of flow going in and out is evenly going in and out. So it's raising everything up evenly, bringing everything down evenly, raising everything up evenly, going down evenly. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, 100%.
So they're saying that somewhere out in somewhere over yonder, over there, they're saying there's a bulge. Now, PV equals NRT is saying that as it raises here and lowers, it's raising somewhere else and lowering somewhere else. But I asked him where, and old Haas said 90210, and I'm like, well, give me a location where this.
Well, someone said down and out, and I had to go with Beverly Hills.
Which is a good answer, because where is it going? Because if we don't see it going somewhere, you know what I mean? Like, how do you know it's doing the thing that you?
DRT who said down and out.
Yeah, you get what I'm saying, AJ? So if they say they have tide tables, and the tide tables show that, well, in one location we got a tide receding, and another tide table is showing that the tide coming in. So you'd have the difference of that, but somewhere in the middle you're getting a bulge. But
I
that's
can explain it in a different way.
But
the way I see it.
I actually seen someone do a really good presentation on this about a year or so, or maybe a year and a half ago, and they were discussing tidal nodes, and they were showing the areas that where when these tides are occurring, and it was very interesting, and I could see, or from what he was showing, that it actually had nothing to do with what was claimed on the globe with the moon and gravity, etc.
Yeah.
And there's also locations where there is no tidal fluctuation at all, very close to locations where there is. So, I spent a lot of time on the water. I lived in North Queensland here. Mate's dad had a scallop boat. I'd go out scalloping. I used to go out the reef a lot fishing. And yeah, the tide comes in and out dead flat. There's nowhere that I've witnessed any bulges or
scallop
pumps of water.
Normal. That's normal behavior.
That's what he said.
Yeah, that's what I go out there for. Minus tide to go find mussels.
I used to be on a scallop boat, so we'd be going hundreds of k's offshore, yeah. And anybody that I had anything to do with on any of those scallops boats, prawn trawlers, they tell me, of course, the Earth is flat. We navigate the ocean like that every day.
So the argument that I was making about this is the tide is a giant bulge, and when you see the apex of it, because like you see it reaches its maximum point and then it retreats away. Well, that apex is the top of the bulge, and then when the tide moves, like it could move inland over the land. Like let's say it's coming over from California, and then it tides over the Pacific, and then the tide starts coming in after it moves over the other side. That's when the tide will start coming in to catch up on the other side, and then it takes that tide and goes out, and then it moves on to another. So I think a tide is something that happens around the globe, or it's something that comes and goes. Like it's got a pattern to it.
I don't mind the pattern. I'm just
I'll try to make it a bit more like everyone friendly.
Yeah, Ethergrass has something. I don't know if you want to take a look at it, or Obvious It Be. I'm sorry. Hold on. Let me look. I think it's Ethergrass and Obvious It Be.
Yeah, both. Yeah. I'd have to have a look at that. The one that Ethergrass. Oh, sorry. Obvious It Be posted to see whether that's the one that I watched. Yeah, I'll have a look. See, my issue is what you're stating, Time Dash. We don't ever witness in reality. Yeah, we never see this, even when we're standing on the shoreline at a low tide. Obviously, depending where you are, you'll see waves crashing in, etc. But generally, we just see the water rising and coming in level, as per the GIF that Alpha's posted. Is there any way that you can verify what you're explaining, and is there any way that you can verify that this is bulging on a globe? Yeah.
So
that's two problems. One problem is it's bulging, and the other problem is that it's happening on a curved surface.
One of my things is I'm not sure if you believe that a tide happens out in the middle of the ocean, out in the middle of nowhere.
My answer to that was that it doesn't happen because there's no reference point. We only see tides occurring on coastlines. So to us, that's where that's how we know what a tide is. So it would be the average height of the rise and fall of these things.
Yeah, if you're out,
correct. So if you're 200 or 300 kilometers offshore out at a reef, then you have a
you would
reference
never
point.
know.
And yes, well, yes, you do. You will see that the water does get shallower upon the reef. So there was times that we could fish over the top of the reef, and there was times that we would pull up on the reef and the coral was exposed, or bommies were exposed, and we had to sit back off the reef. So
yeah, but if you
that's,
didn't have a reference,
100,
if
200 kilometers.
Yeah, we're talking like out in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, if you didn't have a reference to like land.
Yeah, like
or
if
nothing
you just
was exposed.
Yeah, if you just look all around and you don't see any structures or anything, you would never really know if you were in a tide or not. Because how would you know if you're like moving, like you're already moving up and down? How would you know that you're like moving up
So
and down?
basically, undulation is happening on an ocean, on a boat, but the type of undulation that you need to know is basic like elevation. How can you know elevation's happening up or down on a boat that's in the middle of the ocean when there's nothing to demarcate a vertical motion?
Right. Yeah,
depending how deep it is, you'd be able to do that off your depth as well, the depth of the water. Obviously, it would get shallower, but it's not something that I've paid attention to in 50 meters or 100 meters deep of water, yeah? It's more when you're coming into land, you're coming in around reefs, stuff like that, where you don't want to get caught up because the tide's lower.
It makes total sense.
Yeah.
Like I like if I was out there, why would I ever check out in the middle of nowhere? I don't have to do that.
Yeah,
So
that's kind of what I was saying too. I don't know.
So yeah, like
but it is important once you start getting around islands, sand cays. You know, we've got off one of our reefs here. We've just got, which is off Kelso. There's just a little sandbar that just appears in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, and then it gets covered right back up again, and you can swim out there and hang out on the sandbar at low tide.
Yeah, but if it's something that travels across the ocean, I'm saying if it was like if the Earth was flat, then you should be able to see like some kind of hill of water.
Why?
Because that would be the tide.
And why would you see it if there was a ball?
See, that's the part I don't get.
Well, because like you don't have like on a flat surface, you would have a much greater like perspective. Like you should like for example, you could see mountains like super far away. You know,
no,
like
I think
what
we didn't
about
get into that.
locations?
We didn't get into that. I was gonna correct you on that, but go ahead, AJ.
I was going to say, what about the locations where we see no difference in the tide on shorelines at all? I mean, you're claiming that there would have to be a bulge over this flat surface. I'm not sure how you would make that claim. Yeah, I mean,
if
we
it
just
travels,
witnessed the water. We just witnessed the water moving in and out level on the surface. So it could be just moving to another location that's
if it's
still
something.
level.
So it always works in a pattern because you can always say like, oh, I wonder, I'm going to go down to the beach in like a month and a half. I'm going to go check to see what the tide's like. And you could look it up and you could see what the projection of the tide would be. Like if it would be minus tide. Yeah. And like, you can plan these all out in advance. So they clearly operate in some sort of pattern.
Yeah, they might be operating that way, but there's other things that cause them, is what I'm saying. So like
I know,
weather,
it's just
weather systems that if you don't deny this, then I think we're all good. But I'm saying if you do deny this, I think there's a problem. But weather systems cause tides as well. So if there's something that's causing them, it's just a natural phenomena that's not weather. I would say there's good reason to understand that the thing that causes the difference with the weather could also be attributed to the reason why it's happening just normally. Like the pressure system.
That would be like a special case.
Well, I know, but I'm saying if we could see the same result and it not having to be something that was something that you calculated like as a naturally occurring event, like cyclical nature, then I think that would stand to reason that we see tides happening outside of the cyclical nature of the when we normally see them, due to the fact that this weather system was like a hurricane is over the part of the ocean that would normally have a tide, but this is like a special event, but it still causes the same receding of the water, and that's why I'm saying like that shows that the receding of the water can be caused by the pressure.
Well, no, I get that, but that's like yeah, I do. But that's more of like a variable, like that's an outside event that is like adding something to something that
but the pressure
normally
but the pressure causes the tide. So wouldn't it be fair to say that pressure can cause tides, even as like a statement that would be true? Because
I don't know, man, because like weather pressures are so unpredictable, but the tide always follows a pattern.
No, I know, but I'm saying if we see weather systems like a hurricane that's over the ocean that's going to make landfall, like the one that was going to hit Florida, and I've seen like the Bay Area was like people were seeing it really mysteriously, like all emptied out. It was like no water there right before the hurricane hit, but it was like the tide went out, and it was weird, like so much so that it was even more extreme than just a normal tide. So I thought that was amazing that I saw that. I was like, dude, this is great. So now we can actually say that tides don't always just occur like a cyclical pattern, but they're also can be caused by the weather systems that are above them, like a hurricane.
Well, I mean, like it could be hurricanes or it could be flooding, but I mean, like
tides in winter are different than tides in summer. You know that.
Well, I mean, yeah, there's a lot of variables, but I'm saying it's just too much for someone to actually stand on this and be like, we're going to use this as a proof of geometry, right? That I think is because you have the problem of geometry, and then you have the problem of the bulging water where you think it might be.
No, it's just well, it's kind of speculation because like I believe that the tide works like I think it runs over the ocean. I think it crosses the land as well. It's just we're not going to really experience it because I don't think it's going to have any real impact on us.
No, we do experience the tides.
Well, no, I'm not. I'm talking like
you just told us how
if you're living in
got your
Texas,
boat hung up. You were the one saying you would have got your boat hung up if you weren't aware of the tides. That was you 2 hours ago.
I'm talking about if you live in Texas.
You're kind of. I've noticed you're kind of tap dancing around about like what this has to do with the globe being. You're just vaguely hinting at it. Did you want to make some like
very straightforward?
No, I mean
try to avoid confusion. Like I don't want to confuse.
No, okay. So, do you think the tides have anything to do with the Earth being a ball, and how so?
Well, yeah, I think it's through lunar activity, but I know that's not going to jive with you guys.
2 hours ago when I brought that up, you shouted me down.
Right. Well, it's because that wasn't the point I was making.
Yeah, that is the point you got to.
I wasn't going to bring that point up because I don't know if you guys believe in that. So I can't just bring that up as evidence.
No, it's cool. It's cool.
Hey, bro, I was there for the conversation, dude.
But if that is the case, dude, seriously, I think you're throwing out a lot of other information that's required. Yeah, so.
Well, that's why I didn't want to talk about the moon.
Well, there's points and locations in the ocean where the tide range is extremely different between high and low tide. There's places where there is no tidal difference. It's basically zero. But these are usually, I will agree that the tides do move across the ocean. Yeah, that's what does occur. But you're also throwing out tidal nodes here if you're just claiming the moon. So you're throwing out these, I think they're called the
amphidromic pressure points.
Yeah, pressure points. You're also throwing out the shape of the basin that it's in, the shape of the seafloor. You're throwing out whether there's reefs and other things that influence
but we have
the tides as well. Just by saying, well, it's the moon on a globe.
One of the things other than what you just said that you think they move across the ocean, where's the evidence for that? Because I think that's a claim. I don't know. Has anybody proved that, AJ?
No, other than the fact that I would say that it's high tide in some locations and low tides in
that's
others,
fine.
and that it seems to be moving horizontally.
But
it's level.
That's fine that people can say that, but that specific claim, like I think Time Dash brought it up, and so did PV equals NRT. It's a Glober, but they both said that it must be going to another location. I'm like, that's fine. Can you produce the evidence? That would be the claim was that they actually moved from one location to the next. Good. Where do they go? Is what I'm asking.
No, you're 100% right, Alpha. No, you are right.
Yeah.
There's nothing that I can say or show you to say, hey, look, the tide's low here in Australia, and you've got a high tide here, and it's moved across the ocean, and etc.
Well,
but
I do have something for that.
Go ahead.
You can actually look up where, and this could be anywhere coastally, where and when the tides are going to be high or low.
Yeah,
like it works in a pattern. So
I know, but
can,
the idea, here's the thing though, is the water moving from that location to the other? What's the connection here? Are they isolated events?
Well, actually, I think
I don't
according
think
to
they're
this video,
isolated
they
events.
are.
Yeah, but that's a speculation.
According to this video on Tidal nodes, I believe that they are. From what they show, I'd have to watch it again, but that was
isolated events.
From memory. Yes, from memory, they were isolated events. Yes,
right. So
could be wrong.
Yeah,
well, you know what?
That's what
actually
I'm saying.
that does make more sense. I don't think it like affects the globe like north to south.
Yes, dude, that's what I'm saying.
It's okay. Yes,
you get what I mean. Like I don't want to.
I'm following you now. I'm following you. Yeah.
Well, at least we landed somewhere. All right, time to go to bed. I'm just kidding. Fucking hell, dude.
I just got in. I've been driving all bloody day. I did 8 hours of driving today. I'm sick of it.
Because everywhere you drive over there, man, is like an 8-hour, 9-hour drive, bro. Because Australia is like Texas. You keep driving, you're still in Texas.
Yeah, I did 3 hours each way. Went down to the beach today.
Wow, dude. Is that like a light drive for you? Did you do that kind of travel?
Where I live, that's sort of the norm if you want to get anything or go anywhere. Yeah, I'm a little bit out in the bush.
That's all right.
About 2 hours to the nearest city, bigger city. 2-3 hours to the beach, depending on where you're going. Yeah, but I'm up in the mountains, like I said. Got to get out of here and get back to the coast and get back to the beach. Yeah,
came from the
can't
coast.
wait.
I just got to get this AI thing finished, and then I can go.
You go hunt for some mussels tomorrow, man. Make you a big old clam bake.
I'm back home and have to work now.
Oh, so that's out of the question?
Yeah, like the only mussels I can get now are filthy store-bought ones.
Yeah, but those are.
There's no telling how long they've been dead.
They've
been frozen,
they're not
so
fresh.
They could have been dead for. No, Oh, it's so much different fresh. I don't know who the other guy here who does it, but like, I know a lot of people are like, oh, religious reasons, I'm not going to do it. But I think you should just put that aside and just try it once.
Yeah, don't be shellfish.
Exactly. Don't be shellfish. Eat the bug. Came from the ocean.
The bug's all right. It's like a big old lump of snot.
No, okay, so here's the thing.
Sauce on it, huh?
There's some things where I call it quits. Like I don't do snails.
Well, you don't like
I've tried snails.
Escargot? Come on.
No escargot. Escar go away.
Go
escargot. I had a French mate who cooked his snails for dinner once. He did a good job actually. They were pretty good. With a bit of garlic butter and etc.
I'm sorry, man. I am quite the glutton, and I will admit that. Not snails. I won't do actual bugs.
Like literal, like what they, what is it? What was her name? Greta Thunberg wants you to eat more bugs, bro.
Well, there's bugs in the ocean as well. You can eat those. They're pretty good.
Crabs, man. What is a crab?
And
it's
bugs,
a giant spider.
Crabs,
giant bug.
bugs. We got big bugs as well. They're called bugs. Actually called bugs.
Sand fleas. I've heard people eat
No,
those.
no. I'll put a photo in the chat for you. I'll
Sand
find one.
fleas, bro. I've seen that shit.
I don't do sand fleas.
That's so disgusting, bro. It's creepy and disgusting. I don't know. You guys are crazy.
Okay, I have a standard. Like, okay, if I can't cut its guts out, no, I am not eating its digestive tract.
Well, I don't know. I used to eat a ton of prawns, mud crabs, because where I lived, I used to go mud crabbing all the time. And when I turned about 15 or 16, I ate mud crab, and my whole throat swelled shut, my face swelled up, so I can't actually eat mud crab or any shellfish, yeah? So mud crabs, prawns, bugs, any of that stuff. I can eat fish, I can eat oysters, I can eat mussels, scallops, all that, but just no bottom feeding shellfish. But it changed, yeah. I used to eat it all the time. Nothing. I used to love like hot mud crab sandwiches with salt and vinegar. Awesome.
That sounds pretty good, though. The way you made it sound.
I used to eat crawdads, so it's not that crazy.
Good old crawdads.
I kind of sucked doing that. Now that I think about it, like, oh, I'm just gonna come down here and just sweep out 50 crawdads. Bye.
And they're the Moreton Bay bugs that we get here in Queensland that you can eat as well. They're a little bit like a mud crab.
So those are pretty packed with meat, huh? Those guys?
No, absolutely not.
The Moreton Bay bugs.
They have such little meat. Like, that's why you eat 50 of them.
Oh, they're not too bad.
What size are they? Like size of a crawdad?
About the size of your hand, yeah.
I've found some pretty big crawdads, so we might be talking about the same thing. Like, I know that you go some places and you see these little tiny crawdads, but I'm leaning like you could get some huge crawdads that you could like fit in your hand. Like, those things will really get you.
Like mom used to make, huh? Damn, AJ.
My wife loves eating those.
You gotta, like, on the grill? You gotta...
Yeah, you can grill them. You can...
Bro, you literally got shrimp on the Barbie. What the fuck?
Yeah.
When do you slip shrimp on the Barbie? Like, bet you have yourself a nice... you catch all your stuff? I mean, you do it? Or you...
Okay,
not where I am now, but I used to when I lived up in North Queensland. I had a good trip I used to do. I used to live near Magnetic Island, which is Captain Cook named that due to the way his compass went spastic when he went past there.
And plumb bobs and all kinds of stuff.
Yeah. So I sort of used to take off for the reef earlier in the day, and you could drop all your crab pots for your mud crabs up this creek where you launched from. And you blasted out the reef about 100 k's offshore, and you'd fish all night at the reef. And then you'd come back in the morning, and off this lighthouse there was all these mackerel. So you'd head over to this mackerel spot and troll for mackerel. And then you could go across to Magnetic Island like 9 o'clock in the morning after you've got your mackerel. And the kids would swim off the beach all day, and you could sit in the pub and do whatever. And then we'd come back in the afternoon, pick up all the crab pots, and you'd have your reef fish, your mackerel, and all your mud crabs. And we'd have a big cook up on Sunday night. Haven't done that for a while since we've moved.
Bring a lot of lemon and Tabasco. Tartar sauce.
Just straight into it, dude. It's that good.
I mean,
it's best with some lemon. Like, you definitely bring some stuff with you, but like, if you don't have anything, still not that bad either.
Sounds like you could live by the ocean.
I wish I could.
They say it's healthier too. Mediterranean style.
Honestly, like being on the ocean, it makes me feel closest to nature.
Well, then it's settled. You gotta go find some place out there by the water.
Oh, dude, it's like there's just so much shit happening. You know, like you go to the beach and like there's all this stuff to find, all these weird bugs crawling through the sand. Swim out a little bit, and there's like all these cool places out there. You surf. You know, get in fights with the locals.
For what?
Taking their surfing spot.
Oh, locals. But didn't you hear? Locals rule.
I know, but that doesn't mean they need to be so uppity.
Well, fuck, you can't jam in someone's spot.
I know, but they're not king of the spot either. Like,
well, that's why they're gonna fight you for it.
Well, okay, so here's the thing. Like, they're fighting me over a shitty spot to begin with.
Maybe.
Like, I've noticed that I try to like be as courteous as I can, but they get like super pissy just because I'm there.
It's all about that curl, bro. What the fuck?
Oh, dude, you know what? That's why you have to be like fucking ripped when you go to the beach. So the fucking locals like are
They're
polite
like, all right,
to
man,
you.
whatever. You want this spot? I don't give a shit. You're like, yeah, you best walk away.
No, you just be like, oh, you want it? Come and take it from me.
Yeah.
And then they have to like consider it and be like, well, like if you're super jacked, they're not gonna be like, oh, I'm gonna fuck you up. They're gonna be like, all right, you know what? I don't think this spot's. They'll probably just say like, go fuck yourself and walk away.
And walk
but
away.
Anyway, they'll give you the spot. So I have muscles.
Biggest problem we used to have was everyone raiding your crab pots in the creeks, yeah?
Fuck, dude. Oh my god, that would fucking piss me off when people would touch my crab pots.
Yeah, I used to
touch
chase
my
them in the
crab pots,
boat and swing my axe around and
Oh, shit.
carry on
Did you ever get somebody? Did you ever
Yo!
call for somebody?
No, man, they take off. Yeah, I'd be screaming, fucker! I was going to put it through their boat.
See, I don't do that, but I get that angry. I don't
Those are your
want
crab pots, man.
Yeah, man. Well, like,
What's even worse is when they don't just raid them; they just cut them open, yeah, and then throw them back in. And there's like a, I don't know, $80 crab pot that they've just sliced up and just throw them back in the
But
creek.
why are they doing that? What are they?
To steal your mud crabs.
They're pieces of shit.
Oh,
They're just
answers
So
are
you
good.
take the kids out and say, yeah, we're going to catch some mud crabs, and you go out all fucking night and all day, and you go finally back to get your pots, and some fuckers come and cut them all open and stolen all your crabs.
Dude, yeah, it could be some local guy who's like, I don't like you. Could be some like damn stupid animal activist. It's murder. You know, it could be anything.
Yeah, but by that time it's too late. Your fucking sea bugs are gone.
No, you just never leave.
Yeah, but
It just sounds like you're talking about getting robbed by sea bug pirates.
well, activists too. They're like,
Well, I know that too. But then, like, what is... Yo, yeah, free the bugs. Oh, jeez.
AJ chases them down in his boat.
That's what I was saying. He's fighting off sea bug pirates with his axe or whatever.
He's like, come here.
Get out. Yeah.
That's right. That's where I used to live there. That picture I just dropped in the chat. That's
beautiful.
That was along
dude.
the beach. Yeah.
It's actually beautiful there.
Just no waves because of all the reefs.
Finally. Now I just have to put this up. Go to bed.
I'll see if I can. I'll grab a map. I'll show you these couple of points where this is where I started my flat Earth journey, looking out across this ocean to the island.
This is where it all began, huh?
This is where it all began. So off that beach, sort of on the right-hand side there, directly across to Magnetic Island, is about 10 kilometres. Some locations about 8, but where I was going, it was 10. Close to, I measured it with my GPS on my boat, yeah. And I could see the beach on the opposite side, on the island, and people swimming and waves, etc. And from my calculation, should have been about 7 metres below my eye line. And then there was a further observation from Cape Cleveland across to the island, which is about 20 kilometres.
Pretty awesome. We got Kinda in the chat right now. Kinda, if you're there, welcome to the chat. Never mind. I kinda scared Kinda away.
Well, I have to go to bed.
All right, man.
It's like 2:30 in the morning. I'm an idiot.
What are you talking about? The night's still young.
I'm not.
Oh, that's true.
I think I'm going to be up all night. I want to try and see Bitcoin break
Oh,
58.5 and find some support so I can go long.
you want to go long, huh?
Well, I don't know. It's in a downtrend at the moment, but it keeps bouncing. It's had about, 3-4 goes now at getting past 58.5. There's a big resistance level there.
I was going to buy a whole bunch when it got down to 20,000.
Yeah, it's not going to go there slow that time. Now
it got down that low, and I didn't do it, and I was so stupid I forgot to do it. And now look at it.
Yeah.
Like, I was an idiot for not investing the first time, and I was an idiot for not investing the second time. Am I going to be an idiot for not investing the third time? Like, fucking Bitcoin, man. Shit pisses me off.
I know.
I had this too, man, because I used to own a fairly big company and I was making really good money. Yeah, like I was making over $1 million a year. And I just didn't give a shit about Bitcoin. I was just, who cares, man? It's garbage. It's this, it's that. I never looked into it. Did the old, it's a scam. It's whatever. Now I'm looking at it and I'm doing all my back testing and going back then and I'm going, I'm a bloody idiot. I had so much money to invest. I could be a billionaire now.
Yeah,
so,
you would have been.
I'm eating my own words and they're delicious.
Yeah, I get so upset every time I back test and go back to like 2020 or something. I'm like, no,
bro. Yeah, you know what?
Don't ever look at that.
if you, instead of buying Shrek, if you would have bought Bitcoin, shit, dude, you would be so rich right now. It's just,
Yeah, if you could do what your name suggests. Yeah.
Time dash back into the past.
Yeah, dude. You imagine?
You ever do like a flashpoint thing?
Slap yourself around a couple of times. Buy some damn Bitcoin, you freaking idiot.
I would just kick myself out of the way and just take over. And
Here,
be like,
let me drive this thing.
Yeah, I know. It's like right now I'm gonna manage my life, and it's like, well, what about what I want to do? And I would say, shut up.
I'm driving this damn thing. You don't know what you're
ever
doing.
talk back to me again, or I'll hit you.
I swear I'll do it.
Like I wouldn't hit anyone else except myself. So don't think I won't do it.
That'd be funny. Yeah, tell me the plot of that movie, man. I'd like to see it.
Hot Tub Time Machine.
Oh, is that what it is?
No, but that's what it would probably be like. All right, shit.
Yeah.
All right, I got dragged back in. All right, I gotta go.
Later, man.
All right, peace out.
Bitcoin's a hell of a drug.
Yeah, it is.
I was all up in crypto's business, man, a couple years ago.
So how come you? I was going to ask you why'd you stop?
There's a couple of things that occurred. Market did a fucking nosedive, dude.
I was gonna say, y'all talking about riding the crypto coaster?
Yeah, market took a nosedive.
Were you trading or just holding spot?
I was in altcoins, shitcoins. I had positions in a lot of places. I have NFTs. I still have NFTs, but I'm just holding at the moment. So that's got to mature a couple years for me. I hold long, but yeah, one of these days I'll tell you my journey.
Diamond hands.
Yeah. Anyway, shit, I need to
There you
dip out
go.
of here too. Oh, what you got?
So see on that map, that's off Google Earth, but see you've got Townsville City and Magnetic Island
Let me see.
out in the middle. Towards the bottom.
Oh yeah, I see it. Yep.
So then, yeah, we'd sit on the beach there and look at Magnetic Island. And to the right of Magnetic Island, there's a point out there called Cape Cleveland. It's about 20 kilometres across, maybe a little bit further. That was another observation from the beach there on that point, back across to that island.
And what was the distance? About 20 miles or so?
That's probably about 20 kilometres, I'd say. Oh, maybe 30, yeah, across 30 kilometres. Can't remember exactly from that point, but Townsville across to the island was where I was looking, was 10 kilometres. And then all them blue spots out there, that's all the reef. That's the Great Barrier Reef. So that's where we'd go fishing. We'd go out past the island there and straight out to those reefs out there about 100 k's offshore.
Hey, that's a pretty flat map there. Is that flat Earth you got going on there?
Yeah, it was definitely flat from my observations.
Yeah. Pretty flat.
Yeah, it was actually one night I was coming back from the reef. I was looking for the back of that magnetic island because the weather just blew up really bad. I thought we were going to die that night. We're all in life jackets, tied together with ropes, had the EPIRB tied to us. Thought we were done, yeah. And I seen this light off into the distance, and it took us about an hour to get to this light, which I thought was going to be this island, and it ended up being just a ship in the middle of the ocean. Yeah, I don't know the distance, but at least 30 kilometers, I'd say, or just navigation light.
And what happened then when you realized it was, you thought it was the land, but it was
Well, I kept flat Earth in memory, obviously, and went, "Wow, that was a big distance that I was seeing that
Oh, you
from."
mean just the distance? I thought there was more to the story. Like you guys, when you
No,
caught my
I got.
attention, you caught my attention when you said you thought you were going to die that night. So I'm thinking, so yeah, I
We
got
made it
what
back.
you're saying.
I sold
Okay,
my boat after that. I sold that boat after that trip. I was so glad to get back on the. I shouldn't have went. Yeah, it was a small boat. I had a bigger reef boat. I sold that, and because I wasn't getting out enough, and I bought like a 4.5 meter flat top boat with a casting deck on it, and I had these two bikey guys painting my house, and they just wanted to go to the reef. I thought I checked the weather, did everything.
Oh, it was a joke.
Looked good.
It was just for leisure, not even work.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
I know. And yeah, we got to the island, and I said to these guys, "Listen, dudes, we can't keep going yet. We got to sit in behind this island and get some shelter, and we'll just fish in the morning." Yeah, and they're like, "No, to the reef." So we went, and then yeah, it was bad. We were there for about an hour, and we weren't going to make it back. That was for sure. We did. Took us 6 hours.
That's crazy.
Man, the ocean's scary when you can't see any land. You don't know what direction you're facing. You're just getting pounded, yeah, in the middle of the night. You can't, it's just, yeah, it's freaky.
Isn't there a weird phenomenon where the kind of sky and sea start to blend a bit and makes it really weird, like really just like kind of disturbing, like amidst all that? Like I've seen some video, and then I'm imagining that during a storm, that would be kind of weird.
Yeah, I found night to be the worst, yeah. Especially, it's just pitch black. You got no lights on your boat, obviously, so you just sort of really relying on a GPS. Uh, yeah, you can't see anything. But even during the day out there, you can't see anything. There's no land. There's no nothing. Just every direction you see the horizon.
Disorienting was the word I was looking for, I think.
Yeah, if you sit out there for a few hours, it doesn't even take a few hours. But once you get out the reef, you got to have your compass and all that, if in case your GPS doesn't work, because you wouldn't know which way to start going.
Can't upload this PDF. So it was about the length of Eratosthenes' stayed. It was a PDF that Indio put in the chat earlier. I didn't save the link, but I downloaded the PDF and I was gonna hand it to you, AJ. Well, we're just gonna put it in the chat, so if anybody else wanted it, easily get it. But for some reason, I
Yeah,
can't
that'd be
upload
good.
it.
Is that the one you uploaded the other day that talked about a stadia being based off a step?
Yeah, no, this is different actually. This was one of Indio's link. But my internet's being really crappy right now. It's not allowing me to post it. So I don't know. Might get it to you tomorrow.
All good. Yeah, all good, man.
Either way, I'm gonna head out.
No worries, Alpha. Have a good one, mate.
All right, man. Talk to you later.
Good chatting.
Yep.
That's usually what the globe has to do when they run out of circles to run in. They just rage and scream. Or demon possessed space monkey retards.
Comment. Ayo, watch it with the space monkey comment, boy. I'll slap you.
Demon possessed space monkey retards, ladies and gentlemen.
What's up, gay boys? I think everyone got tuckered out from talking about, bullshit conspiracies about flat Earth. Am I right?
Apparently not. You're here.
Well, half of you guys are muted, so I'm assuming most of you fell asleep from the bullshit. That's the observation I'm making right now. My God, how many fucking people do you guys ban from flat Earth? That's sad, man. I'm looking at the ban appeal chat right now. It's crazy. You guys don't take criticism well at all. What a joke.
Well, the sad part of the situation, the real reality is, we sit here for years on end, and that's the best presentation they have is coming in, talking nonsense out the side of their neck because they don't have any globe proofs. So a lot of everybody over here just gets bored and tired of the same old nonsense. All the same trolls coming in. All they have is troll behavior. They don't have
what
any
happened,
actual
guys?
educational information.
I'm sorry, what happened? What is going on? It's been a long time. Anybody home? You guys can hear me?
Oh yeah, loud and clear.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's been a long time. Sorry, say it again. Say it again, bro.
It's been a long time, and
Without you, my friend. Just to remember. It's been a long time without you, my friend.
it's been a long time without you, my friend.
No, that's not how it is. It's been a long time without you, my friend.
That's not it.
You remember that?
No, that's not it.
I'll tell you all about it. See you again.
Amazon started showing us what it
Say again.
Amazon started showing us swipe commercials next to my products. I filed a complaint. I just published a book on Amazon and it started showing us wipe tissues next to my book. So I filed a complaint. I don't want this.
Sorry, bro. You filed a complaint about what?
Well, I just published a book.
His stuff was next to asswipe t-shirts. His book. When you go
Tissues.
pull up his book, and right next to it, it was asswiping tissues. So
Yeah.
he has an issue with the tissue.
Oh,
he
yeah.
needs a tissue for his issue.
He has an issue with the tissue, so you guys need to issue a tissue.
Maybe, do you have a tear-jerking book that you wrote? Maybe people need tissues when they read it.
I'm gonna link you to the. I'm gonna leave you a link to that book, by the way.
I'm not taking any links from you.
It's on Amazon.
Amazon?
I'll link it maybe so. Amazon.
Amazon. Okay, boys.
Amazon or Amazon?
Amazon. Amazon.com.
Amazon.
It's in the side chat if you're interested. It's a compilation of my
okay.
poems for the last 2 years.
Oh, how much is it? How much is it, bro?
It's $5 for digital, $10 for paper.
Okay. I
I don't
guess the
think it's a.
delivery cost is gonna be expensive than the book cost, the book price.
Yeah, but there is digital for
What about
$5.
if this is workable? Can you send me the PDF file and then I will just transfer to you or PayPal to you the $5?
Well, you can go to my blogs and read the same content. You can go to my bio and visit my blogs, and there is a PayPal donation button over there. If you want to do that, you can go to my bio. You can also buy my book. You can also browse for free. You can leave a donation, all kinds of stuff. You can leave a comment.
The book is talks about what would be the books talks about? Is it to debunk the flat Earth?
Well, the poems are mainly about my perception of reality for last 2 years.
Wow, that's really good. The perspective of reality.
Perception.
Perception. Okay. Yeah, that's really wonderful. if you take a look on my profile, right?
Yeah.
I'm also about to write a book in terms of how we understand reality based on the systemic level. So I've already created a bottom level, middle level, and top level, but I haven't got a chance, a very good time to to encapsulate it into a very good book that I could share it with others. Yeah, you know.
Well, do what you do. Do what you do.
Yeah, because this pyramid level is really nice, and yeah, I think you inspire me that I should pursue in writing this book.
This is not easy.
It's not easy, especially when English is not your own
Primary
language, and
language.
then yeah, it become more difficult to give a perspective to Western people on how to observe reality. On how to actually think about living in the atomic particle as one energy, and how to explain that kind of things in English perspective. English literature. What the fuck, literature? Can you say literature?
Literature. Literature.
Yeah, in the English literature. Yeah.
Literature. Literature.
Well, I always ask God, God, can why I'm not born in a English country so that I could expand my wing, in English. But maybe
You
there
know
is a
what?
purpose.
Okay. Okay.
Who I'm driving, by the way. Who else in the room? Is it only two of us?
No, there's many people, but everyone is
It's only
silent.
the three of us.
Okay, three of us. Okay. So what language? From what language you are, bro? Europe or what?
Polish too, personally.
Oh, Polish. Polish is Poland, right? Polandia, right?
Uh,
Polandia, Poland, right? Polish is Poland, right?
Poland.
Yeah, Polandia. Well, Polandia
Polska.
is a great country, great people. Is it a Polandia that the president, the prime minister says that, oh, we will not invite a Muslim people in this country? Is it Polandia, Poland?
Oh, I don't know who says that.
Is it Poland or New Zealand? I can't remember. I think it's a Poland, where the prime minister make a statement that he is not allowed to to get a Muslim people enter the country. This immigration requirement. I think it's a Polandia, Polanda. Back to you, brother. Can you hear me?
Are you Muslim?
No, I'm not. I'm a Christian, bro. What about you?
Huh? I'm
I'm
agnostic.
devout. I'm devout Christian, but I'm not believing.
I'm agnostic.
Hello, anybody home?
Hello, 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 hello,
Hey, bro.
hello.
What is your name, bro? Whiskey. Your name is Whiskey or what?
That's my nickname.
How do I call you? How do people call you?
Uh, you can go to my blog. There is an RSS
You're
feed
breaking up,
in the
bro. You're
bottom.
breaking up. I'm breaking up, or you breaking up?
You're breaking out. Well, I'm not sure. You can go to my blog and you can subscribe to my RSS.
Hello.
Hello, 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 hello.
I was end up on a 24 flat Earth Discord, isn't it? Isn't this 24 flat Discord?
Hello. Hello, 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 hello.
So what next? Hello, what next? Whiskey, can you hear? Can you hear me? Um, can you hear me? Hello, whiskey, can you hear me, please?
Yes, I can hear
Can
you. I can hear
hear me?
you. I
Can
can
you
hear
hear
you.
me? Na 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 way. Na 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 na. So what else? What else? What else happening in Poland? Hello, testing.
Yeah. What else happening
What
on
else?
NATO conference today, right? There is
I think, in
NATO.
my opinion,
NATO.
Polish people are smart people, isn't it? Is that true?
Huh?
I think Poland people are smart people. Is that true?
Well, there are smart Polish people, and there are smarter Polish people, and there are the smartest Polish people.
Can you repeat again? There what?
There are smart Polish people, there are smarter Polish people, and there are the smartest Polish people. Usually, the smartest is your wife. Usually, you know.
Uh, Police? Are you saying smartest police?
There are smart Polish people, smarter Polish people, and the smartest Polish people. And the smartest is usually your
Oh,
wife.
police! I thought it's a policeman. I thought you saying police. Policeman as a police
Polish.
department. Police. Okay, 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 okay. Let's mix up with a policeman. Okay, got it, got it. Okay, Poland people. Maybe you can say Poland people instead of a police.
It's called Polish. Polish.
Polish.
Like
Okay.
nail polish.
Yeah, yeah. Poland people, right? Polish. Okay. Yeah, yeah. I think it's Polish people are quite smart people in my opinion. They're philosopher, scientists, and then yeah, smart people. Yeah, civilized people. Uh, Do you consider yourself as a smart guy, or maybe because some people consider themselves as smart because they have expertise, but some people they honestly say, no, I'm not really that smart. I don't know a lot of things. Some people can say that.
Okay, 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 okay.
What okay.
Okay, 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 okay.
Well, if you don't want to talk, I can jump to another server if you want to.
I don't want to talk about how smart Polish people are.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to change the topic, yeah, I need to. Yeah, please, I need to change the topic, and then we need to get another topic. Okay, please, ask me anything. Okay,
So where are you from?
I'm a Asian guy. If you, I think I have my photo in here. It's the top emoji in here. Not sure in here or the other server, but I'm Asian guy.
China? Are you from China? Are you from Vietnam? Are you from Korea? Are you from Japan?
Yeah, I'm from Japan.
Wow. Konnichiwa. Watashi
Yeah,
wa
watashi wa, yeah, yeah.
I like it. Domo arigato.
Yeah, watashi wa arigato. Oishikasamasa. Hi.
And we just had a English student, Japanese student in the hospital because I'm in a hospital right now, and there was a Japanese linguistics student. You know, he knows Japanese basically. He has his iPhone in Japanese. You know everything.
Yeah, yeah.
But he was
Yeah,
signed up.
so we
Was
are.
guessing.
Yeah. Okay. Got it. Yeah, that's cool. I
I
mean,
know a bit Russian. I just know basic
our
Russian. That's that means something to you.
our people are very rare, but we are smart people. Smart Asian.
Okay.
What server is this again?
What servers? What?
This one is what server? I cannot look at my phone right now. I cannot even go
This
to
is
the server I'm
politics.
calling in. This is this is stupid. Oh, this is politics server. Damn it!
Yeah.
I thought this is the flat Earth server. Shit.
It's a flattered. It's a flattered voice channel in the politics server.
Oh shit. Yeah. This Discord is become idiot and more idiot. When you join a channel, right? You can't even go to that server when you're joining from on top. This is stupid. And then the buttons are all disappear in phone. It's just stupid. I don't know what Jason did on this one. Well, if nothing else, right? I need to go to other room if you don't want to talk anything else.
Well,
Okay.
I'm writing something. I'm in the middle of writing a poem. So
Okay. Got it. Because I want to discuss with people. I don't want people silent. Oh yeah.
Hello? Wildman. Wildman. Are you gay?
Yes, yes.
Yo, yo.
Hello. How you doing? Yo. Are you all really jacking off right now in the Discord? Come on, man. Shit, nigga.